afterward and a very late night. For all the work was done, and it was time to enjoy the social life to the fullest before tomorrow's last day ceremonies. "Camigwyn, may I interrupt for a moment?" She turned, squinted to see through the mesh, and said, "Of course, my lord." She hurried around to the entrance and ventured inside, her eyes darting around curiously at the furnishings of his private quarters. "Everything's going splendidly, my lord," she reported. "There's no more rain coming up from the south, so no danger of our outdoor feast turning soggy. The cooks are well in hand. They've finished the roasts, and the ices and wines are chilling in the river, and I've timed the breads to be nice and hot just as dinner begins." "You're a marvel," he said, smiling. "You've taken wonderful care of me here and on the journey, and I've been wondering if you'd like to make the arrangement permanent." Camigwyn frowned. "I can write down all the directions. That's not what I meant, and you know it," he scolded gently. "Sit down, won't you?" She sank onto a small upholstered stool, hands folded in her lap, and he spent a moment in silent admiration of her extraordinary dark eyes. It was as if one could see her heart and mind through them, so limpid and clear were they. For an instant he envied Ostval the sight of those eyes, smiling at him every morning of his life, then smiled. There would be another pair of eyes, green as summer leaves and just as extraordinary, to gaze at him. "You've lived at Stronghold," he began, "so you know how complex life there can be. I need someone who won't drive me to distraction the way my present chamberlain does. He's really my mother's man, not mine. I also need someone to oversee the guards and all those other things my father used to do for himself, but that I've never been much interested in. Would you and Ostval consider coming to live at Stronghold and taking on those duties? I know it's not very important work compared to what you could be doing at other courts as a Sunrunner, and I know Ostval has the talent and ambition to become chief steward at Goddess Keep one day, but I wish you'd both think about it." A flush rose into her dark skin. "You're kind to ask, my lord." "No, I'm selfish. I need you both. I'd consider it an honor if you made Stronghold your home." Walvis burst into the tent just as Camigwyn started to reply. The boy skidded to a stop on the carpet, nearly dropped the velvet pouch he carried, and gasped out, "My lord, they're finished! Just look!" He upended the pouch onto the desk. 8 emeralds, as big as Rohan's thumbnail, were set in a maze of delicate silver, as if moonlight had been Ferrari spun around the stones. 2 more emeralds had been worked into matching earrings, and yet another surmounted a fantastic silver hairpin sprinkled with tiny diamonds. Rohan had neither specified those last 2 nor provided the diamonds. The jeweler had evidently been inspired. "Lady Sinead will outshine the starlight," Walvis said proudly. "Oh, yes," Rohan murmured. With an effort, he tore his eyes from the jewels and slid them back into the pouch. "Lock these up for now, please, Walvis, and thank you." "You do mean to marry her?" Camigwyn exclaimed. "I thought you knew," he answered, startled. She sprang to her feet and threw her arms around him. "Of course we'll come to Stronghold, Ostval and I. We thought you didn't want her." "Now whatever gave you that idea?" he growled, hugging back. "You did, my lord," Walvis contributed, grinning. Cammy stepped back, hands on hips, dark eyes dancing. "You're a dangerous man, my lord prince." "I've been called a lot of things, but dangerous. There's a condition for your coming to Stronghold, by the way." He tried for sternness, but neither voice nor face obeyed. "I have to set an example, you know, and I will not have you and Ostval in my household unless you're properly married. Now, what do you say to that?" She sank into a deep curtsy, marred by shaking shoulders, and a giggle. "Dragon-spawned you were, I'll take oath. Actually, it's Sinead and I who will follow your example, for I had tomorrow in mind for you and Ostval, and it'll take time to arrange a wedding for us. Will that suit?" "Perfectly!" Rohan got to his feet and impulsively kissed her. "Lucky man you're, Ostval," he said, to make her blush. "Lucky woman are Sinead," she retorted, and they laughed. Palila sat alone in her cabin, colossally bored. One of her maids had just finished rubbing oils into her body to keep the pregnancy from marking her flesh, but even that sensuous pleasure no longer held any charms for her. She wanted to be out in the world, enjoying men's glances of admiration and women's glares of envy. By the storm god, how she hated being pregnant. Relstra's entry into her cabin startled her nearly speechless. She gave rapid thanks that she was dressed in a lavish bedrobe and her hair was arranged as he liked it, but he did not appear to notice. To any other man she would have presented the very picture of ripening womanhood in which he would find smug pride. But Relstra had seen more child-heavy females than any man except a physician. "Criggo doesn't seem well," he said without preamble. "Has he been taking too much or too little?" "Probably the former, after his deprivation during the journey here." He paced the cabin restlessly, fingers brushing over tables, chairs, brass fixtures, tapestry curtains shielding the windows. "I've forgotten what the usual dose is of Dranath to wine. It's been a long time since we took him. Useless fool," he added irritably. Every instinct she possessed stood up and howled out a warning, but she managed a smile. "A profitable time, my lord. I believe it's half a handful to a large pitcher. But why not ask him? He's been preparing his own for years." The High Prince shrugged. "Didn't you hear me? He's been taking too much. He's sitting in his tent now barely coherent, unable even to tell me where he keeps it. We'll have to ration him, Palila. Where's the supply?" "In the third drawer of my wardrobe." She watched as he retrieved the wooden box from among the array of her filmy silk underclothes, a sight that invariably turned his thoughts to making love with the woman who owned them, but he didn't even see her.
"What shall I tell him when he wants more?"
"He won't. I don't want him bothering you, my pet."
He traced the carvings on the box with one finger, then met her gaze, smiling. "Not a single thing should worry you, in case it might worry our son." She cried out, happily, "That's the first time you've said it will be a boy." "I hope it will be so," he corrected. "But then I've been hoping for 25 years. Still, by the next Reala, I just may be presenting the rabble with their next High Prince."
"I hope he pisses on Andrade," she declared, dimpling.
"No son of mine would have such barbaric manners, but I like the idea." He came to her, ran one finger down her cheek. "Rest well, my dear. I'll want you at your loveliest for the last day celebrations."
"As you command me, my lord,"
she said, smiling up at him. "I wish my daughters were as careful of my pleasures as you are, Palila. Remind me to tell you about their maneuverings, especially regarding that Sunrunner girl." His eyes lit with amusement and something more as he smiled and left her. She sank back into the cushions and shredded their fringe distractedly. Instinct continued to shriek at her while she reviewed every word of the conversation, cold to her marrow as the words became a single hideous sentence. Her sentence of dismissal and Criggo's of death. She had not lived with Relstra for over 14 years without coming to understand him. His gaze wandered each time she approached term, but each time she managed the affairs herself, making sure they were brief and unproductive. The girls vanished from Castle Crag once Palila was physically recovered from childbirth. It was part of her longevity as Relstra's mistress that she saw to his pleasures even when she was unable to participate in them herself. But this time was different. She sensed it along every nerve. She reviewed the princess's descriptions of the Ferrari girl, stripping them of jealousy and adding to them Relstra's own words about Criggo's uselessness. This time, his need for a new woman had coincided with his need for a new Sunrunner, and this Sinead was his choice for both. Palila used the energy of panic to lever herself up from her couch. Her back ached as she went to the wardrobe and searched the lower shelves for a small packet always kept with her lesser jewels. Dranath was an herb that increased its potency over time, and this packet was very old indeed, one of the first given her by the old mountain witch. She grunted as she got to her feet with the drug clutched in her hand, returning to the couch out of breath after even this small exertion. Crigga would be brought to her here, and have a strong dose tonight. The barge could be in the worst storm off Goddess Keep, and he would think himself on dry land. He would need all the false strength Dranath could give him, for tonight he would do for her what he had not done in more than 5 winters. He would deliberately seek another Ferrari's colors on the moonlight. Andrade sat in a comfortable chair, a plate of food on her lap and a wry smile on her lips. The atmosphere of Rohan's outdoor dinner party was romantic enough, even for her fool of a nephew. Torches cast golden light over faces made rosy by wine. A breeze off the river stirred the huge buckets of flowers around the perimeter of the dancing area, and musicians played lilting tunes she recalled from her girlhood. Immune to the ambience, she watched the couples around her succumb to it. Several young highborns and their chosen ladies, whom she herself would unite on the morrow, and various married couples who should have been long past such nonsense. Camigwyn and Ostville had eyes for no one but each other. Che and Tobin were behaving as if they'd just fallen in love, standing over by Rohan's tent, feeding each other wine-soaked berries and giggling like children. Andrade sighed. She would be hard-pressed to find some intelligent conversation tonight. Thank the goddess she had never lost either heart or head to a man. Still, as she watched a young lord glide by with his intended wife on his arm, she wondered briefly what she might be missing. Yorivel approached, slightly unsteady as he balanced a bowl of fruit and wine in one hand and a goblet in the other. He sank down at her feet, smiled happily up at her, and announced, "Wonderful evening." "Anything becomes bearable after enough wine. How many is that for you?" She nodded at his wine cup. "My lady," he said with mock regret, "I've lost count." Then he grinned. "Rohan's being a bit obvious, isn't he?" "Aren't they all? Still, it's good to see them happy. May the goddess keep her blessing on them." Her gaze sought Relstra automatically. He was seated beneath a tree with several of his daughters. "Don't worry," Yorivel soothed. "He hasn't done a thing tonight except smile and eat. He doesn't even notice what a fool Rohan's making of himself." "He's not being foolish. Sinead won't let him." Andrade chuckled. "Watch now. He's gone over to her again. She'll frown just a little, back off, and there she's away. It's a good thing one of them is still sober. Were we ever that young, do you think?" "Longer ago than I care to remember, my friend." Yorivel laughed. "Have some more wine, and you might remember more than is good for your dignity." Rohan, deprived of the object of his desires, went to his sister and appropriated her goblet right out of her hand. "I'm thirsty," he explained. "Rohan, give that back, and stop being such an idiot with Sinead. You're supposed to be a witless prince who hasn't yet made up his mind, not a truly witless one who can't hide the fact that he's in love or drunk or both." He grinned at her, holding the goblet high out of her reach. "Neither Ianthe nor Pansala is here yet, and they're the only serious pretenders to my royal hand and arm, and all the rest of me. Besides, I haven't said more than 10 words to Sinead all evening." He paused. "I may dance with her, though." "Don't you dare!" "I suppose you're right," he sighed. "If I touched her, it wouldn't end with just a dance." Che, who had been listening with an indulgent smile, plucked his wife's wine cup from Rohan's fingers. "All things are forgiven a drunken prince." "Drunk on happiness," Rohan agreed. Tobin giggled. "Rohan, you're beautiful." "So I am, and so are you," he added generously. "Ah, here's Pansala come to have her dinner at last. I'll go be sweet to her, shall I, and confound them all." He danced with Pansala and with Relstra's other daughters as well. He led his sister in a measure and made her laugh so hard she forgot the steps. He danced with the wives and daughters of other princes and lords, presenting them with what they expected to see. A young man excited by giving his first big party and more than a little drunk on his own wine. If anyone outside his immediate circle suspected the true source of his high spirits, well, they could suspect as they pleased until tomorrow night. He could hardly wait. Music and wine flowed on late into the evening. The moons rose, full and bright, and Rohan ordered most of the torches doused so that silver shadows could play more softly over fine silks and lovely faces. He was getting just drunk enough to risk asking Sinead to dance with him, but when he looked around, there was no sign of her red gold head. He sighed mournfully. She had probably gotten jealous again, watching him dance with every woman but her, and gone back to her tent. Now there was a thought. He turned, with a smile on his face and every intention of leaving his own party, to find Ianthe boldly inviting herself into his arms for the next dance. She was temptingly beautiful, in a deep violet gown strewn with tiny silver beads that glistened in the moonlight. He accepted her hands on his shoulders, put his own about her waist, and they began the slow steps required by the music. "Isn't it interesting that they stopped playing those country dances?" she asked. "How much did you pay them?" She threw back her head and laughed. "Quite a bit. You're not the fool you pretend to be, Rohan. I saw that days ago." "You flatter me, cousin. I'm not wise enough to pretend anything." "You're lying to me, cousin." Her body pressed more closely to his, and her grip on his shoulders tightened. "Wouldn't it be nicer to lie with me, rather than to me?" "We settled that before, as I recall." "Ah, no." Her fingers slid down his arms, back up to his neck, admiring him. "You need me, Rohan. There's passion in your eyes that I can match. I can help you with my father, too. No one knows him the way I do." "You're a clever girl." "I'm so glad you finally noticed." Their gazes locked, bright blue to deep brown. "You want me," she breathed. "You wanted me the other night, and you want me now." "I wanted a woman, and you were convenient for a time," he said brutally. "Do you think your father would thank me for dishonoring his daughter?" "Do you think he cares a damn for any of us?" "Then he's the fool, not I. He should be watching you without blinking. You're a desperate lot, you princesses." "Yes," she said softly. "Oh, yes." The dance and the conversation ended there. He bowed and walked away from her, seeking another goblet of wine to cool his flesh where her fingers had touched him. The same kind of fire sprang from Sinead's body to his own, yet it was so very different. He wondered why. When he felt in better control of himself, he turned back to the party. But Ianthe was gone now, and so was Pansala, and so was their father. Sinead was not nearly as sober as her restraint in dealing with Rohan indicated. She watched from the shadow of a tent awning as he danced with any woman who caught his eye, amused until Ianthe showed up out of nowhere. The sight of them breast to breast ignited something reckless inside Sinead. The man was hers, and it was time he started acting like it. More, it was time those damned royal bitches understood just who was going to be his princess. She giggled softly to herself when his dance with Ianthe ended, and he went straight for the nearest goblet of wine, obviously in need of it. But her main attention was on Ianthe, who paused for a moment to watch Rohan with glittering dark eyes. All at once, her gaze found Sinead, and hatred was scrawled all over the princess's proud face. Sinead smiled sweetly. Ianthe glared at her, picked up her long violet skirts, and strode off into the night. Sinead drained her wine cup, set it on a table, and went after her. "Your Grace," she called mockingly, and Ianthe whirled around. They were in the area just outside Rohan's camp, where only the moons illuminated the path. "I see you're not wearing your silver jewelry tonight. Does this mean I should expect to find it in my tent as a token of your defeat?" Ianthe's brows arched delicately. "Do I look defeated to you? It's not a rejected woman who spends time in Prince Rohan's arms, Sunrunner. That's an odd thing for you to say, considering how little time you spent there the other night." Sinead knew this was a mistake. One did not humiliate a woman as potentially dangerous as Princess Ianthe, but she could not resist the chance to pay back a few insults. Ianthe turned wordlessly away, rigid with fury, and started walking again. Sinead followed, laughing softly to taunt her. At last the princess swung around again. "Leave me alone." "But I thought we were going to your tent so I could collect my winnings," Sinead responded innocently. "You have won nothing, and you don't even know what game's being played. You're mistaken, if you think it one of your choosing." Ianthe suddenly smiled, sleek and superior. Sinead ignored the warning and laughed again. "I thought it had been established that the game is Rohan's. Not tonight." And with that, the princess pulled a slim silver knife from her belt, its jeweled haft winking purple and crimson. Sinead was delighted. She lifted one hand almost casually, and the blade began to glow. Sunrunner's fire licked lazily along the knife, moving toward Ianthe's fingers as Sinead exerted exquisite control. She had to admit that the princess was no coward. The tiny flames were nearly touching her hand before she finally dropped the knife. "You Ferrari witch!" Ianthe spat. "I'll have him, one way or another, and when I'm his princess, I'll see to it that no court anywhere will have you. You'll spend the rest of your life walled up in Goddess Keep. And that's what you're most afraid of, isn't it? Being likewise walled up at Castle Crag." She gave the princess a mocking bow. "Learn the rules of the game before you try to play it your grace. Good night." Sinead left Ianthe trembling with impotent fury. Exhilarated by the encounter, she nearly danced down to the river, envisioning similar scenes in the future when she would have the power of her position as princess as well as Sunrunner. The first, and possibly the best, would come tomorrow night, when she appeared at Rohan's side as his chosen. The prospect of Ianthe's rage and mortification enchanted her, and she laughed aloud. "I had hoped to find you alone, my lady," a familiar voice said behind her. Palila sat on the edge of her couch, staring at Krigo's prone body on her carpet. "Damn you, wake up!" she hissed. "You've had enough wine poured down you to float a merchantman." One of her maids stood by, wringing her hands. "Milady, he doesn't look at all well." "Of course he doesn't, you fool. Give him more wine." Application of another goblet of drugged wine, most of which spilled from the Sunrunner's slack lips onto the rug, brought a groan from him. Palila gestured impatiently, and the maid helped Krigo to sit up. His dazed eyes began to focus. "Slap him," Palila ordered. One blow, two, and Krigo's hand came up to grab the woman's wrist. "No more," he said thickly. "Get away from me." "Get out," Palila seconded. The maid fled and the door slammed closed behind her. "Can you think now, or do you need more?" He ran a hand back through his limp hair. "I was asleep." "Never mind that. Allow me to tell you what you've missed. Raelstra has his eye on a new mistress and a new Sunrunner, and they're the same woman." "Sinead," he breathed. "Neither you nor I can afford to let him trap her the way he trapped you with Dranath." "Why don't you warn her?" "Oh, of course. She would hardly believe you. And then there's your little understanding with Pansela." She gasped. "How did you—" "Does it matter? Let's just say you don't want the girl rescued too soon. After Elstra's had her, Rohan won't want her anymore, and Pansela will have a clear field. Isn't that how it's supposed to go, Palila?" "You're thinking rather precisely, considering the condition you were in when I had you brought here." "Amazing stuff, Dranath," He got shakily to his feet, using a chair as leverage.
"The point is that we're both about to be replaced, and you can stop it."
Criggo slid bonelessly into the chair, closing his eyes.
"Goddess, how much did you give me?"
"Would you rather have woken up dead?"
she snapped.
"Too kind, Zoa. So you want me to warn her?"
"But, as you say, not too soon."
Criggo began to laugh.
"Poor Palila. Why should I help you? Seeing you go down would be my revenge on you at last."
"Are you so deep in your drug that you don't even care if you—"
"Your drug, dear lady, that you gave me and gave me and—"
He laughed again, ending in a fit of coughing.
"If Rastra has her, he won't need you, and he can't let you live. Do you really want to die?"
Criggo shrugged.
"I can't see any more what difference it would make."
He drew in a deep breath, shook his head.
"I need moonlight,"
he finished curtly. She nearly moaned with relief and gestured to the windows.
"There, for the taking."
"I can't walk that far. Help me."
As her face twisted in disgust, he snarled,
"If you want this, you'll have to help. You gave me enough to addict 10 Faradim. Damn it, Palila. Help me."
He leaned on her during the short steps to the windows. She struggled to draw aside the heavy tapestry, as Criggo braced himself against the wall and caught his breath. Moonlight streamed in over his ashen cheeks, his eyes that were sunken into bruised hollows.
"Do something,"
Palila ordered.
"Shut up,"
he said roughly, breathing hard.
"You gave me too much. I can feel it. I don't know how soon I'll be dead, but I know damned well I'm going to die."
"But you can't. Not before you—"
"Before I've helped you. Sweet goddess Palila, do you think I'm going to do this thing for you?"
He gave a feeble laugh.
"There's a certain freedom to it, you know. The knowledge that you're about to die."
She shrank back from him. He hardly noticed. One last time, he gathered his knowledge and his waning strength. One last time, to weave the cool moonlight as Lady Andrade herself had taught him years ago, when he had been young and worthy of the rings he earned. He let his own colors form in his thoughts, marveling that the darkness that had dimmed them for so long now had fallen away, as if oncoming death had polished a renewed and youthful luster on gifts he had tarnished. So beautiful, he thought, fingering the strands of moonlight and weaving himself into them, this one last time as a true Ferrari, a sunrunner who could ride the light. The sweet power rushed through him, and the threads twined at his command into a single, supple strand. His own colors merged into the moonlight, paled, washed away, as he deliberately forgot the pattern of light that was his alone. He no longer cared. Shadow lost would have been a terrifying death, but Criggo would die on the light. He wove himself into cool moonfire and fled into it, losing himself. The last time, but with such sweet freedom on the moonlight, such final, fulfilling peace. Andrade's rings glinted as she lifted a hand to brush what she thought was a stray insect from her forehead. Her fingers encountered nothing but a loose wisp of hair. She walked faster toward her tent, shaking her head to clear it of wine, and chided herself for succumbing to the excellent Cyrene vintage Rohan had provided with dinner. The sensation of something winged touching her forehead came again, and again she wiped irritably at her brow. Then she stumbled against Urivel as a deep, flesh-shrinking cry split the night sky. Dragons. She looked up and saw their spread wings black against the stars, across the moons. Dragon cry before dawn, she whispered, staring up at the fierce shapes, led by the single sire who again bellowed out his mastery of the sky.
Don't tell me you believe that legend,
Urivel said, but his voice was not quite as casual as his words.
Dragon cry before dawn,
Andrade repeated in hushed tones.
Death before dawn. Can't you feel it?
She shivered, rubbed her face with her hands. But the colors of her rings lanced into her eyes, shattered colors, deliberately broken, paling shards of glass lacerating her senses. She cried out and clutched at Urivel's arm. He called her name, but she had no will or voice to reply. Her face turned to the moons, cold white light shadowed by dragon wings, merciless and beautiful. She felt a Sunrunner's touch, heard a voice both weary and ecstatic, grasped for the fading colors. She knew who this man was, remembered the elegant pattern from years ago, but he eluded her, escaping on the thin, unraveling moonlight, even as she struggled to hold the weaving together. He was gone, but not before he had told her what she had to know.
"Sinead!"
she screamed.
"Goddess, no!"
Urivel caught her up in his arms and ran headlong for her tent. Safely within the blue silk walls, the moonlight lost its hold on her. Urivel placed her on the cot and crouched beside her, chafing her hands.
"Tell me,"
he rasped.
"Find Sinead. Tell Rohan. Relstra has her. He'll—"
"How do you know?"
Above them in the night, the dragon sire shrieked again, and Andrade shied away from the imagined feel of his wings against her face.
"Dragon cry before dawn. Urivel, he's dead. The Sunrunner is dead. Died telling me, don't let Sinead die too."
Chapter 16. Rohan stared down at the shirt he had just dropped onto the carpet. Nope. Too much effort to pick it up again, and dangerous besides, considering the condition of his head. It was a good thing Sinead had not been in her tent, for he would not have been much use to her tonight. He made a mental note to abstain from anything stronger than water during his wedding feast. He would have enough to worry about without that happening to him as well. Yawning and stretching were risky ventures too, and after the attempts he stood very still until his head stopped spinning. His lips were numb, so was his nose. He wondered if his mother had taught Walvis any cures for a morning winehead. Come to think of it, where was his squire? The one night Rohan actually needed someone to help him to bed, and the boy had vanished. He sighed, pitying the poor prince forced to take off his own boots, and collapsed on the bed to consider trying it. The dragon's cry shuddered through him as if he had never heard the sound before in his life. What was a dragon doing over ways at this time of year? The scream came again, and he braced himself against it, the echo staying with him as he fell back against the pillows. In the profound silence, he heard his gasping breaths that had little to do with the quantities of wine he'd consumed that night. The third piercing call was like a sword through his skull, and he wrapped his arms around his head, his whole body flinching. A dragon, far from the usual flight paths, traveling at night when landmarks below were only dimly lit by the moons.
"You there! You can't go in now, my lord is— Get out of my way!"
He recognized Urivel's voice and struggled to sit up as the Ferrari burst into the tent.
"What? Listen to me,"
the Sunrunner said in rough tones.
"Relstra has Sinead."
The effects of the wine vanished, as if a searing wind off the long sand had swept through his body. He surged to his feet and pushed past Urivel into the night, looking up involuntarily at the dragon shadows. Urivel grabbed him from behind and spun him around.
"Think! As much as you may want to kill him, you can't. Rohan, think!"
The dragon sire shrieked again above them, and Rohan stiffened as his flesh cringed again with the terrible cry. Urivel was shaking him, fingers digging into his shoulders.
"Take your hands off me!"
he snarled.
"Listen. Andrade felt the renegade Sunrunner call to her on the moonlight. He died giving her the warning, but it may be a trap."
Did Urivel believe him unaware of the way Relstra's mind worked? "Damn you, I can think. Now let me go." The older man looked narrowly into his eyes, then relaxed his grip. "Good. I'm coming with you. Just don't get in my way." He didn't run. His heart was pounding too fast, and he couldn't seem to breathe properly around the knot of rage in his chest. But he could not give in to it. Urivel was right. He could not afford to kill the High Prince. But if Relstra had put so much as a finger on Sinead, he rejected the image. He must not consider it. He must think. Urivel's status as a high-ranking Sunrunner got them past guards who would not have recognized Prince Rohan in the half-naked young man accompanying him. A flash of jeweled rings, and they were bowed to without challenge until they were within Relstra's silent camp. "Lift your torch, man, and look at him," Urivel growled to the sentry. "Don't you recognize His Royal Highness?" "Your Grace, but what business have you here at this hour? I wasn't told to expect visitors." "Private business between princes," Urivel snapped. "Let us pass." Rohan's strides lengthened, the rhythm of walking having steadied his body somewhat. He squared his shoulders, felt his face settling into hard, grim lines. As he neared Relstra's tent, he heard Walvis's furious young voice, strained as if someone had him by the throat. "Don't you dare touch my lady!" A lamp had been lit within, and two figures threw shadows onto the silk. One was Relstra. He towered over the boy, who was tied to a chair. Rohan heard Urivel's haughty command to the guards, who'd come to protect their prince's leisure, heard the renewed thudding of his own heart. At last, he heard Sinead's voice, thick and slurred. "Let the boy go." Relstra laughed. "Think," Rohan told himself. "It may mean their lives. Think, damn you." "What was in the wine?" Sinead asked. "Something I've found to be very effective in taming your kind, but it won't spoil our pleasure, my dear." "Leave her alone!" Walvis exclaimed. "Scream all you like, child. There's no help nearby, only my men, and they are deaf with loyalty to me." Rohan glanced over his shoulder. Urivel stood with the watchfire between him and the four guards, the threat obvious. Deaf Relstra's people might be, but they were not blind to the Faradi's 9 sparkling rings. "What do you want from me, Relstra?" Sinead asked. "My body? My abilities as a Sunrunner? Or both?" "If you touch her, you'll die for it," the squire said. "It's forbidden to harm a Faradi, and she's under my lord's protection as well." Rohan abruptly realized that the two were trading Relstra's attention back and forth to gain time. Despite whatever had been given Sinead, despite the squire's helplessness, each retained the wits to toss cues to each other as if they'd practiced all their lives. Rohan gave thanks to the goddess for people who could think, and followed their example. He had to know where Sinead was within the tent. The angle of the two visible shadows meant that the lamp was in the center of the tent, on a table perhaps. She must be on the other side of the light, away from Relstra. Good, he told himself. That would give him room to maneuver. "Andrade, won't much like this, you know," Sinead murmured. "You took one Faradi to your own use. I don't think she'll appreciate it a second time." "Milady," Walvis said, "there won't be enough of him left for Lady Andrade to deal with once my lord is finished with him." "Enough," Relstra commanded. Rohan saw him turn, his back to the entry. Sliding the flaps apart, he stepped noiselessly inside. Sinead was huddled on the huge bed, her knees drawn up to her chin. The lamp on a central table shone cruelly on her haggard face, and there was something strained and odd about her eyes, as if she could barely focus. But she saw him, and her long lashes closed as she bent her head wearily to her knees. "You have her rather inconveniently placed for a rape, High Prince," Rohan said softly. Relstra whirled around. "How dare you enter my camp, you insolent young fool!" "Don't bother to call your guards," Rohan advised. "Consider the witnesses. Would their loyalty survive such things as Lady Andrade is capable of?"
Finding refuge in Auntie's skirts, the High Prince sneered. Rohan smiled. Free the boy. Now. Relstra shrugged. Rohan took another step, angling toward the squire bound to the chair. But Relstra, moving with surprising swiftness, grasped the boy's hair and jerked his head back, a knife held to his throat. "Witnesses?" he inquired silkily. "Who said there would be any?" "You really must think your stories through, Relstra," Rohan said, glad that his voice was cool. "Now, if you were really being intelligent, you would already have hit on the idea of accusing me or the lady or the squire of an assassination attempt. That way you could kill us all with your own knife, shame Andrade and my family, and enhance your own reputation at the same time." He took another slow step into the tent. "How clever of you to guess my thoughts, princeling. Which of you would like to be first? This talkative child, perhaps?" "You have a problem," Rohan told him, moving another small pace forward. "You don't think with your brain, but with what's between your legs. What motive could any of us have for killing you? My squire, cast as assassin? The ropes will leave marks on him. There'd be questions about that, you know. As for the lady, why should a Sunrunner wish you harm? They are expressly forbidden to kill. And why would I want to murder you? I've been looking over your daughters, and a man doesn't do away with his prospective father by marriage, you know. Who would believe I'm smart enough to realize that with you dead, and one of your daughters as my wife, I'd control Prince March? No, Relstra," he said, smiling. "I'd kill you after the wedding, not before." He was in the middle of the carpet now, next to the table, within decent range. If only he could get to his own knife before Relstra slit Walvis's throat. The boy's head was wrenched painfully back on his neck, but he gazed at Rohan with absolute faith. It hurt. "My daughters will have to live without your infantile charms," Relstra answered. Releasing Walvis, he took a step away from the chair. "I think it'll be you first, little prince. I grow weary of the sound of your voice." "You're not thinking again," Rohan said, shaking his head as if at a muddle-headed student. "I thought the idea was to marry me to one of your charming girls, wait until we had a son, and then kill me. What profit to murder me now?" "Relstra!" Sinead moved on the bed, making the wooden frame creak, attracting the High Prince's attention. "Let them go, and I'll do as you like." Rohan blessed her for the distraction. As Relstra's eyes flickered involuntarily to her, Rohan pulled the knife from his right boot. Its blade winked in the lamplight, as sinister as the sudden smile on Relstra's face. "Good," he approved, circling around behind Walvis's chair, gaze riveted on the young prince now. "That makes it more interesting. You're not as smart as you like to believe, princeling. Drawing your knife is treason against the person of the High Prince. I'm perfectly justified in carrying out the death sentence myself." "Try," Rohan said pleasantly. "Your Merida allies failed, but then you never really wanted them to succeed, did you? Oh yes, it could only have been you behind them. I've known that all along. You wanted to frighten me into grabbing at a marriage bond with you as protection against them, and what could be more understandable than my eventual death at Merida hands?" He moved warily away from Relstra as he spoke, one part of his mind analyzing the man. The High Prince had height, weight, and reach on him, but to Rohan's advantage were youth, strength, and quickness, as well as a genuine affinity for this kind of combat. Though he was good with a sword, he had discovered early on that the cunning necessary to a knife fight came naturally to him. He smiled as Relstra lunged for him, and he sidestepped neatly. "Then again, if I refused your delightful girls, was I to find a glass knife in my guts on the way back to Stronghold, the Merida would rule the desert, but only until you could arrive with your armies according to that mutual defense treaty. Again he rocked lightly out of the way of Relstra's blade. "Is there no end to your absurdity? My vassals would never stand for your army on their soil, and it is theirs now, you know, hadn't you heard?" Another taunting avoidance of the gleaming knife. "A man will do battle at his prince's side, but he'll destroy anyone who marches across land lawfully his." "Can you fight, or only talk?" Relstra demanded, punctuating the words with a powerful thrust. Rohan had been waiting for the impatience, as his father and Mayita had taught him to do. Now he grinned tightly and answered Relstra's question with his knife. He discovered that Relstra's heavier movements had advantages, and was surprised when the High Prince continued a surge forward, even after Rohan's own knife had torn into his shoulder. The hot slice of pain along his ribs was another surprise, and as he rolled down and away, he heard Sinead gasp, as if she had felt it too. Relstra's boot lashed out, Rohan's knife went flying into the shadows, and he bit back a groan at the pain in his hand and wrist. As the High Prince stepped back, laughing down at him, Rohan came up onto one knee. "Quickly, through the heart?" Relstra asked solicitously, "or slowly across your throat, so I can watch your life bleed away?" Rohan slid the second knife from his left boot. No one had taught him this trick, but he had learned it was effective. Relstra hissed in annoyance and charged at him, just as Rohan had hoped. Still balanced on one knee, he swayed to one side and thrust the blade up and around to catch Relstra's knife hand. A stumble, a clumsy turn, a gasp of shock that he had been wounded, and Relstra was suddenly faced with an adversary now on his feet and poised for combat, smiling at him. "I have my own plans for you," Rohan said, "so I'll do myself the favor of ignoring this incident, officially. I wouldn't want to spoil the Riala with a funeral for its finish." Relstra switched the knife from right hand to left. "I've been planning yours for a long time now, Princeling. Whether it comes now, by my hand, or later, with a Meridar knife, matters not at all." They circled each other again, until Rohan fainted to the left and made a quick move to the right, sneaking in past Relstra's guard to slice crosswise across the first wound. His other hand caught and twisted Relstra's left hand. "Drop it," Rohan said quietly. "Drop it, or I'll break your wrist." He tightened his grip for emphasis and held his knife point to the man's throat. Relstra's eyes flashed, his free hand moving toward Rohan's arm. The tip of his blade pricked Rohan's skin. "You wouldn't dare kill me," he grated. "If you're so sure of that, then cut me." The High Prince's knife glittered to the carpet. Rohan let him go and plucked up the dagger. "If you bind that well and wear long sleeves, no one will ask awkward questions," he advised, hiding his regret that Relstra had not given him the excuse to kill him. He glanced at the entryway of the tent, where Uravel stood guard with a satisfied smile on his face. "Untie the boy," he told the Faradi, and himself went to Sinead. "Can you stand up?" he asked gently. And she lifted her hands, hidden until now in the folds of her skirt. He sucked in an angry breath as he saw the ropes and slit them with his knife. There were others around her ankles. He cut those too. Then he put both knives into his belt and cupped her pale cheek in his palm for a moment. "It's all right, Sinead." She nodded. "I know." He helped her to her feet, an arm around her waist. Together, they faced Relstra, who was holding his bleeding arm. "I'll keep your blade as a souvenir," Rohan said. "I suggest you save mine as well when you find it, a reminder that I could have killed you." He smiled. "Should I be grateful that you did not?" "As a matter of fact, yes. Walvis, are you all right?" "Yes, my lord." The squire came to his side, straight-backed and proud. Rohan felt new fury as he saw the bruises swelling the boy's wrists and darkening his throat. "I'm sorry I didn't protect my lady better." "I know you did all you could." "Get out of my tent," Relstra ordered. "Shut up," Rohan told him, "and listen to me very carefully, High Prince. Officially, this never happened. I am a prince first and a man second, a concept you could never comprehend, so don't bother to try. But I swear to you that though the prince may ignore this, the man will never forget it."
Relstra laughed, not very convincingly.
"The princeling doesn't know how to be a man."
Rohan continued as if he had not been interrupted.
"If, during the next 3 years covered by our treaties, you renege on a single item or a single man of yours sets foot uninvited on my lands, I'll know about it, and I'll leave you to guess what action I'll take. If you so much as think an incorrect thought in my direction, I'll know about that too. As for the Merida, I'll deal with them myself, but if a single arrow or sword or morsel of bread in their possession is supplied by you, I'll not only know about it, but I'll make sure every other prince knows about it as well. Your own proposal will come back to haunt you, Relstra, and then try to keep your throne for the son you'll never have. Large words for a little prince. Believe them. There's just one other thing." He held Sinead closer. "If you touch my wife again, I will kill you." He waited just long enough to see shock and fury break like a storm over the High Prince's face, then drew Sinead gently outside into the clean night air. Urivel and Walvis followed. Guards, kept at bay until now by the high-ranking Sunrunner, rushed into Relstra's tent, and moments later there were shouts for water, bandages, and the High Prince's personal physician. Sinead stumbled as Relstra bellowed an order to be left alone, his voice making her flinch. Rohan moved as if to carry her, but she shook her head silently. They left Relstra's camp behind, and no one said anything until they reached the first of the blue desert tents. At last Walvis could stand it no longer and burst out, "I'm sorry, my lord. I watched and followed, but they took me by surprise, as they did my lady." "You're not to blame for any of this," Rohan said, "and you did very well to keep him distracted for so long. Walvis, I'm proud of you for not crying out. It wouldn't have done any good, and it might have gotten you killed. I can't afford to lose you." Aware that Sinead's steps were faltering, he went on, "Urivel, please tell Andrade that we're all right. Sinead will stay with me. Walvis, if anyone asks for me, tell them anything you like. Just don't let them know I'm not inside my tent." "Yes, my lord," the pair said together. "Rohan," Sinead whispered, "I want out of here. Now." He took her down to the river, frightened as she leaned on him and gasped for breath. He wanted to stop, but she insisted they keep going across the soft gravel, far enough downriver so no one could find them. Rohan knew they were being watched. He felt eyes on his back, but knew they were Faradi eyes and that Faradi ways would deal with anyone else who attempted to follow. At last, Sinead directed him toward a tree. Thin, supple branches rose over their heads and then swept down to the ground, forming a small, private darkness within. It was here that they sheltered from even friendly eyes, screened from the night by silver-green leaves, with the tree arching over them and rustling softly in the quiet night breeze. "My head hurts," Sinead murmured. Rohan cradled her against him. "Forgive me, love, for not taking better care of you." "It wasn't your fault. I should have known." She shifted in his arms. "Relstra said things to me before." "What? Why didn't you tell me?" "You would have been angry, and probably said something you shouldn't and ruined your plans." "To hell with my plans!" "See, you're angry now." She rubbed her cheek to his bare shoulder. "Aren't you cold?" "No." "I keep wondering how he drugged my wine, and what with. I saw you dancing with Ianthe, and when she left, I followed her. Do you think she meant me to, so her father could get me alone?" "You don't have to talk about it, beloved," he said, as he felt her tremble.
I have to understand what happened, she said stubbornly, and massaged her temples with her fingertips, stretching her neck to ease the tension in her muscles. Goddess, what a headache. He had 2 wine cups and gave me one of them. I can be so stupid. How could you have known? Well, I did something even more stupid by going to his tent. I wasn't really sure what was going on, I think. He gave me more wine. She paused. I wish you'd killed him.
So do I.
Good thing you didn't, though. I had to hide the ropes from you. I knew they'd only make you angrier. She laughed softly. Beloved, did you see his face when you called me your wife?
Shh, just rest now. You're safe, and no one can find us here. I've got you, and I'm never going to let you go again.
It was horrible, being tied up like that. I couldn't conjure so much as a flicker of fire. Not at first, anyway. I tried later, and the flame flared up and scared me half to death. And then he caught Walvis, and I didn't dare try anything. I wonder what was in the wine, she repeated fretfully.
Hush, don't think about it.
He smoothed her tumbled hair. She nestled to him, her hands running lightly over his chest. You're so warm, Rohan, all gold and silk and beautiful muscles. Did you know how beautiful you are, my love?
You're drunk, he said, blushing.
A little, she admitted, but the headache's going away, at least. I'm beginning to feel quite wonderful, as a matter of fact. She laughed again. I've never had a man fight a rival for me, you know.
Rival, hell,
he murmured, as her lips caressed the hollow of his throat. Sure of yourself, aren't you, my prince?
Sinead.
It was impossible to think when her mouth drifted soft kisses over his shoulder. The ache of his bruises and the sting of the graze on his hip had gone the way of her headache, it seemed, and for the same reason. Oh, yes, I feel much better now, she murmured, her arms sliding around him, her fingers dancing over his back. And you feel wonderful.
Sinead,
he said again, and felt tremors invade his bones. A new ache had centered in the pit of his stomach, and as he held her, he wondered how he could ever have mistaken another body for hers, another fire for this blaze that ignited in his blood now. There's something I should tell you, unless it's that you love me. I'm not interested. Her hands moved down to slide the knives from his belt, and she giggled softly. I heard about the clause in Tobin's marriage contract. Do I have to make you agree to the same?
If you don't, stop that.
Oh, Rohan, you really don't want me to stop.
No,
he conceded, smiling as she pushed him down onto the soft moss. We'll have to plant a tree like this at Stronghold, so we can always remember the first time we ever made love.
Do you think I could ever forget? Besides which,
he added somewhat breathlessly,
is that what we're going to do?
Foolish prince. He drew away from her, wanting to see her face, shadowed and mysterious, lips parted on a knowing smile, eyes nearly incandescent and so beautiful that his heart caught painfully in his chest.
Sinead,
he said thickly,
it is the first time for me.
You're a sweet liar, my love, she said, and lay back on the moss, holding out her arms to him. Mine too, I think. Nothing else counts.
Nothing,
he agreed, as he held her to his heart and knew it was true. Chapter 17. Palila could not wake herself from the nightmare. She was awash in white silk that billowed around her swollen body like a vast ocean of snow. Above her wailed a chorus of birds, bright creatures with frightened eyes and chill hands that made her flesh shrivel at their touch. Through it all was the pain, lancing through her, until she screamed with it, writhing through the white silk sea to find dry land, sunlit land, where she could be free of everything and rest. But there was no rest, and no respite from the agony, and as it spasmed through her again, she remembered. Palila shrieked, seeing again Krigo's open, lifeless eyes gaping at her from his moonlight-pale face. "You idiots, let me by," came a new voice, crisp and decisive. "Don't stand there like cattle. Make everything ready for her. Get out, and don't come back until you've found Lady Andrade." "No," Palila cried, struggling to sit up. But Ianthe bent over her, dark eyes wide and avid, relishing every twist of pain. "Be still. Yes, it's me. Stop behaving as if you'd never had a baby before. Lie back and relax, or you'll make it worse for yourself." Palila cringed away from the hands that stroked her hair. She could not be in labor. It was impossible. Where were her comfortable, familiar rooms at Castle Crag, her personal physician, her minstrel, to play soothing tunes? She could not be having this baby now. She was not due until well into autumn. But as another cramp tore through her body, arching her up from the white silk sheets, she remembered again Krigo's pale, dead stare and the horrible cry of the dragon. Ianthe's hands, cool and surprisingly capable, supported her during the spasm. The princess wiped Palila's face, gave her a sip of water, all the while with that sleek, pleased smile on her lips. As the pain faded, Palila glared feebly up at her in sick loathing. "Why don't you want Andrade here?" Ianthe murmured sweetly. "What happened tonight, Palila, that we found Krigo dead in here and you unconscious on the floor? Father's physician is busy sewing up a wound he says he got in a fall. Nobody believes him, of course. Why is Krigo dead and father wounded, Palila?" The mistress shuddered away from the ministering hands. "Clever, Ianthe," she whispered. "Can't you guess?" "If you don't admit the truth now, then certainly you'll tell Andrade when she arrives. Oh, don't worry, Krigo's body has been hidden. But unless you tell me how and why he died, I'll have the corpse thrown into her tent." She placed one hand on Palila's belly, still smiling. "The others are gone. You can talk. I can lie to Andrade very nicely. I don't think you're going to have breath soon to do anything but scream." "All right, I'll tell you." She shifted away from the princess's chill fingers. "Relstra wanted the Sunrunner girl." "I know that," Ianthe said impatiently. "It wasn't as difficult to get her away from the others as father thought it might be." "You helped him?" "Of course. I don't like you, Palila. I never have. But I like this Sinead even less. And the idea of her as my father's mistress and Sunrunner is, quite frankly, more than I'm willing to put up with. Yes, he came to me and asked my help." She shrugged. "He trusts me, you know, as much as he trusts anyone. But you ruined it by having Krigo warn the girl, didn't you?" "No, yes, I don't know. I wanted him to, and he agreed, but I don't know what he did or what happened after he... She squeezed her eyes shut against the memory, but the dead face followed her no matter where she fled in her own mind. Ianthe's voice brought her back. "So, instead of a new mistress and a new Ferrari, father will have only a scar or two to show for his night's work. I see. And that bitch of a girl is unsullied. Damn. I ought to be very angry with you, Palila." She paused to let that sink in, then asked, "Is one dose of Dranath enough to addict?" "A large enough dose might even kill... Oh, goddess!" Palila moaned, clenching her teeth. "How did you know its name?" "I know more than you ever give me credit for. I hope the dose was huge. I hope she dies of it. But just think, Palila, I'm not going to have my revenge on you by betraying you to father about this. Isn't that kind of me? In a few hours, you'll present him with his first son." She grinned. "No matter that it won't be his own." Palila found strength enough to strike out at the princess's smug face. Ianthe laughed and caught her clawing fingers, stroked them almost gently. "Keep wondering how I knew," she suggested. "It'll give you something to take your mind off the pain. Ianthe, don't betray me. I'll do anything. Name it. Don't ruin me.
Oh, you'll do anything I ask, believe me. That was the whole idea. I'm going down to see Pansala now. 3 other women are in the same state you're in, thanks to us. Think of it, Palila. Can you be sure I'll substitute your girl for a boy? Or will I take your son and put another useless daughter in his place? Palila howled with rage and terror and the renewed agonies of childbirth. Ianthe laughed at her and left the cabin, pausing in the narrow hallway to savor the sound. She imagined Sinead screaming in similar pain and fear as her body succumbed to a furious demand for Dranath. If the dose Relstra had given her did not kill her, perhaps withdrawal would. Or, what might be even better, she would survive, addicted. Not that she'd allow herself to live for very long, enslaved to the drug. No, she was too proud to endure the shame. In any case, the Sunrunner would not be marrying Rohan, and neither would Pansala. Ianthe climbed down the staircases to a room below the waterline. Cramped, windowless, and stuffy, the only light came from a candle set into a tarnished holder on the wall, and by its weak glow Ianthe surveyed the occupants thoughtfully. 3 of the sweating faces were drawn into lines of agony, their labor coming too soon. The 4th woman was Pansala, tense with waiting, fidgeting with anxiety. She rose from her chair as Ianthe entered the room. "I thought I told you to keep them tied up," Ianthe said, gesturing to the 3 women who lay on straw mattresses on the floor. "How could they escape now?" Pansala retorted. "We've been ruthless about this, Ianthe. There's no need to be cruel as well." The younger princess shrugged. "I'm told the blonde has already borne 3 boys. Watch her carefully." The fair-haired woman propped herself on one elbow, hate gleaming dully in her brown eyes. "You'll have to kill us. Did you think I didn't know that?" "Perhaps we'll only have your tongues yanked out," Ianthe smiled. "Can you write?" "I thought not. I don't need to tell you not to learn now, do I?" She turned to her sister. "Palila's women will do what they can for her, but one of us must be there when Andrade arrives." "Who sent for her? She can't witness the birth." "Of course not, but I sent for her because she'll be an impeccable witness to what we wish everyone to believe happened. I'll provide distraction enough, don't worry. Did you remember to bring the blankets?" "Over there." Pansala nodded to the 3 large squares of folded velvet, gold thread winking on violet. "They're identical to the one made for Palila's brat. You do think of everything, Ianthe." She smiled as the blonde woman groaned and clutched her belly. "Oh, yes. Everything. And more." Andrade recovered from the shock of the Sunrunner's death because she had to. She was sitting in a chair when Urivel returned and listened to his report impassively. She ordered someone to go out looking for Antoon, the Sunrunner assigned to watch over Sinead tonight, and summoned Camigwyn to her tent, all with absolute calm. While they waited for the girl to arrive, Andrade questioned Urivel thoroughly on everything Relstra had said, and then considered it in silence. Camigwyn came in with Ostval, and Andrade spared a raised brow for their rumpled clothes, obviously donned in some haste, before giving them a brief description of the night's events. "I don't know if you remember Krigo. He was older than you by several years. He was a good man, a decent man. Exactly what Relstra did to him is unclear right now, but with tomorrow morning's sunlight, I want you to see that all Faradim are warned. I believe we can keep this quiet and among ourselves, but every one of us must be made aware of this." Camigwyn exchanged worried glances with her chosen. "How much of a danger is this drug? Do we know the name?" "Relstra didn't mention it," Urivel replied. "He'll tell me," Andrade said grimly. "No doubt," her steward commented. "He said something about being able to control Faradim with it. I don't think Sinead was in full possession of her powers, though," he added musingly. "And that makes me wonder how Krigo was able to do what he obviously had done for Relstra for years." "But how vulnerable are Faradim to this drug?" Ostval asked. Andrade shrugged. "Once I've gotten the information from Relstra and Sinead tells us how this drug feels, we should be fairly safe."
She glanced up as her name was called from outside, expecting that someone had returned with information about her missing Sunrunner. But instead, a man wearing the violet of service to the High Prince came into the tent, breathing hard. He dropped to one knee after a scathing look from Urivel.
"My lady, you must come at once."
Andrade drew herself upright in her chair, ready to blister the man's ears with her views of rude interruptions.
"Let Relstra's own physician stitch him up," she began,
but the man shook his head.
"Not the High Prince, my lady. I was sent by the Lady Pelila's women to fetch you immediately."
"Pelila, whatever for?"
She stared, then traded a swift glance with Urivel.
"Oh, goddess! She's in labor, isn't she?"
"Yes, my lady, evidently so. I'm told it's early. Her women are frantic, for the High Prince's physician is unavailable."
Considering what Urivel had told her of Relstra's wounds, Andrade could believe it. She got to her feet.
"Very well, I'll come."
To the protests of the others, she replied,
"Don't be ridiculous. I'll be perfectly safe, and Pelila will need help. Urivel, stay here and question Antun when he's brought back, in one piece, I devoutly hope. Cammy, you and Ostville meet with the other Sunrunners and tell them what was said here tonight. They'll help you tomorrow morning, and no arguments." She turned to Relstra's man. "You, whatever your name is."
"Gurneus, my lady."
"Well, Gurneus, you will have the honor of carrying my bag of medicines and conducting me to the High Prince's barge. Let's get started."
The instant she set foot on the ship, her stomach rebelled. Gritting her teeth against nausea and the fiery throb behind her eyes, she clung to her dignity and followed a maidservant into Pelila's luxurious cabin. She saw at once that the mistress was in a bad way. Snapping out orders to the useless women around her, she was disgusted to find that they, like her lady, were pathetically glad to have someone take charge. She conducted a swift, thorough examination and gave orders that would ease Pelila's suffering somewhat. Andrade had seen enough birthings to know that this one would take some time yet, but she did not mention this to Pelila, who screamed loud enough to waken the storm god for the winter.
"Oh, stop it,"
she advised, not unkindly, as she sat on the bed beside the thrashing figure.
"Don't fight so hard. You're using up all your strength in yelling."
Pelila's nails dug into Andrade's arms, and she philosophically added this new pain to the grotesque hammering in her skull.
"Quiet down now. You're doing just fine."
"My lady?"
The murmur at Andrade's shoulder made her turn, and she found Princess Ianthe of all people.
"3 more await you below," the girl said.
"3 more?" Andrade repeated blankly.
"Giving birth."
"Sweet goddess!" she exclaimed. "Why didn't you tell me?"
"I am,"
Ianthe said, her lips quivering as she tried to suppress a smirk.
"Besides, they're only servants."
"They're women, like you and me,"
Pelila moaned.
"Don't leave me."
The terror in her eyes went beyond that of an essentially cowardly woman in labor. Her gaze was fixed on the princess, and Andrade surmised that hatred ran even deeper at Castle Crag than she'd previously thought.
"I'll be back as soon as I can," she told Pelila. "Ianthe, stay with her."
"No!"
Pelila shrieked. But Ianthe settled into a chair next to the bed and stroked Pelila's hand soothingly, having to hang on to it hard to create the pretty picture of solicitude Andrade noted sourly. She shrugged off her uneasiness and left the cabin. Down a steep, dark staircase she went, swearing under her breath as the barge's gentle rocking made her stumble and threatened to deprive her of her dinner. She hung onto the rope rail, breathed with stern regularity, and refused to be sick. Following the sound of pain-weary groans, she arrived at a stifling little room where Princess Pansala, of all people, had charge of the 3 women. One had brought her labors to a successful conclusion and held a newborn jealously to her breast. One was too deep in her pain to notice anything, but the third, a pale-haired woman with burning dark eyes, glared in silent loathing at the princess and held her swollen belly as if to keep the child safely within her. Andrade knelt beside the new mother, fighting dizziness and renewed nausea at the stench of blood and sweat in the room.
"Don't tell me you delivered this child," she said over her shoulder to Pansala. Ianthe helped. It was very quick, really. Small wonder, the blonde woman hissed.
Pansala shot her a vicious glance of warning.
She's had a baby before, and so have you. Fine sons, aren't they, back at Castle Crag?
The woman turned her face away. Andrade, puzzled at the byplay, wondered if there was something she was missing. Her head hurt too much to chase down the idea right now. The new mother was doing nicely, despite her inexpert assistance. Her infant girl was pink, healthy, and in possession of the correct number of limbs, fingers, and toes. Andrade had never been a mother herself, but there was a deep vein of maternal feeling in her that found its safest expression in admiration of babies in which she had no personal or political interest. She congratulated the new mother warmly and moved to the woman beside her.
"Why does the goddess make so many daughters?"
Pansala asked suddenly.
"There does seem to be an abundance of them at Castle Crag. Perhaps it's the air."
Andrade eased the struggling woman into a more comfortable position, murmuring,
"There, my dear, you'll do better now. Only a little while longer, I promise."
1 born, 3 to go, Andrade told herself. It strained credulity that 4 women were giving birth on the same night at the same time. But what explanation was there other than bizarre coincidence? What matter if these servant women birthed their children the same night as Relstra's mistress? Andrade rubbed the center of her forehead where the pain had settled and tried to put her wits in proper order. Most Sunrunners on water lost their ability to think as well as their dinner, but not this Sunrunner, she vowed.
"They say it takes longer to have a boy than a girl," the princess went on. "Is that true? I've no idea. Come here, Pansala, and wipe her down. She'll take a while yet. I'll send one of the women down to help you." "Make it Ianthe," Pansala said quickly. "Those others give me the fidgets." "As you like. Though why a princess should be attending 3 servant women in their labors." The girl shrugged. "You saw upstairs how hopeless those others are. We have an obligation to our people, after all. Besides, somebody has to take care of them while we're waiting for Father's physician."
Urivel's vivid description of the knife fight came to mind. Relstra would be twice as dangerous now. Wounded animals always were. But Andrade savored the mental picture of Rohan's blade slicing the High Prince's flesh. A pity it hadn't been his heart that had been cut. But Andrade doubted that such a thing could be found in Relstra. She turned at last to the blonde woman, examined her carefully, and nodded her satisfaction. "You're doing excellently, my dear. Keep an eye on your friend, if you would. You can reassure her, since you've been through this before."
"Please, the goddess, make my baby a girl," the woman whispered.
Puzzled by the vehemence, Andrade replied, "Be easy, now. Boy or girl, you'll soon have another fine child in your arms."
"Milady, please, don't leave me alone with her."
The woman clutched at her arm.
"She has more important concerns than you,"
Pansala snapped.
"Everything will be all right,"
Andrade soothed, then gratefully escaped the strange, tense room and went up on deck, hoping the night air would cool and clear her head. The crew, unnerved as men always were by women's hurryings during childbirth, stood about in clumps and speculated about the mystery of babies. Andrade spared a tired smile as she thought of Rohan waiting for his child to be born. Che would get him so drunk he wouldn't remember his own name, let alone how to worry about Chinade. Chill river dampness began to seep into her bones, adding a new ache to those in her head and stomach. Relstra would owe her for this, she promised herself, then staggered as a tiny wavelet rocked the barge out of the rhythm she had more or less grown used to. She clapped a hand over her mouth, horrified, and felt a strong arm supporting her.
"Nothing to be ashamed of, my lady,"
said a gruff, kind voice.
"It's expected of you, Faradim."
A moment later her dignity became irrelevant. The sailor Gurneus skillfully held her head over the rails as she lost her battle with the river. She struggled not to faint as well, and after he had wiped her mouth and given her a swallow from his pocket flask, the stars stopped spinning.
"There now, milady," Gurneus said. "You'll do better now. I've sailed with Faradim before, and it's always for the best to give in to it at once."
Andrade nodded curtly, thanking him for his care of her with a complete lack of graciousness that only made him smile. She expected her head to crack open like a dragon shell any instant as she made her way back to the hallway outside Palila's cabin. The door was blocked by women who were supposed to be inside, assisting with the birth. Anger sent new strength rushing through her, and also set a whole new chorus of nerves screaming in her skull.
"Why aren't you in there?"
she demanded.
"She ordered us out, milady, all but the princess."
"Damn you, Ianthe!"
Andrade swore under her breath. One princess attending servant women, the other helping the mistress they all loathed. She would understand this if it took all night.
"Let me pass. Somebody send for the High Prince. 2 of you, get down below and—"
A thin wail from within the cabin interrupted her. The unmistakable cry of a newborn. The women gasped and surged forward, jostling Andrade away from the door.
"It's locked,"
one of them called.
"Ianthe, open this door!"
bellowed Andrade, and winced at the volume of her own voice. But she knew the princess would literally have her hands full and ground her teeth with impatience. The servants shifted nervously, and one of them suggested calling a few sailors to break the door down. Andrade was about to order that very thing when the door was flung wide. Ianthe stood there, holding a violet-wrapped bundle in her arms and wearing a sweet smile. Andrade spared her a searching glance, then went past her to the bed.
"You're all right?"
she asked Palila.
Dreamy eyes smiled at her. "Oh, yes, yes, I have a son."
She began to laugh.
"A son! Andrade, a son!"
"Goddess blessing," she responded automatically, although her thoughts whirled as she tried to project the implications of this birth down a dozen different paths. She called Palila's women, who came forward to make her comfortable and dress her to receive the High Prince. Relstra triumphant, Andrade thought sourly as she watched. So, he had a son at last. Damn him. She turned, looking for Ianthe, but the princess had disappeared, and with her, the child. Ianthe gazed down at the murmuring bundle in her arms and laughed softly with excitement. Its sex made no difference to her. Boy or girl, she had won. Now it was merely a choice among advantages. She had thought them all through. She paused in the hallway, listening, and laughed again as the ship's bell pealed a shrill announcement of the birth. It was the agreed-upon signal, and Pansala would be up here soon. Without a boy-child to hand, she would have to bring up a girl. A pity Relstra had not yet arrived, but Andrade would do even better as a witness. She heard the fretful crying of another infant, quickly hushed, and caught her breath. Her own game was about to begin, the one for which she had devised the rules. "Ianthe," Andrade said behind her, and she hid her jubilation at the perfect timing. "What are you doing? The baby will catch a chill." "Oh no, it's a very thick blanket." She turned, smiling. "I thought all that chattering in there would scare the poor little darling. Such a beautiful child. I long for one of my own." Andrade's expression clearly indicated her doubts that Ianthe was the motherly type. "Let's take a look at him," she said, pushing the blanket away from the baby's face. "A fine child. Look at all that hair." They had been speaking in normal tones, but the ringing bell and the chatter from within Palila's cabin obliterated their voices at a few paces. Thus Pansala came with total innocence into the hall from the stairwell, calling out, "Ianthe, I brought another baby back up with me, but—" She stopped cold and gasped, "Lady Andrade." Ianthe knew her own face was the perfect picture of astonishment. She had practiced the expression in a mirror until she had it without a tremor of betraying amusement. "Pansala,
Why is that baby away from its mother? Pansala turned sickly white. She staggered slightly against the wall, arms tightening convulsively around the violet-wrapped bundle. Ianthe paused a moment to enjoy the shock in her sister's eyes, then turned to Andrade. "Yes," the lady said smoothly. "Why have you brought that baby up here?" Pansala was still staring at Ianthe, horror congealing her face as she realized how she had been tricked. Her lips parted, moved, but no words came forth. Another peal of the bell signaled the arrival of the High Prince, and they all heard Relstra's joyous shout. "By the goddess! Can you believe it? I have a son!" Ianthe looked at Andrade. "Who told him that?" she whispered. Light spat from the many rings as Andrade gripped her arm bruisingly. "Is it a girl? A daughter?" "A very sweet little girl," Ianthe responded with just the right amount of bewilderment. "Father's used to them by now." Relstra's presence filled the narrow hallway. "Andrade, what brings you here? Surely you're not here to congratulate me on my son." "For lack of your own physician, I attended your lady, but I hardly think the corridor is the best place to greet your new child." She commanded Pansala and Ianthe into the cabin with a cold glance. Relstra followed, sensing something not quite right. Andrade ordered the servants to take the baby from Pansala's frantic grasp and leave the room. Then she locked the door and faced the room's occupants with a frigid smile. "Now," she said, "I will know the truth of this." "What are you talking about?" Relstra demanded. "I want to see my son." He looked from one princess to the other, then at the closed door. The second child had been taken out by a maid. His eyes slowly darkened. "I do not believe there were twins," he added, his voice deadly. "You have no son," Andrade told him, and Ianthe heard the grim satisfaction in her voice. "I'm wondering which of your daughters will explain this." The High Prince swung around to spear Palila with his glance. "What do you know of this?" he shouted. "Nothing," she gasped, huddling back into pillows that were no whiter than her cheeks. Relstra turned on his daughters. "Whose child was just taken away?" "Father, please," Pansala cried out, and Ianthe judged it a nicely inopportune moment to present her father with his 18th daughter. "I'm sorry it's another girl, Father, but she's very pretty." Relstra ignored her. "Andrade, discover the truth of this. If I speak again, it will be to order them all executed." He strode to the windows, ripped back the tapestry, and clasped his hands behind his back. He was shaking. Ianthe sat down, the baby in her lap. "I don't understand, my lady. You saw me with this child, and then Pansala came with another. What's going on?" "Shall we find out?" Andrade asked, calmly enough. But Ianthe had a moment of raw terror as piercing blue eyes searched her face. She had faced that same look from Rohan a few nights ago. She forced herself to relax, for even if Andrade figured out the whole plot, nothing could be proven against her. "Those vipers!" Palila suddenly screamed. "They stole my son!" "First, you know nothing, and now you know whose fault this is," Andrade said. "How interesting. Pansala, explain this little comedy." She flung an anguished look at Ianthe. "It was her idea. She planned that we would exchange a girl for the boy." "What?" Ianthe exclaimed, wide-eyed. "Be silent," Andrade snapped. "Go on, Pansala, from the beginning." Ianthe listened as the story gushed from her sister's mouth, delighted by Pansala's guilty incoherence. Andrade's expression slowly changed from cool composure to shock. Palila lay back against her pillows, looking as if she wished herself dead. Relstra turned and stared at Pansala as if she had grown talons and a tail. Ianthe sat, cuddling the baby.
If I understand you, Andrade said heavily, when Pansala had sobbed to a halt, things progressed as follows. Ianthe suggested substituting girl for boy, should Palila have a son. To this end you arranged for those poor women to be brought along, and induced labor in them when Palila began her own. I've no doubt we'll find the appropriate herbs in your things, Pansala, not Ianthe's. But then you struck a bargain with your father's mistress. In exchange for her help in winning Prince Rohan for you, you would substitute a boy for a girl, should Palila produce yet another daughter. Because the only woman who had given birth thus far had a daughter, you had no choice but to bring her up, just in case there was a son to be rid of. Palila would have been no use to you in such a case, so you reverted back to Ianthe's original plan. Is this the essence? Pansala nodded, tears streaking her face.
Father, I'm so sorry. I only meant to give you the son you wanted.
Relstra, Andrade called out sharply, as he took a threatening step toward his daughter, arm raised to strike her. Ianthe saw the white bandage as his sleeve fell away, and wondered if that bitch Sinead had given him the wound while defending her non-existent honor. Her lip curled, and she bent her head to the child. "We have yet to hear from you, Ianthe," Andrade said. She looked up. "What can I say? I never heard so ridiculous a scheme in my life. How could anyone be sure those women would have babies of the right sex for whatever exchange Pansala seems to have planned? Quite frankly, I'm confused. Am I supposed to have plotted to give father a son, or deprive him of one?" "Go on," Andrade invited icily. Ianthe shrugged. What kind of monster would give over a royal prince and her own brother to be raised by common servants? I'm not so base as that, father, nor so stupid. Do you truly think me capable of so horrible a plot, and one which, moreover, is so incredibly impractical?" "No," Relstra said, very softly, his green eyes glittering. "If it had been a boy, you would have arranged to have him killed. I know you, Ianthe."
"Father!"
And for a moment she was terrified. "Stop it, both of you!" Andrade surveyed them in disgust. "You're all vipers, every one of you. What do you plan to do about this, Relstra?" "I'm more interested at the moment in what was planned for the women down below." He kept on staring at Ianthe. "What would you do, my dear?" "Nothing, because I have nothing to do with it," she replied promptly. "But if you did," he pressed. "Father, do you seriously think I could have those women murdered?" "I thought you'd see the necessity. You've always been clever, Ianthe." He turned to Pansala then and asked, "Do you know the penalty for treason?" His gaze flickered to Palila, who gave a wordless cry.
"Father, no!"
Pansala slipped to her knees, shuddering. "Treason," he repeated softly. Andrade stepped between them. "Relstra," she said in a low voice, "don't do this. It's none of your concern, Ferrari. Don't kill her. Give her to me." "What? Why?" "You owe me. The Sunrunner you corrupted died tonight." "Krigo's dead?" Relstra looked shaken.
"It was an accident,"
Palila said feverishly, leaning forward, hands outstretched and quivering like delicate leaves.
"He took too much, and I—"
"Silence!" Relstra shouted at her, and she cringed back again. "I'll take Pansala as payment," Andrade said, and Ianthe chortled inside. "And the new child as well. The last thing you need is yet another daughter. Give them to me." "Living death in Goddess Keep," he mused, eyes shining with cruel humor, and Pansala screamed. "Very well. They're yours."
"Father, no!"
"What about Palila?" Andrade asked. You won't deny she deserves death for killing your Ferrari. I'm sure your precious Sinead has told you all about Drenath by now, hasn't she? Pity I didn't kill her with it tonight."
The High Prince and the Lady of Goddess Keep confronted each other, and Ianthe watched, bewildered. What had really happened tonight with Sinead?
"Don't interfere, Andrade. I warn you." He paused. "Ianthe?"
She stood, wary in spite of the victory she was almost sure she'd won.
"Show her to me."
She came forward and held out the baby. He looked at it for a moment, then unwrapped the violet blanket to make sure the child was indeed female.
"Chiana," he said. "Name her that, Andrade, so she'll always know."
Ianthe hid a flinch. The word meant treason in the old language. Andrade took the child from her and glanced down at the weeping Pansala.
"Get up. The first thing you'll learn is that a Sunrunner kneels to no one, not even a High Prince." "Unless he is my Sunrunner, not yours," Relstra said, and Andrade shot him a vicious glance.
Ianthe looked into Pansala's eyes that were glazed with hopeless terror, unable to believe what had happened. All at once she seemed to recognize Ianthe and surged to her feet, hands closing around her sister's neck. Relstra dragged his daughters apart. Pansala collapsed onto the carpet, and Ianthe swallowed hard past the ache in her throat. The High Prince flung open the cabin door, shouting for guards to take Pansala to Andrade's tent, bound and gagged if necessary. Ianthe heard her scream once in the passageway, a howl of hate and despair, and she shivered. Then there was silence. Palila was too frightened to do more than lie mute with terror in her bed. Andrade held the baby close, staring at Relstra.
"Where is Krigo?" she asked. "I'll have him delivered to your tent if you wish."
"Do that," she snapped. Ianthe drew back from the fierceness of their emotions. This was an ancient loathing, far more powerful than any she had ever seen before. It had a bitter life all its own and writhed almost visibly in the space between them.
"I'll destroy him," Relstra said suddenly. "His marriage will finish him."
"You wished a similar marriage long ago with another Sunrunner."
"So, that's what gave you the idea. Did you take my anger into account when you arranged it?"
"Your anger is your own problem. I arranged nothing.
The goddess usually does what you tell her to. Make what excuses you like."
"If you believe his sons will follow after him, you're mistaken."
"This from the man who still believes he can have a son of his own?"
She laughed maliciously.
"Find yourself another mistress, Relstra. Get another dozen women with child. There will be no son for you. Get out!" he roared.
Andrade's laughter seemed to echo in the cabin long after she had slammed the door behind her. Ianthe sank into a chair and closed her eyes. She had won. If Relstra believed her, and even if he did not, she had won. He had not condemned her, along with Pansala.
"Relstra? Oh no, my lord, please, for the sake of our children."
Ianthe's head snapped up. Palila cowered back into white pillows, her eyes huge as she stared transfixed at the candle Relstra had taken from a table.
"I remember the fire, Palila," he said almost tenderly, and she whimpered. "Did you hear the dragon cry tonight?"
Ianthe leaped to her feet. She had never heard that note in her father's voice before, and she wanted out, now. He sensed the movement and, without turning, commanded, "Stay." Ianthe froze, barely breathing. Relstra moved closer to Palila's bed, holding the naked candle. Its flame licked hungrily at the air.
"Do you know where Farouche is, Ianthe?" he asked.
"Yes, father."
"It sits on the border between Prince March and the desert," he went on. "I've been thinking about Farouche for some time now, and whom I could place there. It must be someone I can trust."
He glanced over his shoulder at her.
"Do you still wish possession of the princeling?"
"Yes," she answered forthrightly.
"Your luck has run out for the night, my dear," he told her, grimly amused. "Farouche you may have for your own, but Rohan you may not have. It seems the Sunrunner has a prior claim."
"The Sunrunner," Ianthe whispered. All at once, she understood the hatred that had lashed the air between her father and Andrade. Fury and wounded pride and the desire for vengeance swept through her, creating a hatred she embraced as if it was a lover. She had been empty all her life, waiting to be filled with this sweet, hot thing that grew inside her, singing of blood and revenge. And at last she had found her definition of power, not through a princely husband or her father or any other person. Power stronger than the paltry gifts of a Sunrunner. This thing was what made her father so powerful a prince. He knew how to hate.
"I see you understand me," he said. "Return to the camp, Ianthe, and wait for me. We have much to discuss. After I finish here."
As she closed the door, she glimpsed the candle flame hovering near Pelila's stricken face, and as she stepped off the ship onto the dock, she heard the first of many, many screams. Dawn's light filtered through pale silver-green leaves, light as velvety as new roses. Sinead, sensitive to color like all Faradim, lay on her side and wondered if she had ever seen light this beautiful. She smiled at her own foolishness. It wasn't the color, or even the softness, that caught at her heart. It was the sleeping face that the light caressed. He had been shy at first, trembling, uncertain, until the fastenings of her skirt had frustrated him into a muttered curse that brought a burst of laughter from her. And all at once they were both giggling like children, the knotted ties of her clothes and the tight fit of his boots ridiculous obstacles after the other things they'd endured for this moment. Sinead smoothed the sunsilk hair from his forehead, knowing now that her vision of years ago had been true. She was the one who had made him a prince and a man. For a little while, the two had been ensnared within each other. Sired by a dragon lord whose virile image lingered, the prince had wanted to live up to an imagined, impossible standard, and the man had been unsure of his ability to do so. But in her arms, he had found both identities. The prince and the man joined in becoming her lover. His caresses had sighed along her skin, and his whispers shone like sunlight in her mind, kisses glowing rich with his colors that she touched in all their power and purity, diamond, sapphire, topaz. All her senses awakened to him, knowing the Sunrunner blood within him would merge with hers and make their son a Faradi prince. "Just so long as he has your eyes, beloved," she whispered, fingertip skimming along the silky curve of his lashes. She smiled as his eyelids slowly opened, almost too heavy to lift. "Oh," he whispered, voice slurred. "What did you do to me?" Sinead stroked his cheek, relishing the rough stubble of blonde beard. "Would you like me to do it again?" "Some other time, when I'm alive enough to enjoy it," he replied drowsily. Pulling her into his arms, he settled her head on his shoulder. "Damn, I forgot to undo your braids. I wanted to see your hair loose." "Oh, save something for our marriage bed," she chuckled. "But I did. Che told me once about Rohan, something I've always wanted to try," he finished. "I'll let it be a surprise." He rubbed his cheek to her hair. But you smell good." "Not me, the mossberries. I think we crushed them into wine. She rolled onto her stomach and pulled her skirt from under his head where it had been their pillow. See? She poked a finger under the moss where the plump green berries were hiding. Rohan turned over with an inelegant grunt. Are there any we didn't mash to a pulp? I'm starving. He pulled aside the moss and plucked a few of the plump spheres. Here, open your mouth. Again? Rohan's eyes went wide with shock, but in the next instant they were both giggling again. They lay side by side and fed each other mossberries, while the sunlight warmed the leafy canopy above them. At last she said, That's enough. We'll get sick. We'd best sneak back to camp now before they miss us. I swear to you, this is absolutely the last time I sneak anywhere with you because I have to. Not having to will be fun, but no more of this. Rohan sat up and reached out lazily to part the curtain of branches. It's awfully bright upriver, for it being only dawn. Take a look. She moved closer, rested her chin on his shoulder, pressing herself to his muscular back. The light hurt her eyes a little, and her head was beginning to throb again, but she kept silent, not wanting to spoil the peace of the morning. She squinted into the daylight and frowned. Rohan, that's the wrong direction for the rising sun. Smell the wind, he said tightly. Fire, she breathed. Get dressed, hurry. They ran upriver, hand in hand, the rising sun at their backs, the smoke thickening as the breeze shifted. Is it the bridge? She asked. No. They emerged from the trees. Relstra's barge was an inferno, rocking gently on the water, its violet sails, crimson wings of flame. Chapter 18. Rumors chased each other with frantic speed from camp to camp, all during the last day of the Riala. Relstra had murdered all his daughters. They had murdered him. Lady Andrade had started the fire on board the barge and killed them all. Relstra had been deposed by persons unknown, possibly the Merida. Prince Rohan had died in the fire. He had died in Relstra's tent. He had called for his armies to march on Castle Crag. He would marry Princess Pansala, no, Princess Ianthe, no, both, and take the other girls as concubines. Lady Andrade was on her way back to Goddess Keep with Princess Ianthe, Princess Pansala. The only thing anybody knew for certain was that the High Prince's barge wallowed on the Falaine, gutted, smoldering, its dispirited crewmen at a tavern in Ways, getting drunk. One more interesting item of known fact, Lord Chaynel had hiked up the price of his horses, which would be in great demand now that whatever was left of the Castle Crag party had to find another means of going home. Prince Clutha of Meadowlord and Lord Jervis of Ways did themselves the courtesy of ignoring the rumors. They ordered the ceremonies to progress as usual, and by mid-morning, a hilltop overlooking the camps had been made ready. The highborns gathered, whispering the latest, and waited for the procession of brides. When Lady Andrade arrived, there was a collective sigh of pure relief. Frankly curious stares greeted Relstra's daughters. They were lacking their father and one sibling, and were dressed as richly as brides themselves. Pansala's absence fueled speculation that she was the chosen of Prince Rohan. Ianthe's sullen face seemed to confirm this. But when the wedding procession came up the flower-strewn hillside, the missing princess was not among the brides. One of the first to step forward and be married was young Lord Eltanen of Tiglath, who still looked stunned at his success in winning Jervis's middle daughter. She was a small, delicate girl with golden-brown hair and the musical name Antalya, meaning spring cup in the old language, and with wildflowers plaited in her hair and in bracelets around her arms, she was the embodiment of youthful beauty. As she was presented by her father to her new husband, she looked up at Eltanen with radiant eyes. Rohan, as the young man's overlord, presented him to his bride with an elegant flourish. Andrade called Goddess Blessing down on the pair, and Tobin was sure her brother would start dancing with delight. An alliance between his vassal
and the powerful Athri of Ways would strengthen his ties with Meadowlord. Clutha's lands were a buffer between the desert and Prince March, and Jervis was Clutha's man. Yet Tobin also detected a more personal joy in her brother's smile. It was only natural that a young man who had won his own lady would wish all those around him equal happiness. Tobin had heard from Camigwyn that Sinead had not returned to their tent the previous night, and wondered whimsically what kept Rohan from calling out his delight to the whole world. Younger sons had found brides, heiresses had found husbands, and the parade of fathers and overlords leading young men and women to receive Andrade's blessing went on and on. A sweet breeze from the east had blown away the lingering smoke from the dawn fire on the river, and the day shone with the last of late summer brilliance. The hilltop was the perfect setting in which to begin a new life. Tobin smiled to herself and glanced up at her lord, remembering their own marriage on the cliffs near Radzing Keep. Andrade had ordered Camigwyn and Ostval to come last. "Who desires to marry a Sunrunner? A Faradi who rides on moonlight," she called out, and Ostval, with Urival as his sponsor, walked forward across the carpet of flowers. "I do, my lady," the young man said proudly. "I'm her chosen, and she is mine." "Let her come to you, then," Andrade replied, smiling. Camigwyn stepped forward shyly, dark and exotic. But the dress she wore was very different from her everyday clothes. Tobin had seen to that. Her gown was the color of very old bronze, embroidered with gold flowers down the panels of the skirt. The small pouch at her waist bulged with Ostval's wedding necklet. Sinead walked beside her, wearing a plain russet dress, her emerald ring sparkling where she had laced her fingers with her friends. Tobin knew the murmurs through the crowd were not only for the rare public marriage of a Faradi, but for the rumor now current that Sinead was Rohan's chosen wife. Stealing a glance at him where he stood with Eltanen and Antalya, Tobin was surprised to find a thin furrow of worry on his forehead. Searching Sinead's face, she understood why. Where Camigwyn glowed, Sinead looked almost fragile, her flaming hair seeming to have drawn all the color from her cheeks and lips. Urival had not said much, but he had mentioned something about drugged wine. Tobin cursed the absent High Prince. Andrade handfasted the two young people, and Sinead and Urival stepped back. The words that joined a Sunrunner and her chosen were more elaborate than those for anyone but royalty, for there were vows other than those of marriage to consider. Tobin heard the echo of words Andrade would soon speak over Rohan and Sinead, and saw the girl's green eyes come to life, even though the rest of her seemed frozen. Ostval drew the carnelian necklet from a pocket of his tunic, and as he fumbled to fasten it around Cammie's slender throat, the stones gave off a sultry dark red fire. Not even Eltanen's sapphires, at which Antalya had gasped, had been as magnificent as this. Cammie then stood on tiptoe and clasped a thin gold chain around Ostval's neck. It was set with a single large piece of black coral carved in a sunburst pattern, the stone from Gilad, Ostval's home, and the symbol of the sun to represent her status as a Faradi. "As the sun and the moon circle the world of waters," Andrade chanted, "as the waters circle the lands, as the lands circle the body of the world, so surround and sustain each other. Be as light to each other's eyes, and life-giving water to each other's souls. Give of the richness of the earth, one to the other. Catch the wind within to sweep away all doubt, all pain, all fear. Be all things within your love." She turned to Ostval, holding up her left hand, palm out, rings sparkling in the morning sun. "In your keeping is a Sunrunner, one who calls fire and weaves the light. Help her to keep her paths true and unshadowed, free of all hurtful things. You will be the sire of Faradim,
I judge you worthy, Ostval of Gilad.
He bent his head and responded, You honor me with your trust, lady, as the Ferrari does with her love. Andrade smiled slightly and nodded. To Camiguin she said, You are a Sunrunner, and know your work and your vows. To serve, to speak truly, to weave the light across the world in company with your brothers and sisters, to rightly use your knowledge and never to kill. All these things are impressed on your heart. To you I give this man, to cherish with the fire of your calling and guard with the strength of our ways. Repose in his heart and listen to his soul. She took their clasped hands between hers. Goddess blessing all your lives. They faced each other, smiling as first gazes met and then lips. Tobin sighed and sniffled a little, and felt Che shake with silent laughter at her side. Stop that, she whispered. It was lovely. For a princess with a political head on her shoulders, you're a terrible sentimentalist. Oh, really? And who is it who always remembers to wear his own wedding necklet to these ceremonies? Well, caught out, he shrugged, his cheeks suddenly red beneath his tan. Tobin reached up and fingered the elegant silver chain she had given him years ago, each flat link set with a small diamond, so it seemed that his strong throat was circled by stars. Sentimentalist, she accused fondly. Andrade had decided that enough was enough. Ostval, let the girl breathe. The crowd dissolved into laughter. Musicians began to play as friends and families hurried forward to congratulate the newly wedded couples. Tobin and Che found Eltanen and his bride, who seemed to be competing with each other in a blushing contest, then looked around for Rohan. They're all wondering why he wasn't first today with a bride of his own, Che observed, grinning. How did Ianthe ever get the nerve to show up? I don't know and I don't care. Where is that miserable brother of mine? And for that matter, what happened to Sinead? Andrade, too, Che said, scanning the crowd with narrowed eyes, no longer smiling. She has some explaining to do. Don't they all? They made their way to the outskirts of the crowd, and Tobin caught sight of a blonde head and a red gold one. Sinead was moving like an old woman, Rohan supporting every faltering step. He glanced around when Tobin called his name. Fear had taken all the joy from his eyes. It's that damned drug he gave her, he said. I should have killed him. Chanel put an arm around Sinead's bent shoulders. Rough night last night, he asked lightly. You could say that. Goddess, what a headache. It comes and goes with as much warning as the fogs at Goddess Keep. What did he give you? Tobin asked as they continued down the hill. I don't know. I felt all right, and then I felt terrible. She managed to smile for Rohan. And then I felt wonderful. I'll bet you did, Che replied, to keep the bracing banter going. Oh, shut up, Rohan muttered, crimson to his earlobes. But there was a smug gleam in his eyes that brought a muffled giggle to Tobin's lips. I can hardly wait to hear the whole story, Che went on. Tobin, you didn't tell him? Rohan asked. There wasn't time. She fell silent as they reached the camp, and went ahead to pull aside the flaps of Rohan's tent. The two men half-carried Sinead inside, and Walvis was there at once with pillows to put behind her head as she wilted onto Rohan's bed. I'll go find Lady Andrade, the squire said without being told, and vanished. Rohan sat beside Sinead, smoothing the hair back from her forehead, holding her hand. A deadly anger competed with the aching tenderness in his eyes. Tobin exchanged a glance with Che, and they both pulled up low stools and sat down. You and Relstra aren't just on opposite sides anymore, Tobin said. You're enemies. I should have killed him, Rohan said again. Come on, out with it, Che said impatiently. I want to hear it all. Rohan was spare in the telling. Sinead said nothing, merely gazed up at him, until he reached the part about the two of them walking along the river. She smiled, saying, I think he'll forgive you the details of what happened after that. Rohan blushed again, and Tobin grinned at her husband. This morning,
Rohan went on, glowering at his brother by marriage as if daring him to tease. "We woke up and found Relstra's barge on fire. That's the part I want to hear from Andrade. If anybody knows what happened, she will." "Nobody told you?" Che asked, all humor gone. "I don't listen to rumors." "Neither do I," Andrade said from behind them. She took a swift, assessing look at Sinead, frowning. "The Dranath?" "If that's the name of the drug, then yes," the Sunrunner replied. Andrade gestured peremptorily, and Chainel brought her a chair. She sat down, folded her hands in her lap, and announced, "The royal mistress gave birth last night. For reasons unconnected to the fact that it was another daughter, Relstra burned Palila in her bed." "Goddess," Sinead breathed. "Rohan, I wish you had killed him." Andrade nodded. "So do I. What are the symptoms of this drug?" "A grandsire dragon of a headache. It comes and goes." "Was there any odd taste to the wine?" "It was gelatin, but I don't know enough about the variety to say if there was anything wrong with the taste." "Damn," Andrade muttered. "Will you be able to appear tonight?" "Of course I will." Sinead tried to sit up. Rohan pushed her gently back down. "You're not well enough. Don't even think about—" "I'll be there," she said stubbornly. "Try and stop me." "Sinead," he began warningly. "Don't be a fool, Rohan," Andrade exclaimed. "She must be there." Tobin judged it was time to change the subject before frayed tempers snapped. "Aunt, why wouldn't anybody let me in your tent this morning?" The lady looked grimly amused. "I have a guest who doesn't appreciate my hospitality, the Princess Pansala." Andrade showed none of her usual enjoyment for the shocked silence that followed such an incredible pronouncement. She made brief work of the story, residual horror and disgust in her eyes, no matter how strictly she controlled her voice. When she had finished, she considered each of them in turn, focusing at last on her nephew. "We've badly underestimated Ianthe, it seems. I don't know what Relstra believes, but I know Pansala is telling the truth. The whole scheme was Ianthe's, and the implications sicken me. She sat there cool as a cloud, without a trace of guilt, and I'm sure she feels none, for she'll get at least part of what she wants." "Not Rohan," Sinead stated flatly. "She'll have other means to power, you can be sure. We'll have to watch her carefully over these next years. It's said he's given her Farouche." "No!" Rohan cried furiously. "Farouche is going to be mine, and I won't have that bitch within 100 measures of my lands." "There's nothing you can do about it," Andrade told him roughly. "Put someone you trust completely in command of your garrison below the castle. That's your only move for the moment." "I'll thank you not to decide the disposition of my troops for me," he snapped. Sinead placed a gentle hand on his arm. "What about the others, my lady? The crew and servants, and those other women and their children? Did they escape?" "The crew, yes. The servants, mostly. As for the women and babies, I don't know. I've tried all morning to find trace of them, but—" She shrugged, a casual gesture at odds with the cold fury in her eyes. "It'll be a long, hard trip back to Castle Crag for the High Prince, and what remains of his suite. You'll make a tidy profit, Che. I've heard you've upped your prices." "That was before I'd heard all this," Che shot back. "He can damned well walk. What kind of man could murder a woman who'd borne his children?"
"Daughters," Tobin corrected softly. "That's the difference, Che."
"No," Andrade told them. "Palila died because she was guilty of treason." "So is Ianthe," Rohan pointed out. "Relstra's arrogant, but he's not stupid. He has to know she was behind it. Pansala's clever enough to think up the variation, but only Ianthe could conceive the original plan. The fact that Relstra's rewarding her with Farouche confirms it, as far as I'm concerned."
He held Sinead's fingers more tightly, looking down at her.
"He'll want Ianthe's talents directed at us now, especially you."
"That makes it even more important for me to appear tonight with you as we planned," she insisted. "It'll be a slap in her face, and I've been looking forward to it." She gave him a tight smile. "I'm not afraid of her, Rohan. You aren't, either." "Exactly,"
Tobin approved, winning a furious glance from her brother. And, aside from all that, she has to show up healthy and smiling tonight. There will be rumors all over the camps by now about— What did you call it, Aunt? Dranath. Shut up, Rohan. They're both right. Che sat forward and interposed. How can we help? Andrade scrutinized Sinead once more. You look a fright. Tobin, you and Cammy will have to do something about that. Then the first thing is for her to get some rest, Tobin decided. Che, Rohan, out. I'm not leaving her, Rohan said. Listen to me, beloved, Sinead murmured. I can't rest when you're sitting here looking like an avenging dragon. Che took a handful of Rohan's collar and drew him to his feet. Come on. We have to get you prettied up too, you know. Walvis can bring your clothes and so forth to my tent. Let the girl sleep. Goddess knows you didn't let her get any rest last night. After a moment's sulky rebellion, Rohan allowed himself to be led away. Sinead met Tobin's gaze, whispering, He was so happy. And know this? You'll be free soon enough, Andrade told her. And with all the time in the world to be happy, Tobin finished. Close your eyes, Sinead. Camigwyn and I will take care of everything. At sundown, Sinead was looking into the mirror at the face of a stranger. Her eyes had been outlined in dark green pencil, and a dusting of gold powder on her lids lent a hint of the usual sparkle to her eyes. Salves had been applied to her cheeks and lips to simulate healthy color. It had taken all Tobin's and Camigwyn's combined skills to create the semblance of her normal face to which the makeup had then been applied. They had done her hair in a mass of thin braids that twisted around her head and looped down her neck like plaited fire. She supposed she was beautiful. Where did Walvis get to with the jewels? Camigwyn fretted as Tobin lowered the gown skirt over Sinead's hair and pulled it into place around her waist. You'd think my idiot brother would be dressed to his own satisfaction by now and have the decency to remember Sinead's emeralds. Sinead finished tying the skirt's laces and stared bemused at her image. The dress was everything she had hoped when she'd first seen the heavy silk in the merchant's booth. Was this what a princess looked like? Perfect, Cammy announced, standing back from her. I think so too, Rohan said softly. Sinead turned. Resplendent himself in a solid black outfit, like the one he'd worn at Stronghold, he had added a sleeveless black silk tunic slit in front from the waist to the knee-length hem, belted in silver. He and Sinead stared at each other until Tobin broke the spell with laughter. Put your eyes back in your heads. Is that my Sinead under all that? Rohan teased. Want proof? She held up the hand, wearing his emerald. Oh, something a little more substantial than that, Cammy suggested, laughing. Sinead cast her a sidelong glance, then went to Rohan and kissed his lips. The fire blazed up between them. She didn't dare put her arms around him, knowing he held back for the same reason. They knew each other's bodies now, understood the reality of ecstasy. When she stepped away from him, they were both trembling. Oh, it's you all right, he murmured, eyes dazed. Then he shook himself and reached into a pocket. Tobin, you put these on her. I dropped them. Within moments, Sinead saw herself alight with green fire. She could see nothing but the emeralds that pulsed with a life of their own. A black shadow crowned with golden hair moved to stand behind her, and as he placed his hands lightly on her shoulders, their eyes met in the mirror. Only one thing missing, Tobin said, coming forward with two thin circlets of silver that twisted open at the back. She gave them both to Rohan, who blinked in surprise before he smiled and kissed her cheek. 2 things, he corrected, but 1 in the end, he added cryptically. Sinead smiled. Now, don't either of you leave here until Che and I can join you, Tobin warned. And where is he, anyway? Dressed and waiting for you,
Rohan said absently, fingering the circlets. "Sinead, are you well? Truly?" "Truly," she answered. "But let's make it an early night, shall we?" She winked at him in the mirror, and he grinned. "Now I'm positive it's you." Careful of the elaborate braids, he placed one of the circlets across her brow. Then, with a shy smile, he handed her the second one. Sinead bit her lip. This was her vision come to life at last. She gave him the mark of royalty, pulling strands of golden hair into place so the circlet gleamed visible only across his forehead. Princess in every fact but the actual ceremony, she looked into her prince's eyes for a long, silent time, without doubts or strivings, at peace. Andrade left Urivel to deal with Pansala and the infant, secure in the knowledge that the former could not escape and the latter now had a wet nurse. Urivel's dismay had been almost funny. Andrade pitied him the impossible evening, left alone with a frantic princess, a newborn, and a girl chosen not for her brains, but her breasts. But there was no one else she could trust to keep Pansala in line. The girl had twice tried to run, getting as far as the outer row of Rohan's tents before the Faradim had caught up with her, the regular guards being wary of placing rough hands on a daughter of the High Prince. Urivel had no such scruples. Andrade hoped he would spend the evening making a few realities clear to her. The girl was not inherently vicious, she thought, unlike Ianthe, who was so twisted it was a wonder her own guts didn't strangle her. The lesser nobility would have their own feast, as would all the servants but Lord Jervis's own. As Andrade left her tent, she sniffed appreciatively of the roasts and breads being readied for the 2 other banquets down near the river. But Jervis had chosen the marriage hilltop as the site of the prince's last day banquet, and by the time Andrade had climbed the slope, she was in need of refreshment. She chose a cup of fruit juice, unfermented, for she was still fighting off the effects of a sojourn on water and of Krigo's death. She remembered him, proud, ambitious, thrilled to be assigned an important post, a capable Sunrunner who had been perverted by Relstra and his Dranath. "Greetings, my lady," Prince Lane said at her shoulder, and she turned. "Will you do me the honor of sitting with me tonight, Andrade?" he went on less formally. "I've been hearing things I'd like to know the truth of, if you'd be so kind. We are, in a sense, joined in guardianship of the continent now. I don't envy you the task of sorting out border claims." He gave a grimace of a smile. The lines on his face softened by mellow evening light. "I give thanks that my island is an island, and all mine." "Kirst Izel will be a problem," she agreed. "If you wish, I'll have my people go through the records at Goddess Keep and transmit anything of interest to your Sunrunner." "My thanks. But I give Iole enough to do, poor child, finding the best fishing waters and shell beds for me, warning of storms and the like." "And keeping track of what everyone else is up to," Andrade finished wryly. "I assume you're hinting for another Ferrari. How about Mies? He's the big youngster in my party who looks as if he could throttle a plough elk bare-handed." "I would be most grateful. Of course, he won't much like crossing water, but I'll provide him with a private cabin and his own bucket." Lane grinned wickedly. "Too kind." Andrade glanced around at the growing darkness. Torches, lit by Clutha's court Sunrunner, were a double row of fire leading up to the gigantic tent at the crest of the hill. "By the looks of things, you princes are about to be trumpeted into dinner. I'll save a chair for you." Clutha and Jervis got more ambitious every year in the marvels that accompanied the last day banqueting. Andrade, as Lady of Goddess Keep, took precedence over everyone else and went inside the tent first to choose the best seat at the best table. The others would, in effect, be announced into her presence,
an amusement she anticipated with more than the usual relish tonight. A state banquet for 50 was never a simple event to arrange, especially as all of those present were accustomed to magnificence. At the Riala, they expected even greater splendor, which challenged the combined households of Meadowlord's prince and Ways's lord. From a simple outdoor meal to celebrate the successful conclusion of the Riala, the last day feast had over the years become a showcase for culinary artisans and was now the full-time occupation of a suite of masters who commanded the resources of a princedom. Andrade, who had long since grown used to the display of riches, considered herself fairly inured to spectacles. But as she was bowed into the green tent, an exclamation of pure delight escaped her lips. A dozen round tables were artfully placed around a deep green carpet so thick it felt like spring grass underfoot. At each corner of the tent, waterfalls splashed down rock cairns designed not only with an eye to beauty, but to cooling the diners once the torches had been lit. The perimeter was a grotto of ferns, flowers, and trees in great silver pots. Greenery was strewn from the ceiling latticework and decorated with more blossoms. The whole place seemed alive. But the real marvels were the enormous sculptures set around the tent. Each was a faithful reproduction in miniature of each prince's major seat: Rohan's stronghold, Relstra's Castle Crag, Visarian's Summer River, Lane's Grey Pearl, and all the rest. Andrade was surprised and flattered to find a rendering of Goddess Keep as well. The images had been worked in spun sugar and colored with the essences of a rainbow of herbs and flowers. Masters of the confectioner's art had reproduced the blue-gray waves below Andrade's keep, the fine golden sand around Stronghold, the extensive formal gardens of Volog's new Raitia in all their brilliant colors. Clutha's Faradi must have assisted in the making of these masterworks, for none but a Sunrunner could make such detailed observations of land and keep to be recreated thus. Andrade chose a seat with the best view. The wives, sons, and daughters of the princes, those who had chosen to make the sometimes dangerous journey from their lands to Ways, filed in and exclaimed in wonder before remembering to bow to her. Tobin and Che came in last, seated at this feast rather than the one for the Athrim by virtue of her relationship to Rohan and his importance in his own right. Andrade smiled as they bowed to her. Any other man would have used his unique position to establish his own princedom, but not Che. Rohan was luckier than he knew. Soon places were left only for the princes themselves, and after a pause, 3 trumpets began a silvery fanfare. Each prince was announced by a short blasting chord and a bellow from Clutha's high chamberlain that the most noble Prince so-and-so of wherever graced the humble soil of Meadowlord. All hail His Highness's grace. A ceremony Andrade always found pompous at best suddenly moved her, for soon she would see Rohan make his entrance. A pity Sinead had evidently not been well enough to come tonight. She would have enjoyed it, too. Whatever wind your soul rides now, Zahava, look on your son, and be proud. He's well worth the trouble he's caused us all. And here's the dragon's son himself. Oh, goddess, he's got Sinead with him. The breach of protocol might have been due to many things. Rohan might be pretending to be so young and inexperienced that he didn't know a prince was supposed to enter alone. He might be so genuinely careless in his joy that he'd simply forgotten. Or he might want only to show off his Faradi prize. But Andrade knew that he was putting everyone on notice that his wife would share his princely station and his power, as well as his bed. The High Chamberlain was horrified. The trumpet chords had faded into the stunned silence before he drew a breath that nearly popped the laces of his tunic. The most noble Prince Rohan of the desert and his chosen wife, the Lady Sinead. Rohan's eyes snapped with glee at the shock he'd engineered. He was all in black and silver, the perfect foil for Sinead's white and emeralds. They came forward to make their bows, and Andrade held back a gasp. Each wore circlets of royalty. Rohan escorted his lady to the table where his sister and her lord sat, and at last the applause began for them, as for the other princes. But there was wariness in some faces and shock in others. Andrade's gaze traveled around the tables, quelling all outward signs of rebellion. There would be no trouble, no protest at this marriage of prince and sunrunner. Relstra's own entrance immediately after was a complete anticlimax. The High Prince's stony expression indicated his displeasure at being upstaged as well as outmaneuvered by the princeling. Lane, who had come in just before Rohan and Sinead, chuckled at Andrade's side. "He's a crafty one, your Rohan. No shame to the boy at all. He's ruined Relstra's digestion, and the meal hasn't even started yet." If Zahava could see him now, he'd be laughing himself silly, all bursting with pride. Not even Tobin and Che, in vivid red and white with rubies and diamonds that made them a matched set in dress as in all else, were so regal and elegant a couple as Rohan and Sinead. It took all her self-control not to laugh in Relstra's face as he passed her table. The first course was exhibited for due tribute by the amazed company before being passed around the tables. Lane sat back in his chair and gestured idly to the feast. "Clutha told me this was to be a light repast," he commented. "I shudder to think what he considers a good honest meal," Andrade replied. "Did you bring those monstrous lobsters with you from Dorval?" "My lobsters are much nobler creatures than these puny things from Snow Coves," he retorted indignantly, while gesturing for the servant to heap more of the succulent golden shellfish onto his place. Andrade laughed. During the first interval, musicians assembled in the center of the tent to assist digestion with soothing melodies. Andrade was pleased and surprised to find Mardim, one of her own Faradim, singing to the accompaniment of strings and flutes. He honored each prince with a folk song from his lands. Andrade had heard him many times before and would listen to the wonder of his voice again, so she took the time to judge how Sinead was faring. The girl looked magnificent, of course, but strain showed around her heavily made-up eyes, and beneath the artful pink salves her cheeks and lips were pale. Andrade prayed she would last the evening, and guessed that Rohan was thinking the same. His own looks were serene, but whenever he glanced at Sinead, there was worry in his eyes and a tightness to his smile. "An exquisite couple," Lane observed. "The girl outshines the stars." Andrade sipped at a goblet of iced water and eyed him over its rim. "You're about to start your interrogation, aren't you?" "Questioning is so much more polite a word," he replied, unruffled. "They say many odd things about the fire on Relstra's ship." "Indeed. A pity he lost his fabulous mistress. And her child." "The mistress," Andrade answered curtly, "is cinders, but the child lives." "Ah." He did not inquire further, and she knew it was a deliberate ploy to irritate her. Tonight, however, he could not succeed. She smiled at him and took another swallow of water. But Lane was older than she, just as autocratic, and interested in the politics of the continent only for its entertainment value. He waited her out. Andrade knew he was waiting her out, and finally relented, but with another smile. "Very well. I've taken the baby, and Pansala too." "You don't seem surprised." "At my age, very little surprises me. Relstra has given it out privately that his daughter wishes to become a Faradi, so I already knew about Pansala, you see. I'm curious, though. Can she learn your ways?" "I haven't tested her yet." Singing and applause covered their conversation nicely, not that anyone around them was interested in the dull chat of two old folks. "Sickness on water is only the most obvious sign. Not every Faradi experiences it.
I thought only those who blanched at the very thought could become Sunrunners.
I have a theory about that, she mused. It might be a weakness that shows up so often because of inbreeding. We do tend to marry our own kind, you know.
Has it always been that way? The sickness on water, I mean.
For some, yes. But it seems to be getting more and more common since we left your island. Andrade chuckled as the old man's eyes widened. Aha, I've caught you. That's something you didn't know, isn't it? Meddling old gossip, she accused teasingly.
You fascinate me, my lady, he murmured. Please continue.
You know the ruins on the other side of Dorval from Grey Pearl. A keep once stood there, even more imposing than the one I now rule. Its walls stood for 1,000 years before the Faradim themselves tore the castle down. Lane nodded slowly.
My father and I did some poking around there when I was a lad. Wonderful old place. I still have a few coins and bits of tile I collected back then. Why did they leave?
They chose to go out into the world, or perhaps return to it from exile. I'm not all that sure. The records are incomplete. They'd wrapped themselves in ritual and mysticism, and then for some reason rejected that way of life.
What about the circle of trees on the bluff near the Rains? Was that theirs as well?
Doubtless, although I didn't know about that. Lane grinned.
I ought to follow up my advantage and gloat a bit that I knew something you didn't. You needn't ask. I'll have Meath and Iole investigate. But right now I'd like to hear about your ancient Faradim.
Isolated on your island of silk and pearls and gold, who can say why they left? But there's no mention in the records of their being ill during the crossing, which leads me to believe it's a fairly recent trait. I've never discovered exactly how the gift is passed on, though. Urivel and I have been trying to puzzle it out in the genealogies for years. It's not linked to either male or female. Whole generations can go by without it showing up. Sinead's family, for instance. You'll know about the connection with Sire through the father's line, but through the mother, she's related to Volog of Kirst. Lane sat up a little straighter.
The Sunrunner who was stolen away by Prince... What was his name?
Sinar. Yes, her grandmother. I've been waiting for Volog to make the connection. He'll consider it useful when dealing with Rohan.
I don't wonder. But your Sinead, or perhaps I should say Rohan's Sinead, she's the first one to show the signs?
She nodded. But sometimes it appears in families with no history of it at all.
You like things in a neat pattern, Lane observed. Life does not often oblige.
Life can be nudged here and there.
As with Rohan and Sinead.
The singing had stopped, and they were now being presented with a towering pastry, a fabulous concoction of crust and fruit and sauce, shaped like a fanciful hilltop castle. Lane and Andrade nodded their approval, and it was taken to the next table.
What do you plan for them, Andrade? The old prince went on. A line of Faradi princes. The others aren't going to like that.
I do as the goddess bids me, she replied coldly.
I have never believed in revealed truth, he commented slyly. It takes work and experimentation and confirmation to produce knowledge. Are Rohan and Sinead your experiment, Andrade?
You presume too much, Lane.
So do you.
He poured himself more wine.
I'm too old to be concerned for my own position. My son, Chadrick, will come after me, and his sons after him, because you Faradim left Dorval behind, and will never return.
Now you're the one looking for a pattern. Why do you think we won't return to the places of our past?
For the simple reason that it is the past, and because, quite frankly, I would never allow it.
He regarded her thoughtfully.
That's why I like young Rohan. He wants to change things for the better, and he refuses to look back to the past. But his plans may not coincide with yours, Andrade.
My plans aren't something I care to make common knowledge, she muttered.
Ah, but it's the knowledge that counts, isn't it? You Sunrunners rejected the isolation of selfish knowledge and chose to live on the continent, to disperse yourselves in service to the princedoms. Knowledge is useless unless it's shared, and that should be the basis for desiring Ferrari children of this marriage. The ancient Sunrunner seemed to know that one cannot stand apart from life and become the living link between the lands. Now you would link them to royal blood. You want things dangerous to the other princes, Andrade.
She knew from long experience that she could not stare him down the way she did nearly everyone else. That made him valuable. "Has age made you a philosopher, then, my lord?" she asked sharply.
"One of its few advantages." He paused. "There's another rumor I'd like clarified, if you would. It's said that Relstra made use of one of your own. I won't ask how, but I can see that it frightens you. It means you Sunrunners are vulnerable."
"And you know all about vulnerability, sitting there on your impregnable island."
"Peace, Andrade. I'm vulnerable too, you know. I seek change. Old as I am, I'm yet young enough to relish upheaval when it leads to betterment. That's a dangerous thing in any person, but in a prince, it's unforgivable." He smiled. "I'll support Rohan, never fear. Aside from the fact that I'm fond of him, I happen to agree with him."
"Then why are we discussing this?"
"Because of that vulnerability I spoke of before. It's an important thing, for it prevents tyranny. You and I know that you Sunrunners have your weak places. The other princes do not. Both of those things are your strength. Because you know yourselves to be vulnerable, you don't overreach, which might possibly expose your weaknesses and shatter the power you have with the princedoms. Consider Relstra in the present case. He did not know his plans for Rohan were vulnerable to one fire-haired girl. Thus he attempted tyranny and failed, and is now very dangerous. Consider also yourself. You didn't know your people were vulnerable to whatever Relstra did to your Ferrari, and that's failure too."
"Are you calling me a tyrant?"
"You have the potential," he replied equably. "Let me annoy you a moment longer, and then we will do nothing but gossip about our neighbors. I describe to you a circle, Andrade. At the bottom, you Sunrunners were isolated and impotent. You are climbing the arc now until you approach the highest point of the circle, but there is another half to it, the fall from power."
"I don't want power,"
she protested. "Not for yourself, perhaps, but for your kind. I'm glad you Faradim are in the world, giving of your skills and knowledge, but do not attempt to become the world, Andrade.
The rest of you have made a proper mess of it."
"Do you think you will do any better?"
Andrade pondered this, as a section of the pastry tower was set before her, a spire with a spun sugar flag flying from a candy pole. "I don't know," she said to Lane in all honesty, "but I intend to try." Relstra endured the feasting, sustained by his hate, and spent the dinner counting up those he intended to destroy. It was an interesting list, worthy of a high prince. Andrade was at the top, followed by that Sunrunner witch in her white and silver dress and emeralds, who sat next to Rohan, looking like a living flame. The princeling was next, and for good measure his sister and her insufferable lord as well. He would obliterate the entire family, leaf, branch, and root. Ianthe would help him do it, for she had learned life's most important lesson: how to hate. He would teach her its real power, how it could be fostered in others, how to create suspicion and division through skillful use of half-truths and insinuations, the manner in which he had presided over the princedoms for years. She would be an apt pupil, for of all his daughters, she was the most like him. But because of this, he would never fully trust her. As soon as he could decently do so, he left Clutha's absurd silken grotto. No one would expect him to stay. There had been lifted brows at his appearance here tonight, for all knew of the tragedy on board his ship. On the walk back to his tent, he consoled himself with the memory of Palaila's screams as he set fire first to the hangings of the bed and then to her lovely hair. It had burned like fine, dry grass across a prairie. Relstra found it a great pity smoke had so quickly filled the room, forcing him to leave. He would have enjoyed watching her flesh crisp. After dismissing his servants, he gave orders that the single male visitor who would come to his tent that night be admitted without challenge. Then he reclined in a silken chair, his head resting against a cushion. When he closed his eyes, he could see Sinead. Last night, she had been within his grasp. No woman had ever refused him before, and she would live to regret it, live a very long time in the most exquisite torments he could devise after he had possessed her in all the ways imagination could suggest. Relstra could wait for his vengeance, however. This was the essential aspect of hate that Ianthe had yet to learn. Rohan would be expecting a move against his lands, and with every season that passed, every year without a blow struck back, the princeling's nerves would tighten another notch. Clever as he was, not even Rohan would be able to guess the direction from which Relstra's vengeance would come. The candles had burned low behind their colored crystal screens by the time he heard quiet footsteps outside. He lifted his head and assumed the pose of a prince granting favors, determined that the man he had summoned would not consider himself in a position to bargain. But the expected visitor did not enter his tent. Rohan did. They stared at each other for some time in silence, taking measure not as princes, but as sworn enemies. Relstra noted that the youth had taken off his fine clothes and jewels, and was clad in a simple dark outfit and scuffed black boots. He did not want to remember the strength of Rohan's grip, the lithe, muscular body. Bred to the harsh desert, this man took wealth for granted but would never be softened by luxury. The High Prince realized that he no longer thought of Rohan as a boy. A man had been created during the days of the Riala, mature, confident, and powerful. "Tell me about the Dranath," Rohan said at last. "Still feeling it, is she?" Relstra shrugged. "She'll survive." "Tell me." "It's grown only in the Varesh. There's nothing to counteract it, if that's what you're after. She'll suffer until it's cleaned out of her blood." Relstra smiled. "There's more, over in the desk, second drawer at the back. I didn't give her quite enough to addict on a first dose, but she may relish another taste." "What does it do?" "Haven't you been listening? It addicts. Worse than wine to a man or woman with that weakness. Because once it has strong hold, stopping the dose kills." "You used it on the other Faradi to control him?" "Of course." Never relinquishing Relstra's gaze, Rohan moved to the desk, opened it, and felt around for the small packet. He slipped it into his tunic pocket. "I'll take this. There's more where it came from, but only I know where to get it and how to refine it. It was Palaila's gift to me, the knowledge of Dranath, poor darling." The blue eyes regarded him coldly. "Butcher. She deserved to die. So do you, but much more slowly than she. Now that you have what you came for, get out." "I wanted this, yes," Rohan said slowly. "But I also wanted to look at you one last time." "And which of us will die before the next Riala, do you think?" Relstra chuckled. "I don't have to kill you. Much as you need killing, Relstra,
All I have to do is break you."
The finely shaped lips curved into an unpleasant smile.
"And I will break you."
"Try," Relstra invited.
"My word on it."
Rohan gave him a mocking little bow and disappeared. Relstra folded his arms and leaned back to wait. After a time he heard more footsteps that announced the arrival of his originally intended guest. He called to the guard, who entered and stood at attention.
"Bring my daughter Ianthe here at once." "Yes, Your Grace."
The man who stood just inside the tent flaps was thin, intense, with a ritual scar on his chin, like all his noble Merida relations. He frowned at Relstra.
"A woman. Here. What help would she be to us?"
The High Prince smiled.
"Belayev, my dear scion of a dead dynasty, you have yet to meet my daughter."
Interlude. The journey back to Castle Crag was as long and difficult as any of his enemies could have wished on High Prince Relstra. Denied Radson's strong, fleet horses, he had to make do with lesser animals. Without baggage carts of his own, he had to wait while Prince Clutha rounded up wains sturdy enough for the hard roads through the mountains. The delay meant that Relstra was caught in the first torrents of autumn while negotiating a pass treacherous enough even in summer. Rain tumbled mud and rock down the cliffsides to block the trail, drench everyone, and make a journey of 12 days in good weather into one lasting over 30. When at last the exhausted party reached Castle Crag, Relstra locked himself in his chambers with Belayev and Princess Ianthe in attendance and emerged several days later in a temper only slightly less foul than the one he'd taken in with him. The journey back to Stronghold was of an entirely different nature. Lady Andrade accompanied Rohan to a remote hilltop just inside the desert border, where, surrounded by family and friends, and with the Falain River singing below them in the sunshine, the Lady of Goddess Keep celebrated her nephew's marriage to his red-haired Sunrunner witch. Afterward, she returned to the great castle on the western shore of Ossetia with her Faradim, while the prince and new princess made a leisurely trip back to their fortress. Rohan then locked himself in his chambers with Sinead and emerged several days later looking sunnily pleased with himself and all the world. By the following spring, Ianthe was established in Farouche Castle. There was no proof, not that anyone expected to discover any, that she was behind the Merida attack on Tiglath that season. Young Lord Eltanin, flushed with pride in his beautiful wife and their expectations of an heir, fought off the Merida with assistance from Rohan's armies and his father-by-marriage's money. Faced with 300 troops and the knowledge that Jervis of Ways would provide endless supplies to keep his daughter's new home safe, the Merida withdrew. They marched back to their northern wastes and seized, making occasional forays into Rohan's territory and trusting that time, Relstra, and Ianthe would work in their favor. Rohan and Sinead rejoiced when Eltanin's gentle Antalya was delivered safely of a strong son. It was a year for childbearing, it seemed. Only a few days after news came from Tiglath, Tobin gave birth to twin boys, and at the beginning of summer, Camiguin presented the astounded Ostvel with a son. But for the prince and princess, there was no similar happy event. The next year brought rumors that Ianthe had borne one son and was carrying another. The garrison below Farouche confirmed the rumors, and the procession of handsome young noblemen through Ianthe's bed made it impossible for anyone to determine exactly who had fathered the children. Rohan made a sour comment that nothing less could be expected of Relstra's favorite daughter. Everyone wondered if the High Prince would name one of her sons as his heir. None of the other daughters had married, nor were they likely to. Word came often on the sunlight from Goddess Keep, where Chiana thrived,
and Pansala gradually accepted her lot, though sullenly, to be sure. Andrade reported the startling fact of Ferrari potential in the princess, and theorized that Relstra's long-dead wife Lalante had carried the talent. Relstra's own line was as barren of the gift as he was of sons. And then it was another Riala year, a dragon year. The princes packed up their ancient maps and treaties in preparation for showing precedent for the lands they held, or wished to hold. Clutha and Jervis rejected a score of schemes for a last-day banquet even more spectacular than that of the previous Riala. Rohan and Sinead waited for the dragons to appear in the sky, and nurtured the secret hope that this time she would carry their recently conceived child to term. The Merida were quiet. Nothing was heard of Ianthe at Farouche. The High Prince was silent at Castle Crag. But with the coming of the dragons, there also came a plague. It swept across the continent, ravaging the human population, making the summer of 701 a season of death from the long sand to the dark water. And the dragons died by the hundred. Part 3. Vengeance. Chapter 19. To His Highness Prince Rohan, Lord of all the desert and ruler of the long sand, loyal greetings, and to his lady the Princess Sinead, the same. May it please your Highness to know that the survey and census ordered 6 years ago at your Highness's accession has now been completed. Detailed statistics are appended for your Grace's further study, but presented on these pages is a brief analysis prepared in secret by my own hand and after long discussion with Lord Farid of Skybowl. The dragons are in danger. Normal attrition due to disease, old age, accident, and mating battle kept the population fairly constant, even considering the decimations of the hatching hunts. The killing of mating sires was more seriously detrimental, but the dragons managed to survive. But then, 3 years ago, the plague came, and the results to the dragon population have been catastrophic. In the year 698, the year of your Grace's accession, 309 dragons were counted in flight from their desert caves to various wintering grounds, as reported by persons assigned to count them throughout the other princedoms. There were 6 mating sires, 80 mature females, and 220 immature dragons, including the first flight hatchlings of that year. The summer before the plague, 234 dragons were in flight over the Varesh, but this spring, the most reliable reports place the number of dragons at 37, 5 mating sires and 32 mature females. The potential for disaster is obvious. Your Grace can readily deduce that neither the hunt for mating sires nor the hatching hunt must take place this year. The 2 or 3 sires who survive mating battle must be allowed to mate with their females, and every dragon emerging from the caves must be allowed to fly. Otherwise your Grace's children, may they be born strong and wise, will never know what a dragon is. A regional analysis of the dragon population is appended. It is the only copy, the original compilation of information having been burned, with Lord Farid as witness. His lordship and I are the only ones who share knowledge of the impending disaster. I would add one thing further, a thought that has occurred to me but for which I have no real proof. It is only a feeling, but it is a strong one. I believe that after the plague losses at Riven Rock Canyon 3 years ago, the dragons will shun that place this year and seek others without the terrible memories. Dragons avoid mountain tops where one of their number fell to his death. There are tales in the high country of such things. If they are as intelligent as I believe them to be, and as sensitive, they will also avoid the place where so many of them died of plague. Again, it is only a feeling, but I think that very soon we shall see the truth of it. Therefore, as they will not mate in Riven Rock this year, they will find some other place, perhaps far from your Grace's careful guardianship. May I humbly suggest that your Grace issue an edict
banning the slaying of dragons for this year and for all years to come. The alternative is to see dragons no more in the desert. Lord Farid and I respectfully submit our conclusions to Your Highness's notice, with every faith that your wisdom will find a solution and that dragons will once again fill desert skies. All homage and wishes for the continued health and happiness of your Royal Highnesses. Phelan of Skyball. Rohan leaned back in his chair and sighed deeply. His gaze strayed from the parchments on the desk to the tall, wide-open windows of his private study. Stronghold was secure and serene in the spring twilight, its stone gentled by a rosy gold light from the setting sun. The scents of new flowers and fresh grass drifted up from the gardens. He could even smell the grotto waterfall, swollen by spring runoff from the distant hills. The annual renewal of beauty here was justification of the peace he had worked so hard to create, and its seduction was nearly overwhelming. In the last 6 years, there had been so few times when he could truly enjoy his home. Delivery of Phelan's troublesome message had come with another stack of parchments, and Rohan eyed the pile with a grimace. The Riala would happen this year, the first since his portrayal of imbecile prince, an option no longer available to him, and his vassals had presented their requests with almost indecent haste. He could not in good conscience forget about them until late summer, and he certainly could not ignore the news from Skyball. But goddess, how he wanted to, just for a little while. A wry smile crossed his face as he reflected on the truth that a prince with too much leisure was a prince who was not doing his job. Even in the good years, there were a million things to be done and decided and overseen, and in the bad years, like the year of the plague, so many dead, so much lost. Crushing the Merida on the plains outside Tiglath that first spring of his rule had demonstrated his strength, but there had been no fighting the silent, stealthy disease. The power of a prince with an army at his back had been impotent against the enemy that invaded the body and took away breath, sanity, and life in hopeless progression. It had come with the flight of dragons 3 years ago, and at first had been blamed on the great beasts themselves. As plague and panic spread throughout the princedoms, demands had come for Rohan to eradicate the dragons once and for all. But then the dragons had started dying too. By the time the first huge, stinking corpse had been discovered in the sand without a battle wound on it, Rohan had been too desperate to worry about dragon deaths. His mother had been one of the first at Stronghold to contract the plague, and the first to die. The disease swelled the lungs and burned the flesh from agonized bones. Fever raged unchecked, no matter what cures were tried. Violent purging, coma, and death followed. Princess Malar's struggles had lasted for 12 horrible days. Others had survived a little longer, but of every 10 persons at Stronghold, 4 fell sick, and all of these died. Word filtered in from other courts and holdings, communicated by Faradim, who often used their last strength to weave the terrible news through the sunlight. Princes Seldin, Durican, and Visarion, Lords Dar, Kutain, Dalinor, Dathok, and Rezi, wives and sons and daughters, and countless retainers, all dead. Andrade herself sent the sorrowful news that Mardim of the pure golden voice had succumbed at Goddess Keep, along with scores of others. No castle, manor, or cottage was immune, with the exceptions of the isolated Merida in their wilderness and the islands of Dorval and Kirst Izel. Prince Lane had forbidden his harbors to all ships, and Volog and Sommer had wisely followed his example. Indeed, in the latter case, the plague proved a perverse sort of blessing. Deprived of outside sustenance, the two antagonists were forced to cooperate with each other so their people did not starve.
Then, the miracle happened. In midsummer, word flashed on the sunlight that a cure had been found. An infusion with a little-known herb, combined with more standard remedies, reduced the fever and stopped the purging, which gave the victims a chance at life. Rohan's fingers clenched around the arms of his chair, and he consciously relaxed them. Memory of that time could still send fury pounding through his blood. The herb had been Dranath. Relstra, controlling its source in the Varesh, controlled its dispersal. Not openly, of course, for that would have brought all the other princes raging across his borders, high prince or no high prince. He had doled out the precious herb through his merchants and made a colossal profit, trading on desperation. Rohan's gaze went to the tapestry map hanging from gold rods on the far wall. A bitter smile lifted the corner of his mouth. Relstra's slowness in providing the drug had rid the High Prince of several opponents and weakened many princedoms. The map was a chilling reminder of how many rulers had died and how vulnerable their lands now were. Rohan knew in his bones that Relstra had purposely held back shipments of Dranath to Gilad, which had lost its most powerful Athri as well as its ruling prince. In the cities of Einar and Ways, the holdings of Snow Coves, Kadar Water, and Katha Heights, death had claimed lords who had not been sympathetic to the High Prince. Weakening the structure of power had been an unexpected bonus for Relstra. All he needed to do was delay providing Dranath until word came that those he wanted dead were dead. To the obscene amounts of money in his treasury, he had added opportunities for mischief in too many places. It afforded Rohan little pleasure that the scheme had not worked in the desert, but only through the goddess's gracious blessing. Rohan had emptied his coffers, and the drug had seeped through to Radzin Port, where Chainel had sent out riders on his swiftest horses to distribute the life-saving Dranath. Too late to keep death from claiming Malar, Camigwyn, and Che's son Johnny. Still, it had come in time to spare countless others. And then the dragons had started dying, and there was no more money left to buy Dranath. And who would be fool enough to want to save the dragons? Lord Farid had sent word from Skyball that healthy dragons had been sighted in his hills. Rohan journeyed there. Together, he and Farid had come up with the idea of lacing the bittersweet plants on the cliffs with Dranath as a preventative. It was the only hope they had. Yet there was no drug to spare, and large amounts were necessary if even these few dragons were to be saved. Rohan had faced the unsavory choice of either demanding every coin his vassals possessed or striking a bargain with Relstra. A soft knock at the door turned the prince's head. "Yes, come in," he called, and a moment later was looking at Walvis's disapproving face. I know," Rohan said before his former squire could speak. "I missed the noon meal, and I'm about to be late for dinner, and my lady wife will have me roasted with her own fire." He smiled and pushed himself to his feet, gathering up the loose pages of Phelan's report. "She wouldn't waste her energy, my lord," Walvis said severely. "There's not enough flesh on you to interest even a starving dragon." Rohan shrugged and locked the report away in a coffer. Replacing the key on a long chain around his neck, he stretched widely and went over to the windows. Walvis joined him. At the age of 17, Walvis's freckles now competed for notice with a proud stubble of beard. Elevated last winter from squire to knight, he had begged to be allowed to stay on at Stronghold and serve Rohan in whatever capacity the prince desired. Rohan had been more than glad to keep him. Walvis was learning the ins and outs of stewardship from Ostville these days, and the routine duties of squire had been delegated to another boy, Sinead's nephew, Tillal. Lord Davi had been only too happy to claim blood bond with the powerful prince his sister had so unexpectedly married, and several times his wife had attempted to invite herself to Stronghold. Sinead had resisted the invasion,
knowing Lady Whistler would ask favors that Rohan, loving and honoring Sinead, would not refuse. At last she had come up with the perfect solution. She would take her youngest nephew into her household. It was part of a squire's training to be completely separated from his family until he was knighted, and Sinead was thus neatly freed from any further importunities. Her sister by marriage had been faint with the honor of having her son educated in a prince's suite, and stayed happily at River Run, boasting to everyone she knew. Shouts came from the gardens below, and Rohan saw Tillal come running along a path, tripping over a cloak much too large for him. Racing after him with a wooden sword in his hand was Ostval's boy, Ryan. Tillal went down with a realistic flutter of wings as Ryan wielded his sword against the dragon. Both boys rolled on the grass, laughing uproariously. Rohan smiled, but his heart was aching as he recalled other boys, just 5 years old like Ryan, who'd crowed with delight while slaying another dragon. Markin alone had gone last year to Prince Lane for his training as a squire, for Johnny had died of the plague. "Tillal's turning into a fine lad," Walvis observed. "When I think of what a beast he was when he came here, I never would have believed that one of my lady's blood could be so awful." It had taken time, and the back of Walvis's hand on more than one occasion, to cure Tillal of a tendency to lord it over the other squires. By now he knew his duties and his place, and no longer traded on his relationship to Sinead. That they were close kin was obvious. They had the same green eyes and fair skin, though Tillal had his mother's dark hair. The combination was striking, and even at 10 winters old, he had been well on the way to an obnoxious conceit. Walvis had cured him of that, too, over the last 2 years. "Getting him away from his mother was the making of him," Walvis continued. "Is it true she'll be at the Riala this year?" "To catch sight of her precious darling? I've heard it rumored. My lady isn't going to be happy about that." Rohan hid sudden laughter. Much of Walvis's conversation for the last 6 years had revolved around Sinead, and it had never been very difficult to discern why. Rohan could appreciate the feeling. He himself had loved her from the first moment he saw her. The squire turned knight fondly believed his worship of her to be a secret, and Sinead was perfection in her dealings with him. She was playful at times, in the manner of a woman with a younger brother, and in public treated him with grave courtesy as a full-grown man, never as a little boy. When Rohan teased her about her adoring young champion, she replied serenely that she was only making sure that the woman Walvis truly fell in love with had a wonderful husband. Had she made mock of his feelings or tried to change them, he might have come to resent women. He was entirely content to adore and serve his princess lady. "He'll grow out of it the minute he sees some pretty girl his own age," she had told Rohan. "I must confess I'll miss my squire, but what do you want to bet the girl will be a redhead, and that he'll name his first daughter after me?" Rohan was wise enough not to take the bet. Tillal and Ryan had picked themselves up by now, still giggling. Sensing that they were being watched, they waved up at Rohan and Walvis. Ryan, dark like his mother and with her remarkable eyes, jumped up and down and called excitedly, "Play dragons again, Prince!" "Again? I was your dragon the other day all afternoon long, and you killed me at least 10 times. Even a dragon needs some rest. And you seem to have found another who's much better at it than I am." "Prince," the child demanded, certain of indulgence, "come down and play dragons." Walvis drew breath to call down a reprimand, but Rohan placed a restraining hand on his arm. "I'd much rather play dragons than read all those reports," he murmured wistfully. "You haven't had your dinner yet, my lord, and my lady won't thank me for letting you exhaust yourself with those 2 whirlwinds again." "Walvis," he said in exasperation, "if you and my wife don't stop behaving like she-dragons with a single egg, do I look sickly and delicate to you, or do you think I'm getting old?
decrepit and drooling at 27? He snorted. Leaning out the window, he told the boys, I have to play Prince tonight. We'll save dragons for tomorrow. Another voice came from down below, and Rohan grinned as Ostville hurried into the gardens. Ryan, Tillal, you know better than to make so much noise and trouble for your prince. He shaded his eyes against the setting sun with one hand, squinting up at the window where Rohan stood. I'm sorry, my lord. If there aren't 50 eyes on them both, they disappear. Ostville clamped a hand on Tillal's shoulder as the boy began edging toward the gates. It's all right, Rohan said, careless of paternal discipline. It's good to see them having fun. Well, no more dragons today at any rate, Ostville ordered, and scooped his son into one arm. Come along, Tillal. You'll want to spend some time getting the grass stains out of my cloak, I'm sure.
But I have to serve at the high table tonight, the boy began, with a hopeful glance up at Rohan.
And so you shall, Ostville agreed. The cloak will be waiting for you.
Rohan turned from the windows, keeping his smile in place to hide the child hunger that rose in him. His sons should be down there, laughing and growing and playing dragons, his sons. His eye lit on the reports, and he made a quick decision. I'm not going to play Prince tonight, Walvis. I want a bath, my dinner, and my wife, in that order. The young man grinned at him. So, now my lady takes third place to being clean and fed? Unless she wants a dirty, bad-tempered husband, she does. Walvis went downstairs with the orders, and the household system Camiguin had created went smoothly into action. By the time Rohan was soaking in a tub, a copious supper for two was being prepared for delivery to their graces' airy chambers. Like most persons for whom such establishments are formed, Rohan was unaware of its workings. He only knew that the few orders he ever had to give were carried out promptly, quietly, and with a minimum of fuss, and none of the former chamberlain's hand-wringing. Alone in the blue and white tiled bathroom, Rohan's thoughts returned to his interrupted musings on the past. Acquiring the Dranath had afforded him a sight of someone he had not thought to encounter again, Princess Ianthe. Relstra had been unable to resist the price Rohan had offered for the drug, and a detachment of troops had been dispatched to Farouche from the Varesh. Rohan and Farid had met the group halfway between Ianthe's castle and Skyball, and bags of gold had been exchanged for bags of Dranath. Ianthe had watched from the saddle of a splendid white mare, lovelier than ever and unashamedly, even triumphantly, pregnant. She still had no legal husband, but Rohan suspected that the beautiful young man riding at her side was the baby's father. Certainly his charms were sufficient to send lust raging through chaster hearts than Ianthe's. Rohan said nothing to her, and met her gaze only once, and what he saw in her eyes had chilled him to his marrow. How had he paid for this treasure of Dranath that had saved dragon lives? How had he ensured their survival and distributed even more of the drug to other princedoms without asking payment? Rohan luxuriated in cool bathwater and shook his head in wry amusement, remembering his stark astonishment when Farid had casually shown him the gold. For 15 years the Athri of Skyball had been melting dragon shells collected from long-abandoned caves in the hills. He had done it in secret and under Zahava's orders, his people loyal to their last breath as they brought forth the gold that had enabled Zahava to consolidate his power in the desert. Everyone had always marveled at Skyball's prosperity, that rough holding without decent farmland or grazing, and Rohan had finally discovered the source of Farid's complacency during good harvests and bad. Dragon gold. Zahava had forbidden the Athri to tell Rohan of its existence, for he had wanted his son to become strong in his own right, without having the prop of unlimited wealth from the very start of his reign. But why? Rohan fumed, as Farid told him this. I myself found gold dust in a dragon's cave years ago. I never had the time to pursue this discovery before now. Why keep it from me? Farid shrugged.
Do you remember when he tossed you into the lake when you were a little boy? And now you're pulling me out, just like before. I would have told you eventually, once you'd found your feet as a prince. Your father didn't want things to be easy for you." "Easy?" Rohan echoed in amazement. "With the Merida and Relstra and the dragons, not to mention all those damned princesses? Easy?" Farid had laughed, and after a moment Rohan's sense of humor triumphed over his outrage. Part of his mirth had been caused by the wonderful joke he would play on Relstra, for instead of beggaring himself and his vassals, or making odious concessions to the High Prince, there was unlimited gold to fill his coffers even after the grotesque sum paid for the Dranath. But there had been bitterness in his laughter as well, for Zahava, even knowing how necessary the dragons were, had gone on killing them. Rohan surmised that his father considered his warrior's reputation to be of more importance than the survival of the dragons, and that he had further assumed Rohan would, when he became prince, devise a way to preserve their numbers, and therefore their output of gold. A clever and ruthless man, Zahava, but he had reckoned without the plague. Rohan shook his head again and got out of his bath. He let the air dry him, and, wrapped in a thin silk robe, went into the bedchamber. The serenity of the rooms his mother had created for him and Sinead soothed him as always. Nothing that had been his parents' remained, but for the huge bed in which generations of princes had been conceived, had given their first cries, and had breathed their last. The rich, bright colors of Zahava's day had been replaced by deep greens and blues that complemented Sinead's fire-gold looks and Rohan's blondness. Tables, chairs, and wardrobes of heavy dark wood had given way to lighter, more casually elegant furniture. He had rarely been comfortable in these rooms when his parents had inhabited them, and had been surprised at how quickly they had become his refuge. Here, he and Sinead had loved each other through nights without end, shared secrets and plans and dreams for the future, and here, too, he had wept with her over the loss of their children. The first time had been the winter after their marriage, the second, that next autumn. She carried each child just long enough to thicken her waist a little. Pregnant again the summer of the plague, the disease had not robbed her of the child. The Dranath had. The heavy dosage necessary to save her life had devastated her Faradi senses and come close to addicting her to the drug. Even in the ungifted, the required amount brought hallucinations, as Rohan remembered only too well from his own brief illness. He and Sinead had both survived. Their child had not, and there had been no sign of another since. Rohan sat down at a table spread with silk and silver and the Pyrenees crystal goblets Sinead had bought at the fair 6 years ago. Ianthe had spoiled that night for them, and Rohan's brows knotted at thought of the princess. She had 3 fine sons by 3 different lovers, and had protected them and her castle against plague by having anyone who showed signs of any illness thrown down the cliffs. Rohan could not entirely condemn her for that. He knew he would have done the same if there had been any chance of saving his mother, or Camiguin, or Johnny, sparing Sinead an instant's suffering, or keeping their child alive within her body. He had himself executed 7 people with his own sword when they were caught hoarding Dranath to sell at staggering prices. But the law would say he had done justice where Ianthe had done deliberate murder. Yet he could not condemn her. He understood. A small whirlwind blew in through the outer door and forgot to close it behind him. Rohan gasped at the impact of Ryan's small body against his chest and hugged back.
"Papa says for me to say I'm sorry," the boy explained. "I'm sorry."
"Apology accepted, if you'll let me breathe," Rohan laughed and settled Ryan onto one knee. Camiguin's beautiful eyes looked at him from her son's impish face, and Rohan hid another ache of loss behind a smile as Ostval appeared in the doorway. "Don't scold him. He only came to tell me he's sorry. And well he should be. Now he's interrupted your dinner.
Ostval lifted his hands in a gesture of surrender, grinning. Sinead says start without her. I already have. He held Ryan out from him. And if it's time for my dinner, then it's certainly time for you to be in bed, young sir. Take it as a royal command from your prince.
The child sighed. You're much more fun as my dragon, he complained.
I've heard little boys say that before. It didn't work then, and it won't work now. Off to bed with you.
He set the boy on his feet, and Ryan went to his father. Rohan had to glance away as the small fingers disappeared into Ostval's hand.
My lord.
He met his friend's gaze, wearing another careful smile. Ostval wasn't fooled, but only his eyes spoke of his compassion. What he said aloud was,
Sinead also mentioned something about sneaking around in the dark.
A genuine smile curved Rohan's mouth.
Oh, did she now?
Is it another game? Ryan asked eagerly. Can I play too?
Ostval winked at Rohan. When you're older, say good night to your prince.
Good night, Ryan echoed dutifully. Don't forget about playing dragons.
I won't forget. Sleep well.
When the door had closed behind them, he resumed his dinner with an appetite that would have pleased Walvis, who, along with Sinead, waged a constant battle against Rohan's tendency to work too much and eat too little. When the food was gone, he lazed back in his chair, wineglass in hand. Obedient to the teasing promise they'd made, he and Sinead met every so often in the gardens late at night. Their household grinned, pretended not to notice, and strictly observed the rule that whenever the prince and princess disappeared, nothing short of the impending arrival of Relstra's armies was to disturb them. Such delicious foolishness was exactly what Rohan needed tonight, and when it was dark, he took a full bottle of wine and the glasses with him from the chamber. Barefoot, clad only in a thin silk robe, he went down the privy stairs and made his way through the empty gardens to the grotto. Sinead was a whispering excitement all along his body, a cool breeze through his heart and mind. He stood before the waterfall and closed his eyes, sensing her presence an instant before her arms slid around his waist and her body pressed to his back. He savored the enchantment as her lips brushed his nape. Her first words melted the spell of contentment. You were shut away with those reports all afternoon. We're in trouble, aren't we?
It's nothing that can't wait.
She let him go, and he faced her. Tell me, Rohan.
He lifted the bottle and glasses ruefully. And here I thought we were going to...
Oh, we will, she assured him, and bound the promise with a kiss. But I haven't seen you all day. Come, talk to me, beloved. They sat together on the soft moss, her head resting on his shoulder, the wine set aside for later. In her arms, he had found joy, and in her love, strength. But perhaps the gift he cherished most was the solace of her mind. Most princes merely had wives. He had found in Sinead a princess worthy of the royal circlet he had given her. He told her about the dragons, and as he held her, he felt her reactions in her body. She could keep her expression as cool and neutral as Andrade, but just as his aunt's drumming fingers could give away her mood, Rohan had only to touch Sinead's hand to sense her real feelings. She was tense now, lithe muscles tightening. We'll have to cancel the vassals this year, she said, when he'd finished. Then there won't be anyone to demand a hatching hunt.
I was thinking the same thing. Phelan is right about the dragons not coming here to Riven Rock, so there wouldn't be any sport for them anyway, but we have to summon the vassals. This is the first Riala in 6 years. We all need to have a good long talk, and the ones who've inherited since the plague must pledge to us in front of the others.
Are you going to tell them about the dragon gold? They've been wondering where the Dranath money came from, you know. When Farid was here last year, he said that his people know where the gold comes from.
And haven't breathed a word about it for 20 years,
he reminded her. Of course not. But those who don't actually work the caves think it's a mine like any other, without any connection to dragons. Maybe we should tell the vassals that.
I'm not concerned with them as much as I am with Relstra.
Mention of the High Prince brought even greater tension, and he stroked her back soothingly.
Watchers have been sent to Skybowl, merchants, travellers, and so forth. They come away none the wiser. Farid's a crafty old liar, bless him, but Relstra's had 3 years to puzzle out where I got so much gold so quickly, and I don't believe that he believes I wanted the dragon saved only because I'm a sentimental idiot.
He can believe what he likes. As long as no one ever finds proof, what does it matter? Your father had the right idea. Let people think your wealth comes from the spoils of war.
Ah, but where does it come from? The Merida didn't have 2 coins to make their purses jingle when we drove them north, and we had to spend a lot to replace the animals that died of the plague.
We've been careful, she protested. We're not extravagant people. We can say that regular trade has filled our coffers again.
And that I'm a miser, he chuckled. No, love, trade isn't regular again yet. That's the point. We haven't had time enough to get rich on that. Trade will be the focus this year, more than ever before. With so many princes and Athrim dead and so many youngsters in their places, power has shifted. I'm afraid it's gone in Relstra's direction, not mine. I have to counter that, and my best weapon is dragon gold.
Buy them, she said, as if the words had a sour taste. How can they lean toward him when you were the one who gave them Dranath?
I could say that they see the deaths, not the lives spared, and it would be true. I could say they suspect me of having hoarded the drug at the very beginning, and that, too, would be accurate from their point of view. But the real reason
is that Relstra has influence with these young lordlings who understand only one kind of power, his kind. We'll have to educate them.
We shall. But I don't plan to buy them.
Well, you'll have to think up a reason why you won't be out there killing a mating sire, you know. The vassals expect it.
I know, he sighed. People have such absurd notions about proof of a prince's virility, thanks to my father.
Her shoulders flinched, and he cursed himself. They certainly can't prove it by me, she whispered.
Sinead, my father was 40 years old before I was born. There's time.
She pulled out of his arms and faced him. I've never carried a child very long. I haven't been pregnant since the plague. I'm not going to give you any children, Rohan, and we both know it.
Stop that. We're both young and strong.
You need an heir.
He drew in a deep breath. If it comes to that, and it won't, then Marken is my choice. But you shouldn't fret about it, Sinead.
How can I not? Rohan, I've studied the law. There's nothing that says your heir must be the son of your wife, only the acknowledged son of your body.
Sinead!
He grasped her shoulders roughly.
What are you talking about?
I won't give up my place as your wife and your princess, but you need an heir.
He stared at her. So you'd send some girl to my bed and then watch her swell with my child? Could you do that, Sinead?
I have your heart and your mind.
And my body. Always. Only you. Tell me. You could never do that, Sinead.
I could, she insisted, though tears sprang to her eyes.
And after the child is born, what then? Would you send its mother away? Or keep her here and watch her take precedence over you as the mother of my son? Have you thought about this at all, you little fool? You'd make me into another Relstra.
I have thought about it. Rohan, I can't give you.
There's nothing I want that you can't give me. And one day we'll give each other a son. Sinead, I wouldn't want a child by any other woman. I couldn't look at a son that didn't have you in his face and his eyes.
He looked into those beautiful, doubting green eyes.
But can't you see that it doesn't matter to me? You're enough.
You're more than I ever thought I'd have. Sinead, you are my life." And to prove it to her, the only way he knew, he coaxed her down onto the moss and made love to her as the waterfall sang nearby. She wept a little, bittersweet tears tasting of her love for him and her despair that she was unable to bear a child. Afterward, he rocked her against his chest, her hair a silken curtain over their bodies. When she lay quiet at last, he loosened his hold and raised himself on one elbow to look at her. Years of living in the desert had burnished her fair skin to light gold and paled her hair a little, streaking it with blonde glints to make a finer setting for those eyes. Pride, surety of his love, and confidence in herself as a princess showed in every line of her face, as royal now as if she'd been born to it. Sinead had been a lovely girl, but maturity had transformed her into the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He traced the elegant curve of her shoulder with one finger and smiled tenderly. "Besides which, woman, what makes you think I'd even be capable with someone else? I have an exclusive taste for long-legged redheads with green eyes." "Fool," she accused. "I know," he agreed, pleased that she was willing to smile again. "That first summer, do you remember? I tried and tried to find a girl to go to bed with me." "Stop laughing at me," he chided as she giggled. "You were awful to me, and you know it. Would you put me through that kind of humiliation again?" "I just might. You've grown entirely too arrogant, my Lord Dragon Prince. Sinead, don't you dare tickle me, Sinead!" They ended up laughing, and Rohan was relieved that her moodiness had vanished. He opened the wine bottle, and they drank from the Pyrenees goblets, listening to the waterfall and watching the stars. Yet part of him continued to worry. A son's legitimacy was secondary to his existence, and his fitness to rule. It was entirely possible that a prince's legitimate son would turn out a fool and his illegitimate one suited to inherit the responsibilities of a princedom. But Rohan could not imagine touching any woman other than his wife, much less begetting a bastard son. Markin would be his heir, if the need arose. If Che and Tobin decided that their firstborn would be happier with only Radzin as his share, then there were the two younger boys, Sorin and Andri. In any case, a prince of Zahava's blood would rule over the desert when Rohan was gone. It was not until much later, when he and Sinead had gone upstairs at last, that he realized he had tacitly admitted he might not have any sons at all. Chapter 20. Princess Ianthe ripped open her father's seal and unfolded the parchment, scowling as she noted the date of the letter. She reminded herself of dear, dead Palila's warning about wrinkles and smoothed her face into more pleasant lines. But her irritation was not so easily banished. It had taken fully 10 days for this letter to arrive from Castle Crag. Through winter snows, spring runoff, summer heat, autumn rain, not to mention rock slides, bandits, or plain bad luck, the couriers never moved fast enough to suit her. Andrade's interdict on Castle Crag and Farouche was a vast inconvenience. But the messages that passed between father and daughter could not have been entrusted to a Sunrunner in any case, she reminded herself, not even one seduced by Dranath, as Krigo had been. As usual, Relstra wasted no time on family news. Neither he nor Ianthe cared about her sisters. Besides, she had her spies in his household, just as he had watchers in hers who reported anything of interest. It was part of the cynical, amusing game they played in pretending to trust one another. His opening, "Dearest daughter," was in the same vein. "Plague deaths have opened up many excellent possibilities, most notably Einar for me and Tiglath for you. Cutaine of Einar's surviving son is now a lad of 10 winters.
and his widow is a simpering nonentity, incapable of governing her own maids, let alone the city and its lands. Additionally, certain documents have come to light, suggesting that those lands once belonged to Prince March. Pimental of Fessenden will be irked by this, as he has eyes on the same territory. Sormer of Izel will support my claim on this, you will be happy to know, for we recently concluded a secret agreement based on my controlling Einar. You may so inform his agents in your court, and in Volog's halls as well, so he may decide whether his profit lies in supporting me or Fessenden. He grew used to working with Sormer when the plague forced them to it. This may continue. Insofar as Tiglath is concerned, you know, of course, that Eltanin lost his fair-haired darling bride in childbed, and their first son to the plague. The second boy thrives, but Eltanin himself is reported much aged, the result of his personal losses and his own slow recovery from the plague. Others are similarly weakened, but more of this at another time. Our Merida allies tell me they are preparing an assault against Tiglath as soon as Rohan is at the Riala. This must not happen. We must adhere to our original plan, and I warn you, dearest daughter, that self-indulgence at this time would be fatal.
The princess's lips curved in a sarcastic smile. The pointed reference to her many lovers was unnecessary. She had not been touched since the beginning of winter, and made very sure that her household knew she slept alone. There were visitors enough to Farouche that would attest to her chastity during this period. Persons who could have no stake in the game she and her father would soon play in earnest.
Speak to your Merida cub at the earliest opportunity. Do not let their hot blood ruin our plans for Rohan and his Sunrunner witch. Let the Merida know in the strongest terms that, if they spoil this, they will find themselves positively yearning for their wastelands from the smallest, darkest cells in the lowest depths of Castle Crag. Regarding your unsubtle hints about the future of your sons, if they are like you and me, and I suspect that they are, then telling them what they will have when they are grown will do no good. Currently, Rusalka and Keeley are battling for position over young Lord Lyle of Ways, who needs a bride. I find this as amusing as the days when you and your sisters were at it over Rohan. Daughters vie with each other over men, but sons fight over castles and power. Let us see how your boys turn out, before we promise them anything. In any case, Ianthe, with any luck, they will be ruling the desert when they are grown men. They can wait, and take what they like at that time.
She sighed ruefully. She had anticipated this reply, and had not really expected her suggestions to find any favor with him. It would have been useful to have in writing gifts of land and castle for her sons, but Relstra was correct in many ways. They would only grow up trying to outmaneuver each other. Ianthe intended they should work together as much as their ambitious natures would allow. She had no illusions about their acquisitive instincts. Ruvel, at 4, and Marin, at barely 3, already fought over almost everything, and year-old Segev watched his brother's battles with great interest. Their fathers were high-born men of excellent lineage and spectacular beauty. Ianthe sighed again at the thought of them. Chelan, with his smoldering eyes and perfect body, Yvaiz's incredible imagination in bed, Athel's erotic games. Poor Athel. He had not been content with clothes and jewels and fine horses, as the others had been. He had wanted marriage to the favorite daughter of the High Prince. His sunlight fairness had reminded her of Rohan, and it had been surprisingly difficult to order his death, annoying as his demands had become. At least Chelan and Yvaiz had had the sense to leave when told. It amused her to reflect that she would have jumped at the chance to marry any of them while she still lived at Castle Crag. Years of exercising absolute authority in her own keep had taught her that marriage was not for her. Yet memories of nights with her lovers stirred her vitals, and she damned the scheme that dictated her continued abstinence.
Her spies at Castle Crag told her that her father disported himself with anything in skirts these days, but there had been no more children, not even daughters. Ianthe chuckled, for reports also featured rumors that Relstra was impotent. Served him right. His letter ended with a caution that this was to be their last communication for a long time. Ianthe felt no regret. She burned the parchment and left her private chamber, glad she would not have the trouble of composing a reply. She was compelled to restrain her temper with her father, a discipline she found more and more irksome as the years went on. Her women were hard at work in the weaving room. The great tapestry, with its matching pillows and bed hangings, was nearly complete, and Ianthe inspected the work with growing excitement. The tapestry depicted various stages of the dragon's mating ritual, fascinating scenes woven in brilliant, clashing colors, chosen by the princess herself. One panel showed males battling in the sand, their talons picked out in crimson and orange, blood dripping from their gaping jaws and from rents in their hides. The violence continued into the next panel, where 10 females, heavy with eggs, circled above a cliff where a male displayed himself in ritual dance, his virility almost obscene. The third panel depicted male and female in the act, dagger teeth bared, tongues lashing out, bodies almost visibly writhing. Golden sand spewed up around them in the hot darkness of the cave. There was a terrible fascination in the rutting that made Ianthe smile. The last panel was near completion, about half of it still only sketched in thread and not yet filled in. It was a scene of young hatchlings battling each other, white shells contrasting with blue, dark scarlet, bronze, and coppery hides. A strong young dragon dug his talons into a dead sibling, about to devour him. But in the shadows, another hatchling waited, his eyes picked out in livid red as he watched the carnage and sought his chance. The pillows were small vignettes of mating dragons and fighting sires, hatchlings feeding off each other, flames searing into cavern shadows. They had been her rejected designs for the larger tapestry. The bed hangings snowed more scenes of savage mating, and when closed around a bed, the thickly stitched curtains would produce a small cave of erotic violence. Ianthe smiled her approval of the work and left the room, thinking of the lover for whom she had planned the weavings as she went up to the battlements to enjoy the dry breeze that lifted her hair from her nape and fluttered the hem of her gown. Below her was the border where Rohan's garrison sheltered in barracks carved into the cliffs. 3 times in the last years, Ianthe had sent for their captain when the Merida attacked trade caravans, attacks she planned most carefully, for times when she wished the prince to know she had been delivered of a son. She laughed lightly and leaned against the pink stone wall, remembering the pleasure of flaunting her sons his Ferrari bitch would never bear him. But the 4th summons had gone down to the captain only 15 days ago, and the attack had been arranged for a different reason. When the garrison captain had arrived, Ianthe had invited him to dinner, as was customary by now, and had talked of dragons. There were ancient caves in the higher mountains where the great beasts might go this year to mate. Rohan was interested in anything concerning dragons, and by now had undoubtedly been told about these caves. But even if he did not investigate on his own, Ianthe had other plans. She had learned in a hard school that one must always have other plans. She turned as her eldest son called out imperiously, and saw the nurse bringing all 3 boys for an evening hour with their mother. She kissed them all and dandled the youngest on her knee, gloating. Strong, healthy boys they were, long-limbed and handsome like their fathers, clever and quick-witted like her. Ruvel and Marin chattered about the day's doings, fighting as usual over who had thrown a ball farther and run faster. She had produced sons, where the Sunrunner could not even carry a child halfway to term. She knew all about Sinead's failure to produce an heir,
rejoicing that the difficulty was natural and she had not been put to the trouble of arranging miscarriages for the Ferrati. She wondered what the desert had done to the woman these last 6 years. Scrawny and withered, Ianthe told herself scornfully, her skin lined and rough, for she was not the type to pay strict attention to her looks. Motherhood had ripened Ianthe's beauty, turned girlish slimness to lush curves of breast and hip and thigh, though she had been careful to keep her waist trim. She had been just as careful to guard her skin and hair from the ravages of hot sun and wind, and had used Palaila's tricks to prevent her pregnancies from marking her flesh. She would require all her perfections for this game, and knew herself to be flawlessly beautiful. Marin climbed up onto her lap, nearly dislodging Segev, who screamed and clung to her with one hand, while battering at Marin with the other. Ianthe hugged them to her breast, cherishing her triumph in their existence. When they were grown, they would hold the desert, and rule over Prince March besides. The path to power for a woman lay in the men she controlled, and she laughed aloud as she played with her sons. The lands and castles might become theirs, but they were forever hers. Tobin folded her hands in her lap and looked up at her husband. The morning sunlight that shone off his dark hair showed the faintest traces of silver. He wore supple riding leathers that clung to the long muscles of his thighs, and his open-throated shirt revealed an expanse of strong chest, sun-browned from long days outside. He stood before her, boots planted firmly on the sandy beach, scowling. "You're giving me that look again," she observed. "You were far away from me again," he countered. "I'm always right here, love." "Your body, yes." He dropped down beside her and rested his elbows on his drawn-up knees, staring out at the sunrise water. "I can't say I understand where the rest of you goes," he shrugged. "Just say you always come back, Tobin. I keep thinking about what happened the night of Zahava's ritual. I almost lost you." Tobin looked down at her hands. On the middle finger of the left was the first Sunrunners ring, sent by Andrade 2 years ago, set with a small chunk of rough amber. Talisman against danger, she reminded herself, and sighed. She felt the need of protection now. She and Chainel had gone out riding early, trying the paces of 2 newly broken mares along the beach below Radzin Keep. The sea was laced with white foam as it reached greedily onto the sand. A measure to the north along the bay was their port district, where ships of all sizes folded their sails to become a winter-bare forest of masts as cargoes were offloaded. It was good to see ships in the harbor again. Their presence meant trade was at last resuming its usual pattern after the desperate years of the plague and its aftermath. Radzin was the only safe anchorage along the desert coast, and Che's forebears had grown rich on trade long before they had started breeding the finest horses on the continent. Tobin had brought an impromptu breakfast along, and after tethering the horses to a driftwood log, had spread out a feast of flaky pastries stuffed with fruit and meat. But the morning had been interrupted in a fashion she had grown more or less accustomed to over the years, for a gentle whisper had touched her mind, and with it the feel of Sinead's colors. Once again she had been caught up in this strange and wondrous thing Sinead had taught her how to do. As many times as they had communicated this way, she was always enchanted by the sweet clarity of her sister by marriage's light, though at times there were darker accents when Sinead was troubled or unhappy. The colors were always fresh and shone with the beauty of her spirit. Tobin treasured her touch. Her gaze returned to Che, and another smile crossed her features. He was made of ruby and emerald and sapphire, all the deep, strong hues that were the perfect foil for her own amber and amethyst and diamond. It had impressed Sinead that Tobin thought exclusively in gem colors, for the Faradim of old had symbolized their patterns of light with precious stones and considered them representative of certain powers and qualities of spirit. It had pleased Tobin that Andrade's gift of a first Sunrunner's ring had been set with amber, and the thought of protection against danger returned her thoughts to where they had begun. "Rohan's going dragon hunting up around Skybowl, perhaps as far north as Farouche," she said. Che stared at her. "You're joking! I've told that idiot he shouldn't ride within 50 measures of Farouche." "When have any of us ever been able to tell him anything?" she asked rhetorically. Digging her fingers into the warm sand, she felt the gritty coolness beneath, the pressure that trapped her hands. "Sinead doesn't seem worried about it. But there's something else, isn't there? And it's not hard to guess what." Che shook his head. "She's bound to have heard the rumors. There are several vassals who want Rohan to put her aside for another wife, or at least take a mistress who'll give him an heir. And she's just fool enough to listen, Che. She'd never give him up, and he'd never let her go." "Sweet wife, everybody knows that. But you know who the heir presumptive is, don't you? And that means I can't say a word. If I defend Sinead, they'll think I want Markin to be the next prince, and I'm damned if I'll encourage the idea of a new wife or a mistress." "There has to be something we can do. I'm not sure Markin would want the burden of a princedom. He's been so fragile since Johnny died." She could still see him wandering around Radzin, searching for his brother, or waking up in the middle of the night, crying out for him. Che drew patterns in the sand with one finger. "He doesn't need the desert crown hanging over his head. In many ways, he's like me, Tobin. We're good at things on a Radzin scale, but we'd be hopeless at running a whole princedom." "I don't agree with you, but I understand what you're trying to say. You'd both be unhappy living anywhere but here by the sea. It's taken Markin quite a while to adjust to Lane's court, much as he's fond of the old prince. Meath has told me on the Sunlight that he did better once they gave him a room overlooking the bay." "Where else could we have sent him? There's no safer place. Whether we like it or not, he's Rohan's heir." "No one would dare attempt Markin's life." "Not while he's in Lane's care, no, but where do you think Relstra would stop? And failing him, the Merida. They don't have any tender feelings toward me, you know. Grey Pearl is the only place for Markin until he's old enough to defend himself." He smiled slightly. "Even if he does get sick crossing water. Should we have expected that?" "Andrade seemed to. And he's working with Meath and Iole." Her hands clenched around the sand. "Damn Relstra!" "And Rohan wants to get within spitting distance of Ianthe." Che shook his head. "My love, have I ever told you that your brother is a fool?" "I've known him longer than you have. He's fool enough to go for the throat of anyone who suggests anything about Sinead. Are you sure there's nothing we can do or say to keep the vassals quiet? They're bound to mention it." "They can try," he answered grimly. "We'll just have to trust what little sense Rohan has to keep Sinead from acting on any insane ideas." He squinted into the morning sunlight and got to his feet. "Sail's coming in, and a turquoise banner. The Cyrene ship finally made it." "From Prince Jastri? What does he want? And why come in a ship?" "He wants horses, what else? And the ship means he wants them fast. I'm only a minor Athri, love. I trade in what I understand and leave the fancy politics to others." He helped her to her feet. "I'll send Jastri's emissary around to you after we've finished haggling over horseflesh. You hear things in people's words that I never do." "Minor Athri," she scoffed. "Warlord, bred of 10 generations of pirates, and legalized thief into the bargain. Makes me the perfect mate for a dragon spawn like you, doesn't it?" Sinead stood at her windows, watching the sand and sky. She had never seen so many colors as there were here in the desert. She had not expected this bounty when she married Rohan, had not dreamed that her Faradi senses would find shades of light here that she had never seen anywhere else. Her childhood home of River Run had been painted in blue and green, lush with flowers and the brilliant plumage of birds. Goddess Keep's sunsets were the amazement of all who saw them. She had traveled through sunny farmland and shadowed forest, absorbing the colors of abundant life. But after 6 years of watching the seasons change, she was still caught by the colors unique to this harsh land. Each sunrise over the long sand brought subtle variations on blue and red and yellow. Clouds sometimes streaked the dawn sky like wind-blown wheat sheaves, tinted 1,000 different colors. The blazing noon sun showed her frail silvers and palest golds across the sands, ruddy darknesses stealing along the rocks, and white so pure it hurt her eyes. Evening, especially in spring and autumn, created a rosy glow and strange greenish shadows that faded to purple along the dunes and wrapped Stronghold in mysterious warmth as night fell. And the stars. She had always thought them mere pinpricks of shining in the sky, but in the desert she felt their colors, scarlets and blues and fiery oranges that sparked her senses. Most of all, she loved the colors she sensed in the stars. Most would say the desert was lifeless. Except for small, isolated places, there were no trees, no grass, no flowers, no creatures singing to each other in the wastes, no rivers glinting with fish, no crops, no fruit ripening amid broad leaves. It was unlike any place Sinead had ever lived, yet she knew there was life here. She could touch it with her Ferrari senses. The life of the desert was in its millions of colors. She turned as someone entered the antechamber and smiled to see the vivid colors worn by her nephew Tilal. She went to him and set a cloth cap on his dark curls. "There, that finishes your outfit. Come look in the mirror." He did, eyes widening. "Oh, you put in River Run's colors with my lord's." "One day, your knight's tunic will be in the same combination. Rohan's blue and silver, your own black and green. If it's all right with your father, that is." "Mama will be thrilled," Tilal answered with a mischievous grin. Sinead tried unsuccessfully to restrain a smile. To cover the lack of respect due her sister by marriage, she returned to the windows and gazed down into the courtyard. The horses were saddled and ready. Soldiers filled their water-skins at the well, and Ostville strode among them, checking off things on his list. The sight of him reminded Sinead of something else, and she beckoned the boy over. "Did Ostville give you the purse your mother sent? You'll find plenty of things to spend your money on, but remember to save some for the Riala." "I only took half, but I hope it's enough to buy new strings for Ostville's lute." Sinead's brows arched in surprise. Ostville had not touched the lute in a long time, and not because the strings were old, she told herself sorrowfully. It was impossible to persuade him to make music when Camiguin was no longer here to listen. "I made him promise to teach Ryan," Tilal finished smugly. "That was very clever of you. I wish I'd thought of it myself." She took a few coins from a bowl atop a large chest and tossed them one by one at the boy, who laughed as he caught them. "Use these to buy the strings, and spend your own money on yourself." "Thank you, my lady. Now I know I can afford the other things I want." "Such as?" "They're a secret." "Even from me?" she coaxed. He hesitated. "Well, yes. Is that all right?" "Of course. But do find something you want, Tilal. Ryan has quite enough toys." She laughed as the squire's green eyes went wide with amazement that she had guessed correctly. It had not been so difficult. The self-centered child who had arrived at Stronghold had undergone a great many changes, all of them for the better. "Your mother sent that money so you could have a few luxuries for yourself," she reminded him, "and there's nothing wrong with buying yourself a present now and then." "Thank you, Aunt Sinead," he said, as he pocketed the coins.
Walvis bellowed his name from the courtyard below, and he leaned out the window to yell down, "I'm comin'!" Then he went back to the mirror to inspect himself once more. "You look very grand," Sinead teased, "and in a few more years you'll be spending all your money to impress the ladies." She adjusted the fall of his light cloak. "You won't let my lord ride too far or fast in this heat, will you? And make sure he eats a good dinner, whether in the halls or up in his own rooms. You know how he is."
"Yes," Rohan said from the doorway. "We all know how he is. Talal will make sure I come back pampered and fat, without so much as a broken fingernail. Woman, you worry too much." He tugged the cap playfully down around Talal's ears. "Let that be a lesson to you. Choose a wife who's convinced you're older than 10 winters and can take care of yourself."
The boy resettled his cap and grinned up at Rohan. "I've never seen you lessen her on the matter, my lord."
Rohan snorted. "Run downstairs and tell Ostval I'll be along soon."
Talal bowed formally to them both and left the room, remembering to close both inner and outer doors behind him. Alone with her husband, Sinead suddenly found she had nothing to say, could not even look into his eyes. Her gaze traced the silver embroidery on his gold silk outer robe, thinking he would glisten in the sunlight from the top of his blonde head to the toes of his polished boots. Beneath the sleeveless, knee-length robe, he wore blue trousers and a white shirt, with a topaz set in silver resting below the hollow of his throat.
"I know you want to come with me," he said quietly. "But if the rumors are true and the Merida are readying another attack against Tiglath, I want you safe in the south."
She nodded. The progress had been her idea after all. Visiting each keep would spare them the bother of a vassal's meeting at Stronghold before the Riala. Sinead would go to the southern holdings while Rohan toured the north. The tactic was satisfactory on many counts. Each Athri would be honored by the presence of one of his rulers, which would emphasize his personal relationship with them and underline Sinead's status as a working princess, as well as prevent the vassals from coming together to indulge in their usual squabbles. Besides all that, Rohan and Sinead would be able to see for themselves the state of each holding and not be dependent on other sources of information regarding crops and herds. The convocation of vassals would be held after their return from Ways this year, when Rohan would present them with the terms he had won from the other princes on their behalf.
"I'll miss you,"
he said, stroking her braid with one finger. "You'll have a care to yourself, won't you?" she asked wistfully.
"Walvis and Talal will see to it. I'm sure you gave each of them a list a measure long."
He took her face between his hands.
"Smile for me, beloved. When you don't smile, the whole world is dark."
She rubbed her cheek to his palm and closed her eyes.
"Sometimes I wish I was a Sunrunner too, or had inherited at least a little of what Tobin did. Then I could talk to you when we're apart."
He embraced her, rocking gently back and forth.
"You take care as well, my lady."
"Ostval says if you give him one more lecture on the subject, he'll tear his hair out."
"I haven't been that bad, have I?"
"Worse." She drew away and smiled. "Remember to give Eltanan's little boy the present I sent along. Walvis has it, and gifts for the others as well."
"Hayden will be furious that I didn't bring you along to Remagiv so he can flirt with you."
"Your kinsman is a sweet old devil who flirts better with his one eye than most men do with both. Give him this for me." She kissed Rohan's lips soundly.
When she drew back, he said, "I'll tell him about it. Most of it."
"Well, don't tell him about this one." When she finally let him up for air, Rohan reflected dazedly that it would be nothing less than kindness to omit a description. Hayden was an old man. Rohan was a young one and wasn't sure he'd survive. He kept an arm around her waist as they walked through to the hall. "Come downstairs with me?" "Certainly not. There'll be a storm cloud of dust and I'll be coughing for days. I'm going to be a properly forlorn wife and stand on the battlements waving my scarf." Rohan made a face at her. "And people call me a fool." He paused at the top of the stairs. "One of Andrade's itinerant Ferrari is supposed to be at Tiglath soon. If there's any news, send to me there." "I will." Sinead smoothed back his hair and smiled. "Goddess watch over you and bring you home safe, love." After kissing both her palms in homage, he hurried down to the courtyard. A short while later he was at the head of the 17 riders, wending their way through the tunnel into the desert. Tilal was just behind him, Rohan's standard proudly secured in his right stirrup. Walvis came next, as knight commander of the squadron. Emerging from the tunnel into glaring daylight, Rohan waited until he was sure he could see the keep, then turned in his saddle. He nearly burst out laughing, for there was the promised slender figure, waving a piece of silk the size of a battle flag. He called a halt, and Walvis, understanding his wink, had the riders wheel smartly about to salute their princess. Rohan saw the smiles on even the craggiest warrior faces. His people loved Sinead nearly as much as he did. They were proud of her beauty and her status as a Sunrunner. They approved of her care of him and his obvious happiness with her, and they loved her for herself. She tended their wounds and sicknesses, helped their wives in childbed, and had established a school for their children. From her household moneys, she dowered their marriageable daughters and sons. That she was utterly useless when it came to the everyday running of the keep was a matter for affectionate laughter, a foible that endeared her to them. Rohan knew that if he was ever so far out of his senses that he attempted to take a mistress, his own retainers would make sure he returned to his right mind in a hurry. But sooner or later, his vassals would start hinting about his childless state. He was fertile. It was Sinead's inability to carry a child that was the problem. The Athrim honored and respected her. Half the letters from Stronghold bore her signature alone, and by now her authority was firmly established. She had studied desert laws and customs thoroughly. Her decisions were wise and fair when she sat in justice alone during Rohan's absences from Stronghold. But the vassals would want the assurance that only a male heir could give. Rohan shrugged in sudden annoyance that verged on anger. It was as if they considered a woman to be worth no more than the sons she produced, no matter what else she accomplished and how much she gave. But at least he would not have to deal with any of that for some days yet. His first destination was Remagev Keep, the last of a series of castles that had once reached across the long sand all the way to the sea. Through the years, the fortresses had been abandoned one by one as the land became impossible to live on, even for the hardiest sheep and goats. Remagev was the only one not in ruins, and from it Rohan's great-grandsire had begun his reconquest of the desert and driven the Merida north. His distant cousin Lord Hayden now held the keep. Childless, the last of his branch of the royal line, he had asked Rohan some time ago to find a worthy Athri for Remagev, and part of the reason Ostville had yielded his usual position to Walvis on this journey was that Rohan intended Hayden to notice the young man. After Remagev, they would visit Skybowl, then several small manor holdings nestled in the hills, and then Tiglath. Rumor had the Merida poised in the rocky plains for yet another attack. Rohan wondered sourly if they would ever learn. Sinead had discovered a spy this past winter at Stronghold, a wayfarer craving a few nights' shelter, who had been caught trying to break into Rohan's private study. She had been all for sending the man back to his people in a large number of small boxes. Gentle as his lady could be, she had a streak of ruthlessness when it came to protecting what was hers, especially Rohan himself. He had ordered that the spy be given a horse, but no water, and set him free in the desert with a few trenchant words of warning for his Merida masters. But they would never give up. Rohan knew that only too well, and it saddened him.
War was such a waste of lives and substance and time. Yet he had no choice. The Merida had sworn to take Stronghold and butcher every member of Rohan's family. So he must keep fighting, keep pushing them back, keep them penned up where they could work no serious mischief. He cursed the lack of alternatives, but it seemed he would have to live by the sword for some years yet, so that his sons could live in peace. Sons. The forbidden subject again. He called Walvis forward, brows arching, as the young man made him a formal bow from his saddle. "I'm practicing my manners," Walvis explained. "Lord Hayden is a real stickler for proper etiquette. When it amuses him, or when he's got his second eye in. Father used to tell me Hayden kept the eye he'd lost to a dragon in his pocket and sometimes changed it with the real one when he wanted to scare people. I used to stare at him until my head ached, trying to figure out which was the real one. But I'd like you to keep both your eyes open, Walvis, and take a good look at Remaga for me. I'm considering some changes there. It could turn into a real asset if we put some effort into it. Hayden is more warrior than Athri, and the last time we visited, the place was a mess. I'd hate to have to abandon it. I'm no expert yet, though Ostvel's been teaching me, but I'll survey the place as best I can, my lord, and tell you what I think." Rohan turned the conversation to other things, satisfied with his ploy. Walvis would come away from Remaga excited about plans for renovating it and remain unaware of who might be in charge of the work until Hayden made his decision. If all was agreed, then Sinead could start looking for a bride for the boy. A redhead, came the whimsical thought. Rohan would elevate Walvis to Athri of Remaga Keep. Hayden could live out his remaining years untroubled by duties he had never liked anyway, while giving Walvis the benefit of his experiences in the desert, and Rohan would end up with a revitalized keep, a loyal vassal, and the satisfaction of having rewarded the landless youth for his many years of service. Yes, he reflected with a smile, sometimes being a prince was an excellent thing indeed. With Rohan gone, attention turned to preparations for Sinead's departure for the south. She and Ostvel would head straight for Radzin and spend several days there before following the line of holdings along the coast to the Fallain. Sinead's brother, Lord Davy, would cross the river and meet her for a private visit at Rohan's suggestion for the twin purposes of family duty and political soundings. Prince Jastri, kin to the Athrim of Riverrun, had succeeded to his father Haldor's princedom, and Rohan had a few ideas about expanding the small port at the river's mouth in a joint venture that could prove profitable. From there, Sinead would travel northward and visit the rich lands bordering Sire and Meadowlord, whence most of the desert's substance in foodstuffs came, and wait there for Rohan before they journeyed together to Ways. She looked forward to the progress. Although she wished Rohan could be with her, she was eager to confirm her standing with those she now thought of as her vassals, as well as her husbands. She sat up late at night to review everything about each lord and holding, choosing gifts for wives and children, discussing possibilities with Ostvel. But toward midnight on the day before she was due to leave, the moonlight called her outside to the gardens. She stood before Princess Malar's fountain, watching the water turn to a shower of silver light. There was no breeze. Drops fell in a perfect rippling circle out to the blue and white tiles that had been brought all the way from Kirst. Sinead sat on the edge of the pool and dipped her fingers into the water, her rings glittering. What had she brought to Stronghold, she wondered. Malar had made the rough keep into a miracle of comfort and beauty. Her touch was everywhere. What would Sinead leave behind? She knew her own worth, both in private and in politics. 6 years as wife and princess had challenged her and not found her lacking, except for a child. But if a wife was expected to give her husband sons, even more were they expected of a princess. Tobin had sons. One of them would continue Zahava's line if Sinead could not. Ianthe had sons, she reminded herself bitterly. 3 of them, where her own father had produced none. It seemed Sinead had something in common with Relstra after all. But Rohan would never be like him, would never seek sons in other women's bodies. She shook her head, knowing that she should have consulted the mother tree back at Goddess Keep before she had left. But if she had, and had been shown herself with empty arms, she would never have come to the desert. The girl she had been would not have known that a princess was worth more than her production of male heirs. But whatever else she was to Rohan, she knew she would not be the mother of his children. She splayed her fingers in the water and counted off her rings, this for calling fire, that for conjuring with moonlight, another declaring her to be a master sunrunner. She would give them all for a son, all except the great emerald on her left hand. The stone was a symbol of hope and renewal, the springtime jewel of fertility. Her lips curved thinly. How the gem mocked her, and how its green fire suddenly blazed, catching her with a lash of color. The fountain of water drops became a fountain of fiery sparks falling in a perfect circle just beyond her fingertips. And within that green gold silver light she saw herself, and a child in her arms. The newborn boy cuddled naked against her naked breasts, Rohan's golden hair, a silken cap framing his small face in light. The fire put greenish shadows into his blue eyes as he reached a tiny fist for her unbound hair. Sinead saw herself hold the baby closer, guide him to her breast to suckle. She caught her breath in wonder. A child, a son. But then she saw her own face lift and recoiled from the sight of the fierce, angry green eyes. There were welts across her brow, and one bared shoulder burned into her skin by her own fire. The vision faded, and the fountain was only water again. The spray struck her face with a sudden wind through the garden. She shivered, drew her hands from the water, and dried them absently from her skirt. Closing her eyes, she rewove the water circle and its vision in her mind. A son, held jealously to her breast, Sunrunner's fire scarring her face and her body. A sudden trembling shook her, but whether of joy or fear, she did not want to know. Chapter 21. 5 days later, riding up the steep path to Skybowl, Rohan still chuckled over Lord Hayden's send-off.
"Make sure that boy retains full use of his limbs and wits," the old man had ordered gruffly. "He'll need them, if he's to make something out of this old wreck."
Nothing else had been said of the matter, but a slap on the shoulder and the growled caution indicated Hayden's approval of Rohan's choice for the next Athri of Remagev. It was most gratifying, even if his shoulder had twinged all day afterward with the enthusiasm of his kinsman's farewell salute. As the riders reached the lip of the ancient crater, Rohan drew rein to appreciate the vast blue lake. Skybowl Keep crouched on the shore like a bad-tempered gray dragon, wings folded at odd angles and claws dug deep into the stony soil. A road wide enough for 3 horses circled the lake, and a narrower path wound upward on the far side to disappear over the cliff. This led to the Dragon Caves.
"It's beautiful," Tilal said at Rohan's side. "All that water."
"You're starting to sound desert bred. Perhaps while we're here, the dragons will come for a drink."
"Do you think so, my lord? I've never seen one up close, only flying over River Run. Are they really as big as people say?"
"Bigger."
Rohan's attention was caught by a small group of riders leaving the keep, and he squinted into the afternoon sunlight. Lord Farid was easily distinguished by his loose white robes and heavy beard, but the other 4 were unknown to Rohan. He touched his heels to Pashta's ribs and rode forward.
"My Lord Prince," Farid hailed him. "If it's dragons you're seeking, we've just had word they're on the high cliffs. Then let's go watch."
He beckoned Walvis forward and said, "Take the others in and see to the horses. Tilal,
How would you like to come with me?"
"May I, my lord?"
The boy bounced in his saddle, and his horse gave an irritated snort.
"I won't get in the way, I promise."
This with a sidelong glance at Walvis, who smiled and held out a hand to take the prince's standard. Rohan and Farid exchanged news as they headed for the cliff path. After a time, the old man called one of his escort forward for an introduction that made Rohan forget his manners and simply stare as Phelan of Skybowl was presented to him. It seemed that his counter of dragons was a woman, and a young and pretty one at that. She acknowledged his surprise with a wry smile that lit up her deeply tanned face.
"It's an honor to meet you at last, my lord," she said, "and to be chasing dragons with you."
"The honor is mine," he said, recovering himself. "Forgive me for staring, but you're very young to know so much and be so good at what you do for me."
19 last autumn, she replied cheerfully. "Full young, I'll admit, but sharp-eyed and able to count, and to make sense of what I've counted."
"So I've discovered," he smiled, liking her easy manners. "Have you always watched dragons?"
"Ever since I was a little girl. Where we lived, up by the Cunaxan border, the grounds were so near that we felt the wind of their wings and made knives of their teeth."
She pulled a dagger from her belt and passed it to him, haft first. The knife was suitable for stabbing, not slicing, but the point was needle-fine and would go through a man's belly all the way to his backbone.
"Did you have to argue much with the dragon who used to own this?"
Rohan asked as he handed it back. Phelan laughed and thrust the dagger back into its sheath.
"Not me, my lord. I never went near their homes until they'd flown back south. Get near those rows of teeth, most of them twice the size of this one, not me."
They reached the narrow path that led up the side of the crater, and it became necessary to ride single file. Rohan found it frustrating not to continue his talk with this gray-eyed girl who counted his dragons and probably knew as much about them as he did. But he promised himself a good long discussion with Phelan in private once they returned to the keep. It was slow going along the ledge, and as Rohan guided Pashta close behind Farid's dappled gray, he imagined what it must be like to traverse this path, with heavy dragon gold off-balancing rider and horse. A better road would have alerted outsiders to strange happenings at Skybowl, though. From the cliffs, they rode down a slippery trail into a canyon where the wind had carved sculptures both beautiful and grotesque. Lumpish castles boasted graceful spires. Hideous creatures sprouted multiple limbs. Huge rocks seemed balanced on fragile spikes no wider than a sword blade. The rock shaded from garnet to amber to onyx, colors slicing through each other at strange, dizzying angles. The Court of the Storm God, it was called, and Rohan's active imagination created a variety of impossible monsters lurking among the shadows. He had seen the canyon in most of its moods, from blazing morning to weird sunset to skin-chilling moonlight, when the shadows blurred and sometimes tripled, depending on the position of the moons in the sky. A full 5 measures of precipitous trail wound through the court, and the riders maintained a respectful silence. Then, Farid led them in the opposite direction from the caves, explaining to Rohan over his shoulder that the valley nearby was the perfect place for the dragons to perform their dances, and beyond this were more cliffs where even now the bittersweet plants were being devoured. Rohan knew the trail well. The crop of bittersweet was the one he and Farid had laced with Dranath. He glanced around at Tilal, whose eyes were circles of astonished curiosity. A pity he was the younger son and would not inherit River Run. The education and experience he was gaining in the desert would have made him a fine Athri. Perhaps when he reached Walvis's age and was knighted, Rohan could find a place for him that would utilize the talents being nurtured now. After a steep climb out of the court, they halted on a crest to look out over a sandy valley. She-dragons rested in the sun, wallowing in warmth. Pale bronze and dark scarlet and deep silver-gray hides soaked up afternoon sun. Here and there a wing
slowly unfolded to gather up as much heat as possible, and great heads turned with snapping jaws when a neighbor crowded too close. They were huge, deadly, and the most beautiful things Rohan had ever seen, but so few. He counted rapidly and found that of the 32 females Phelan had reported, only 19 lounged here on the sand. Gesturing her to his side, he asked, "Where are the others?" She shrugged, tossing her untidy dark red braid back over her shoulder. "I don't know, my lord. They may have flown off looking for caves. They won't go near the ones at Skybowl. Lord Farid ordered them cleared out 20 days ago, hoping the dragons would use them this year, but I'm sure they sense that people have been there. Dragons are more intelligent than anybody thinks." Farid guided his horse over and said, "I'm worried about the sires, too. Perhaps they're with their other ladies. But where?" "The North Veer is too cold," Phelan mused. "The eggs would take too long to hatch. Down south is hot enough, but except for Riven Rock, most of the caves have collapsed. I made a survey last year, my lord," she explained, as Rohan questioned her with a lifted brow. "The only suitable caves are here and at a place just this side of Farouche Castle. Hot enough, big enough, sturdy enough, and with bittersweet growing nearby to get those old sires ready." She grinned. "That's what the plant's for, you know." Rohan choked on sudden laughter. "Is it really? I'll have to wrap some up and make a present of it to Relstra." Farid, straight-faced but with a gleeful, malicious sparkle in his eyes, said, "It's rumored that the production of daughters is down because certain things have trouble coming up." Tilal, whose gaze had never left the dragons, called out softly, "My lord, I think they've seen us." Rohan's attention turned to the valley, where several females had raised their heads to stare up at the ridge. "We'd best be off, then. I wouldn't want to disturb these ladies from their naps, but I'd like a look at the sires. Farid, do you think they might be up on the cliffs? It won't be dark for some time yet." Once out of sight of the she-dragons, they were able to pick up the pace without fear of attracting unwanted attention. The going was easier, too, as they followed an ancient riverbed down from the hill crest and then went up another slope. They heard the dragons long before they reached the summit that overlooked a boulder-strewn gorge. On the far cliffs, 3 massive sires were busy tearing up bittersweet by the roots. Occasionally, one would roar at the others, and the echoes set off clattering rock slides. Tilal's jaw had descended to his chest. "My lord, is it true you killed one of those?" he whispered. "Yes," Rohan answered curtly, not wanting to remember. "Let's go closer, Farid." Slanting an amused glance at Phelan, he added, "I'll hold you excused from joining us." "Thank you, my lord," she said fervently, wide and wary eyes on the 3 sires. Scrub grew along the summit, dry bushes barely green, in which a few birds perched on their way elsewhere. The shadows were deepening as the sun slowly fell, but Rohan had no thought for the time. He wanted to see those dragons up close, strong, healthy, proud creatures, not corpses, rotting in the sand. "Up there, my lord!" Tilal gasped, pointing to the sky. A dozen more dragons sailed through the air on powerful wings, the missing females in northward flight. They paid no attention to the sires, who screamed to attract them. Coppery and black and green-brown, the she-dragons flew in their arrogant strength, and Rohan suddenly laughed aloud with the joy of their freedom. He gave in to impulse and pressed his stallion into a gallop. Farid called out a caution that he ignored. He urged Pashta to greater speed along the hills, and they soared over the rocky ground, his golden robe billowing out behind him like wings. He, too, was a dragon in free flight. The way descended for half a measure, then banked steeply up. He could see the dragons above him and knew they would soon outdistance him and disappear into the mountains around Farouche, and damn Ianthe, who would probably send out her latest lover to slaughter a dragon for her whims. The wind swirled around him, blew Pashta's mane back into his eyes, whipped at his face and half-bared chest. Leaping a huge boulder, For just an instant he felt the surge of muscle and wing that would take him skyward along with the dragons. A searing pain struck his right shoulder, and he thought a rock had flown up from the stallion's hooves. But something dragged at the wound. He groped around with his left hand, drawing rein with the right that was beginning to go slightly numb, and his fingers snagged at the hilt of a knife. A stand of thin, dry shrubs was ahead of him, and from it ran 6 men on foot, some with bows, others with swords. Pashta skidded on the loose stones, shrieking a battle challenge as his blood and training dictated, and reared up with hooves lashing out. Rohan hung on, grasping his sword with his left hand and one of his boot knives with his right. The men came for him, one of them grabbing the stallion's bridle as he came down. A powerful yank jerked the horse's head around, and the man lost a chunk of sleeve and flesh for his pains. But balance was lost. Even as Rohan hacked through upraised arms and stabbed into chests, Pashta foundered, and Rohan toppled to the ground. His vision exploded in black rainbows as a hand pulled at the knife in his shoulder, tearing down through muscle. His sword was wrested from his grip. He tried to roll away, but the man still had a grip on the blade and twisted it once again. Instinct alone drove his elbow back into the man's belly. Momentarily freed, he wrenched the knife from his flesh. The pain sent him reeling. He heard Farid's shout of his name, Talal's frantic call. He spun, crying out an order for them to leave him. He could see nothing, feel nothing, but the incredible fire in his shoulder and a new stabbing pain along his thigh. He fumbled at it, and the pain of removing the arrow somehow cleared his vision. A half-sensed movement made him turn and thrust with the knife that still had his blood on it. But his eyes betrayed him then, gaze flickering down at the arrow's fletching, expecting to confirm suspicion by the sight of Merida colors. The glance was an unforgivable mistake, for it left him open to the blow that felled him. As he crumpled into the dirt, the colors that chased him into unconsciousness were not Merida brown and green, but violet, edged in gold, Relstra's colors, and Ianthe's. Phelan watched shadows fill the valley, like an onrushing tide, indigo and deep brown and a strange greenish black. On the cliffs the dragon sires seemed to have melted into the stone. She shook her head, asking herself why men were so stupidly reckless. Dragons were marvels to behold, but at a nice, safe distance. Prince Rohan, Lord Farid, and the young squire ought to have returned by now from their foolish dragon-chasing, and she said as much to the man beside her. Darfir shrugged and cast an uneasy look across the gorge to the invisible dragons. His lordship knows his way home. Though his words were casual enough, his hands constantly slid up and down the reins, and his eyes constantly scanned the trail. Phelan bit her lip. "We'll wait for them," she said, and peered into the dying light. A short time later, Darfir gave a muffled curse and pointed to the cliffs. A great winged shadow appeared against the dusky sky and launched itself into flight. Phelan's blood congealed as the dragon bellowed a hunting cry, familiar to her from childhood. "Sweet goddess," Darfir whispered, "is he coming after us?" "No," another of the men said. "Look." The dragon swooped into the gorge and was swallowed in darkness. A horse's thin scream rose and abruptly died. Moments later, the sire lifted into the sky once more, flying to a remote perch with a large, limp shape dangling from his talons. Even at a distance, the piebald hide showed that this was the squire's mount. "Oh no," Phelan breathed, and in the next instant dug her heels into her horse's flanks. The others followed her, the arrhythmic patterns of hoofbeats in perfect keeping with the uncertain pounding of her heart. Suddenly, she drew rein, for ahead of her trotted Lord Farid's dappled gelding, heading home. Darfir rode forward and grabbed the horse's reins. A quick inspection showed the nicks in his hide and blood on the reins where Farid's hand would have held them. "He knows his way home, unlike the one the dragon caught," Darfir said grimly. "As for the prince's stallion, he could be anywhere by now." "They didn't fall from their horses," Phelan said softly. The oldest of the men, Lois, growled through his beard. "Whatever lost them their mounts, walked on 2 legs and drew steel against them."
"Or glass," Phelan added. "And they won't have waited around either. Can you find the tracks, Lois?"
The old man nodded and dismounted to scrutinize the ground.
"Bring the gelding. We may have need of him."
Phelan glanced at Darfier.
"What do you think happened?"
"How could the Merida have come so far south without our knowing?"
"They wouldn't dare."
But it was a feeble protest. Lois had gone some distance from them, and now turned to call out success. After half a measure, they found the place where the squire's horse had turned into the gorge, Prince indicating a panicky gallop. They rode on in silence as the light worsened and every shape became a threat. At last Phelan stopped, seeing a stand of brush and a dark shape on the ground. She cried out and leaped down from her saddle. Farid sprawled in a dirt-thickened puddle of his own blood, a gaping wound in his side, sword still in his hand, the blade dark with blood. Death had not gentled his face, and as she crouched beside him, she almost expected him to sit up and bellow out his rage before slashing into his attackers again. Smoothing his features tenderly, she closed his sightless eyes and bent her head.
"Look here!"
Lois called out, and she glanced up, tears blurring her eyes. The old man was a few strides away, pointing at the ground.
"There's blood all over. Our Lord and His Grace gave good accounts of themselves, signs of bodies being dragged. See the marks of boot heels in the dirt? 3 men were unable to walk by the time this was over."
"Oh, 2 of them, and Prince Rohan,"
Phelan said, shivering.
"Did he wear spurs? These 3 did."
"I don't know. I can't remember."
"Trained by his father and mounted by Lord Chanel on a horse like that. No spur ever touched that stallion, nor any other Prince Rohan ever rode."
She knuckled her eyes and said,
"Darfier, put our lord on his horse. We'll take him back home."
"We follow the tracks as far as we can,"
Lois growled.
"There's no more light,"
Darfier protested. Lois cursed and spat and set off anyway. Phelan caught up with him.
"What if we find them? 4 of us against however many of them, and with a sword at the prince's throat. And what about the boy?"
"Small enough to carry, of course. I thought you were careful about observing things."
"And I thought you were a goldsmith."
Lois snorted.
"Only after I had my belly full of guiding other people's riches through the mountains, girl. There are less dangerous livings."
Twilight guided them to a rocky outcropping. Lois shook his head in defeat.
6 horses, by the scars on the bushes where they'd tied the reins. They took the harder path from here. Not even I could find them now."
"Lois, look over here."
Phelan picked up a small, shiny object that had caught her eye.
"It's a coin. No, a medallion."
He took it from her, ran a finger over both surfaces.
"Minted back when the Merida held stronghold. They had a legendary goldsmith then. I recognize the work." He spat again. "Merida. Damn them."
As they went back to the others, he asked,
"Did you ever see his princess?"
"No. All the times they've visited, I've been out chasing dragons."
"Fire in her hair, and cold to her hand when she pleases, but nothing compared to the fire that will kindle around the Merida when she learns of this. She'll lead whole armies to get him back."
"They'll kill him if she tries."
Lois's eyes glittered in the dimness.
"You've never seen the princess," he said.
Beliav rubbed at the ritual scar on his chin and glared at the shy slivers of the moons just visible between the jagged mountains. In only a few days they would rise full and provide light enough to ride by. As it was, he was in constant danger of slipping on treacherous rock or missing an essential landmark. The timing had been all wrong, he complained to himself as he rode, and the bitch princess was not going to be pleased. Well, that was her problem, Beliav thought, and cursed as his gelding's forelegs skidded on loose stones. How could he have known that fool of a prince would go out sightseeing dragons so soon? How could he have anticipated that Rohan would ride through the very hills where Beliav and his men were scouting suitable ambush? They had arrived only yesterday. That meager stand of brush would not have been Beliav's choice for cover, but he supposed things had worked out profitably despite the haste of the arrangements. He tugged at the lead rein and indulged himself by spitting on the prince's blond head. Rohan was slung across the saddle like a sack of grain. Rope, tying his wrists and ankles, passed tight beneath the horse's belly. Beside him was one of Beliav's dead, with a heavy cloth wrapped around his nearly severed arm so dripping blood would not provide a trail. The royal sword responsible for that death and yet another was now in Beliav's possession, along with the prince's knives. He'd been warned about those, and the sleeveless golden robe. He rubbed his cheek to his shoulder, smooth silk and prickly silver embroidery luxurious against his skin. A pity the garment had been ruined by rips and blood, but perhaps the princess's women could mend and clean it. Now that they'd finished their hellish dragon tapestries, they had nothing better to do. His mount's hooves skittered again, and Believ yelped a warning to the men behind him. 2 of them were wounded, 2 of them dead and tied across saddles, and one was holding the bound and gagged squire in front of him. It had cost precious time to secure the casualties, and the going was slow with 3 horses on leading reins, but leaving the men behind was unthinkable. They were Ianthe's, and identifiable as such by their clothes, and that damned arrow it had taken so long to find in the dirt. The prince's people must believe that the Merida alone were responsible for Rohan's capture. Thus the medallion left where someone would surely find it. Believ grinned at the thought of Lord Chanel riding north at the head of the desert armies to the plains outside Tiglath, right past Farouche, where Rohan would be kept until Ianthe had done whatever it was she planned to do to him. For his own part, Believ would just as soon have carved the prince up into interesting shapes to be sent back to his Sunrunner witch of a wife, but Ianthe had forbidden it. She had assured him that the eventual outcome would be much more satisfying, and there had been a feral glow in her eyes that made doubt impossible. Not that he trusted her, he mused, as he leaned slightly back in his saddle, trying to ease the ache in his back. Lord Farid had gotten in a powerful kick while still on horseback, and it had been a real pleasure to shove his sword into the old man's side. There were bruises elsewhere, too, that riding did nothing to soothe. 30 more measures to Farouche, and then he would bask in the attentions of the princess's women while Rohan was given over to Ianthe. Believ trusted her not at all, but any change in plan would not profit him at this time. Possibilities teased him about her plans for the prince, but ended in a shrug. She could keep Rohan for a pet, or throw him from the cliffs for all Believ cared. He stretched, unable to spare a hand from reins or lead rope to rub his spine, and thought about the speediest way to get word to his brothers in the north that preparations would have to be hastened. The attack on Tiglath, bold stroke that, would have to begin earlier than planned. Ianthe and Relstra had warned against it, but there would never be a better time for the obliteration of the city. The High Prince, in collusion with young Prince Jastri of Sire, would soon be conducting military maneuvers on the Cyrene side of the Falain River. It was Relstra's plan to use these armies to annihilate in one swift battle all the troops the desert could muster. Thus he had ordered the Merida to make no move against Tiglath which would compel Lord Chanel to split his forces to north and south. But Tiglath lay there ripe and waiting, and if the High Prince thought the Merida would pass up this chance, he was very much mistaken. If the horse-thieving lord of Radzin's army divided to defend Tiglath as well as the Falain border, too bad for Relstra. Actually, Believ told himself, he'd be doing Relstra a favor by taking care of half the desert for him, and, too, with Tiglath in Merida hands, Relstra would have no way to renege on his promise that the northern desert would return to its rightful owners. Believ did not trust the High Prince either. He glanced down as Rohan's fair head moved, and a strangled groan escaped his throat. Sliding his foot from the stirrup, he delivered a careful kick just above Rohan's ear. No further damage could be risked for fear of Ianthe's wrath. The prince subsided back into senselessness. Feeble moonlight shone off the bloodstain on his shoulder, and Believ smiled. Rotten timing or no, he had Rohan secure and would deliver him as promised. By winter, the Merida would rule from Stronghold once more. This happy thought sustained him through the next few measures of winding mountain trails. At last the sun began to finger tentatively at the eastern sky, and Belial picked up the pace a little. He cursed the necessity of swinging wide around the desert garrison below Farouche, for the back route added another 10 measures to an already interminable journey. But it would all be for nothing if Rohan's men spotted this strange party riding into Farouche. The sun was summer hot overhead all day, and by dusk was still brutal. At long last Belial led the group through the narrow back pass. Startled guards at lonely posts called down challenges he answered with a snarl. The castle spires rose beyond the rocks, tantalizing him for a full 3 measures before he finally reached the gates. Inside the courtyard, he swung down off his horse, aching in every muscle, and seized the waterskin off the first servant who approached. After emptying it down his throat, he heaved a vast sigh and turned as Ianthe called imperiously from the staircase. "What are you doing here so soon?" "Be happy I'm here at all," he snapped back. Goddess, but the woman was beautiful, he thought. His gaze ran over the perfect body, barely concealed by a yellow silk bedrobe. Her hair was in tangles, and her feet were bare, and it was obvious that she had been aroused from a nap by his arrival with her prize. As her face suddenly lit with an inner fire, he knew she had spotted Rohan. "He's not hurt, is he?" she asked, anxious as any mother, though there was nothing tender in her sharp, dark eyes. "Not much. A nick on his shoulder and a sore head. He's all yours, princess. Do what you want with him." "I intend to," she said, and gestured to her hovering women. They maneuvered the prince to the ground, and 2 men came forward with a litter. As Rohan was carried into the keep, Ianthe caught sight of the boy. "What's that?" "His squire, I should think. Farid died in the skirmish. I didn't think you'd mind about that, but I do draw the line at killing children." "So, you do have limits. How interesting. Untie the gag. I want to hear what he has to say." Stiff from a long night and longer day spent slung across a saddle, the boy's blood quickly warmed with the chance to vent his fury. He spat on the ground as the cloth was removed from his mouth, then spat once more, this time at Ianthe. She backed off a pace, scowling. "Don't try that again, brat. What's your name?" He set his jaw stubbornly and glared at her. "Speak while you've still the tongue to do so." Green eyes widened, but he said nothing. "Those aren't just Rohan's colors you're wearing," Ianthe mused. "The blue and silver are his, but the black and green—" Tapping a finger against one flawless cheek, she began to laugh. "Oh, I should have known it by the eyes. You're related to the Sunrunner witch, a kinsman from River Run." Turning to Belial, she said, "How wise of you not to kill him. He'll be my messenger back to Sinead. Do you know what you'll be telling her, boy?" She directed at the squire, with a viciously sweet smile, "that an army of Sunrunners won't get her precious prince back for her, not even with Andrade at its head and down on her knees before my father the High Prince. Rohan is all mine now, little one, as he should have been from the start. I'll let you keep your tongue after all, so you can tell Sinead exactly what you'll see while you're here." "She'll kill you!" the boy burst out. "A Ferrari? Kill? Never. She hasn't the courage. None of them do. But I'm a different sort, as your prince will find out soon enough. Belial, see that the brat is cleaned and fed. I want him in good condition for his journey back to Stronghold." "What are you going to do to my lord?" the boy cried out. "Things you won't be interested in until you're older," she laughed. "But I may let you watch,
so you can be educated, and so you can tell that green-eyed bitch exactly what sort of care I gave her beloved." She swept away up the stairs, calling for her women to minister to the prince's wounds. Balayev, understanding at last what she really wanted from Rohan, remembered the dragon tapestries and was very glad they had not been stitched with himself in mind.
Chapter 22. Cleve had spent 14 of his 44 years traversing the northern princedoms, accompanied only by 2 sturdy mountain ponies. The solitary life of an itinerant Faradi suited him. He avoided any place larger than a village with the same zeal that he avoided crossing water. But each spring he spent a little time in Tiglath, enjoying the company of a certain innkeeper's widow and congratulating himself on a life spent away from walls and cities. Cleve presented himself as usual at Lord Eltanan's small palace of sun-yellow stone, a sad court since the death of lovely young Lady Antalya. Cleve expected that his lordship would, as usual, require him to contact Princess Sinead with reports too sensitive to be entrusted to parchment and which Faradi oaths kept secret. But Eltanan, whose face was scored by lines that made him look nearly Cleve's age, had only 2 messages for the princess. The Merida threatened, and Prince Rohan was many days overdue. Thus it was that Cleve saw only one sunrise in Tiglath before setting off into the desert again. The princess had told him on the sunlight to head for Sky Bowl, with the twin purposes of finding out where her husband was and to give warning about the Merida. Her colors had been strictly controlled, as befitted a ranking Faradi and a princess, but beneath them Cleve had felt a black terror that had given urgent depth to her orders. Eltanan had provided a horse half again as large as Cleve's own faithful pony, and the gelding's strong, smooth gait proclaimed him one of Lord Chainel's blooded stock. Cleve had never bestrode an animal as fine and fast as this one, and made silent apology to his abandoned old friend for his disloyal enjoyment of the gelding's speed. But swiftness alone could not have saved him from the threat that appeared on the first afternoon of his journey. 4 riders came toward him out of the sun. Cleve tightened his fingers on the reins to feel the comforting pressure of his rings. Only 5, but enough to defend himself with fire and a judicious bit of conjuring if necessary. In his years as a roving sunrunner, he had encountered his share of bandits and thieves who had scant respect for his calling. He had always obeyed the injunction against killing, but he had never scrupled to leave his attackers much the worse for their foolishness. He reined in the gelding and began his preparations as the 4 riders bore down on him. When they were near enough to see him clearly, he held up his right hand, fingers spread and angled, to catch the light on his rings. "Thank the goddess!" a young voice shouted. "Sunrunner, we're in need!" Cleve stayed where he was as they rode up. A youth, a girl of about the same age, a man older than Cleve, and a boy with green eyes blazing in a bruised, angry face. He noted swords, knives, and telltale colors at a glance, as well as the quality of clothing beneath the dirt. A young knight, a man-at-arms retired to more peaceful pursuits, a squire, and a girl whose position was not immediately clear. The Faradi nodded to himself, relieved. The only threat they posed was to the health of their horses, which bore all the signs of having been ridden too hard and too fast. "How may I help?" Cleve asked politely. "Where do I begin?" the girl asked bitterly, raking her hair from her face. "Names might help," he suggested. "Mine is Cleve, and I think I'm the person you rode out from Skybowl to find." "Exactly," the young man said. "We have news for Princess Sinead that can't be entrusted to couriers, and she's far from Stronghold in any case." Then he paused, blue eyes narrowing. "How did you know we're from Skybowl?" Cleve smiled, accepting the belated tribute to powers of observation and deduction drilled into him at Goddess Keep, and declined to answer the question.
After all, Lady Andrade never did. He cast a look at the sun, which barely topped the western hills. "Tell me quickly what message you wish to send, before the light fails and it becomes impossible for me to reach her before moonrise."
"They've taken him!" the boy burst out. "Princess Ianthe has stolen my lord to Farouche."
The young knight hushed him with a glance and began the tale. Their names were Walvis, Tillal, Phelan, and Lois, the latter two of Skybol, the former from the prince's own suite at Stronghold. Only Lois contributed nothing to the telling, and sat glowering on his horse as the other three traded the story quickly back and forth. Cleve readied himself as he listened, boiling all down to essentials even as he began the light weave that he would ride to Fulane Lowland, where the princess was. Along the ribbons of fading sun he flew, his second such journey today. He was grateful for her instantaneous response and her strong, steadying touch on the light. "Goddess blessing, my lady. Hear me quickly, for the sun dies and I have but 5 rings. Your prince, seeking dragons, found ambush instead and is now held at Farouche. His squire was released unhurt and found others who were crossing the desert to me at Tiglath. Your garrison below Farouche is slaughtered. Skybol has no troops for storming the castle. Lord Farid is dead. Tiglath cannot help, for the squire learned that the Merida will attack within days. Give me your orders, and I will relay them to Walvis."
"Rohan!"
Her anguished cry nearly shattered the sunlight itself, and Cleve marveled that the other 4 could not hear it. She then disciplined herself to calm, but the colors of fury seething in her made Cleve wince.
"Goddess blessing, Sunrunner. Send Walvis to Tiglath with news of the Merida. In my name, he will summon the north for battle there. Accompany him, and send to me at noon times, when the sun is strongest. I will gather up the southern armies, and by the goddess, I will raise Farouche to the dead sands."
And then the sun left the high ridges in darkness, and Cleve gathered himself back into himself. He took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, for it had been a near thing. Another few moments and the dusk would have claimed him, shadow lost. When he could speak, he detailed the princess's orders. As might be expected of so young a knight, Walvis was torn between the intense desire to battle his prince's enemies and the equally deep need to rescue him from Princess Ianthe.
"Lord Eltanen can lead the north,"
he said at last. "My duty lies with my lord." Phelan glared at him and snapped,
"We argued this all the way from Skybol. It was not your fault that the prince was taken. How could you have known? How could anyone? Your duty is to obey the princess and lead the north to victory against the Merida."
Cleve bit back an untimely smile as the pair faced off. Both of them, just under 20 winters by his estimate, full of prickly pride and youthful impatience. He caught Lois's eye and saw the same amusement there before the older man's expression smoothed, and he spoke. "Go. She orders it. Tillal will return to Skybol with us. He'll be needed to tell her about Farouche." Walvis cast a stern glance at the squire, who had jerked upright in outraged protest. "Be silent," he commanded. "You'll go back with them, but I should be there too."
"Goddess above in glory!" Phelan exclaimed. "Why are men so stupid? Princess Sinead ordered you to go, so go." She turned to the boy. "There are pens and parchment in my workroom. Lois can show you. Draw as much as you can remember of the castle and the cliffs around it, and write down all that goes on inside, how many troops you saw, everything. Goddess keep you, and give my respect to the princess." She looked a challenge at Walvis. "Are you coming? Or are you going to waste more time debating pretty points of duty when the Merida are poised for attack?" She spared him the necessity of an answer by kicking her horse into a gallop, in the direction of Tiglath. Only then did the others realize she meant to accompany Walvis and Cleve to the city. The young knight swore. Tillal and Cleve simply stared. But Lois slapped his thigh and let out a roar of laughter. "Northern women! Speak the name of the Merida,
And they go for the nearest sword. Best catch up with her, lad, or she'll take command of the troops herself.
Personal command of troops was precisely what Sinead was thinking about taking unto herself when she recovered from Cleve's message. Lord Basil, whose petition for a new stone keep had included a sunset walk over its proposed site, had gibbered with astonishment when Sinead broke off what she was saying and acquired the distant expression of Sunrunner conversing on the light. He had witnessed her performance 6 years ago in the great hall of Stronghold, of course, when she had used the moonlight to grasp at Relstra's renegade Sunrunner, but to stand within touching distance of a Ferrari at work, who was also one's liege lady, was something else again. His spluttering silenced with her first words to him. Basil, most placid and easy-going of men, drew back from the grim-faced fury, who ordered him to call up his levies for her inspection on the morrow and to send riders to nearby manors and keeps for the same purpose. The impossibility of these things robbed him of speech for a few moments. By the time he was coherent again, she was striding long-legged back to the holding's walls, and he ran hard to catch up with her. "But, my lady, provisions, horses, arms," he puffed. "They cannot be readied in a single day. You'll be repaid for any provisions beyond those you usually supply in times of war. I am not a thief. Horses graze your fields. Catch them tonight and have them saddled and ready tomorrow morning. As for arms, what kind of Athri are you, not to have them to hand at all times?" "A peaceful one," he exclaimed, quivering with insult. "My lady, why are you speaking of war? What's happened?" "Relstra," the name hissed from her lips. "Relstra, and his daughter Ianthe. Lord Basil, I formally require your duty, as my liege man, to recover your prince from the High Prince's daughter at Farouche Castle. Is that specific enough for you?" Basil stopped dead at that. She went on without him. Sinead knew that if she paused to explain fully, or even long enough to feel her own emotions, she would begin screaming. Rohan, held prisoner by Ianthe, who had no doubt released Tillal to provide details Sinead's own imagination could readily supply. The commotion in the central courtyard provided welcome distraction, and she concentrated on finding Ostval in the midst of it. Instead, she found her brother. "Sinead!" he cried on seeing her. Tossing his reins to a groom, he hurried to seize her in an embrace scented with sweat and horse and leather. Stunned, she looked over his shoulder and finally registered the meaning of the crowded courtyard. "Davi!" Pushing herself out of his arms, she gaped at her brother. It was the first time she had seen him since he had brought Tillal to Stronghold 2 years ago. "What are you doing here? And with all these troops in full armor? Davi, explain this to me." Their mother's green eyes regarded her from his half-a-head height advantage. He was 12 years her senior, but dirt, caked in the fine lines around his eyes, made him seem twice that. There were grooves cut into his cheeks, too, framing his tightly drawn lips. "I've brought all the troops I safely could. Not all in one group, of course, or Jastri would have suspected something. 2 more detachments of 12 men each are following me, but I took the direct route. The others should be here in a day or so." "What are you talking about? What would Jastri suspect?" "Come into the hall and we'll talk. I'm exhausted. I've been riding for 2 days without sleep. Or is it 3? Mystified, she accompanied him into the stone and timber building that served Basil as dining hall, seat of justice, and servants' sleeping quarters. There was a wooden staircase at the far end, leading up to a small addition that was the family's private chambers. Sinead led Davi upstairs to the room Basil's daughter had vacated for her use, talking all the while and receiving no answers. "Damn it! Tell me why you're here," she demanded, digging her nails into his arm. "You were supposed to meet me in 5 days at the Southern Bridge." "It's a long way from River Run," he said irrelevantly. "I know that." Hearing the edge of hysteria in her voice, she slammed the door shut behind them and pressed her palms against the wood, taking several long, slow breaths to calm herself. When she turned, her brother was seated on a stool with a wine cup in his hand. Sinead put her fists on her hips, and after drawing another deep breath, said, "Tell me."
Davy drained half the wine at a swallow. "Is it beneath the dignity of a princess to pour out more wine? And you'd better have some too, Sinead. If you don't tell me at once why you're here with half an army, I'll pour this over your head." She refilled his cup, then followed his advice and took some for herself. "If only it was half an army," he sighed, clasping his hands around the cup, elbows on his knees and shoulders bent. "Raelstra's got our young prince right where he wants him." For an instant, she thought he spoke of Rohan and wondered wildly how he could know. But then she realized he referred to Prince Jastri, 16-year-old son of their kinsman Prince Haldor, who had died in the plague. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I was there, at court, at High Kirat, when Raelstra's man came. None of us thought much about it. Jastri's not a bad sort, only very young, and ambitious. He and Raelstra are conducting military maneuvers around the Catha River plains." "Military maneuvers," he repeated bleakly, glancing up at her. "I was supposed to join them. I came here instead. He's only my distant cousin. You're my sister." Sinead paled as she reached the obvious conclusion. "Sweet goddess," she breathed, seeing the tapestry map in Rohan's study as if it was flung out before her now. The Merida at work in the north, Raelstra and Jastri with troops in the south. No sane prince or princess could ignore either threat. "You know what the High Prince is after, of course," Davy went on. "Jastri will do his work for him. Under the guise of teaching the boy how to be a general. Every prince must be that, and Haldor didn't live long enough to tutor his son in the arts of war. Raelstra will have troops positioned to invade the desert. Sinead, he's only a day's march from the Falain. You have my people if you need them. I don't give a damn about breaking my oath to Jastri. He's broken his to me and every other Athrian sire by throwing in with Raelstra. But you wanted to hear it, so let me get through to the end." He swallowed more wine and straightened his back. "If I were you, I'd send to Lord Chainel at once and tell him to make ready for war. Raelstra will find some excuse to cross the Falain. Maybe your Rohan can use that dragon-clever tongue of his to talk his way out of it, but I don't think so. I'm convinced that by the Riala, Raelstra wants Rohan out of the way so the desert can be his own, or the Meridas, which amounts to the same thing."
"Rohan?"
She choked on his name and steadied herself by staring fiercely at the emerald on her left hand. "The Merida will attack soon in the north. I just had word on the sunlight. Our forces will be cut in half, Davy. I was going to call the summons and send them all. By the storm god! Sinead, that's Raelstra's excuse. The Merida attack. It'll put those damned mutual defense treaties into play. That's how he'll do it. Cross the Falain pretending to go to Rohan's aid against the Merida. It's a damned long march to Tiglath, and anything could happen on the way."
"What does the excuse matter?" she cried. "You don't understand. Ianthe has Rohan. She's holding him at Farouche."
Davy's eyes went wide, and he dropped the cup on the floor, rising to put his arms around her. "Oh, Sinead," he whispered. It would have been so good to cry. During childhood, before Lady Whistler had come to River Run as Davy's bride, brother and sister had been so close. Sinead wanted to hand everything over to him and trust him to mend what was wrong. But that feeling belonged to the little girl she had not been for a long time. She could not even weep in his arms. His embrace was not home to her, and it was impossible to find comfort when being held by a man who was not her husband. She pulled away and found she was still clutching her wine cup. Taking a large swallow, she raked the hair from her face. "You're right. I must send to Radson. There'll be moonlight enough tonight." Davy gave a start, then shook his head. "I keep forgetting what you are. It's funny. I can accept you as a princess, but not as a Ferrari witch," she finished for him with a tiny smile. "When the moons rise, brother, you'll believe. Until they do, sit down and rest. Don't argue. Princess and Sunrunner or not, I'm still your older brother, girl." He pushed her gently onto the bed and sat down beside her. "Now, tell me how this happened." She told him as much as she knew, cursing herself as he paled at mention of his son. "He's safe, don't worry," she added hastily. "Ianthe let him go, probably to come back to tell me exactly how she plans to kill Rohan." Sinead gazed, unseeing, down into her wine. "I'll kill her, Davi. I swear I will. Lady Andrade can take it up with the goddess at her leisure. I'll see Ianthe dead by my own hand. Faradim may be forbidden to kill, but princes are not. Hadn't you heard? Killing is one of a ruler's privileges." She saw her hand tremble and put the cup down. She had already killed. How many more times before she accepted that she was no longer a Sunrunner, ruled by vows impossible for a princess to keep? Vows broken for Rohan's sake. "Oh, goddess, my Rohan!" Wrapping her arms around herself, tight against the stabbing ache in her breast, she rocked back and forth in a vain attempt to escape the pain. "She won't kill him," Davi rubbed at her back. "Not until she's finished toying with him. They'll pay for this with their lives. They want the desert, do they? Well, then the long sand will swallow them up." "With Jastri's troops added to Relstra's, there are 900 across the Fallain," he warned. Sinead forced herself to straighten up. She held out both hands, Faradi rings glinting, the emerald nearly on fire. "Look at them, Davi. Does Relstra have a single ally who wears them? This is what Andrade wanted all along. Not this way, I know, but Faradi princes are her goal. I have fire itself at my call. They're worth at least those 900. "Sinead, I don't know much about Sunrunners, but I do know that your oaths forbid you to kill." "And my oaths as a princess, as a wife. Andrade knew what she was doing when she put me forward as Rohan's bride. I think she counted on our breeding up Faradi children, but I'm barren, Davi. The plague ended my last hope of having a child, so it falls to me to use what I know and what I am." She gave him a small, feral smile. "I don't think Andrade counted on that. But she's saddled with it, and if I know her, she'll ride where she's reined. She's no fool." Davi's forehead creased even more deeply with worry. "Don't fly so high, Sinead," he cautioned. "Ah, but I'm married to the Dragon Prince, brother." Princess Tobin, splendid in a wine-red silk gown, entered her son's rooms to bid them good night. She was in a hurry, for her hair was yet undone, and she was giving a small farewell dinner for the Cyrene ambassador that evening. Tossing the heavy braid over her shoulder, she went into the bedchamber, prepared to do battle with the rambunctious twins. Rare were the nights when they slid meekly into their beds, and any night when they did meant either illness or scheming. Sure enough, they were engaged in a pillow fight with their tutor and the hapless pair of squires assigned to them. The latter had barricaded themselves behind overturned chairs. Tobin sighed, knowing that the time required to calm the skirmish would make her late for dinner. "Enough!" she exclaimed into the uproar. The tutor, about to grab a royal ankle and initiate an assault with an embroidered cushion, looked up, flushed scarlet, lost his balance, and toppled into an undignified heap. The squires leaped from behind the furniture and fled. Deprived of their quarry, the twins armed themselves with bed-pillows nearly as big as they were and stalked the tutor. Tobin marched forward and, gathering a handful of night-robe at the scruff of each neck, shook her sons playfully. "2 against 1. Is that the behavior of a knight?" she scolded. "Leave poor Jarvan alone." Dark-haired, blue-eyed, as alike as dragons hatched from the same egg, Soren and Andri showed no signs of repentance. Cheated of their victim, who had wisely picked himself up and hurried after the squires, they pelted each other instead, squealing with laughter when a seam split and feathers flew. "By the storm devil, what am I going to do with you?" Tobin growled, her gown now liberally dusted with feather snow. Scooping up a twin in either arm, she deposited them in their beds and stood over them with what she hoped was a stern glare. But the absurdity of the attempt, when covered in white feathers, was compounded by the mischievous grins decorating her offspring's faces. Tobin gave it up as useless and laughed. "You're pests, and I don't know what I ever did to merit you," she said, hugging each of them in turn. "I ought to blister your bottoms."
"With Sunrunners' fire, the way Sinead said she would?" Soren asked pertly. "We didn't believe her either," Andry put in with a smug smile, bouncing from his bed to his brother's for his share of maternal affection. Tobin kissed them both and snuggled them. "Let me explain it to you this way. If you come up with any more pranks, jokes, or smart ideas, then you won't be allowed to go to Stronghold this year while your father and I are at Ways." "But Sinead promised we could see dragons," Soren wailed. "And it'd be a shame if your behavior prevented her from keeping her promise, wouldn't it? Now, to sleep with you. After riding all afternoon and that minor war you two just staged, don't you dare tell me you're not sleepy." Andry's small frame suddenly tensed in her embrace. The boy's dark head turned to the windows, where the moon's silvery light shone through the casement onto the bed. His blue eyes were wide and shadowy, his cheeks pallid, lips moving in soundless whispers. "Andry, what is it, love?" Tobin asked, though she was afraid she knew very well. Soren squirmed around and touched his brother's arm, smooth forehead wrinkling with concern. But what one twin sensed, the other could not. Tobin shifted into the moonlight and gasped at the touch. "Goddess blessing my sister. Forgive me for startling Andry. Tobin, oh Tobin, she's taken Rohan. Ianthe holds him inside Farouche. Relstra camps near the Fulane ready for attack, and the Merida may already be at war with us in the north. Che must summon the southern vassals and take the field against Relstra soon. Ianthe has Rohan. The northern army must defend Tiglath. There's no one to go to Farouche. Tell Che to come quickly, please. He must." Tobin swayed, clutching her sons to her breast as twin anchors to reality. She cursed her lack of training that prevented her from sending questions back over the moonrays to Sinead. There was a sharp wrench, utterly unlike the usual gentle leave-taking, and Tobin cried out softly. "Mama?" Soren breathed, frightened, and plucked at her sleeve. She looked down with what she hoped was a reassuring smile, then turned to Andry. Dazed and confused by what he had been inadvertently caught up in, when his eyes lifted, they were swirling with moonlight. "It's all right, darling," she soothed. "Just the moons, nothing more. Here, let's get you both tucked up into bed now." "But, Mama—" "Hush, Soren. It was only the moons." She busied herself with the comfortingly familiar task of arranging the sheets around them, kissing their foreheads, smiling a good night. Soren was willing to believe that nothing unusual had happened and settled down for sleep. But Andry, her second Sunrunner child, was still troubled. But not afraid, Tobin noted with pride, just as Markin had not been afraid when he realized what gifts he had inherited. She stroked Andry's cheek and whispered, "Sleep now, my own. It's all right, I promise." He bit his lip, then nodded and curled onto his side. She made herself wait until they were both asleep, before hurrying to her rooms to change clothes. She brushed out her hair and left it loose, a breach of etiquette, for married women did not wear their hair unbound in company, but she cared nothing for that. Descending the stairs swiftly, she saw that Che was just beginning to usher their guests into the private dining chamber. Tobin joined him, smiled, and hid her fretting impatience until the two of them were alone just outside the door. "Make excuses," she said quickly. "I must speak to you now."
"Tobin, they're all waiting."
He took a closer look at her face, and the muscles of his cheeks tightened.
"All right, stay here."
She heard him make charming, wry apologies to the Cyrene guests and order that dinner begin at once. Then he returned to her, closing the door behind him. "Tell me." She did.
"Ianthe!" he spat. "By the devil who sired her! Tobin, are you sure?"
"Sinead is. I don't know how or why, but Ianthe has Rohan." She reached suddenly for the solid strength of him, terrified for her brother, for them all. "Che, she'll kill him."
"No, that's not her way."
His lean body quivered with controlled fury as he drew away, grasping her shoulders. "Go into dinner. Tell them anything you like about why I've gone. Just don't tell them the truth." She looked up into his eyes, saw the quicksilver grown storm cloud gray, his rage feeding warrior's instincts and turning his face into a fierce mask. "Now I know why the Cyrene court came to buy more horses in advance of the Riala. Relstra's troops threatening the desert. I'll slaughter him myself."
"How many other princes will be with him against us?"
"We'll worry about that later. I have work to do."
"I'll make sure dinner is brief. Then come help. Hurry, Che." She leaned up to kiss him, then settled her royal demeanor firmly around her, and went into the dining room to tell lies. Chapter 23. On first waking, he thought he had sickened with the plague again. The grinding pain in his head, the fever, the swelling of eyes and tongue, the taste of Dranath, all were the same. But as he struggled out of the murky darkness of illness and drugs, he felt the fire in his right shoulder and smelled the acrid medicine from dressings there. The same stench had permeated the room where his father had died. Rohan faced the memory and the possibility that he, too, might be dying. Lightheaded, he groped to feel the extent of the injury. His wrists were caught in a firm grip, and a voice he did not recognize told him to be still. Panic lurched through his weakened body. Thick of tongue and wits, he was trapped within muscles that would not respond. "Sinead," he tried to say. "Hush, sleep now, and you'll soon be better." Something about the voice pinched at his memory, and he fought the hands that grasped his own. "Sinead, you must sleep now." Heavy wine laced with Dranath, and something else was poured down him, and he gagged. Another voice, a masculine one, swore. A second pair of hands held his face, and more wine went down him. A fit of coughing nearly took the top of his head off, and contractions of muscles knotted his belly and shoulders and back. "Lie down," the man ordered, and as the drugged wine seeped through him, he had no choice but to obey. "I agreed to bring him here, not to nurse him," the man went on irritably. "Shut up," the woman said, sounding slightly bored. "If you'd been more careful in the first place, you'll note he calls out for her." The man jeered. "Did you expect him to call for you? I didn't kick him that hard in the head." "Your jibes are as predictable as your rotten timing," the woman responded acidly. "You should be all right by tomorrow. The fever's close to breaking." "You don't understand the risk." "All you need is for him to be capable. I should think you wouldn't want him to be coherent." "Your delicacy of phrasing also astounds me." Rohan almost had it, almost knew where he had heard that voice before. Yet even as he fumbled for the memory, the drugs swirled up, and he slept. Sinead flexed her fingers inside dragon-hide riding gloves, waiting in the coolness of the manor porch for her horse to be brought around. Aware of the crowd in Lord Basil's courtyard and their furtive glances at her, she neither paced nor fidgeted. A princess's icy calm was a useful and strangely comforting refuge. By refusing to show emotions, she could also refuse to feel them. Her brother approached as her gray stallion was led from the stables, and Sinead bit back impatience at the confrontation imminent in his eyes. She had no time. "You're still determined to do this crazy thing," he accused, taking the stallion's reins from the groom. "At least take a more substantial guard with you. You can't know what's out there, or whom." "Which is why my guard is so small, and my rather distinctive hair hidden, and my royal trappings gone," she countered. "Goddess, a princess ride in disguise through her own lands." She grabbed the reins from him and swung up onto the grey's back, wishing she could have left her head bare to the slight breeze. The sun was only 2 fingers up in the sky, and already it was hot. 6 years of living in the desert had not entirely accustomed her to its brutal climate, and this was only late spring, By summer, she would be limp with exhaustion. "I wish you'd wait until Lord Chanel arrives," Davy said. "You know what to tell him when he does." She glanced around for Ostval. "I know what I'm doing." "I doubt it. Be careful, Sinead. For Goddess' sake. Please, be careful." "For my husband's sake." Then, leaning down to pat his shoulder, she said more gently, "Don't worry so much." He snorted his opinion of this caution. "Ostval's on my side in this, you know. We had a long talk last night." "I expected nothing less from either of you. He'll be your eyes watching over me, I'm sure." She spied Ostval through the milling horses and troops and servants and said, "I must go. Stay safe, Davy." Turning her mount, she rode to the gates where Ostval and 2 men-at-arms waited for her. But she was waylaid by Lord Basil, who came running from the encampment outside the walls, where Davy's men and those gathered overnight from the outer farms were established. In a few days, the lower pastures and hills would be covered in tents, and Che would make efficient sense of the chaos. But Sinead could not stay to see the armed power she commanded. "My lady," Lord Basil pleaded, "I beg you not to leave so soon. What am I to do before Lord Chanel arrives?" "Feed the men, equip the horses, and prepare yourself for war. If you have any spare moments, you might begin the design of your new keep. Farewell, my lord." She left him standing slack-jawed and staring, his expression a comic mixture of apprehension and delight. Ostval, riding at her side, cast her a sidelong glance. "He'll hold you to that, you know." "If he manages to keep his wits and do what's needed, he'll have earned his stone castle." They rode through the confused camp outside the manor walls, north along the Fallain. Sinead knew how insane her actions must seem to everyone and was determined to implement her plan before Che and Tobin could arrive with new objections. Not that anything they might propose could sway her. There was no one else to do what she knew she must, and it was something of a relief that her personal desires coincided with her duty as wife and princess. Lord Eltanan's forces were locked into the defense of Tiglath. There would be no help for Rohan there. With Relstra in the south, Che could not lead an assault against Farouche. The castle was not susceptible to attack in any case, perched as it was on the cliffs with only 2 approaches, both well guarded in peace and sure to be even more strictly watched in war. Rohan's only hope was Sinead, his Sunrunner princess. She wondered if Ianthe thought her incapable of violating her oath not to kill. She hoped so. It would make things easier when the killing time came. Darkness blew at him, alternately warm and chill on the sweat that drenched his body. Eyes wide, heart racing, he shook his head and tried to find anchor in the reality of his own flesh. But the wind hit him again, and the darkness billowed, and the dragons reached for him with acid claws. He scrambled into a huddle against the cavern wall, hard stones at his back, and stared in horror at the scenes around him. Dragons fighting, mating, killing, jaws dripping blood and eyes flaring like exploding jewels, bodies weaving, thrusting, wings beating, tails lashing. The huge eggs cracked open, split with a terrible sound to reveal furious hatchlings who tore at each other, tooth and talon, fire spewing from their throats to sear bright and hot as sunlight through the swirling darkness of the cave. He cried out as dragon fire charred the skin of his face and arms, the stench of burning skin overpowering even the stink of dragon blood and dragon mating. They had not yet seen him, and he tried to melt into the cavern wall. They fought on, rutted on, exhaled fire and butchered each other, driven by the need to mate and the need to survive. The wind hissed like shaken silk through the cave, and he cringed back, sweat and blood drying cold, and then springing up, hot and salty on his blackened skin. Violence swept around him, and he shook with terror that those jewel eyes would find him, those bloody claws ripped the remaining flesh from his bones. A rampaging sire loomed up over him, brought by a gust of wind, and he screamed, choking on a gush of bitter fluid in his throat that tasted of Dranath. "Rohan!"
He reached for her blindly, clung shaking to her cool body. "Sinead!" "Hush, darling. It's all right now. I'm here." There was a slick metallic sound, like a sword being unsheathed, and he squeezed his dazzled eyes shut as sunlight streamed into the cave. Sinead, his Sunrunner princess, bringing with her the sun, was safe, love. He could no longer smell the dragons, or his own oozing blood, nor feel the fiery breath on his skin. The soft breeze, touching him now, was scented with starbriar, tender as her caresses on his back and nape. He shuddered, turning his face to her shoulder. He had forgotten what Dranath could do to the mind. There had been no cave, no dragons, no fire. Only the drug and his fever, the hold of both broken now. He rested against Sinead, ashamed of his panic. She curled up beside him on the bed and whispered gentle things until he slept. Hard riding through the day and night brought Sinead to Stronghold just before noon. She wanted nothing more than to collapse, but kept herself alert, pacing the main courtyard where the stone's heat radiated up like a searing fountain. When the sun was at its highest, she felt the tentative touch of his colors gathered in the strands of light and heard him speak. "Goddess bless him, my lady. We have reached Tiglath and warned Lord Elthanan. As yet there is no attack, but the signs of it rise with the sand on the horizon. Walvis plans and prepares, and we wait for your orders." Sinead nodded, pleased. "Goddess blessin', Sunrunner. Continue preparing for war, as is being done in the south, where Relstra's armies are camped across the Fallain. There will be no help. You must do all on your own. Tell Walvis he is not to attempt an attack on Farouche. He must defend Tiglath. The prince will soon be freed, I promise. Now open yourself to me, Cleve, and I will show you Princess Tobin's colors. Send to her from now on. She is not Faradi trained, and will not be able to reply to you, but give her any information you would give to me. My lady, what of you? What will you do? I don't matter. Watch now and feel, so you'll be able to find her on the sunlight." She concentrated on relaying the bright and lovely pattern that was Tobin to the faraway Sunrunner. When she was sure he could recognize and contact the princess, she unraveled their connecting ribbons of light before he could ask further questions. "I trust you're finished and can come in out of this glare," Ostval said. She glanced at him, surprised by his presence. "Yes. Walvis will know soon that help cannot come from the south. He'll have to lead the defense of Tiglath himself." She looked around the courtyard, a chaos of people and noise and brightness that suddenly dizzied her. "Ostval, take me inside before I fall over," she breathed. He was careful to make it appear as if his hand at her elbow was only a courtesy offered a princess, for it would not do for her to seem weak. The steps were endless, but at last she was in her chambers, sinking into a soft chair by the windows. Ostval brought her water and a wet cloth as she unwound the heavy scarf from her head and let her hair fall free. 17 winters old, she whispered. "Walvis is too young to lead an army, Ostval. Goddess help me, what am I doing to him?" "Nothing he wouldn't be insulted if you hadn't asked him to do. Here, let me get your boots." "I have women to serve me," she protested. "But none you'd want to see you in this condition," he said unanswerably. He mopped her face and neck with a damp cloth, then helped her with the hot dragon-hide boots. "Now you're going to rest until sunset." "If I do, will you send Maita up to me then?" He eyed her suspiciously. "What do you want with the guards commander for?" "I'm responsible for Stronghold's defenses," she said, ready with the diversionary answer. "No," he corrected, "I am, but I'll send her up at sunset, and not an instant before." When he was gone, she did not go into the next chamber to rest, unwilling even to look at the bed she shared with Rohan. Instead, she stretched out in a lounge chair that had been a gift from Princess Millar, closed her eyes, and systematically relaxed her body from toes to fingertips. But she did not really rest. She planned her attack on Farouche. When Maita arrived, Sinead was ready. The commander had inherited her position from her mother,
the redoubtable Myrdal, who still held considerable sway over the troops, even in her retirement. Myrdal might or might not have been Prince Sahava's half-sister. The respect accorded her and her daughter was due not so much to their possible kinship with their rulers, but to their own reputations as warriors. Sinead offered Maita a comfortable seat and refreshment, wondering how much the woman knew of what was happening. Everything, it seemed. Her first words were, "With the Merida on one front and the High Prince on the other, we'll have much to do in freeing Rohan." Relieved that she would not have to make long explanations, Sinead told her, "I see Ostval and the men have been talking. Good. Maita, I need the strongest, fastest horse in the stables, a waterskin and food, and absolute secrecy, and I need them all tonight." Maita bit into a marsh apple, chewed, swallowed, and replied, "There's a gate near the grotto you can use. It lets out into the cliffs, with room enough for a single rider to pass safely and quietly." Sinead blinked. "Rohan never told me about—" "That's because he doesn't know. One day my mother and I will have to show you all of Zahava's improvements. Mila wasn't the only one to leave her mark on Stronghold." Sinead marveled at the effort and secrecy it had taken to carve such a path from the keep, but put nothing beyond the old prince. "I'll look forward to it. As for the timing, before dawn. We'll need deep sleep and no one stirring early. I'll leave the arrangements to you." Maita nodded. "My lady, I've been thinking. We have the chance for action against the Merida, and not just at Tiglath." "Yes?" Sinead asked, bewildered but intrigued. "Empty Stronghold of all but the best archers, and send everyone else to Remageth by night. The Merida will think them off to Farouche or down south with Lord Chanel." She grinned, as if she was a dragon spotting easy prey. "We'll leave ourselves vulnerable to attack. They won't be able to resist." Sinead laughed. "They'll split up to take advantage, and we'll pick them off from the cliffs, and when they pause to regroup, we'll hit them from the east with the troops sent to Remageth." "Very good, my lady," Maita approved. "We'll make a warrior of you yet. Shall I order it then?" "Please, present the plan to Ostval tomorrow. I know he'll like it." She thought with satisfaction that this scheme would also help Walvis and Eltanen, and keep Ostval too busy to come after her. Then something occurred to her. "Maita, you've made no objection to my leaving. You're sovereign lady here, and may do as you please when it pleases you to do it." The black eyes danced as the pious words were spoken, and Sinead knew that she and Maita understood each other perfectly. "And no one is counting on a Ferrari," Maita added. "Rohan must. But Ianthe is not. That's why I'm letting you do this thing that will have Ostval ready to skin me alive. I know Sunrunners, and I know you, my lady." She paused, then smiled again. "I also know a little something about Farouche." Sinead stared, then nodded slowly. "I see." All at once, the outer door was flung open and Ryan hurtled through to bury his face against Sinead's shoulder. She hugged him close, trying to make sense of his babbled words, and Maita unobtrusively departed before Ostval could catch up with his offspring and ask questions Maita did not want to answer. "Here now, a little slower." Sinead held Ryan on her knees and looked into his eyes that were so much like Camigwyn's that it hurt sometimes to see them. She brushed the soft hair from his forehead, wishing her friend was here now. Cami would understand. "Tell me what's wrong." "Tilal's home!" He bounded off her knees and raced from the room, returning a few moments later, dragging Tilal by the hand. "Hurry! Hurry!" Ryan urged. The squire looked as exhausted as Sinead felt. She rose, embraced him tenderly, then stood back to inspect him. A young man looked out of his eyes, not a boy. Sinead drew him over to a chair, bade him sit, and gestured Ryan to quiet. At first Tilal spoke in measured sentences that sounded as if he'd rehearsed them all the way from Skyball. He was a soldier giving a report, not a boy made fearful and furious by what he'd seen. Yet as he talked on,
His sunburned cheeks flushed a deeper red, and his green eyes began to flash, and the words tumbled over each other. "And we got back to Sky Bowl, and I made a map just as Phelan told me to do." He pulled a creased bit of parchment from his filthy tunic. "It's of the castle, as much as I saw of it. It's a horrible place, my lady. You can feel her all over it. Phelan told me to draw this so you'd know where things are." He handed it over, and she unfolded it, seeing instantly that her original idea would not work. Talal saw her frown and went on. "With enough troops, you're a Sunrunner, and we could—" "The only thing you're going to do is take a bath and get some sleep," Ostville said from the doorway. All three glanced around, startled that he had been there all this time.
"But, Papa, I haven't heard everything yet,"
Ryan protested. "There'll be plenty of time tomorrow. It's time for boys to be asleep." Talal's whole body went rigid. Sinead shook her head fractionally at Ostville in warning and said, "There's more I must hear, and more I must tell him. Ryan, you may ask your questions tomorrow. Go with your father now, please." A stern glance from Ostville silenced the boy, and he trudged out of the room. His father shut the door, and when she was alone with Talal, Sinead took sorrowful inventory again of her nephew's face. He bore the marks of bad treatment, exhaustion, and worries far too heavy for a child of his years. "I saw your father in the south," Sinead began. "The High Prince is encamped with young Prince Jastri of Sire. They say it's for trainin' purposes, but your father is wise and knew it's really for war against the desert. He came to Lord Basil's Holden to warn us and join us." The green eyes went wide. "But what about Mother and everyone at home?" "No one has ever succeeded in taking the keep Talal. Besides, River Run is far from where the fightin' will be." He thought this over and nodded. "Lord Chainel will lead, and my father will help. But what about Prince Rohan? She has him." "Not for long," Sinead told him grimly. "This map is precisely what I need, Talal. You've done very well." "When do we leave for Farouche?" "We do not." She instantly regretted the sharp answer, as he drew himself up indignantly at the perceived slur on his manhood. "Talal, you must trust me and obey me in this. Please, promise me." Rebellion flickered in his eyes, but after a moment he nodded and bent his head. "Yes, my lady," he whispered, "but hurry. She'll kill him." "No. If she had wanted his death, the Merida would have killed him when you were captured." The boy looked up with renewed hope. This logic had not occurred to him before. "That's true, and they were careful on the journey to keep him alive, even if he was tied up and unconscious." She hid a wince at the image this brought to mind and said, "Tomorrow I want you to present yourself to Maita and tell her that I bade you to be her squire and do everything she tells you." "I will, but what's going to happen?" "She'll explain. She has a very interesting plan for repaying the Merida for those bruises you wear and for their complicity in Princess Ianthe's plan. Be sure to tell Maita that I also designate you Walvis's deputy when it comes to all things regarding Remagev." Talal frowned, trying to work it out, then sat up straighter and smiled. "You're going to give him the keep, aren't you? That's why you want to take special care of it." "Yes, and you'll be partly responsible for making sure it gets through this in decent shape. So when you're there, be sure to see everything you can and stay to supervise things, for it's your sharp eyes that will give the best warning of any Merida mischief." There, she thought. She had soothed the boy's pride, given him something useful to do, and made sure he would stay safe in Remagev, forbidden to join the battle. "Talal, I'd like to talk further, but it was a long ride from Fellain Lowland." "You ought to sleep," he said, and stood up, every bit the young nobleman worried for his liege lady's comfort. But a breath later he came to put his arms around her and be held for a moment, a little boy again. "I'm sorry," he whispered miserably. "I should have helped him more, and I didn't." "You did all you could, and you gave me the information I need to get him back." Sinead stroked his hair.
Would I have entrusted Walvis's future holden to a coward or a fool? Tellal recovered himself and stepped back. I won't fail you, my lady. Good night. Alone once more, Sinead went to the 2 chairs placed before the garden windows and sank wearily into one of them. There was an emptiness beside her in Rohan's usual chair that matched the void within her. They had spent so much time here, planning their dreams into reality. Ianthe would not kill him, but there were other deaths besides those of the body. Sinead waited while the moons rose and spread their cool light across her face and hands. She gathered the strands together, knowing she could go anywhere, see anything, speak to any Ferrari she chose, but there was one she would not touch on the moonlight, for if Andrade had any notion of her plans, she would forbid them on pain of being cast out forever. While Sinead would risk anything for her husband, she still had need of other Faradim. Skillfully knotting the moonlight into a secure pathway, she flung it northward, past the great basin of sky bowl gleaming in the moonlight. She cast further, until she saw the proud towers of Farouche. The garrison below was dark and deserted, but the castle windows shone with light. Both approaches were indeed closely guarded. There were no weaknesses. She should have known better than to hope arrogance had made Ianthe careless. She had thought to use her skills to slide into this place somehow, divert guards and servants with the fire and air she could summon, frighten them into mistakes that would leave her free to enter unnoticed. But as she counted people and observed their actions, she knew that such subterfuge was impossible. Which window? She wondered, hovering within the moonlight. Or was there any window at all where Rohan slept? Was he high in a tower or down in a stone cell without light? Anger surged up, and her control wavered, and she took some moments to steady herself. She peeked into rooms at random, noting which held sleeping servants, which were empty, making mental adjustments to her memory of Tellal's map. She could only go as far as the moonlight reached into each chamber, but that was enough. One room contained 3 ornate beds, each occupied by a sleeping child. Ianthe's sons, Sinead thought, and just like her, for even in sleep the faces were willful and sly. How Relstra must treasure them. Thwarted of sons of his body, he had grandsons now that Ianthe would train up in his image. She searched all the windows facing the moonlight, more and more afraid that Rohan was indeed in some below-stairs cell, or a room on the other side of the towers where she could not go. But at last she found him. "Rohan!" she cried, but no one heard. His sleeping face had been ravaged by pain and fever that had left deep bruises around his closed eyes. The fine, strong bones of brow and cheeks and chin were too sharp, his mouth a line of tense exhaustion. A dark silk sheet was pushed down around his waist, and as he turned restlessly onto his side, she saw the dressing wrapped to the wound in his shoulder. Moisture shone dully on his skin, blonde hair dark with sweat. He was out of reach of the moonlight that pooled on the carpet beside the bed, but did not touch his body or face. If it had, she might have touched him, that part of him that held some trace of the Faradi gift. But she could not. Someone moved into the light, a curving shape, nakedness half hidden by a cascade of dark hair reaching to her hips. Sinead trembled, felt her rings bite into her clenched fingers back where her body sat in stronghold. Ianthe slowly insinuated herself beneath the sheet, sliding close to Rohan's body. She placed one hand on either side of him, shook her hair down so it covered his bare chest and belly, then lowered her head to his. "No!" The raw howl of her own voice snapped Sinead too abruptly back into her body. Colors whirled around her, confused, chaotic, refusing to form their familiar pattern. Her rings spat emerald and sapphire and amber and onyx fire into her aching eyes, became burning circles that ignited her flesh to the bone. The great emerald pulsed, as if it would fill to bursting with light. It swelled and became the only thing she saw, plunging her into its glittering green depths as she sobbed aloud in terror. Yet in the brilliant stone, she saw again herself, burned by her own fire, holding a newborn boy child with Rohan's golden hair, Rohan's son, and Ianthe's. A long time later, when she remembered who and what she was again, she lifted her hands. There were no charred circles of skin beneath her rings. Cool silver and gold, they clasped her fingers, mocking her. Sunrunner enough to watch, but not to prevent by any arts what Ianthe was about to do. Sinead covered her face with her hands and wept. Coaxing, knowing fingers brought him to life. He could barely see her, backlit as she was by the moons, but he felt the familiar sweetness of her in his arms, the silk of her skin and hair. "Sinead," he breathed against her mouth. "Love me, Rohan. Love me now." Fire blazed up between them. Her thighs parted and her breasts strained up against him, and he lost himself in the taste and scent and warmth of her, startled by her desperate urgency. But there would be time later to caress her, renew the magical joining he had known only with her and wanted only with her, filling her body, filling himself with his need of her, filling the night with the singing, soaring dragon flight of loving her. "Yes, oh yes, now!" she cried out, arching powerfully, and it made no difference to him that the flesh beneath his hands was too full, breasts too heavy, waist too thick, and hips too sleek. He sought blindly between her soft thighs, drank from a mouth that tried to suck the life from him. Her thick, perfumed hair was a living thing that twisted around him, chaining him to her. He wrenched his head away and cried out Sinead's name in agony. "No, little prince." Ianthe laughed, gleeful, breathless, wrapped around him like a snake. "You know who I am and what I want, what you want. Give it to me. Give me your son." Even as his flesh withered away from her, he felt it happening, knew she had won. She let him go. He staggered to his feet, clutching the bedpost, flung back the hangings on their metal rings, tapestries of dragons in all their violence and lust. Ianthe moved languidly on the bed. Her legs were spread wide, her head thrown back, but her arms cradled her breasts as if a child already nursed there. The eagerness of her fertility would welcome the mindless gift of his, meeting, matching, fusing together inside her belly, creating a life that would be partly his and partly Ianthe's. He understood now why time had been so important to her, why she needed him capable. Long lashes lifted from eyes the color of dead leaves. "Sometimes it takes only once," she purred, "but I won't risk that. Come here to me, princeling. Be sure we've made a son." "A son?" "I'll kill you," he whispered. "No, I don't think so." She laughed up at him. "Come, Rohan, you've already betrayed her. What would once more matter? I make sons, and she can't even carry a child." Thighs splayed for him, arms held out, triumphant laughter. Something hideous lurched inside him, feeding on his hate, capable of killing. Ianthe laughed again as he dug his fingers into her throat. She writhed beneath him, hands grasping, guiding, greedy. Rage snarled through him, and he loomed over her, tightening his grip. He drove himself into her in mindless fury, lifted one hand to strike her, laughing madly at the blood that streamed from her lip. She screamed then, a sound hoarse and frightened and shrill with lust, and he laughed again. "You wanted me, Ianthe. Let's see how much you want this." He wallowed in her, spent himself in a vengeance that was her victory over him. He knew it and could not stop himself. He let it go on and on, setting the marks of his hate onto her flesh.
When he was finished, he fell to one side, nauseated by his own body, hating himself for not having the strength to kill her where she lay. But she had said something that made killing her impossible. She had spoken of a son. It was a long time before she roused, bruised and bloodied, and slid out of bed. Rohan saw her fingers spread over the curve of her belly. She smiled down at him, raking her tangled hair back from her face, and licked the blood from her lips. "My father makes only girls," she said scornfully, her voice rough and throaty. "Your Sunrunner witch can't even make those. Oh, she'll get you back, Rohan. Safe and sound. I need you alive to confirm that this child is yours." She laughed again, enjoying his flinch. "You wanted me. All these years. Ever since that night I came to you at the Riala, you've wanted me. Don't bother denying it. We both know it's true. But you chose Sinead. Tell me, Rohan, could you touch her after being with me?" "No," he whispered, though not in the manner she heard it. He could never touch Sinead again. Not having befouled himself with Ianthe, he could still feel her on his skin, feel himself in her flesh. The door locked heavily behind her. She had won, for now. When she returned, he would kill her. He must. Chapter 24. Most of the winter had seen Goddess Keep washed by torrential rains. Unpredictable cloud cover made Ferrari communication sporadic at best. Andrade, irked at having to rely on more conventional means of learning the news, subjected visitors to questioning so intense they came away terrified. With the coming of spring, thick fog walled up the keep, and the Sunrunners grew as restless as hawks denied flight. Thoroughly sick of reading, chess, lessons, cleaning, and each other's company, they were united in avoiding Andrade with what amounted to religious devotion. But at last the fog lifted, and the sun shone, and the castle emptied of nearly every living creature, including the denizens of field and forest who had wintered in the castle and now went home. Faradim and apprentices and the keep's ordinary folk roamed the hillsides, half drunk on sunlight. Andrade, watching from the battlements, waited until they were all out of sight in the woods or along cliff paths before she undid her silver-gold braids and ran her fingers back through her hair, luxuriating in the warmth of spring sunshine. Her last walk here, some days ago, had been a depressing affair. The castle had been wrapped in the fog that was the storm god's last little joke after a long and unamusing winter. But now the goddess had reclaimed the sky for her own. Replaiting her hair, she grimaced at the streaks of white in it, swearing to herself that they had been caused by Relstra's impossible daughters. The impulse that had made her claim them 6 years ago was one she regretted daily. Pansala at 23 had been, for all her royal upbringing, abysmally ignorant. She had a certain cleverness that kept her from complete mental stagnation, but her formal learning was almost nil. She had not appreciated being sent to the schoolroom with the younger students, but the tactic had the double benefit of pounding a basic education into her skull, while curing her of some of her more objectionable arrogances. Pansala at 29 was a vast improvement. Discouraged in her attempts to dramatize her chosen role of captive princess, she had abandoned the effort and was now almost tolerable. But it was the shocking discovery of her potential as a Sunrunner that had supplanted a needed sense of self-worth. Last summer, she had earned her 3rd ring. Chiana was a different problem entirely. Adopted by the women at the keep, pitied her sorry lot, spoiled by almost everyone, she was quick of body, mind, and spirit. No one knew what she would get into next. To Relstra's fine aristocratic features and Palila's wealth of auburn hair,
Chiana added her own winsome charm and a pair of green-brown eyes that could brim with slyness or tears at a moment's notice. Andrade and Urivel kept close watch on her, suspecting that her beguiling ways could turn to low cunning if she was not carefully guided. Pansala provided discipline. Seeing her sister as the cause of her own exile, she remained uncharmed and unbeguiled. Oddly enough, Chiana behaved, wishing for her elder sister's good opinion, and a bond of sorts had grown between the two. This winter, Pansala had busied herself with teaching Chiana to read, and seemed more content with her lot. Andrade wondered how long she would have to keep the pair with her. Despite the circumstances of her birth, Chiana would eventually be sought in marriage, and when Relstra finally obliged everyone by dying, Pansala would be free to do as she liked. Thought of the High Prince reminded Andrade of why she had come up here today, not to breathe in the spring, but to take a look at what was going on around her. She shook back her loosened hair and closed her eyes, the instinctive mental loom absorbing her thoughts, and she sighed with the pleasure of the weaving denied her every winter. Across the green downs of Ossetia she roamed, eastward to Gilad, where flooded manors were being repaired, a glance for the Catha Hills, where herds were being coaxed to rich grazing on the coast, an approving nod for the white sails of Lane's ships, plying regular trade routes again now that the danger of storm was gone. All was fine and fair in the south, and Andrade smiled her satisfaction. For the sheer pleasure of it, she followed the bright ribboning rivers to the north, sensing the sunlight cool as it danced across the water. Up to the lower hills of the great Varesh Mountains she flew, pausing to admire the snow-capped peaks. Pleasure faded as she looked down at Castle Crag, and annoyance set in, quickly superseded by curiosity at the quiet of the place. Was Relstra on progress somewhere? Off to one of his hunting lodges? She could see only a few daughters arranged languidly around the gardens, only a few servants, and barely enough troops to secure the gatehouse. Andrade sped across the mountains, dazzled by the brilliance of white snow beneath her, then flung her skeins westward to Fessenden. A harsh winter for them, too, she saw. Snow still heavy on the ground, fishing boats huddled in the harbors, the port city of Einar shivering in the chill sunlight. She would gather reports soon from the Sunrunner assigned to the court there, and find out what help Lord Cutaine's widow needed to replenish her winter-ravaged lands. A quick glance over Kirst Izel heartened her. Garrisons along the borders were at ease this spring, where they normally bristled for the usual skirmishes. Memory of Rohan's proposal of legally set boundaries made her smile. Perhaps Volog and Salmer had at long last decided who owned what. A leap across the wide bay between the island and the mainland, and she was over a meadow lord, soggy with spring runoff. As often as she wondered why the ancient Faradim had built Goddess Keep on this fog-bound coast, she gave thanks that they had not chosen the marshy lowland with their muggy summers and never-ending supply of insects. Farther, to Sire that lay between rivers, rich land and fertile, the soil dark with new turning and planting, and a nostalgic glance at her own childhood home of Catha Freehold that had never belonged to any but her own family, who had never bent the knee to any prince. On her father's death, it had reverted to Sire, for she had given up all claim to it, and it was too far from the desert for Zahava to rule effectively. The plain stone tower rose proud and white in a hollow between low hills, within sighting distance, for a Faradi on the wing, of Sinead's family's river run. She paused to survey the huge holding, and frowned as she discovered that it, too, was nearly empty. One place left to go today. Snowbound Fyron and Cunaxa could wait for another time. She wanted to see the desert, look in on Stronghold and the long sand, possibly glimpse the two who ruled there as wisely and well as she had always known they would. But as she glided once more over Cyrene fields,
She saw tents, horses, archers and sword soldiers drilling in strict formation. And on a rise overlooking the whole were 2 huge pavilions, one turquoise, one violet. Sire and Prince March camped not a day's march from the desert border. Andrade hurried to Fallain Lowland, Lord Basil's holding that seethed with activity under Chainel's red and white battle flag. Fury stung her. Why had no one told her of this? And why were Rohan's own colors not flying? And who belonged to that black and green flag set up in the fields outside the manor where troops organized for war? Though powerfully motivated to find Sinead and demand an explanation, Andrade returned instead to Goddess Cape. She would have to inform the other princes through her Faradim at their courts. Yet as she passed over Lake Kadar, she gasped aloud in shock. Along the main road there marched a considerable force of men-at-arms, with officers on horseback and red and yellow pennants proclaiming them soldiers of young Lord Lyle of Ways. They were headed directly for Goddess Keep. By nightfall, Andrade's anger had steadied into a slow, fierce hate. She called everyone into the hall and waited in an awful silence for all of them to assume their seats at the long tables. Urivel and the senior Faradim to one side of her, the others in descending order of rank all around. Troops belonging to Lord Lyle of Ways, betrothed now to the High Prince's daughter Keely, have set up his banner in a camp outside our gates. We are told it is for our protection. We are told Lord Lyle is concerned for our safety in these troubled times, with High Prince Relstra and Prince Jastri of Saya camped near the desert border and the Merida besieging Tiglath. We are told Lord Lyle takes on himself the duty of defending us. We are told he does this because he knows Faradim are forbidden to kill, even in their own defense. She paused and smiled grimly. We are told many things, most of which are lies. Many of you have ridden the sunlight today, seeking information. Sometimes you have sought other Faradim in vain, for they have been locked away out of the light by lords and princes allied to Relstra. They are as captive as we are, and as Prince Rohan is at Farouche Castle. Most had not known of this, and a startled murmuring went through the assembly. Andrade held up both hands for silence. Of Princess Sinead, one of us, there is no word. I sought her myself, and she is not to be found. But we know from the Sunrunner Cleave in Tiglath that the High Prince's daughter Ianthe holds Prince Rohan. Urivel, seated just beside her, muttered, Not for long, if I know Sinead. Andrade tried to ignore the panic this remark brought to her heart. Though we are free to weave the sunlight, we are pent in this keep. Urivel and I have been discussing ways to free some of us in secret, while the rest remain here, soothing Lord Lyle's troops into thinking we are all still caged. We have— I can do it. Andrade stared down the hall to where Pansala had risen from her chair. I can free some of us, the princess said. Lyle's men will not detain my father's daughter and her escape from the keep. Urivel sucked in a breath, and Andrade cursed herself for not having thought of Pansala earlier. Suspicions darted through her mind, but she let Urivel voice them. Is this escape to be for our benefit, or yours? He asked coldly. I understand your hesitation, Pansala replied. It is true I would rather be out in the world, but I have had chances before and not taken them. Do you think I would give aid to my father, who sent me here against my will? He cast me out. You took me in. I wear 3 Faradi rings. If you do not trust me, do not use me. Urivel would have questioned her further, but the dignity of her reply impressed Andrade. She gestured her chief steward to silence and said, Tell me what you propose. The princess clasped her hands before her, not quite tightly enough to hide their excited tremors. At dusk, when the light is uncertain and torches are needed, I and whomever you choose will leave by the postern gate. When we are within range of Lord Lyle's camp,
Make an outcry here to encourage the idea that I have escaped with my friends.
And then, Urivel prompted, suspicion still in his voice.
I am a frightened princess, Pansala said with a hint of a smile. I will require guards to take me to my father's camp in Saya. To deplete Lord Lyle's troops by 10 or 12 would not be much, but it would help a little, and there would also be at least one man, possibly two, who would have to ride to Ways and inform his lordship of my action. If we are fortunate, we can rid Goddess Keep of 15 men.
15 of 50, Urivel mused.
And I will insist that the very best fighters accompany me, Pansala added slyly. It is my right, after all.
Andrade nodded slowly. Very well. Urivel, Pansala, attend me in my chambers. The rest of you sleep soundly tonight, for there will be much to keep you busy tomorrow.
As she walked down the long aisle between the tables to the door, Urivel and Pansala joined her.
Andrade's gaze shifted to Chiana, who suddenly looked too much like her father for Andrade's peace of mind. If Rohan wants some use out of this place once this is over, we can't continue to camp here.
Che turned from the window and faced his wife, who was changing out of dusty riding clothes into fresh ones. He frowned at her.
Tobin, I need you to set things straight here at the manor. You're not coming out into the field with me.
Stop me, she invited and pulled on her boots. You're the military commander, but I'm my father's daughter, and until Rohan and Sinead arrive—
Whatever possessed that foolish woman to leave?
He growled, pacing the chamber with an agitation he would never have shown to anyone else.
Of all the stupid—
Oh, don't you understand? She exclaimed. There's no help for Rohan but Sinead.
I gathered that much, thank you, he snapped. But I still say that with a small troop—
You're forgetting what Farouche is like, and what Sinead is like, too. Tobin rose and stamped her feet to secure the fit of her boots. Did you expect her to sit here and wait for us to arrive and try to talk her out of it? Goddess, how I wish I was a real Sunrunner. We've nobody to use in contacting her or Andrade or anyone. She tucked her shirt into her trousers and went on. Let's go, Che. I want to look at the provisions in the field camp, and you're right about having to move. Lord Basil can't go on feeding them all. Down in the courtyard, the arrival of Che's levies had added to the chaos. Horses, foot soldiers, archers, swordsmen, and all of Lord Basil's frantic servants milled about in no discernible order. Che had every confidence that by nightfall his captain would have everything sorted out, so he and Tobin mounted up and joined Lord Davy at the gates.
I've done all I could, Sinead's brother told them, but I've no real authority here except over my own people. I'm glad you're here, my lord. Titles are fine in public, but please call me Che. We're brothers after a fashion, you know.
Tobin hid a smile of her own, as her husband's smile worked its usual magic. In 2 sentences, he had made Davy his, a man who would follow him unquestioningly into whatever battle Che cared to fight.
Thank you, Davy said simply. We'll tour the camp now, and I'll—
He was interrupted by a shrill cry from behind them. Parental instinct had Tobin and Che off their horses in an instant, neither mistaking the urgency in Soren's voice. Che pushed a path for them through to where the twins had been currying their ponies in a corner of the stable-yard. Soren ran to his father and clutched at his arm, frightened. Andry stood in a well of sunlight, rigid and trembling, blue eyes huge. Tobin knelt beside Andry. Sharing sunlight with him, she felt, as she had known she would, the dizzying touch of a powerful Ferrari. But it was not Sinead she felt on the sunlight. It was Andrade.
Tobin, sweet goddess girl, why didn't you tell me the boy was so gifted? But never mind that now. That young idiot, Lyle of Ways, is trying to feast from both ends of the loaf, giving aid to his dead sister's lord in Tiglath and marching his troops here to pen me in while Relstra and Jastri work mischief in the south. Urivel and I are working on that, but I'm not sure yet how we'll manage it. I've sent word to every court where my Sunrunners aren't locked away from the light.
Relstra's orders, I'm sure, to those he's got beneath his boot heels. Count among them Saya and Cunaxa, hoping to win portions of the desert from the Merida War. Sorma of Isil, in secret. Volog of Kirst says there are rumors of trade agreements. Ways plays a double game, and I'm sure Clutha is having fits and may bring Lyle into line. Of those to trust, only Lane, and perhaps Pimental of Fessenden, for Relstra has eyes on his city of Einar. Tell this to Sinead if you can find her, which I cannot. I know about Farouche. Get Andri to Stronghold, and Sorin with him for safety, for Relstra will attack as soon as he decides to notice Lord Davi's desertion. Have a care to yourself and Che. I'll come as soon as I can. Tobin felt strong arms lift her up and carry her out of the hot sunlight into the cool, dark manor house. The relief nearly made her cry out. It was a long while before she recovered from the length and ruthless power of Andrade's weaving, and when she was fully aware again, she found herself lying in bed, limp with exhaustion, and unable even to consider arguing with Che as he stripped off her clothes and tucked her beneath a sheet. "Andri," she murmured. "He's all right. Sorin got him into the shade, and he's resting now in his room." Che sat beside her and pressed her palm to his cheek. "Damn it, Tobin," he muttered hoarsely. "I hate this." "I'll be all right, sweet," she soothed. "It's just that Andrade isn't as gentle as Sinead." She relayed the gist of the news, and his shoulder muscles worked with renewed tension. "Perfect," he rasped. "Wonderful. Help from Lane and Pimental and Volog. Islands on either side of the world, and a princedom that might as well be. Where's the help in that?" "The rest are either in league with Relstra or terrified of him, with no Riala in 6 years and so much at stake now." There was grim determination in his grey eyes and the set of his long jaw. "Relstra will not be attending the Riala this year, or any other year," he said quietly. Tobin watched him leave, and only when he was gone did she allow the shiver to claim her. She had never seen death in his eyes before. Davy was not encouraged by the report of Che's captain the next morning and said so. 163 horse, 105 archers, and of trained regulars not nearly enough. He turned worried green eyes on Che. "If we count the ones who can use a scythe but not a sword." "Have you ever had a man come at you with a scythe, Davy? A man with reaper's muscles, who has every intention of lopping your head off as easily as he'd take care of a stalk of grain?" Che smiled tightly. "We'll do just fine. 236 with swords and scythes. Of the horse, your people are the best trained." "Except in your own," Davy interrupted wryly, and Che shrugged. "Of those brought in by Lord Basil. Ah, but there's a look in their eyes. It's their own fields they'll be defending. If you'd do me the favor, please help with the plans for the move. We'll recamp tomorrow. Battling for one's own land is an admirable spur, but battling on it makes people nervous." Che had learned that from Zahava. As he went upstairs to his wife, he experienced a fleeting wish that the old prince was here to direct this battle, or, better yet, that there would be no battle at all. Fine thoughts for a seasoned warrior, he told himself acidly. Rohan had indeed infected him with peace, and Che suspected that it was a thing which, once in the blood and the brain, was something from which one did not recover, nor wanted to. Tobin had spent the morning working within the manor, organizing Basil's capable but confused servants into an efficient war machine. But by mid-morning she voluntarily sought her bed for a rest, more exhausted than she'd thought by her contact with Andrade. Che stood watching her for some time, relieved to see that color had come back into her cheeks, and her sleep was deep and quiet. She was more beautiful now than the day he'd married her, richer in spirit, more regal of bearing, the dragon's daughter calmed but never tamed. He smoothed the black hair from her shoulders and placed a kiss on her forehead, then left to wash the morning's stink off him. By the time she woke, he was clean, redressed, and seated at a small table with a meal spread out before him. "Come and eat," he invited. She stretched widely, yawned, and joined him, naked as a baby. "Oh, but who's to see me but you?" she said with a shrug in response to his lifted brows. "And you're used to me. It's too hot for clothes, Che." "My shameless darling. The day I'm used to the sight of you is the day I've gone blind, and even then my fingers would do the looking. Here, have some cheese. It's pretty good. I wonder what they feed their goats."
"Has Relstra made a move yet?" she asked as she sat down.
"The wine's not bad either. I think we're raiding Basil's private reserve."
"Are more troops coming? How many do we have now?"
"Save your tongue to lick your spoon."
She made a face at him, but hunger was stronger than curiosity just now. When she had made substantial inroads on the food, Che began to share his observations of the day and ask her opinions. He would miss her, he reflected, when she was gone away to Stronghold, but her safety, and that of their sons, was more important. Their hellions had flatly refused to stay at Radzing Keep, arguing that if Mama got to go to war, then they should be allowed to do the same, and if they weren't taken along now, they'd find a way to sneak out. Che knew his sons too well to doubt that they would do just that, and reasoned that having them under his eye was better than not knowing what they were up to. Tomorrow, however, they would be sent to Stronghold, but Tobin did not yet know she would be going with them. When he finally mentioned it, casually, around a bite of apple, her reaction reminded him why he prohibited knives in their bedchamber.
"I won't go. You need me here." "I need you to be safe.
No one else can act as Ferrari, and even the little I can do will keep you informed. Damn you, Che, I won't go."
"Will you be sensible, please? We have to send Soren and Andri to safety, especially Andri. I'll tie them to their horses and have their squires slug them unconscious if I have to. Don't make me use the same tactic on you. You wouldn't dare." It was amazing how much she looked like Zahava when she was angry. "Listen to me. You're useful to me here, yes, but I won't spend my time worrying about your safety. Do you think the boys would leave without you? At Stronghold you'll be able to help Sinead. Do I have to list the reasons you already know, Tobin?" She glared at him. "You're loathsome when you make sense." He thanked the goddess for a woman with brains as well as spirit. Reaching across the table, intending to take her hand and express his gratitude for the towering virtues that sometimes drove him to distraction, he smiled wryly as she snatched her fingers away. Pride forbade her to be gracious right now. So Che leaned back to appreciate her where she sat, with one leg tucked beneath her, clad only in the black glory of her hair. His silent admiration was ended by a frantic pounding on the door. As he rose to answer it, he threw his discarded shirt at his wife and told her to put it on. It came to her knees and decently covered everything else, but when Che opened the door, Basil's eyes popped and his cheeks turned scarlet. Just behind him, looking pallid and ill, was Markin. Che stared in astonishment at the son he had not seen in 2 years. The abrupt change from child to tall, self-possessed young squire was more than he could take in at a glance. Father and son gazed at each other for some moments before Che pulled Markin into his arms for a hard embrace. "Goddess, but it's good to see you! What are you doing here?" Tobin gave a glad cry and rushed toward them. "Markin! Oh, Markin, you've grown so tall!" Her eyes filled as she hugged her son. The boy smiled tiredly. "I kept telling everyone at Grey Pearl how beautiful you are, Mother. Now they'll get a look for themselves and find I didn't exaggerate." Che looked to Basil for explanation. The older Athri cleared his throat, embarrassed at witnessing the family reunion and the princess's unconventional state of dress. It was Markin who answered his father's unspoken question. "I've come with archers, Father, 50 of them, sent by Prince Lane. We set sail early yesterday and came up the Fallain as far as we could." He gave a slight shudder. "And then we finally got to walk." "No wonder you're green," Che commented.
To Basil he went on, "Please ask my captain to find places for the new arrivals. You and I and Lord Davy will have to talk to whomever's leading the archers." "As you wish, my lord." With a last furtive glance at Tobin, he left. The princess was trying to persuade her son to eat something, and Che grinned as the boy's complexion paled further at the sight of food. "Leave him be, Tobin. He'll eat as soon as he's recovered from crossing water. I'm surprised he's upright, frankly. What's Lane up to, Marken?" "Exactly what you'd expect. He only regrets that he couldn't provide more troops on short notice, but more will be coming soon and ships with them." Che sank into a chair and thought this over. He had never fought a war utilizing ships, but the possibilities enchanted him. "Meath, that's Lane's second Sunrunner, was contacted day before yesterday by the Ferrati up in Tiglath," Marken continued. "The sunlight's been thick with messages, Father. When Urivel contacted Meath yesterday at dawn, Lane had already put everything together so we can leave as fast as we could." He paused, then turned haunted eyes on his father. "Is it true about Ianthe?" "Yes," Che told him. "I'm glad Lane acted so quickly, not only in the matter of archers but in sending you to me." He glanced at Tobin. "There's no excuse now for you not to go to Stronghold. Marken can be squire and Sunrunner both." "Meath and Aeoli have taught me enough for a first ring, Mother," Marken said, as Tobin's brows knotted. "They're going to ask Lady Andrade for permission to give me the token and further training. I can do what you can do. Really, I can." Che watched emotions battle on his wife's face. Irritation that she had been deprived of her reason for staying here, pride in her son, sadness that she would have so little time with him before she left tomorrow. But all she said was, "If Meath has had the foresight to make your colors known, the Ferrati in Tiglath knows. He can tell others. You can go to Stronghold with a clear conscience, Mother." Che coughed to cover laughter. Conscience had not been keeping Tobin here, but it would certainly take her to Stronghold. "So, your father has managed to get his own way, as usual." Her capitulation was enough. Che had learned long since not to gloat about his rare victories over her. It was the surest way to ignite her considerable temper and her incredible stubbornness. So he changed the subject. "I'd like you to talk with Andry before tomorrow, Marken. Twice now he's been caught in a Ferrati weaving, and he doesn't understand it. You've learned enough from Meath and Aeoli to explain it to him." "It is kind of scary the first few times," Marken said, with all the wisdom of one earned but unworn Sunrunner's ring. Che reflected that from now on he would have to treat his son not as a little boy, but as a man, and had a moment of poignant regret for the child Marken had been. He could have asked for no better companion than the youth he saw before him now, scarcely 11 winters old, yet behaving exactly as a princess's son ought. Still, "I'll get some clothes on," Tobin said, "and we'll go find the boys." She disappeared behind a tall screen in a corner of the room. Marken regarded his father thoughtfully. "Shall I really be your squire?" "I assume Lane and his son Chadrick have trained you adequately?" The boy nodded. "But does it mean I can go to war at your side, not just sit in your tent?" Che heard Tobin make a soft sound. "Goddess help me," he thought. "I don't want my boys to grow up and go to battle so young. Rohan is right, and this must be the last war. If only Sinead can free him so he can fight it and never fight another." "Father?" "Yes, Marken. I doubt you'll do much sitting around in my tent." Night again. Hot and close. The 6th night since Ianthe. Rohan turned away from the dinner laid out for him. Food, wine, even water were suspect. He trusted neither his tongue nor his nose, for everything tasted and smelled of Dranath to him. He was over the worst of it, having eaten in the last few days only those things he considered least dangerous. Unsliced fruit, from which he peeled the skin, dragon-tail cactus root washed clean of its sauces, a few other things. His stomach growled at times with emptiness, but he had no other way of ensuring that he ingested no more of the drug.
He found it ironic that the Dranath that had saved his dragons was so great a danger to him. Yet he could not attribute his actions solely to the confusion of the drug and the fever from his wound. His glance went to the corner where he had piled the obscene bed hangings and the tapestry. He had yanked them down after Ianthe had left him, shamed and furious at the memories they evoked, wishing he was a Ferrari so he could set them afire. But he was not allowed so much as a single candle, let alone the means to light one. The weavings were useless to him in any escape attempt, for his chamber overlooked the courtyard from 7 floors up. He intended to die only if he could take Ianthe with him. She had been careful and clever. There was nothing sharp in the room, not even knife or fork to use in eating. Neither was there anything heavy enough to fell her or thin enough to twist into an effective garrote. All he had were his hands, his guilty, betraying hands that should have throttled the life from her 6 nights ago. He should have killed her then. He wondered when she would come to him again, or if. He had seen no one but the brawny guard who brought his food, a man who made 2 of Rohan. He occupied himself in keeping track of the movements outside his windows, the timing of meals, changes of the guard, numbers of troops and servants. He had worked on the lock for 2 days to no avail. His guard had taken away the heavy bronze curtain rods. There was no furniture but the bed to break into a weapon, nothing in the entire chamber he could use. Escape was not one of his options. Surely someone should have come for him by now. An attempt to parley, an attack on the castle, anything. He despised himself for looking to others for help, but there was no other hope. He began to be filled with a distracting horror that his own capture was only a small piece of a more elaborate plan, that everyone else was either prisoner or dead. Caged and restless, he paced the bare stone floor night after night, conjuring in his head not only the destruction of Farouche, but of Castle Crag and all Prince March. Himself at the head of the desert armies, he laid waste to the land, exacting his vengeance. And the High Prince he executed with his own sword, while the other princes and lords looked on and trembled at this demonstration of Rohan's power. Pretty thoughts, he told himself bitterly. A life lived by the sword, dealing out death. Land scorched and dead, thousands killed, more thousands homeless. So much for his ideals.
All the splendid, childish conceits of his youth sifted away like wind-blown sand,
and he watched them disappear without any emotion but shame. Not at their passing, or at letting them go. Shame that he had ever deluded himself in the first place. Life was not civilized. People were not disposed to follow the rule of law. They were all barbarians, and Rohan knew himself for the worst of the lot. He was a prince with the power of desert courage and dragon wealth at his command. He had fooled himself that he was better than the others, him with his noble aims and high ambitions. At least the others had always known themselves for what they were. At least they were honest about life, looked it in the face, and did their killing without illusions. Relstra had the truth of it. Pit everyone against each other and collect the spoils. Rule through divisiveness and cunning. Work for dissension, not cooperation. Prey on and play on the baser emotions, greed, jealousy, cowardice, and laugh at the foolish princeling who wanted to inspire minds to honor and hearts to peace. And of the woman who had believed with Rohan, whose steady intelligence and faith in him had reinforced his belief in himself, he dared not think at all. In betraying her, he had betrayed all. For Relstra's daughter had the truth of him. He was the same as the High Prince, the same as every man who wished to see himself reborn. He craved a son. That first time with Ianthe, that might be excused. But the second, when he had known who she was and what she wanted of him, there could be no pardon for that. Oh yes, he was just like all the rest, all the self-centered barbarian princes who killed first and gloated later. But even as his mind supplied satisfying scenes of the High Prince dead beneath his sword, Rohan never conjured up Ianthe. He knew very well why. He would not kill her. Could not. The clattering of hooves and swords in the courtyard took him to the window. Shouts echoed up the castle walls to his eyrie. The massive gates, stone-hinged by ancient bronze, swung outward with a sickening groan. He could not see who or what caused the commotion, only the knot of guards moving into the main yard. "The rings!" someone shouted. "They're helpless without them." The knot untied itself with a struggle, and then one of the soldiers gave a crow of triumph. "I've got 'em! Ferrati rings!" "Oh, sweet goddess, no," Rohan whispered. Ianthe strode down the steps in a swirl of pale gown and streaming dark hair. "You idiots!" she spat. "Believing in that old tale. Give those rings to me at once, and keep an eye on her." The guard lost his swagger and approached his lady, bowing humbly as he placed the rings in her hand. Torchlight caught the sparkle of gold and silver and a great emerald before Ianthe gripped the rings tightly in her fist. She gestured, and the guards fell back to reveal a straight, slender woman in riding clothes. Her red gold hair tumbled around her face. "So, you've come to claim your princeling," Ianthe said sweetly. "How devoted, how loving. I'd expected half an army, but you were all that could be spared, I dare say. Your desert armies are busy elsewhere, aren't they?" She half turned, lifting her face to Rohan's window. He ducked back into the shadows, unwilling to give her the satisfaction of seeing his stricken face. "Do you hear me, Rohan? With the Merida attacking in the north, and my father in the south, this is all they can spare to come for you. And you, their prince." Instead of shocking him into frozen horror, the information burned his soul. He understood now, and the fury sent tremors through his very bones. Only Sinead, only his Sunrunner princess, who would not have made this journey in order to die with him. He knew her too well. Hope stirred for the first time, and the old confidence welled up, sweet water to a man half dead of thirst. He and she together could do anything. But there was Ianthe. Rohan stared down at Sinead from the shadows, saw her weary face uplifted, eyes seeking but not finding him. "Ianthe," she called out, and the princess turned from the castle steps. "I have come for my lord and husband, but I've also come for you." And all at once, a great gout of Sunrunner's fire sprang up in front of her, a twisting column of flame half the height of Farouche itself. And in the fire there appeared a dragon, gleaming crimson and gold. No one screamed. Throats contracted in terror as the Ferrati worked her arcane magic, her long fingers naked of rings. But whatever else Ianthe was, she was no coward. She faced down the towering fire and cried out, "Stop, or I'll have him killed, now, tonight, with his own sword." The flames wavered, died. Ianthe laughed. "Take her to an inner room where no sunlight or moonlight reaches. Don't fear, Sunrunner. I'll give him back to you soon." Rohan closed his eyes and pressed his forehead to the rough wall. Soon, when she was certain she carried his child and could flaunt the fact to Sinead, son or not, he would kill her, and the child too. Barbarian. Chapter 25. Andrade knew it had to be a dream. Relstra and Ianthe and Pansala, dressed in dark violet cloaks, held her hands to a fire of her own conjuring. When they pulled her away from the flames, her arms ended in blackened stumps at the wrists. The High Prince and Ianthe then reached into the fire and salvaged the hands. Pansala gathered up rings and bracelets, thin chains shivering. With ritual solemnity, they circled around the blaze, gave the hands to a shadowy figure beyond the light. And within the depths of a voluminous cloak,
Andrade saw her own wrists and palms and fingers merge into those of someone unknown. Pansala slid the jeweled rings onto the fingers, clasped the bracelets around the wrists, attached the delicate chains. A gesture of those hands, and the fire rose powerfully, flung itself around Ianthe, who vanished into nothingness. The white gold flames then formed a gleaming sword that pierced Relstra's flesh. He too was taken by fire, gone forever. But Pansala remained, head bowed in submission to the unknown who wore Andrade's Faradi rings, had mastered all the power they symbolized, and was unafraid to use that power to kill. There the dream ended, and she woke to the sounds of the forest shifting around her. Sitting up, she gulped in the clean morning air, knowing it was foolish to inspect her hands, and inspecting them anyway. She believed in prophetic dreams only when it suited her. This one was best forgotten as quickly as she could. She attempted to distract herself with the details of her surroundings. Urivel slept uneasily nearby, wrapped in his cloak on the hard ground. Two other forms curled on the other side of the dead fire. Trees screened the first sunlight, hazy through the blue-green mists rising from the river. Andrade rubbed her back that ached from having to sit her horse like a sack of grain in aid of her disguise as Pansala's servant. 5 days of it had left her sore in self-image as well as in body, and both gave her the source of her dream. Her hands were stiff, the joints laced with hot needles. She still smarted with the indignity of having to pocket her rings and bracelets until Lord Lyle's men were taken care of. Fury seethed within at Relstra, Ianthe, and especially Pansala for putting her in this humiliating position. But that shadowy figure, unidentifiable even as male or female, still troubled her. There were simple cures for morning aches and dream phantoms. Andrade pushed herself to her feet, wincing as her bones protested the morning damp and chill, and walked down to the river. Exercise gradually warmed her muscles as she sought convenient shallows for washing, and the cold water cleared her head. She shook droplets from her face and hands, rebraided her hair, and felt more equal to dealing with an intransigent world. Or at least to learning what new inconveniences it had in store for her today. Goddess knew the last 5 days had been bad enough. In addition to Pansala, she had had to endure Chiana's presence on the road from Goddess Keep, for the girl had somehow managed to secure a horse and ride out with them. Discovery had come too late. Taking seriously Chiana's whispered threat to expose the whole scheme to Lord Lyle's men, Andrade had gritted her teeth and rebuked herself silently for having taken the brat in to begin with, but it had been too late for self-recrimination as well. Urivel, knowing they would need help crossing the rivers between Goddess Keep and Sire, had delayed the application of sleeping herbs and Sunrunner magic on the detachment sent along to escort Pansala to her father. Andrade had been all for trussing them up the first night out, but this afternoon on a rest stop she had done the necessary, and now they were free. Pansala couldn't have been happier, and Chiana bounced along on a horse too large for her singing. Neither sight was calculated to improve Andrade's temper. The news on the sunlight had been terrible. The Merida assaulted the walls of Tiglath with infuriating regularity. Their arrows found a few targets, they lost a few men, and they retreated until the next skirmish. Andrade understood the tactic. Constant harassment to wear down the city spirit. Open battle exhilarated, but a slow, steady siege exhausted morale. Young Walvis had plans to raid Merida's supply lines, both to gain provisions for the city and to give his troops the reassurance of action. But a pitched battle on the plain was denied him. Tobin and the younger twins had arrived safely at Stronghold, but Andrade's view of the castle had shown it to be nearly deserted. A glimpse of the area around Tiglath showed a force had broken off from the main Merida army to head south, and at Farouche,
Life went on as if all was usual and normal, as if the garrison below the keep was still full of Rohan soldiers. Of Rohan and Sinead, there was no news and no sign. Andrade dried her face and hands on a relatively clean section of her skirt and started back. Urivel's sudden shout of alarm came just as she topped the rise. He stood before the cold fire, rumpled and furious, holding Pansala's empty cloak. "Gone!" he bellowed. "Damn that bitch! She's gone!" Chiana sat with her feet tucked under her, unimpressed by Urivel's rage. Andrade saw the artful arrangement of saddles that had simulated 2 sleeping forms where there had been only one, endured Chiana's smug smile for 5 long breaths, then hauled the girl to her feet and shook her. "You knew!"
"Yes, my lady,"
Chiana affirmed with a nod.
"My sister has gone to our father, of course,"
she went on, as if Andrade was too old and addled in her wits to grasp the obvious.
"She ought to be with him by now, and she took all the horses with her."
Andrade let her go, turning away, not wanting Urivel to see the murder she knew was in her eyes. Pansala's weeping, hand-wringing performance to Lyle's captain had renewed suspicions, but she had behaved herself perfectly on the journey when she could at any time have denounced the 2 Sunrunners. But now this, with Chiana as gleeful accomplice. Andrade had saved their lives, and they would ruin her, for Pansala wore Ferrari rings now, and her talents would be put to the service of the High Prince. Slowly, she faced Chiana again. She saw her own hand draw back, but she did not strike. Chiana let out a soft whimper of fear. "You are old enough to understand events, and old enough to betray," Andrade told her in a deathly quiet voice. "I should have expected this from someone whose name means treason." Chiana stood her ground, unflinching, defiance blazing in her eyes.
"My father,"
she began proudly, "is a walking, dead man." Andrade turned to Urivel. "Thus far, for tradition's sake, I have hesitated. But today, the sunlight will tremble. The Faradim choose the desert, her prince, and her armies." "Please consider, my lady," he replied in formal tones that spoke his misgivings more clearly than if he had cried out 100 reasons against her decision. "I am within my rights. Relstra has shut the Faradim away from all light. For this alone, he deserves what we'll do to him." "His death?" Urivel asked. "We are not murderers." "Nor executioners?" he pressed. "No," Andrade said, and for the first time in her life regretted the 10 rings on her fingers, the bracelets and chains linking them and her to ancient vows. "No," she repeated. "Never." Sinead had grown used to the dark. Not a thread of light was permitted, not even a candle. She had no way of knowing how much time had passed, how many days and nights and days again. Meals came at irregular intervals, as did men, who were a darkness she could taste and smell as well as feel. She had been unable to test out Maita's information about the hidden entry to Farouche, though she had anticipated most of the guards and the time they changed duty. One had caught her just the same. Her own fault, she knew, for being careless in her urgency. And now she was here, in this black cell, alone. It was the lack of colors that disturbed her most. A sunrunner shut away from the light was an unnatural thing, yet panic had not lasted long. The suffocating heat did not trouble her after what must have been a day or so, but she missed the colors. She spent her time tracing the shape of each one in memory, not the faces and landscapes and sky they formed, but wanting only to feel them, wrap them around her in the blackness. They were life to her, the gorgeous spectrum that made up the world she touched as a Faradi. But without light, she could not feel them. They had no substance. She did not waste her energy by conjuring fire very often. It hurt her eyes, and the colors of flame raged with her inner turmoil, her fear. And what was the use in any case? She knew she would not be here forever. A squeal of hinges alerted her a few moments before a torch spewed red gold into her cell. She covered her face and turned away to spare her eyes that teared and stung with the pain of light. "Goddess blessing, Sunrunner," Ianthe greeted mockingly. Sinead took her hands from her cheeks and slitted her eyes open, wiped away tears. But she was not yet equal to meeting Ianthe's gaze. "Here," Ianthe went on, "cover yourself. You're looking rather awful, my dear. Like Rohan, too afraid of the Dranath to eat much." "It shows, princess." She laughed. Sinead held herself from a flinch, as clothes were flung at her. She could open her eyes now without too much pain, and after brushing away the last of the tears, she faced the princess. Ianthe's smile sickened her. "You'd enjoy killing me, wouldn't you, Sinead? Almost as much as Rohan would. But you're both too cowardly to dare it here in my castle. Tell me, Sunrunner, do you love your life so much you'd willingly endure this? Or do you love life even more than you hate me?" She laughed again. "There's a subtlety here that has escaped you, I think. Hate is everything. My father understands that, and so do I, thanks to you and Rohan. Yes, I really ought to express my gratitude. Hate is the only thing that endures. It's kept you alive thus far, hasn't it?" Ianthe took another step into the cell, firelight playing off her unbound hair, her jewels, her dark crimson gown. "But neither of you will risk your own lives to fulfill your hate for me and my father. Very practical of you, and very satisfying for me. There's another life in question now. When a woman has borne 3 sons, she knows the signs of another in her body." Sinead stared at the torch Ianthe held. She could do it. Conjure the fire higher and hotter, send it writhing down the princess's body, do to her what Relstra had done to his mistress. Ianthe cursed and threw the torch onto the stones, but Sinead had already doused the small flare her thoughts had given the flames. She would not kill Ianthe. Yet. There were no burns on her own flesh, no child in her arms. The light fluttered up in strange patterns of shadows that both burnished and blackened Ianthe's face. "I knew 7 days after my youngest son was conceived," she said. "But I wanted to make especially sure this time. Perhaps you think I won't be believed. Put your mind at rest, Sinead. There will be no doubt that this child is Rohan's. With my father victorious on his battlefield and I on mine, who will dare to doubt? Rohan will live long enough to acknowledge his son, and I want you alive to hear him do it. After that," she shrugged, "you're free to go now, and your princeling with you. Enjoy your life while you may, for it lasts only until midwinter, when my son is born." Sinead waited until the princess had turned to the door in a sweep of crimson, then said, "Enjoy your hate while you may, Ianthe, if hate is life to you. It ends when Rohan's son is born." The princess's spine stiffened, and for an instant she froze. Sinead smiled to herself. Then Ianthe was gone, the door wide open behind her. Sinead took her time, gathering her strength. Slowly she put on the riding clothes, given her to cover her nakedness, then made her way from the torchlit dark along an empty corridor. There were many stairs, and several times she had to stop and lean against the wall while dizziness shook her. At last she emerged into a chamber washed with feeble dawn, where Rohan waited for her. The pale light spared nothing of the hollows gouged out around his ribs, the stark bones of his face. They had given him rags to wear, the proud dragon prince, trousers, boots, a cloak he held awkwardly over one arm. The blonde hair was dark and lank with sweat, the eyes bruised, and in those eyes was a despair that tore at her soul. She knew what he must be seeing as he looked at her. The clothes hung from her shoulders, and the light would be equally merciless on her own gray skin, her features still drawn tight against screams she had refused to give. She saw him staring at her, and hurt more for his hurt than for any of her own.
"I was with her,"
he said abruptly. "I know, and now she carries your son, as I cannot."
"I should have killed her."
No, but she could not explain. Not yet. He came forward, placed the cloak around her shoulders, careful not to touch her.
"We're free to go."
"Rohan, you're mine," Sinead told him. "Mine." He shook his head, moved away from her to the door. "She could never take you from me. The only one who could do that is you, and I will never give you up or let you go."
"I won't let you claim soiled goods,"
he rasped. "Is that why you won't touch me?" He swung around, fresh agony crying out from his eyes. "Sinead,
no."
She waited until her meaning was completely clear to him, calculating the balance of his love for her against his hatred of himself.
"I lost track of how many used me,"
she said at last, words chosen for their cruelty, words that were a terrible risk. But she knew this man, stricken, stripped of pride, whom she had just hurt again. The shock would either break him or bring him back to her. She knew him. He held her gently, as if she would shatter in his arms. Sinead rested her head on his shoulder and let the tears fall, cleansing her eyes, washing his skin. The courtyard outside was empty, but Sinead could feel hundreds of eyes in the shadows. There were 2 horses tied just inside the gates, a waterskin strapped to each saddle. Ianthe evidently meant them to survive the desert. As Sinead and Rohan mounted and rode out of Farouche, neither missed and neither commented on the sight of Ianthe, high on the battlements, watching them. Rohan was as tense as if he expected an arrow in his back at any instant. Sinead knew there would not be. Midwinter, she repeated to herself. Midwinter. She had until then to decide the manner of Ianthe's death.
"Just a skirmish,"
Prince Jastri begged.
"The men are restless, they know we have the superior force, and want to prove it. Just one small skirmish."
Relstra's lips twisted, and he pushed his breakfast away. There was no sense continuing the meal with Jastri nagging at him and destroying his appetite.
"One small skirmish,"
he mused.
"Something Lord Chanel will know very well how to turn into a major battle. Haven't you listened to anything that's said of him? He knows war, Jastri. He had a most competent teacher in Zahava, and plenty of experience with the Merida. There will be no skirmish. Not yet. Now, be a good boy and leave me to finish my breakfast in peace, won't you?"
Jastri, usually flushed with the delight of commanding his own troops in their drills, now flushed with rage. A handsome boy of 16 winters, he had all the high spirits and impatience of youth, released from the onerous supervision of tutors and advisers. But he had found that Relstra's rule was even more confining. The leather battle armor decorated here and there with garnets fit him most attractively, now that life in a soldier's camp had run the baby fat from him, but he had not yet learned a soldier's discipline. Relstra, inspecting the scarlet cheeks and flashing gray-green eyes, considered it was time to teach a lesson.
"I am a prince," Jastri informed him hotly. "I am no man's boy."
You are and will remain a boy until you've blooded yourself with a virgin girl and a battle, Relstra snapped back. And you're the one to instruct me in both. Huh, the young prince scoffed. You, whose wife and 5 luckless mistresses have made no sons for you. You who sit here in this tent, stuffing yourself on breakfast, when we could be feeding our swords with desert blood. Relstra sighed, comforting himself with the thought of how pleasant it was going to be to have this irritating child killed. He said, When you have sons of your own and scars of battle on your skin, then you may gloat, boy. But until that time, you will do as I say. Jastri flung himself out of the tent, shouting furiously for his horse and escort. Relstra ignored the commotion and attempted to interest himself in breakfast once again, but could not. He hoped Lord Chainel was equally incapable of enjoying his meals, his sleep, and his every waking moment. Yet he smiled as he considered what must be going through the desert commander's mind. Relstra's troops outnumbered Chainel's, a weakness that could be exploited at any time, yet Relstra did not attack. The excuse for battle had been handed to him by Lord Davy, who was with the desert armies rather than supporting his rightful overlord, yet Relstra did not attack. The High Prince picked up his goblet and spoke to his reflection in its polished silver surface. Do I wait for Lord Chainel to attack first? No, I'm too clever to think he'd put himself in the wrong. Do I wait for Rohan to arrive so I can destroy him and his armies in a single battle? No, for I know the princeling will be surrounded by a wall of swords and shields. Then why do I wait on my side of the river like a sandstorm brewing in the desert? He chuckled and drank, conceding that if Jastri had a virtue, it was his ability to provide the finest of Cyrene wines. Probably his only virtue, Relstra added with a sigh, as he heard a renewed commotion outside his tent. A squire slunk in and bowed, a convenient target for the High Prince's temper. Am I to have no peace at all? What is it now? Forgive me, your grace, The tent flaps parted, to reveal a woman he had thought never to see again. She made a cursory obeisance, her dark eyes insolent and cool, and said, Welcome me back, father. She held up her hands, and he saw the 3 Sunrunners rings on her fingers. Guards stood behind her, wary and uncertain. Relstra waved them and the squire out of the tent. Do you think my daughter is here to kill me? Get out, all of you. I'll speak alone with the princess. Pansala seated herself without permission and folded her hands in her lap. Thank you for my title, father. With that and my rings, I should have no more trouble making these people obey me. Why should they obey you? And to what purpose? She laughed. Lord of Storms, what do you think these last 6 years have been like, walled up with Lady Andrade? Even if you'd turned me out, which you're too smart to do, having seen these rings, and even if you'd had me killed, it'd be preferable to what I've endured. He regarded her silently, allowing his suspicions to show on his face. At last he said, You've not aged well, my dear. Andrade and her pious household have not agreed with you any more than they would with me. I don't trust you, Pansala, but you don't expect me to, I take it. What do you want? My freedom, and my position as your daughter and a princess. I can be of use to you, father, and you know it. She smiled. You're showing your age too, you know. White hairs here, more flesh there, lines and wrinkles. Are you still wasting your time and energy trying to beget a son, or have you decided Ianthe's brats will make princes after you're dead? Laughing, she went on. Princes? Goddess, that's funny. They'll rip your lands apart from one end to the other. Anything Ianthe gave birth and suck to would turn out vile. She and I have that in common, Relstra observed coldly. I gave your little sister the name I should have given you, having first betrayed me, and now Andrade.
You're right. I don't expect you to trust me. But I can be useful, Father, and you were never stupid. They watched each other for some time, Relstra calculating, Pansala confident with the assurance of one who had nothing to lose.
Very well, he said abruptly. Serve me, but trust in one thing. If you betray me again, your years with Andrade will seem a carnival of delight compared to what will happen to you.
How could I doubt it, Father? She smiled again, stretched languidly. May I share your breakfast? It was a longer trip than I thought from where I left Andrade and Yura Valenciana. He gave a start and saw her satisfaction at his reaction. But before he could ask his questions, a guard burst into the tent, barely remembered to salute, and gasped out, "Your pardon, Your Grace, there's a rider here who demands audience at once." Relstra half rose to his feet, then sank back into his chair, slanting a look at his daughter.
"Leave me. I'll call for you again shortly."
She arched her brows but left the tent without comment. Relstra gestured and the rider was brought in. When the man had given his news, he summoned Pansala again and met her outside in the sunlight.
"I do intend to use you, my dear," he told her, "and it seems I must trust you a little in order to do so. Show me now that you're worth those rings you wear. Find Rohan."
"I'm an apprentice, not a fully trained Ferrari." He relished the apprehension in her eyes.
"Then train yourself, and quickly. I want to know where Rohan is. Do it, Pansala, or find out what happens when your father is angry."
He smiled, menace in his eyes. She swallowed hard, then faced the sunlight and closed her eyes. He watched her tremble and wondered why, of all his daughters by Lalante, this was the one with the gift. Then again, had it been Ianthe? Pansala gasped, and her eyes flew open. "I saw them. Rohan and the Ferrati princess, and dragons, out in the desert. I saw them." Relstra nodded, pleased that she had passed the test.
"Excellent."
"But I don't understand," she cried. "Why did Ianthe let them go?"
"For reasons of her own."
"You knew about this?"
"The courier who just arrived told me."
He took her back into the tent and poured wine for them both.
"The night before she released him, the signal fires were lit. All across the Varesh to Castle Crag, where a boat waited to sail down the Follane more swiftly than a rider could go."
"But Lord Chanel is upriver."
"Precisely. Horses were waiting, and now I know what Lord Chanel does not."
He smiled, thinking that only he and Ianthe shared another interesting piece of information, which would remain secret until the time was right. He, Ianthe, and Rohan. Pansala took a swallow of wine and suddenly turned white, staring into the cup in horror. Relstra choked, laughing.
"Oh, that's rich. What did you expect? Dranath, don't be an idiot, Pansala. When did I have the chance to drug the wine?"
He took the cup from her and drank, mocking her. She calmed down, but the fear was still in her eyes. He enjoyed it, knowing she would not eat or drink without first having to overcome terror of the drug. The constant uncertainty would keep her honest, though he would never really trust her.
"So, we've each passed the first test," he told her. "I've restrained myself from binding you to me with Dranath, and you've confirmed on the sunlight something I already knew."
He lifted his cup to her.
"Shall we drink to mutual trust, my dear?"
The noon sun beat down on Rohan's unprotected head and back. He knew they had to stop soon and find shelter from the worst of the day's heat. The morning had passed in absolute silence as they rode past the empty garrison below Farouche and out into the desert, keeping close to the hills where they could find a little shade. He led the way, shamed by his gratitude that he did not have to look at his wife. Usually,
when he was confused or troubled, a ride through the stark beauty of his lands soothed him. Where others saw only arid emptiness, he saw freedom. The vast golden sands and endless sky reassured him that there were answers to be found if only he searched, the way one had to search for water in the desert. There were no limits here, not to the land or to his dreams. A man could find liberty here to think, to feel, to live. The desert threatened him now. The long sand was too great, the skies too huge, all of it looming around him, over him, alternating cries to preserve their freedom with shrieks that he was alone, alone with no hope of answers. The dreams were gone like water into the sand. He could find no strength here, and he had no right to seek strength in Sinead. Rohan turned the horse to the hills, eyes scouring them for cool shelter. He heard the soft shush of hooves behind him, the muted jingle of the bridle as the horse tossed its head. He could not look around, could not look at his wife. He squinted up at the sky instead, where a dark shape had taken wing. Dragon. He caught his breath, heard Sinead's small murmur of surprise behind him. One dragon, wings beating against the blue, flying toward the near dunes. Sweet goddess, Rohan thought. How could anything be so beautiful? But when another dragon soared into view and screamed out a challenge to the first, he realized what was about to happen. Sinead, hurry! He kicked the mare forward, heading for a shallow cave made by an overhang of streaked brownish rock. Once inside, they stayed on their horses, trying to calm the terrified animals as dragon shrieks split the air. Sinead huddled low on her horse's neck, reins drawn so tight that the gelding's chin was against its chest. Rohan struggled to control his own horse, turning it around and around in the narrow space, with the reins gripped nearly at the bridle bit. Sinead cried out as her gelding reared and she hit her head against the low ceiling. Rohan made a wild grab and missed, nearly toppling from his own horse. Sinead fell, one booted foot twisting as it caught in the stirrup, then slid to the ground and lay still. The gelding, free now of any restraints, galloped headlong from the shelter. Rohan leaped down, reins wound around his hand as his own horse plunged, wanting to follow the frantic flight of the gelding. Sinead! He bent down, touched her face with his free hand, battling the mare all the while. Sinead! Screams of dragons and horse echoed off the rock, and the mare nearly broke his wrist in her desperation to be free. He groaned in pain and let her bolt. Sinead's eyes opened as his arms went around her, glassy with pain. Hush, he told her. You've got a bump on the head and a wrenched ankle. Don't move. She took his hand, inspecting the leather burns, then glanced out at the sand. Very softly she said, It doesn't matter. The words enraged him for reasons he did not comprehend. He sprang to his feet, glaring at her. It doesn't matter, he shouted, shaking with fury. Nothing matters, does it? Not a damned thing. Look at us, he roared, lost to all control for the first time in his life. Do we matter? She gazed up at him with a terrible calm and said nothing. He swung around, braced his trembling body against the rocks, and stared out at the desert where the dragon stood, wings spread, bellowing with a fury to match his own. They lunged for each other, and the battle began. Rohan stood transfixed. It was his hellish dream again, only this time the dragons were outside. The scenes stitched into the tapestries came alive. One dragon greenish bronze, the other brown with patches of iridescent black on his head and flanks, both with jaws wide and dripping blood. The undersides of their spread wings shimmered in the heat. They came at each other again and again, drawing more blood, the stink of it and their maleness thick on the sand-heavy air. They reared up, slashed at each other, aroused and obscene and primal and beautiful. The violence of their screams and thrusts quivered through him, spread down his arms and thighs, heated his blood. He made a guttural sound low in his throat,
and dug his fingers into the rocks, eyes slitted. The touch on his arm went through him like a sword stroke. He stared into her green eyes, so quiet and cool, but as a tremor shot through him, it found its answer in her, and she stepped back, afraid. "Rohan." He crushed her to his chest. For an instant she sobbed and clung to him, and the savagery ran like wildfire through them both. He bent her backward, curving her spine, forcing her head back, and took her lips as he intended to take her body. She wrenched away from him, panting. "No!" she spat, eyes blazing, and he slapped her so hard her head snapped around and blood trickled from her lip. "You will not rot with me the way you did with her!" she screamed. A dragon's death howl poured into his brain, and he staggered. There was hate in Sinead's eyes, her fingers curling into claws that would rip his eyes out if he touched her again. Rohan choked and stumbled away from her, out onto the sand, to his knees. Nearby, the victorious dragon sire beat his great, bloodied wings and soared away, leaving a broken corpse in the sand. "I am worse than a barbarian. I am a savage." All his pretenses of civilization, rationality, honor, they were nothing. He had spared Ianthe when he should have killed her, when everything demanded that he kill her, and why? For the son Sinead would never give him. He was a savage, with a taste for rape, lusting to reclaim what was his, what others had taken. Lust, possession, jealousy, rape. What had he become? Only what he had been all along, but had never had the courage to admit. The hill shadows gradually stole over him, cooled the sunburned skin of his back and shoulders. He sat up, dully noting that it was only a little while after noon, with a long time to wait before starting across the desert again, on foot, at night, when they would have a chance to survive. He laughed then, a harsh and grating sound that snagged in his throat. Survival. What a splendid joke. He could think these things, feel these things, do these things, and still his stubborn fool of a brain told him what was necessary in order to survive. It really was hilarious. He clasped his knees to his chest and laughed, rocked back and forth, threw his head back and shouted his mirth to the sky. Sinead huddled in the mouth of the cave, hands over her ears to shut out the horrible laughter. She ought to go to him, knew she should, but could not. He terrified her. When she heard silence again, she forced her aching body to rise, steadying herself against the rock walls. He was pulled in around himself, head on his knees, the wound at his shoulder weeping blood in a thin trickle down his back. Shadows pooled around him, lengthened, as she watched for she knew not how long. Finally she moved, limped across the sand. He was shaking, muscles rippling in spasms beneath his skin. She knelt, unable to speak or touch, and his head lifted. His eyes had gone dark and blank. "We're not going to die, you know." She nodded wordlessly, not understanding. "I wanted to, but I'm too much of a coward." A long breath shuddered out of him. "I have to live, so I can kill. There's irony for you." Tears slid slowly down her cheeks. He caught one on his fingertip, stared at it for a moment. When he met her gaze, his eyes had kindled with anguish. "I'm not worth this," he whispered. "Oh, Sinead, what have I done?" Chapter 26. Prince Jastri got the battle he so ardently desired on the morning after Princess Pansala's arrival. The High Prince's troops engaged Lord Chainel's just after dawn, having crossed the river during the night at one bridge on the main road to the north, and a second bridge hastily constructed much closer to the encamped armies. Che, alerted before daybreak, nodded his satisfaction at the prospect of a fight, ordered his troops to ready themselves as silently as possible, and was waiting for the attack. His captains were frantic to assault and burn the bridges, but Che had his own plans for them. Prince Jastri's horse forded the river to the south and came north in a flanking maneuver designed to distract from Relstra's main thrust. Design and execution were two entirely different things. Jastri and his unseasoned troop of young highborns proved unequal to the hail of arrows and spears that greeted them a full measure before they had expected to encounter resistance. Shocked and furious, the young prince was forced into a confused retreat. He lost 39 of his 100 horse to desert archers and the river. Lord Davy, to whom Che had entrusted the ambush, returned from it with only slight losses and in good time to give support to the main defenses. But by late afternoon, Relstra's troops had gained a swath of shoreline to which they clung ferociously. Che withdrew, willing to let them have their landhold for now, unwilling to spend any more lives trying to retake it. He left enough archers behind to discourage further advances and repaired to his tent with his captains, his son, and Lord Davy.
"Losses of 18 horse, 37 foot, and 14 archers," he summarized after they had given their reports. "Scouts estimate enemy casualties of about twice that, but they have twice our numbers to begin with. I'm not interested in a war of attrition."
He toyed with a jeweled eating knife that had been a present from Tobin, watching the candlelight play off its rubies and steel.
"But we have an advantage now."
Lord Davy expressed the surprise of the others in a single word.
"How?"
Che smiled tightly.
"I make their numbers at upward of 700, and by tomorrow morning about half that should be on this side of the river. I want regular reports on the numbers of men and horses and supplies brought over during the night." "What we ought to do is fire those bridges, my lord." "No, Gryden," he told Radzon's guard commander. "Not yet. When half their forces are here, within our grasp, then we will burn their bridges behind them."
He drew a line on the parchment map with his knife, making a deep scar.
"I want to show Relstra something really spectacular."
"Why not now, when there are fewer of them to rise against us?" Davy asked.
"Because I'm going to crush the High Prince in 2 battles. 2 are all we can afford. Once we've butchered half his army, we'll cross the Fallain and do the same to the other half. But if the bridges are burned, I have my ideas on that as well. No, Gryden, you will not call a meeting of the engineers and start tearing down trees. Our bridges will be quite different from Relstra's. Questions?"
He eyed each in turn, noting that they were puzzled exactly as he had intended. Zahava had taught him long ago to keep his battle plans secret as long as possible. It had nothing to do with trust, only prudence.
"Very well. Dismissed."
Markin stayed, taking up his father's battle gear for cleaning. Che watched the boy seat himself on the carpet near a lamp encased in clear glass. The careful fingers began their work, rubbing at the dull film of dirt on steel.
"You should be in bed," he said.
"A squire doesn't sleep until his lord does."
"Or
unless," Markin responded.
Che smiled. "Nice try. Now you can tell me what's really bothering you."
The boy glanced up, then back down at his work. "Father, you don't need archers and arrows to fire the bridges. You have me." His mind spun. He had never paid much attention to the various levels of Faradi training, not until Sinead had begun tutoring his wife. 10 rings for a lord or lady of Goddess Keep, 7 for master Sunrunners. My kind of fire won't damage the bridges as much if I'm careful, because I can put it out without a thought.
5 for a trained Sunrunner, 3 for an apprentice.
I don't even have to be that close, just so I can see where you want me to place the fire.
And 1 for the ability to call fire.
Che stared at his son's ringless hands that still rubbed assiduously at an imagined stain on the sword.
No one will be in danger, Father. Raelstra won't be alerted by any movement of troops. I can do it.
When those bridges go, there'll be people on them, people who will die. He waited until Markin glanced up, held the bright blue gaze with his own. I won't have you responsible for that.
Andrade has sided with the desert against Raelstra, Markin reminded him.
But not to kill.
You have, was the flat reply. Your weapon is this. He lifted the sword. Mine, for now, can be fire.
No, he shouted at his son, afraid. If you don't see the difference, then you'll never use either while I'm around to stop you. I want you to grow up to be Radzon's lord someday, not an outlaw condemned for misuse of Faradi powers you shouldn't have in the first place.
The sword slipped from Markin's fingers and brushed a silvery note from the shield on its way to the carpet. Do you feel that way? He whispered, his cheeks white. Do you?
Yes, and it took this to make me realize it.
He shook his head wearily.
Do you have any idea what Andrade did by marrying her sister to your grandfather?
I've thought about it. Meath and Aeoli and Prince Lane make sure I think about it. I was born as I am, and I couldn't change it even if I wanted to, but it's not just me, is it? It's Sinead's children, when she has them. Prince and Sunrunner both. How do you think we'll all turn out, Father? Power-mad and ready to slaughter everyone who gets in our way? Is that what you think? He accused bitterly.
Che bit his lip, then said, I think that I have a son I'm proud to call mine. Markin, the world is changing, and people like you will change it further, born to one kind of power, but born with quite another.
We're not one thing or another, Andri and I. Will we grow up to rule the lands you give us, or will we be ruled by Andrade? His eyes were haunted now. What am I to be, Father?
Rohan would understand, Che thought suddenly.
He loved dragons and had been forced to kill one.
He wanted desperately to live by rule of law, not by the sword. Rohan would understand the division in Markin's soul. But Sinead would understand even better, for it was the choice she lived with every day of her life. Che could and did take that choice from his son now. I'm your father and your commander, and you're doubly bound to obey me. You will not call fire, Markin. I forbid it.
Rebellion and relief warred on the boy's face for a moment, but he bent his head in submission. Yes, my lord. Yet they both knew this was only a postponement of the inevitable choices Markin would one day have to make on his own.
Come, Che said. Time for bed, whether we sleep or not. One of the first rules of war is that the commander must always appear to be resting easily in his tent at night.
The flame tower at Stronghold was an excellent vantage from which to observe the arrival of the Merida host. Tobin and Maita stood at the windows, watching the 100 armed soldiers on horseback, their battle harness gleaming in the last evening light. The two women exchanged a glance. Will they try tonight, or wait for morning? Tobin asked.
First light, the warrior replied. Look at them down there, setting up camp right in the shadow of Stronghold. Arrogant idiots. They act as if we're already beneath their swords. Her smile turned feral. I'll enjoy this.
They started downstairs, and Tobin said, Che would, too. As it happens, Maita, I'm not a bad shot myself, and there's a nice little niche left of the gates that would fit me like a glove.
I'm not afraid of your great roaring stallion of a husband, if that's what you're hinting. He can shout all he wants at me for putting you into the fight. The place is yours, along with as many Merida as you care to bring down.
She chuckled. I remember when my mother gave you archery lessons. Instruction by Myrdal herself was recommendation enough, it seemed. I'll find a bow of the right weight, then, and be ready before dawn.
What about your boys? Locking them in their rooms won't work, you know. Would you permit them to run arrows for us? If I give them the first section of the relay, they'll be safe in the inner court the whole time.
Thank you.
I really had no idea how to keep them out of this, and your way, they'll be useful without being in danger."
Well before dawn, Stronghold was ready, and absolutely silent. Tobin, dressed in riding clothes that blended with the stones around her, wedged herself into a narrow stone shelf cut exactly for this purpose in the outer walls of the gatehouse. Slung at her back, and in a second quiver at her feet, were arrows she had spent the night repainting in her husband's red and white. There was nothing to be done about the blue fletching, but she wanted the Merida to know that Radzin was represented here. When her 50 ran out, she would use those stockpiled in Rohan's armory, but with 100 Merida out there and 20 archers trained by Myrdal defending Stronghold, Tobin had the feeling she would run out of targets long before she ran out of red and white arrows. It began when a helmeted Merida rode up the canyon toward the tunnel's mouth. He reined in and lifted a hand in a pompous gesture that made Tobin want to giggle. The desire increased as he shouted in a ringing voice that had undoubtedly procured him this mission.
"Usurpers of Stronghold, surrender to us now and live. You cannot hope to survive against us, and there is no hope from north or south. Open the gates to the rightful rulers of the desert."
Because she was listening for it, Tobin heard the soft hiss of an arrow and was able to follow its flight. It sank into the man's saddle a finger's breadth from his thigh and trembled there delicately. To his credit, he did not flinch, but he did ride back down with something akin to haste. There followed a short wait while the sun climbed the eastern sky over the long sand and the shadows shifted, grew sharper. Tobin began to wish for the cool sea breezes of Radzin. The sound of horses up the road made her forget the sweat that stuck her tunic to her skin, and she readied herself to draw her bowstring. Unhappily, the Merida were not the fools Maita had hoped. Not only the soldiers, but their mounts were well protected by leather harness studded with bronze. Donning it had caused the delay. Tobin reflected sourly that this was unquestionably where Rohan's gold had gone, and the artisans of Cunaxa had been hard at work to their great profit. She promised herself the Merida would not profit today. She counted 6 rows of 6 each, horses riding shoulder to shoulder from one wall of the canyon to the other. When the first went down, close quarters would confuse and hamper the rest. Yet the signal for the first flight did not come, and Tobin began to fret. The riders were within range. She could almost discern eye color behind the helmets with their long nose pieces and cheek guards. At last, a long, thin wail split the heat, a horn made of dragon bone, the ascending notes startling the horses below. Arrows spewed from the canyon and the gatehouse. It was all as Maita had planned. The high shrieks of pain from the horses as they bucked and reared to escape the arrows pricking their flesh, the shouts and curses from the riders as steel found its way between and through leather. Tobin knocked, pulled, and let fly with cool regularity, and 20 others, just like her, did the same. 8 down, 9, 10. She saw why Maita had waited until the last row of horses was in range, for the injured at the back pushed the others forward, and fallen horses would block part of the road if the Merida decided to retreat. But they did not retreat, and all at once, a tan-clad body fell screaming from Stronghold's gatehouse and thudded to the hard-packed sand below. Above and opposite Tobin were a dozen archers, perched precariously on a ledge rising above the canyon. She had no time to wonder how they had gotten there, for she heard the hissing of an arrow and the clink of its steel head in the rock at her shoulder. She changed her stance and let fly, hearing Maita shout orders that all on Tobin's side of the gate do the same. The others were not in position to respond to this new attack. Another of Stronghold's archers was lost, plummeting down like a fallen dragon with an arrow in her chest. The riders assaulted the first gates, opened one of them, gained access to the long tunnel. Maita commanded a regrouping above the outer courtyard, where they would be out of range of Merida bows and could pick off the horsemen when they breached the inner gates.
Tobin plucked up her second quiver with a muffled curse that was half annoyance, half pain. An arrow had scored her thigh, though she only noticed it now that she had to move. Struggling to climb down from her niche, she stumbled into the gatehouse, still cursing. She followed the others through a narrow passage to the crenellations above the inner gates. The archers arranged themselves, grim-faced now, the atmosphere of easy victory gone. Old Myrdal was down in the courtyard, yelling at servants who had armed themselves with sword, spear, and shield, anything not taken to Remagev with Ostvel and the rest of the stronghold guard. Maita gave Tobin's leg a rough inspection, and an even rougher bandage that stank of herbs. "Clever me," the commander said bitterly. "But don't worry, we'll get them on this side. I've ordered your boys to the back passage by the grotto, just in case."
"What back passage by the grotto?" Tobin demanded, but Maita was already gone. Whatever salve had been on the bandage, it soothed away the pain, and Tobin no longer limped as she found position near a man who had a similar bandage wrapped around the broken haft of an arrow in his hip. Blood seeped through, and he could put no weight on his leg, but he was balanced and ready just the same as they waited for the Merida to come through the gates directly underneath. At that point, the stronghold archers would shoot the Merida in the back. Tobin traded a smile with the man, but the daughter of a warrior prince abruptly became the mother of twin sons whose shouts of defiance echoed up from the courtyard below. As the Merida battered at the gates, Sorin and Andri battered long kitchen knives against small shields used for training, shields nearly as tall as they were. "No!" Tobin screamed. "Andri! Sorin! Run!" But the gates toppled, and the horses clattered into the courtyard, and she had only the slender red and white arrows with which to defend her sons. "It's this way," Sinead told Rohan, leading him to a passage through the rock hitherto unknown to him. He followed her through the cleft that was just large enough for a single horse to pass. Two people on foot negotiated the stone corridor swiftly and easily, and before Rohan knew it, they were beside the grotto, panting for breath. "Come on," he managed, when he had caught enough air to speak. "Goddess, I hope we aren't too late." They ran to the deserted inner courtyard, but beyond the walls were sounds unmistakable even to Sinead, who had never heard real war. Clashes of steel on steel, horses' screams, cries of the wounded and dying. Rohan gave her a boost, and then took her hands to haul himself up onto the walls. He gave the chaos a single glance, then leaped down and sprinted for the nearest fallen sword. Sinead stayed where she was. The Merida horse had spread out in groups of 3 and 4, tight little knots, bristling with hooves and swords on all sides. She chose the nearest of them, lifted her ringless hands, and encased the group in fire. She did the same to a second knot, and a third, creating small infernos of screaming, burning flesh. A rider broke from another trio and hurtled toward her, determined to slay this wild-eyed, fire-haired witch who called down Sunrunners' fire on them. She wove a net of flames around him, too, with a casual gesture of her hand. His sword clanged to the ground from burned fingers, and he shrieked in pain. Sinead smiled very sweetly and wrapped another group of horses in flames. Rohan saw the fire spring up 4 times, 5, 6. He plunged his borrowed sword into a nearby blaze, killing men and women he could barely see. When the rest of the Merida turned and took flight back through the tunnel, he bellowed Sinead's name. She was still on her knees on the narrow wall, rocking lightly back and forth, her hands spread out before her, and her hair streaming down like a river of her own fire. "Sinead!" he cried again. "Enough!" Her hands fell. Her gaze found his, and her smile died. She swayed, nearly toppling. Myrdal limped over and held up her arms, helping her down from the wall. Fire had vanished. It had not burned long enough to kill, but the stench of seared flesh and hide was nauseating in the heat. Rohan found a horse whose rider had fallen to a red and white arrow. And what was Tobin doing here anyway, he asked himself, as he caught sight of his sister's slight figure in the confusion.
Leaping up, he reined the terrified animal around and kicked it through the gates. Tobin snatched her sons into her arms. They were mercifully whole, though Soren's tunic was ripped and Andry had a long, shallow cut on one arm. She embraced the pair fiercely, then let them go and dealt each a resounding blow on the backside that put tears into their eyes. "How dare you disobey me?" she raved. "Don't you ever do such a thing again! Get out of my sight before I have you horsewhipped!" She pulled them close for another breathless hug, then pushed them toward the keep. "Move!" They did. Tobin straightened up, near to fainting with anger and relief. And then she caught sight of Sinead. Myrdal was supporting her, for Sinead was only half-conscious. Tobin forgot her own dizziness and hurried over, wedging her shoulder beneath Sinead's other arm. "Get her inside," Myrdal said. "Can you manage by yourself?" "I can walk," Sinead whispered, with no voice at all. Tobin looked her over. Sinead's face, neck, and bare arms were blistered and bloodied. Even her hands, ringless now and without even white circles where those rings should have been, were sun-ravaged. And the body Tobin circled with her arm was nothing but bones. "I can manage," she told Myrdal. "She can't weigh any more than I do. Sinead, come with me now, dearest. It's all right. You're home." "Tobin?" "Yes, it's me. You're safe. You're at Stronghold. Hang on to me." She kept up the soothing words as they made their slow way into the castle. The coolness within revived Sinead a little, and she was able to support herself as Tobin helped her up the stairs. "Where's Rohan?" "Gone to join Ostval and the other troops come from Ramagev." She hoped so at any rate, but there was no use worrying about that now. Sinead nodded slowly. "I told him Maita's plan. Fool. He'll want to lead the battle. We're almost there, just down this hallway, and then you can rest." Tobin got her onto the great bed and stripped the torn clothes from her. The shirt had once been a beautiful garment, made of fine material and laced through with tiny violet ribbons. The color made Tobin's jaw clench. Drawing a basin of water from the next room, she took up a soft towel and began washing Sinead's feet. "We had to walk, you see," the younger woman said, her voice clear and colorless. "The dragons bolted the horses that first day. We couldn't stop at Skyball. The Merida left men there to watch for us. Oh, Tobin, that feels so good. Thank you." She ripped a pillowcase into strips and bound Sinead's blistered feet. "Hush now, you just rest. I wonder if I killed any of them with fire," Sinead went on in that strange voice. "Andrade would not approve, but it wouldn't be the first time, or the last." She stared up at Tobin, her green eyes hazy. "I'm a Ferrati and a princess. What else did she expect of me? She's ordered the Sunrunners to support us against Relstra." A thin smile curved the cracked lips. "Tobin, she did that the instant she ordered me to come to Stronghold." Tobin finished washing her. Later she would salve that burned, parched skin, wrap her in sheets soaked with herbs. But at this moment sleep was more important. She stroked back tangled red hair and placed a tender kiss on Sinead's forehead. "Sleep now, my dear. You're home." "Tobin," her voice was dreamy, her eyelids drifting closed. "You must tell everyone. There's going to be a son." The Merida, galloping back down the canyon, ran smack into the middle of another battle. Ostval's forces had come from Ramagev, marching all night after riders hidden in the hills around Stronghold had reported the Merida arrival. Ostval's force fanned out into a half-circle and was engaged in closing it tight when Rohan and a few others who jumped on Merida horses rode into view. The sight of the prince brought two groups from either side of the arc to join in a rear assault. By noonday, it was over. The 10 who were still in their saddles were relieved of their horses and armor, but not their lives. Rohan sat his horse with his borrowed sword across his thighs, watching the 10 Merida haul their dead and wounded into the sand. He was sick with exhaustion, and the battle just concluded, and he had no idea what was keeping him upright. But upright he stayed, with Ostval silently at his side. When all the Merida had been accounted for, Rohan had the survivors line up before him. "I will spare your lives," he told them, "for I have a message for you to deliver. It requires that you sever the right hand of each of your comrades, dead or not." Ostval caught his breath. Rohan cared not at all. When the grisly task was accomplished, and the dying had been given a swift knife to the heart, he ordered the hands placed in saddlebags, one for each soldier still alive. "These you will carry north to your masters. You," he pointed his sword at the man wearing the finest clothing. "A captain of some sort? I thought so. You will have the privilege of going south, not north. You will deliver that as a gift from me to High Prince Relstra and inform him of what occurred here. Be sure to impress upon him that it will not be his hand I will deprive him of when next we meet, but his head." He paused, then finished mildly. "I suggest you leave Skybowl alone, incidentally. Before you reach it on foot, my troops will have slaughtered your compatriots there." "On foot!" the captain burst out. "But we've no water." Rohan gave him a quiet smile. "Neither had I and my lady wife during the days we walked here from Farouche. You have the longer path to tread, my friend. Start now, before I change my mind and have all of you killed where you stand." He turned his horse and rode back up to Stronghold, dismounting in the inner courtyard. No one dared approach him. As he climbed slowly to his chambers, he met his sister hurrying down. She was limping, and there was a bandage wrapped around her thigh, and through his monumental fatigue he felt a pang of concern. "Rohan, is it true?" She grasped his bare arm, the coolness of her fingers on his sun-blistered skin acutely painful. "Not now, Tobin." He pulled away from her and continued climbing. "Answer me! Is it true you're to have a child?" He stopped dead. "Rohan, she told me you were going to have a son. Is it true?" "She told you that, did she?" He turned and looked into his sister's black eyes, heard the bitter hollowness of his voice as he replied, "Yes, it's true. I'm going to have a son." He walked away from her bewilderment and closed the door of his chambers behind him. He stood for a long time beside the bed, gazing down at his wife. They lived, as he had promised. He had not been raised in the desert for nothing. Such food and moisture as the sand and cliffs provided, they had partaken of and survived. He traced the fine lines of her gaunt face that was so oddly at peace. Suffering aged most people, but Sinead's face was a miracle of childlike purity as she slept. Lips curved in a tiny smile, the fine, sweet bones in sharp relief. He had promised her life. She had promised him a son. Could she hold Ianthe's bastard to her breast, even considering that she could wrest him from his mother in the first place? And could he ever look at the child and not see the woman who had borne him? If Sinead could, then he must. Goddess help him. He lay beside her, staring at the high ceiling painted blue to match desert skies. It was a vague surprise to find there was still water enough in his body for tears. Tobin and Ostval found them like that at dusk, sleeping. She had come to tend their hurts, he to bring them food. They exchanged glances, and the princess spoke.
She said nothing about a child to you before she left? Nothing? Do you think I would have let her go? He shook his head. And do I really think anyone could have stopped her? But why did Ianthe release them? Perhaps they escaped. From Farouche, the only way to leave is to be allowed to leave. They watched the pair for a time. Sinead peaceful in sleep, Rohan haggard. Tobin saw that youth had fled her brother's face, and mourned its loss. Doubtless we'll learn as much of it as they care to tell, she said. Doubtless, Ostval agreed. We'd better let them sleep.
Chapter 27. Late in the day, the cool scents of water and trees around the Fallain gave way to the warm smells of food cooking in the great fire pits of the desert camp. A sentry could be forgiven a certain drowsiness after a long, uneventful watch, especially if her duty was nearly over and dinner enticed on the breeze. In the 10 days since the battle, nothing had happened, and nothing was likely to before sunset. She shrugged to herself and found a more comfortable position with her back against a tree, eyes closed. Were I the High Prince, you'd be dead right now. The clear, incisive voice snapped her upright, arrow nocked, and bow drawn with admirable speed. But she lowered her arms at once and bent her head. My Lord Prince, she gasped. Eyes of wintry blue gazed down at her when she dared lift her face again. She had seen the old prince once or twice on his visits to the small coastal holding she called home, and this young man was suddenly very like him, not in coloring or size, but in the expression that chilled his thin face. Now that you're awake, he went on, perhaps you'd be so good as to inform me of Lord Chainel's whereabouts. In his tent, Your Grace, with young Lord Markin and Lord Davy of River Run. He nodded, his blonde hair catching every ray of fading sunlight. Having just come down the northern road, I can assure you it is free of enemies, but had it not been, he raised a brow, do I make myself understood? Yes, Your Grace. Good. You have my permission to inform Lord Chainel that I am here. She bowed again and fled. Rohan heard the sound begin as he rode forward, a murmuring that swelled to cheers when they caught sight of him. He had heard soldiers greet his father this way, seen them emerge from their tents and leave off work to line his path with shouts of welcome, swords and bows lifted with pride in the victory Zahava always brought with him. But the accolade and the tumultuous welcome were not for his father this time. They were for him, Rohan, their dragon prince. The knowledge made him a little sick. He had brought with him 20 archers and 30 horse, and his squire Tillal. The one pleasure he had was knowing the boy would be reunited with his father. The prospect of explaining events to Che was not something to be anticipated with anything other than dread. He cursed his cowardice and kept all emotion from his face as he rode to the plain, dark war tent, distinguished from the others by the Radzin standard hanging from a silver pole. Desert colors would soon take its place, and Che's flag would shift to the other side of the entrance. As if, Rohan told himself, he would be in command of this war. Che was waiting for him along with the captains, and a man bearing a superficial likeness to Sinead and a much stronger one to Tillal. And could that possibly be Markin? He returned their bows with a crisp nod, grateful for rituals a prince could hide behind. Thanked the goddess for ceremony, no matter how false. No, he corrected, there was no falseness here but him. My prince, Che greeted him, sending an urgent message with his eyes. Rohan understood. His people pressed close for a word from their prince, and he would have to give it. He dug his heels into his stallion's sides and pulled back on the reins. His beloved Pashta, restored to him from Skybowl, rose impressively on his haunches
and swerved around. Rohan held up his fisted right hand, and all was silence. He smiled tightly. "Tonight, the High Prince rests across the river in his camp, but by the goddess, soon he will find eternal rest." A roar went up, and Rohan gave himself acid congratulations for the stupid speech, brief enough to be repeated verbatim throughout the camp tonight. He noted Che's approval as he swung down off his horse. Tossing the reins to Talal, he drew off his riding gauntlets and approached Lord Davy, whom he had met only once and very briefly at Stronghold 2 years ago. "My lady wife has told me of your goodness in coming to us," he said formally, aware of being watched. He wished he could let down even a little of his guard, but that would have to come later, in private. "I thank you for your help, my lord, and will talk longer with you later. But for now I think there's someone else here with a prior claim on your attention." He nodded to Talal, who was practically dancing with excitement. Davi had scarcely been able to take his eyes off his son. Now he gave Rohan a slightly abashed smile. "Your Grace, I'm honored by your friendship and your indulgence. I would indeed like to speak with my son." The curve of his lips felt strange. It was the first genuine smile that had come to him in a long time. "Until later, then, my lord." As Davi went to embrace Talal, Rohan saw that Che had dismissed the captains and sent them to give orders that should have dispersed the troops. But one of them shouted Rohan's name, and the cry was taken up, turned into a chant bellowed out loud enough to be heard by Relstra all the way across the river. Rohan paused on his way to the tent, his people's excitement and faith catching painfully at his heart. He lifted a hand to accept the tribute, then sought refuge in the cool, dim interior of the tent. Markin, acting as Che's squire, presented chairs and goblets of wine to his princely uncle and his father, then stood waiting for further orders. Both men sat, drank, and stared at each other for a time. Che roused himself first. "That will be all, Markin," he told his son. "Come back later to remove my things from here and—" "No!" Rohan exclaimed. Then more calmly as he saw their startlement, "No, I don't fancy being alone in this great wind tunnel you call a tent, Che. Markin, you until I'll set up a bed for me in here, please." "I'm honored to serve you, my prince." The boy bowed to him. Again Rohan felt himself smile, and it felt more natural this time. "You've grown up, I see. Lane has taught you very well. But I think here in private we may be as we always were to each other." The stiffness went out of the young body, and Markin gave him a smile. "I could hardly believe it when I felt Sinead's colors on the sun, and she told me you were both safe. Did you hear the soldiers shouting for you? They say your dragons protect you, and their strength and cunning come with you." "Is that what they say?"
The edge in his voice darkened Che's quicksilver eyes.
"You can go now, son. I'll call you when you're needed."
"Yes, my lord." Markin bowed, formal again, and left them.
"Very grown up," Rohan observed. "You must be proud." "I am," Che said simply. "Tell me what Sinead didn't tell Markin."
Rohan shrugged.
"I don't know that she left anything out."
Che leaned back with a snort of derision.
"This is me, Rohan. I've known you practically from a hatchling, my Lord Dragon Prince. What happened at Farouche?" "What you really mean is, why did Ianthe let us go?"
He took a long swallow of wine.
"Swear to me that this goes no further. On your sword, and the lives of your sons, Che. Swear."
The older man froze for a moment. Then, slowly, he said,
"You know me better, so you must be trying to impress me with how serious this is. Very well, I so swear. I meant no insult."
He rolled the goblet between his hands, staring down into the swirling dark wine. Sinead, the catch in his voice humiliated him. She's emptied Stronghold again. Those not with me went to Skybowl to take care of the Merida there, and will go on to Alvis at Tiglath. She says, and Tobin agrees with her, that if anyone gets close enough to threaten Stronghold again, there won't be anyone left to save it for anyway. Logical, Che grunted. Why are women always so logical? Most of the servants went to Remagev with the twins. Only a few stayed behind at Stronghold, those loyal enough to lie. About what? Ah, then she didn't tell Markin. He took another swallow of wine. There's to be a child, in midwinter. Ianthe got what she wanted of me.
Che's expressive face was immobile with shock. Rohan shrugged.
Aren't you going to ask how she managed it? The first time I thought she was Sinead, the second time I raped her. I should have killed her, I didn't. She timed it perfectly, and now she's carrying my child. Sinead says it will be a boy. Beyond that, she doesn't say much at all. She won't talk to me, Che, and I can't talk to her. I can't. No more, Che whispered. This can wait. I have to talk to someone.
Che set his wine cup down and rose, deliberately looming over Rohan.
You have an army awaiting your commands. You have an enemy across the river who wants you dead. Feel sorry for yourself some other time when you have the time.
Rohan knew he was being manipulated, and part of him hated Che for it. But this brother in all but blood was right. Damn him. He saw the hard eyes watching for telltale changes in his face, and turned away. But even that movement was enough.
That's better, Che said, resuming his seat. Now that you're capable of thinking again, turn that mental maze of yours to this. I've given Relstra 10 days to get half his army across the bridges, and he hasn't moved more than 50 men. We can withstand 2 more battles if we're lucky, but that's all. I wanted half his troops on this side to wipe them out, and then I was going to cross and take care of the other half. But he's not obliging me. If you have any suggestions, I'd like to hear them.
Rohan nearly laughed. In camp only long enough to wet his throat, and Che was asking him to make the kind of tactical decisions he'd never been much good at anyway. He drank down the remains of the wine, got to his feet and said, I'm going for a walk. When I get back, I expect to see a bed waiting. Have some dinner while you're at it. The way you look now, you could hide behind your sword blade. Is that what you think? That I want to hide? He demanded. A slight smile played around Che's mouth. Much better. Now you're a prince again. Urivel watched long fingers drum impatiently on the table where a meal lay untouched. Candlelight picked out each gem in each ring as Andrade's fingers lifted and fell in angry rhythm. Ruby, agate, amethyst, sapphire on the left hand, emerald, topaz, garnet, diamond on the right. Both thumbs were flat on the polished wood, amber on one and moonstone on the other. On Andrade's fingers were symbolized formidable attributes: luck in war, persuasiveness, nobility, truth, hope, intelligence, constancy, and cunning. But somehow Urivel was more concerned with the 2 other stones, the ones that promised protection against danger and wisdom. They were sorely in need of both. Well, is it merely the inactivity or the inability to give them all orders? He asked, deliberately provoking her. Would any of them listen? At least we'll be spared the fine Lady Whistler from now on, thoughtful of her to remove to Riverview. Urivel nodded. The chamber in which they sat was Lord Davy's own at River Run, a tidy room unencumbered by his wife's notions of elegance that burdened much of the rest of the keep. Lady Whistler had been faint with shock at receiving such august visitors, horrified by the revelation of Chiana's identity, and only too glad to accept Urivel's private suggestion that she would find life much easier and safer at her late father's keep of Riverview, 5 measures distant. Her absence freed them from her nervous whining and gave them a comfortable base of operations. The question, of course, was what sort of operations were possible. The Faradim all knew where Andrade was, those not shut away from the light, and were constant in their reports. Andrade and Urivel were close enough to observe both armies without strain, and far enough away to be undetected by Relstra. If he decided to take Lord Davy's family hostage, they might find themselves in difficulties. But Relstra had made no move toward River Run, probably surmising that Lady Whistler had long since departed. Urivel, with the best charity in the world, could not discover a reason why any man would want to ransom such a wife. Still, her household was efficient, and she had left enough servants behind to cater to her guests' needs. But lack of worry about ordinary matters here left too much time to think about the extraordinary events elsewhere.
"Still nothing from Sinead,"
Urivel said to himself.
"I can't force her, thanks to the training you gave her,"
Andrade snapped, fingers drumming faster now.
"I need a Sunrunner at Stronghold, one I can trust to tell me what's happening there."
"And you no longer trust Sinead? That's what you're really saying.
Andrade, you placed her where she is, trained her, took her to Rohan already half in love with him, showed her to him so he was just as in love with her. You planned it, Andrade, and now you're going to have to live with it. You never let up, do you?"
She paced in front of the windows, rings flashing as her fingers clenched and opened.
"How was I to know? What I foresaw and what's turned out to be are so different. What should I have done?"
He shrugged.
"Probably nothing at all."
"Damn you, Urivel, let me be!" she cried. "Don't you know why I matched them in the first place? Faradi princes would have ended all the petty quarrels. You still don't see it, do you?"
He went to her, took her shoulders in his hands.
"You always forget people. That's what your new manner of princes will be. People, with all the honor and vices and feelings the rest of us have. But you've never been very concerned with feelings, have you? Except when you can use them."
He frowned at the stubborn denial in her pale blue eyes.
"Did you think you could use the children the way you used the parents? Stop making me sound evil. I would have taught them, shaped them, made them tools for your ambition. What gives you the right, Andrade?" "You want me to admit it?" she shouted, wrenching away from him. "Yes, I used them all, starting with my own sister and Zahava. I took the chance, hoping they'd produce a prince with the gifts. When they didn't, I tried again with Sinead and Rohan. Who's next? Tobin's sons? Andrade, you can't use people that way. Not, and stay human yourself. I loved them. I love Rohan and Sinead as if they were my own, and Tobin and Che and their sons."
She leaned her shoulder against the smooth stone walls, arms wrapped tightly around herself.
"I loved them too much. I wanted too much for them. And I hated Relstra even more than I loved the others. Does that make me human enough, Urivel?"
"I think there's something you haven't learned yet," he responded softly. "There's nothing you can do now. Whatever you've set in motion, whatever your reasons, you'll have to wait it through just like everyone else."
He was astounded when tears glittered in her eyes.
"Drive in the knife a little deeper, why don't you? Am I bleeding enough yet?"
He was even more astounded when he put his arms around her.
"It's not like you to be helpless,"
he whispered against her silvering blonde hair.
"It's not like my lady at all."
The gardens Princess Malar had planned and cared for so lovingly wilted as summer dragged on. The grotto waterfall dwindled to a thin ribbon, and the pond below it was nearly dry, thirsty plants and mosses drinking up what little moisture the spring provided. But it remained a haven of cool shade in the oppressive heat and silence of Stronghold, and it was to the grotto that Sinead often went in the long days of her waiting. She did not go there to be alone. The keep was empty. She, Tobin, and Ostval remained, along with Myrdal and 3 servants. The rest had gone with Rohan, or north to Tiglath, or to escort Sorin and Andri to Remagev. Solitude was a fact of life in Stronghold. Neither did she seek the grotto to indulge herself in memories. The paradox was that, empty as the keep always seemed to her when her husband was gone, his presence filled the place. The delicate balance between the ache of missing him and the ache of sensing him everywhere perfectly matched her equally precarious juggling of serenity and rage. Most of the time, she preserved her equilibrium. When she could not, she went to the grotto and counted off each day of Ianthe's bearing, numbering the days left until midwinter, when she would return to Farouche. She had lost count of how many times she had felt the touch of Andrade's colors on the sunlight. She had rejected each assault with defenses Urivel had taught her, not because she feared Andrade would sway her, but because of her jealous guardianship of hard-won balance. The lady's arguments and prohibitions would have loosed Sinead's rage, and she could not afford it. Not until midwinter, when she could face its object. It was after yet another attempted contact one day, an insidious weaving of great skill that very nearly worked, that Sinead left the sunlit inner court, where she had been currying her horse, and made her way through the half-dead gardens to the grotto. A few paces from its sheltering trees, she stopped, transfixed by sudden music. Ostval's lute sang so rarely that its notes brought tears to her eyes. It was said that the storm god rarely gifted Sunrunners with the music that was his voice in the wind and water. Mardim's talent had been an anomaly, but Ostval, for all that he had served most of his life at Goddess Keep, and was now steward to a Faradi princess, had been gifted with the sensitive fingers and soul of a bard. It was Camigwyn's favorite song he played, a sprightly ballad when she had been alive. Since her death it had slowed to a stately tune that slipped every so often into a minor key. Sinead was filled with tender, painful memories of her friend's dark face and lustrous eyes, her scolding and smiles, the warmth of her colors. Though Sinead had walled herself off to all the other Faradim, and Tobin was the one who received messages on the sunlight, at this moment she was filled with recollections of that first joyous weaving of sunlight, lessons learned and practiced with Cami. How young they had been, how eager to discover their gifts, how excited by the wonders to be seen and felt on the light, how entranced by this incredible thing they could do. Sinead remembered what it had been like, and instinct opened her mind and heart to the sunlight around her. She felt the colors of the music, sapphire and diamond and topaz and amethyst, all shot through with pulsing, silvery shadows. Tilting her head back, she presented her face to the sun, eyes closed, watching her own colors form the distinctive pattern she used to weave the thread of light. Yet the lute colors were strangely insistent, swirling in momentary chaos before resolving into a coherent pattern as if they belonged to a living being instead of wire and wood. "Help me!" Sinead could not help but respond to that cry. Master Sunrunner's training took over, and swiftly she meshed the hues together, perceiving the unique design of a clever, even devious mind, unfamiliar to her, but carrying something oddly familiar in its undertones. "Goddess blessing, Sunrunner. I've been trying for days to find you. Your colors are well known, but you haven't wanted to be found, and I can well understand why. Please,
Don't withdraw from me, please."
Sinead did not withdraw, but neither did she venture down the sunlight to discover who had called to her thus. Tense and wary, she examined the pattern and found little to reassure her. There were shadows here, and flickers of diamond white that was the color of cunning.
"I've only 3 rings. I'm no danger to you. Listen to me, please. I know things your prince will need if he's to defeat Relstra. Prince Jastri is angry and hot-headed, and instead of being chastened by his losses in battle, he chafes for vengeance. He commands over 300. He will not obey Relstra if temptation enough is provided him. Give him a reason."
The deeper colors burned, outlined in fire now, hatred clear. Sinead drew back, uncertain where that hate was directed.
"Believe me, would I dare this if I was not sincere? I want to help you."
"Sinead!" Startled, she lost the pattern, and a faint cry echoed away into the sunlight. She opened her eyes and saw Ostville, lute in one hand, staring at her.
"I was just thinking,"
she managed, in a fairly natural voice.
"Forgive me, Ostville. I didn't mean to intrude on your music."
"You didn't. I'd finished." He glanced away. "Sinead, I have to talk to you. Tobin heard from Cleve and Tiglath this morning."
"What does he say?"
"No change. Minor skirmishes, but the siege continues. Walvis is worried and impatient, and that's a dangerous combination. They need a battle to lift their spirits."
He smiled ruefully at the irony. "Death to make them more hopeful of life."
She shook her head.
"What are we doing to these children, Ostville? Walvis should still be practicing with his sword, not using it in earnest. And Markin, he should be learning the arts of a gentleman, not a warrior."
"At least they're doing something." Ostville shrugged irritably. "I feel like one of Relstra's daughters caged up in Castle Crag."
Sinead gaped at him for a moment, then threw her arms around him, laughing. "Relstra's daughters! Ostville, you're brilliant!"
Not giving him the chance to voice any of his bewilderment, she ran for the keep, shouting for Tobin. Rohan knew very well that the option of playing idiot was no longer open to him. Between his first Riala and this campaign to save his princedom had come 6 years of capable government and ample demonstration that he was no fool. Yet his experts at war were taken aback when, on the 20th morning after his arrival, he ordered them to break camp and move back from the Filane. He smiled slightly, glad that the notion of retreat was abhorrent to them, and waited for them to understand. Che's captain Gryden saw it first. "Draw them into the long sand, Your Grace." "Exactly. I want the troops spread out as thinly as we dare, always keeping some in sight of the sea. You'll all leave at different times and by different routes. Confusion is the idea here, with the hint that some of you are thinking about going home. 3 days from now I want this area clean, and by this I mean that Relstra's troops will find nothing to live on here. Strip the trees and fields bare." Shock widened their eyes, and Rohan shrugged. "Lord Basil's unhappiness would be greater if the High Prince ended by ruling the desert. We'll lead them as far from his holding as we can. He's had orders to stuff and garnish his own keep, so he'll survive. Besides, it's not him they want. It's me. Any questions?" If there were, the captains were wise enough not to voice them. When they had gone, Che met Rohan's gaze levelly. "Are you sure you trust this information? Sinead didn't even tell Markin who gave it to her." "I trust the information and Sinead implicitly. As to the identity, we all know that Faradim are capable of using eyes and ears other than their own. I don't really care how she gets the news. You'll admit that the analysis of Jastri's mood is probably accurate. I still don't like it." Davy cleared his throat. "Relstra has ruled the boy thus far. Can we count on his losing his hold? What else can we do? Even if they can resist coming after us, then surely they won't be able to ignore a riverbank left open to them." Green eyes, so like Sinead's, danced with sudden anticipation. "We'll see how far they're willing to swallow the bait. After all, We can turn and attack them at any time. Che's made sure of that."
In carefully planned bad order, the various companies of archers, horse, and foot soldiers packed up and marched in what appeared to be any direction their captains felt like taking them. It took Relstra several days to investigate this, and 10 more to commit himself. Though he had not followed Che's enticing lead, he was now unable to resist Rohan's, and it was the presence of the young prince that made the bait irresistible. Thus things continued through high summer. Rohan ordered retreats of a few measures at a time. His forces spread in a dangerously thin line as they pulled back to the edge of the long sand, with some always in sight of the sea. The green hills of the Fellain lowlands gave way to brown scrub, with golden dunes not far beyond. Yet Relstra was cautious about extending his lines of supply and communications. Sinead reported to Marken that Relstra's own men had stayed pretty much on the other side of the river, leaving Jastri's men to explore, and Jastri was fit to be tied. When Rohan received word that his troops were exactly where Che wanted them, he hesitated. Desert bred, his people knew how to live here. Jastri's did not. Nightly he debated with Che and Davi the wisdom of an attack now or further waiting, while the heat debilitated Jastri's troops. He knew his own people were puzzled by his indecision. His actions at Stronghold were common knowledge by now, and they could not help but wonder why a prince who had calmly ordered his enemies butchered should now be reluctant to perform the same service for an even greater enemy. Yet he waited. If he could save a few lives by waiting for summer to weaken the enemy, he was willing to wait. He did not fear the battle or his own death. He feared the loss of lives held in his hands, lives for which he was responsible as their prince. It was worst at night. During the day there were reports to be heard and ploys to be discussed and the searing heat to be lived through. But at night, after the maps had been rolled up, and he lay in his cot, knowing the coolness ought to soothe him into badly needed sleep, he stayed awake. He dared not rise and pace the camp, not wishing to awaken Che, Marken, or Tilal, not wanting the soldiers to see his restlessness. So while his body lay quiet, his mind roamed endlessly. Thoughts of Sinead were the most painful. She had given him cool lips and a serene smile at their farewell. But had he not held her night after night during her terrible dreaming? The woman who wept and clung to him was a stranger, as alien as the one who held out chafed, ringless hands to be kissed. Yet neither was as troubling as the Sunrunner who had conjured for him in a candle flame the night before he left Stronghold. He flinched still when he remembered the image of herself and the boy child, the sound of her voice, deep and redolent of fire and shadows. "What Andrade wanted from me, Ianthe will give her. But they'll both lose, Rohan. This prince will be yours and mine. What do I care what you did with her, or to her? You tell me there was rape. Didn't she and Andrade do the same to us? Andrade used me, Ianthe used you, but they will not use our son. Believe that, Rohan." Yes, he believed. He saw Ianthe's death in Sinead's eyes, and believed. Sinead would wait out the child, as if the pregnancy was her own, while Rohan destroyed the High Prince like any other barbarian. His child, Sinead's child. Goddess help the boy. What sort of world would he be born into? One in which his father's wife had killed his mother, and his father had killed his grandfather. Goddess help him. The waiting ended 8 days later for Rohan. Marken, caught very suddenly on the sunlight, recovered from Sinead's weaving and hurried to his father's tent, brushing past the desert standard on its golden staff, interrupting a conference between Prince and Athri. "Jastri's on the move south. 60 horse, 70 archers, and 200 foot. He's broken with the High Prince and will attack tomorrow." Rohan grabbed for a map. "Now we find out how good you are at strategy, Che.
All captains here at once, Marken. Get Talal to help you, then make it known among the troops that tomorrow we fight at last."
Prince Jastri's 330 arrived from the south, unhindered by the horse Che directed there. These merely shadowed the host, unseen. When Jastri turned east for the attack on what his scouts had reported as Rohan's weakest position, he found 300 facing him with the prince himself at their head. This time, there was no Falain River to wash away the blood. It soaked into the gritty sand for hours, then was left behind as Rohan's forces pushed Jastri's back measure after measure toward the Falain. But there was no escape across the river, for between Jastri and the bridges were another 100 desert soldiers, led by Lord Davi. The young prince fled south whence he had come. Rohan, riding with Talal and Davi at his side, topped a small rise in time to see Che's red and white standard flash into view from the trees. Jastri was caught in the middle, the reserve horse thundering at him from the south, Rohan and Davi's troop marching inexorably at him from the north and west. Rohan sent a man forward with his battle flag to signal Jastri an offer of his life if he surrendered at once. But Sinead and her informant had been correct. The young man was hot-tempered and very proud. He led his remnant of an army against Rohan, bellowing out his fury. Feeling Davi's gaze on him, he knew his brother by marriage was wondering if mercy was a part of his character. He hesitated, knowing that he could order Jastri sectioned off from his troops and spared. But as he glanced at the older man, he saw Sinead's green eyes, remembered her ravaged face. Rohan lifted his sword. Jastri's force broke utterly. Some soldiers laid down their arms. Others fought to preserve their own lives without thought of winning a larger battle already lost. Rohan had to admire the courage of these latter people, as he admired Jastri's, even though such bravery in these circumstances was folly. He tried to fight through to the young prince, deciding that he would offer honorable treatment as befitted princes, but he was too busy defending himself and Talal from ambitious stripling lords who wanted his head. He never saw who killed Prince Jastri. The banks of the Falain had long since been secured by Davi's contingent, so when the battle cooled at last, Rohan led the way back there, Pashta snorting at the stench of death as he picked his way delicately around the corpses. Rohan's gaze fastened on the empty bridges. Relstra was too smart to have committed more than a handful of his own troops. He had probably ordered them back across the Falain this morning. Neither had he risked his own precious person. Pity. Rohan would have liked to end it all here. Che rode up with Jastri's ripped and bloodied turquoise standard furled across his saddle. Rohan held out his hand, and Che dropped into his palm 2 rings, 1 gold and 1 silver, both set with deep garnets, the gem of Cyrene princes. "I had them taken from the field," Che murmured. "Thank you." Rohan turned, called a group of archers forward, and bid them ready their arrows. "What are you doing?" Che hissed, as flint was struck and a small fire made in the sand. "We need those bridges." "If we cross them now, we'll be slaughtered. Relstra's troops are fresh and we're exhausted. If we leave the bridges, he'll either use them or burn them himself to keep us from crossing. I would rather they went up with our fire, not his. Do you agree?" The question was for form's sake only, but Che's reaction surprised him. A small, hard smile touched his sweat-streaked face as he said, "It's something Zahava would have done, you know. The grand gesture and the warning." Clenching his fist around the 2 rings, Rohan glanced over at the archers. But before he could give the order, a cry went up from across the river, soon taken up by his own troops. Fire had spouted up from the bridges in fountains of flame. Marken, cheeks white beneath the dirt and sweat of battle, stood at the water's edge, his arms held up and his hands balled into trembling fists. He called down fire, and it fed on the wooden bridges, sent dancing sparks into the reflecting water.
As the sun dipped lower and shadows touched the river, the fire blazed higher and the desert cheered its young Sunrunner lord. Che whispered his son's name, anguished. Rohan sat his horse in silence, feeling the heat of battle drain out of him, making him aware of his sore shoulder and weary muscles. There were other small hurts, shallow slices of sword and knife, insignificant in themselves, but they merged into the whole, augmented by a real grief for another foolish young princeling, and as the fire flared, he winced. Markin finished his work and, with visible effort, climbed the rise to where his prince and his father waited. "I killed no one, my lord," he told Che. Seeing that his father was incapable of speech, the prince said, "You have our gratitude, and you've gained us Relstra's fear. Look." He pointed to the opposite shore, where atop the embankment the enemy had gathered to watch as Sunrunner's fire licked hungrily through the wood, glowing red gold to create two blazing rivers of light across the cool one of dark water. He could easily pick out the figures he wished most to see. Relstra, in a deep violet robe, his head bare, black hair ruffling in the fire-born breeze, and Pansala, her eyes dark hollows. "Archer," he said softly, and a girl ran up. He gave her the gold and garnet ring. "For the High Prince, with my compliments." She grinned up at him, and beneath the bruises and the dirt, he recognized the sentry he had scolded here along this same riverbank. "I'll plant it right at his feet, your grace." She very nearly did. Rohan admired the consummate skill that adjusted the arrow's flight for the weight attached to it and calculated to a nicety the desired distance. Blue and white fletching came to rest 10 paces away from Relstra. Pansala darted forward. Drawing the arrow from the ground, she handed her father the ring. Rohan held up the other one. "As I presented Princess Sinead with a token of my gratitude before she became my princess, thus I now give recognition to my beloved nephew of Radzin." Markin's eyes went wide before he bent his head and extended his left hand. "No," Rohan said clearly, "the other hand, and the middle finger. This is the first of your Ferrari rings." Filthy and exhausted as he was, yet Markin's face was shining as he raised his eyes to Rohan, man's pride competing with boy's excitement. Radzin troops cheered their lord, and Markin suddenly turned scarlet. Rohan smiled, but as he counted up the survivors, he knew how much this victory had cost him. 1/4 and more of their strength had been spent in taking what they had owned to begin with. In doing so, they had halved Relstra's forces, but they were essentially back where they had started. Che had specified 2 battles, and the first was over. A sudden instinct made him tense as a strange, familiar sensation fluttered in his chest. He looked up, breath strangling in his throat. Soaring through the sky were dragons, more than 100 of them. The sires and she-dragons Phelan had so carefully counted had produced hatchlings, none of which had been slaughtered by a hunt. No bigger than young children, they beat their wings powerfully, keeping up with their watchful elders on the journey from the caves around Skybowl and Farouche to the cool heights of the Katha Hills in the south. Rohan felt his throat tighten, his eyes sting. His dragons, more than he had ever seen before in his life, free and proud and alive. His dragons. As they flew from the desert across the Fallain, the chant began again. But it was not his name that rumbled along the riverbank, growing louder, following the dragons over Relstra's camp as hundreds of wings cast shadows on the violet tents. Someone knowing the old tongue had renamed Rohan, given him the single powerful word that would be his for the rest of his life. Ajrai, Dragon Prince. Chapter 28. Pansala stood on a hillock, staring moodily at the storm clouds to the north. They were a distant threat for now,
both to encamped troops and Sunrunners, but soon they would shadow and then drench the pastures of Meadowlord before slinking to Sire. She simultaneously dreaded and welcomed the anticipated downpour, first of autumn. 6 winters at Goddess Keep had taught her to loathe overcast skies, but here in her comparative freedom, storms would keep the armies mired down and all Faradim effectively caged, not just those ordered so by her father. He paced beside her, still raging, though in merciful silence now, about the note that had flown in on an arrow from Rohan's camp that morning. Prince Jastri was dead, without a son or brother to assume his title, and only a sister, Gemma, left of his branch of the Cyrene royal house. Rohan had proposed, and Andrade had agreed, that subject to the approval of the other princes, Lord Davi of Riverrun was to be elevated to the princedom. His lineage was of the princely house. He was the heir. Young Gemma, at barely 10 winters old, could not inherit without treaties stipulating that her assumption of the princedom had been agreed to by all the other princes and the Athrim of Sire. Of course, if Relstra had had a son, he could have had him marry the girl at once, no matter her tender years. Of course, if Relstra had had a son, he would not be in his present pass. The thought gave Pansala grim amusement. "Smiling?" her father sneered. "Is it the beautiful day that pleases you, daughter mine, or the fact that whore's brother has been named Prince of Sire? I'll have Rohan spitted and roasted over a Sunrunner's fire, and his witch with him." Pansala stayed wisely silent. Declaring him prince and putting him in high karat are 2 different things. The Cyrene lords will defend their princess, just as I intend to do. And as for her dear uncle of Ossetia, Charle will send troops. Yes, he'll want to see Gemma as ruler of Sire. "But will he want to make war against Rohan?" she murmured. "He will if I tell him to," Relstra bellowed. "And he'll raise Goddess Keep as well, with Andrade in it." Pansala felt she ought to say something soothing. Surely the other princes will realize how powerful this action will make Rohan. If they don't, you can point it out to them. They can't acclaim Davi until they're all met in one place, and we're past time for the Riala this year. Between now and whenever Rohan is able to call a convocation, "He won't be alive past midwinter," he roared. "Of course not, father. Forgive me." His glare softened. "You have your mother's temperament. She always spoke softly, no matter how threatened. I loved her well, you know. Goddess, if only one of you had been a son." He frowned, then shrugged. "Another 300 troops should be here before the worst rains begin." "Who has such strength on short notice?" "My greedy friend, Prince Sorma of Isil, for one, and Lyle of Ways. Your sister Keely's chosen will allow him to land his soldiers in Ways. He's decided that his interests lie with his future wife, not his dead sister's husband in Tiglath." She nodded. "There was a courier yesterday." "Yes." Relstra looked grim. "It seems the Cunaxons want more money. The courtiers who've ruled since Prince Durican's death find the current jingle of my gold too soft a sound, and wish to hear it ring louder. If only those stupid Merida had attacked when I planned it. They were to wait until Tiglath had emptied of troops gone to rescue the princeling. They could have walked right into the city and used it as a base when Rohan was forced to split his armies to go to Tiglath's aid. It would have worked, too." "The results have been livable," she remarked. "Barely. But now the Cunaxons want more money to supply the Merida, who should have taken their supplies from Tiglath itself." He flicked an imaginary spot of dirt off his cloak. "They could have moved south, captured Stronghold, and attacked the desert army from behind." "Rohan will have to come to this side of the river to establish Davi in High Karat.
and then you can kill him."
"Oh no, not yet. He still has his uses."
Relstra's expression turned thoughtful.
"You've been useful too, Pansala. You deserve a reward for warning me not to cross the Fallain with Jastri, and alerting me to Rohan's maneuvers. I know now how his mind works in war. How would you like a castle of your own, the same as your sister Ianthe?"
"Like Farouche," she laughed. "Thank you, no. I've been at Goddess Keep for 6 years, and I've no desire to trade a foggy prison for a desert one."
"I'm told River Run is a pretty place. It was the Sunrunner witch's childhood home, you know. It might amuse you to live there with some fine young lord as your husband."
His eyes held a gleam of cunning.
"And yourself as Princess of Sire."
She was surprised to feel eagerness compete with her suspicions. "I'd expected you'd set up one of Ianthe's sons as prince."
"Let them earn their positions when they've grown," he replied gruffly. "Do you want sire or not?"
"I do," she replied, "but not to be princess at River Run. I want High Karat itself. And there's another small condition."
"Condition? I give you a princedom and you—"
"Just a little one," she smiled. "I choose my own husband." Relstra chose to laugh, and Pansala relaxed.
"You should have been the son," he told her. "I'll have you established by midwinter, my pet, but you'll have to allow me the fun of removing Andrade from River Run first."
The repeated reference to midwinter puzzled her, but she hid it and smiled again. "Thank you, father," she said demurely, bending her head to him as a sign of her submission. Prince Lane had been sorely vexed that his ships had not arrived in time to assist in the battle. He made his feelings known through Meath, who kept Markin quite busy on the Sunlight one morning. Afterward, the squire made his way to the command tent, bowed, and presented his information with a wide grin on his face, shared by Tilal, to whom he had already told the news.
"He sent them to Tiglath," Tilal cried before Markin could speak, "loaded down and wallowing in the water when they passed back by Grey Peril."
"Ha!" Che clapped his hands together and rubbed the palms gleefully. "Lane's never had any use for the Cunaxons since he caught them stealing from his pearl beds. Has there been any fighting in Tiglath?"
Markin elbowed Tilal to silence.
"The Merida tried to ambush the party sent to escort the new troops, and lost." He chuckled. "Tiglath is set for now. Lane's ships will sail again to resupply at Dorval, and then come here."
Rohan shook his head.
"Goddess, the concessions Lane will demand in the silk trade to pay for this."
But his eyes were dancing.
"We'll let Davy contribute,"
Che said slyly. The new Prince of Sire bowed. "I promise faithfully to suspend any and all horse thieving along the borders, and to make sure that all the Cyrene wine that reaches the desert is at least of the second-best quality, rather than the third."
"Decent of you," Rohan drawled. "What else does Meath say, Markin?"
"Cleve is on a mission for Walvis. He's not in Tiglath at all."
The boy shrugged.
"Meath says they had to rely on a scout sloop that came down from Tiglath to inform the prince."
"Wonderful," Davy muttered. "Now we have no way of knowing what happens in Tiglath."
"Walvis must have good reasons,"
Tilal said in defense of his idol.
"I wish I knew what they were," Rohan said. "I wish we knew what passes on the Sunlight between Stronghold and Tiglath," Che remarked. "You think my sister has something to do with this?" "Davy, I think Sinead has something to do with nearly everything, and I thank the goddess who made her that my Tobin can only listen on the Sunlight, not ride it."
He took the sting out of his words, with a smile at his son.
"But, father, you always say mother's more closely related to the storm god."
Markin replied pertly.
"That she is, and so are you."
He rose, stretched, and ruffled the boy's hair.
"I have a tour to make of the line, squire."
"Yes, my lord. But when Lane's ships arrive, may I please be excused from inspecting them with you?"
More likely I'll dump you in one and send you on a grand tour of all the princedoms to complete your education.
Father, how would it look for the next Lord of Radzin to be seen puking from one end of the continent to the other?
Che growled affectionately at him and pushed him out of the tent. Rohan watched them go, smiling, then leaned back in his chair and addressed Davy in all seriousness.
This is your part of the world. When will the heavy rains come, and how long will they last?
Soon, and perhaps until spring. He traced the storm's usual route on the map spread before them. We'll know when the river begins to rise, that the bad ones have come to the Varesh and Meadowlord. Are you equipped for winter quarters?
Well enough.
He got to his feet, paced, caught himself at it, and scowled.
What will Relstra do? Will he withdraw for the winter? If he does, should we? We could take ship when Lane's people arrive and go to the relief of Tiglath, or we could stay and wait, and take the first chance to march and establish you at High Karat.
Davy shifted uneasily.
I would rather not be beholden to you there, my lord, if you'll take no offence. I'd like to fight that battle myself.
Rohan smiled, pleased by the answer.
I thought you might, and I doubt you'll get much resistance. Another season of Relstra and the Athrim of Sire will be only too glad to have you.
I realize you have first claim, Rohan, but leave me just a little piece of him, won't you?
Although I think I may have to fight Che for a place at the front of the line. No, he and I have a good understanding. He's going to hold my cloak. I'm afraid there won't be anything left of the High Prince. I hope you're not too disappointed, he finished dryly.
Sitting back down at the desk, he stared at the map unrolled before him.
Rain, he murmured. We see very little of it at Stronghold, you know. We're on the wrong side of the Veer Hills for it. Radzin and the other coastal holdings get a sea squall now and then, and it's been known to flood and even snow in the far north. You'll get more rain here than you ever wanted to see.
Davy gave his son a playful nudge.
And you'll have to get used to it again after the desert.
Can we go hunting and take my lord with us?
We'll show him the delights of getting soaked to the bone in pursuit of a single skinny elk.
They laughed, obviously sharing memories. Rohan forced a smile, wondering if he would always be surrounded by loving fathers and their adoring sons, and hated himself for the petulance. He traced one finger along the map, from Falane to Farouche, where Ianthe's son was growing within her body. His son, whom Sinead had seen in Faradi vision. Tobin and Ostville stop her? He had fooled himself with that only for as long as it had taken to ride here from Stronghold, but since then he had made plans. He would end the war as quickly as he could, and then raise Farouche. Ianthe would die, and the child with her. Could he kill his own unborn son? Rohan sank into moody silence and did not notice that Davy and Talal had left him alone. Andrade, caged with a sly little girl, a sharp-tongued sunrunner, and a passel of witless servants, counted off the dismal days of autumn with even less patience than she had numbered those of summer. The storm god was having a good laugh, amusing himself with sheeting rain and endless clouds that frustrated all Faradi communication. But at least she had accomplished one thing before the storms, she told herself one grey afternoon in Lady Whistler's solar. Davy was Prince of Sire in all but formal acclaim. That Relstra controlled High Karat and Princess Gemma within it, and that the full roster of princes had not yet affirmed Davy, only made her shrug. She could call a convocation of princes any time she pleased. Her predecessor had done it to ratify the Treaty of Lindsay that had given the desert to Zahava's line for as long as the sands spawn fire. She toyed with the notion of calling such a meeting now, at River Run, but decided that the risk of Relstra's armies at the gates was not worth the amusement it would give her to see the princes arrive, soaked and irritable, at her whim. Chafing her hands together, she stood before the hearth and scowled. One small accomplishment, acknowledging Davy as Prince of Sire, did not weigh equally against interminable days of nothing. Boredom was the worst.
That and her bitter aversion to Chiana. The girl had grown this summer in one of those startling bursts some children experience. At barely 6, she looked and behaved more like a child of 10. Each sight of her reminded Andrade of her sister, and how Pansala was serving Relstra with all the cunning of her breed and all the skills of her 3 Ferrari rings. As if called up by her thoughts, Chiana came dancing into the solar, bright and blooming. She swept Andrade a mocking curtsy and sang out, "My father's come to fetch me. Look over the walls, and you'll see hundreds of his soldiers, all of them come to rescue me." Andrade pressed her lips closed and left the room for the hallway, where wide windows opened onto the courtyard. Urivel was down below, and as he raised his head on sensing her presence, she saw the truth written in his face. Chiana was giggling and pirouetting beside her, and it was all Andrade could do not to slap her.
"How many are there?" the child cried out eagerly. 200? 3?
"Be silent!" Andrade hissed, and went down to meet Urivel in the foyer. Chiana scampered along behind her, still laughing. The steward's face was bitter as he reported, 60 of the High Prince's troops seem intent on setting up camp outside in the mud. A little late, isn't he? Why didn't he try this during summer? You know him better than I, Urivel snapped. I know him better than I want to. 60, you say?
"They'll attack and kill you, and I'll be free,"
Chiana crowed.
"I'll never have to go back to that horrid keep again."
Silence!
"You've lost. You're nothing, and I'm a princess."
Urivel took a step toward her, eyes like thunder, but Andrade was closer and swifter. She grabbed the child's arm roughly. "Listen to me. I helped birth you and watched while your precious father nearly ordered your death. You want to go to him, Chiana? All he lacks is yet another daughter. Would you like to be shut up at Castle Crag with all the rest?"
"Ianthe is free, and she has her own castle. Pansala
used you," Andrade told her. "It's the thing your family does best. Ianthe is valuable to him for her cunning, and Pansala for her rings. But you, of useless daughters, he has more than enough. He has no use for you."
"He's come for me!"
Chiana screamed, breaking loose to flee out into the courtyard, masses of auburn hair streaming out behind her. Andrade and Urivel followed much more slowly. Neither spoke. There was nothing to say until they had heard what the troop's captain demanded. He had evidently been waiting for Andrade's appearance on the walls. Riding confidently forward, he saluted her with all due ceremony. His words were polite and precise. He had been ordered by the High Prince to secure River Run from possible attack by the traitorous Lord Davy, who had forfeited all rights to this holding by his actions. "I assume you refer to Prince Davy of Saya," Andrade replied pleasantly. "The High Prince does not recognize that title. He does, however, offer you his protection. Should you wish to leave River Run, we have orders to provide escort back to Goddess Keep." Urivel whispered, "Now why does Relstra want us gone from here?" Andrade called down from the battlements, "I find one cage very like another, and I'm not partial to them." The captain smiled winningly. "And where else would you go, my lady? Between you and the desert lies the High Prince, and a rather substantial river you'd rather not cross, I'm sure. There's nothing for you in the north, and the Katha Hills to the south are hard travelling in any weather. Your only choice is Goddess Keep, and I'm quite willing to provide escort." "Too kind," Andrade sneered, "but perhaps you've not seen Sunrunners' fire kindled. Should you attempt it, I will take River Run, along with Riverview," he was no longer smiling, "and leave you alive." His meaning was clear enough, and she ground her teeth. She had only her powers to defend this place, and if she used them, Lady Whistler and the people of Two Keeps would die. "There is the sunlight," she bluffed. "Of course," he agreed readily, "and ride it as you will, my lady, there is also me." He bowed an end to the conversation and rode back to his camp. "I hope he drowns in mud,"
Andrade muttered. "We could escape," Urivel said. "A circle of fire around the keep. For how long? Would he see it and ride off in terror? Here we are and here we stay. I won't go back to Goddess Keep and be even farther away from things. Assuming, of course, you live long enough to get there. Precisely. There has to be some way out of this." Urivel shook his head. "All summer, you've been able to ride away if and when you pleased. Now that there are troops outside to prevent us, you want to leave at once. My lady, I will never understand the workings of your mind." He paused. "But I believe Relstra does." Andrade gave him a sharp look. "Do you mean he intends for me to give him an excuse?" Urivel nodded. "But there is the sunlight." "And to whom? Marken, who would tell Rohan and Che and give them one more worry. Sinead, who won't listen. Tobin, who sits in stronghold as helpless as we. Or maybe you had Pansala in mind. Now that's a brilliant notion." He took her elbow and escorted her back down the stairs. "I was thinking of someone, actually. Meath." Andrade gaped at him. "Sweet goddess, of course." So enchanted was she by the idea that she didn't even mind the lecture he gave her about thinking everyone but herself a fool, when she was the biggest fool of them all. Rohan fought the impulse to pace as he watched Marken. The boy sat on a folding stool, thin winter sunlight woven all around him. His eyes were closed, brow furrowed in concentration. Che stood nearby, his back turned to the side of his son in communication with another Ferrari. Rohan had little patience for Che's uneasiness with his son's abilities, though he understood its cause. But what had happened to Tobin 6 years ago had occurred only because she was untrained. Marken would become an accomplished Ferrari, as would Andri. Che had better get used to the idea. 6 years, he thought, since he had watched Sunrunners call the wind to disperse the ashes of his father and the dragon out over the desert. Would Zahava approve of what he was doing now? Probably. Zahava had never had any illusions about the world or the people who lived in it, unlike his son, who was only now discovering that all his pretty plans and notions were useless. Yet some impulse toward them stirred again as he watched Marken. New generations should not have to fight the same battles their fathers had. There should be something more for the children, he told himself. Something better for Marken and Sorin and Andri and his own son. Hiding a wince, he turned as Talal and Davi approached, calling his name. He held up a hand for quiet and went to them. "My lord, wonderful news! The ships are here!" Davi hushed his son with a glance. "They've sailed as far as they can up the Fallain, and are now offloading troops and supplies. They sent a rider ahead to inform you, my lord." Che turned, a broad smile on his face. "Not ships, bridges!" "Huh?" Rohan stared at him. "Think about it," he advised. Putting a hand on Talal's shoulder, he went on. "Take me there. We have plans to make." Davi looked to Rohan for an explanation the prince was rapidly reasoning out. Bridges? Relstra had drawn his troops back across the river in obvious mimicry of Rohan's summer tactic, and was camped on a large plain suitable for pitched battle. Rohan might have succumbed to the temptation, but for one thing. Marken had left the 2 bridges usable, after a few repairs, and Relstra would be expecting the desert host to cross in exactly those places. If Rohan had learned nothing else about war from Zahava and Che, he knew that behaving as the enemy expected was the surest path to defeat. Thus he had declined to accept Relstra's invitation to cross the Fallain and be slaughtered. But now Lane's ships had arrived, and Che seemed to have ideas for them. In Davi's face, he saw the same conclusion appear, and shrugged. "I very much doubt that the masters of those ships are going to appreciate demotion to captains of ferryboats." Davi snorted. "They'll live." Rohan smiled slightly and began another comment, but from behind him he heard the squelch of something falling into the mud.
He turned quickly to find Markin pushing himself up from the ground, dazed of expression and glazed of eye. Rohan and Davy helped the young man up. "What happened?" Markin stammered. "You fell over, of course. Here, sit down and drink this." Rohan pressed a wine cup to his lips. Markin sipped, coughed, and shook his head to clear it. "Oh, goddess," he breathed. "I can hardly wait until I'm a real Sunrunner." "You're doing just fine," Davy assured him. "I can't control anything," the squire complained. "It just happens to me, and I don't have any say in the matter. It's like being a field somebody marches over." He pulled a wry face and brushed ineffectually at the mud on his clothes. Rohan bit his lips together over impatient questions. As color returned to Markin's cheeks and a smile began on his face, Rohan stopped worrying, an instinct confirmed by the boy's first words. "Walvis beat the Merida!" Davy whispered rapid thanks to the goddess as Markin went on with his report. It seemed that Cunaxon's supplies had been mysteriously delayed for some time. No one knew why, and with the diminishing of their food, the Merida had turned to the only source of sustenance available to them, Tiglath itself. The battle had raged for 2 solid days, but by its end, the Merida were destroyed and Tiglath more or less intact. "The wall between the sea gate and the sand gate collapsed after the Merida spent a whole night undermining it," Markin explained. "But Lord Elthanan isn't worried about that. He even wants to leave it as it is. What was it Cleve told me he said?" He frowned. "Something about making it a reminder and a warning, and that the walls built by his prince will be better defense than mere stone ever could be." He looked up at Rohan, puzzled. "Do you know what he means, my lord?" "I do," Davy said, "and he's quite right. Go on, Markin." "Well, there was lots more. The Merida was strung around Tiglath like jewels on a necklace," Walvis said, "but Cleve said they were more like insects caught in a spiderweb, with lines of arches between. The wall collapsed, and then they invaded, but Walvis was ready for them. Our people came out of the gates and took the battle out to the plain, and—" He paused for breath. "Walvis killed the leader and at least 50 more. Cleve and Phelan were watching, but they lost count." "Is Walvis hurt?" Rohan asked. "Just a scratch or 2. He's too good a warrior to be wounded. The fires to burn the Merida dead went on for 3 days. Walvis wants to march south now to defend Stronghold or come to us here." Davy gave a muffled exclamation. "Lane's ships!" "Exactly," Rohan nodded. "What ships?" Markin asked. "Later," Rohan ordered. "Davy, would you see him to his tent for some rest, please? I'll be with Che." As he mounted Pashta and rode slowly along the riverbank, he thought over Elthanan's words. Walls stronger than stone, built by Rohan. The Athri's faith galled him. He would have to topple fortresses more formidable than castles if his dream was to come alive again within him. "We hide behind our savagery," he thought bitterly. "All of us. I have to destroy those walls before I can build others." And more to the immediate point, he would have to demolish the very real fortress of Farouche, and quickly. Midwinter was approaching. He must finish things here, play the barbarian warrior prince with Relstra, before doing the same thing at Farouche. But after that, never again. I swear it, he told himself. Barbarian he might be, but he could put down his sword. He must. He could not live this way. Rohan had been correct about the Master's reaction to Che's proposed use of their ships, but the transfer of troops, horses, and supplies to the Cyrene bank of the Falain was completed in 2 days, well south of the bridges where Relstra had expected Rohan to cross. The High Prince had no opportunity to deploy his army for serious harassment of the move. There were brief skirmishes, but desert archers kept the losses minimal. A measure was marched off and a new camp established, and all was ready just before the next storm blew in from the north. Once more both sides settled in for the duration, polishing swords and keeping bowstrings dry. Lane's ships had to wait in the mouth of the Fillane for a break in the weather. It was a long time coming, 10 days before the fleet commander considered it safe to put out to sea again. Rohan and Che watched the sails rise and fill with brisk wind, and knew that with the ships went any possibility of escape back across the river. They were in Sire, for good or ill. Whatever the outcome of the battle, whenever it was fought, Rohan was oddly pleased to have his actions forced this way. Diminishing choices diminished interior conflict. He and Che and Davi formulated endless plans, fighting battles on maps to explore tactics, arguing placement and timing. It was all they could do until their scouts reported back, and when they did, the news was bad. In the brief 2-day stretch of sun that had allowed the ships to set sail, Relstra's army had moved back yet again, and in doing so, seemed to have multiplied twofold. The morning brought a freezing mist, as the trio rode out with their squires and captains to investigate for themselves. Rohan shivered beneath a heavy cloak, cursing the clouds that hung rain-heavy in the north. But what he saw from the top of a hill chilled him more thoroughly than the wind. The whole of the pasture land that had lately been the High Prince's camp was awash in thigh-deep water. Trenches had been dug from tributaries of the Fillane. When added to the already saturated earth, the river water had turned a 2-measure-wide plain into a lake. Crossing was impossible. The bottom was thick, viscous mud, like that around the lake's edges. Drainage ditches and a whole summer's heat would be required to bake the land dry again. But there was something more, something only Relstra in his cunning would have thought of, something that had ruined this rich land forever. "Do you smell it?" Rohan asked softly. "Salt." He heard Davi's despairing curse, Che's sharp intake of breath. Rohan breathed deeply of the distinctive bite on the wind. "I suppose the trees were too wet for burning, or he would have done that too," he commented. Then he turned Pashta and rode back to his tent, and did not admit anyone until nightfall. When Che was at last told that Prince Rohan wished to speak with him, he entered the tent in the liveliest apprehension of what he would find. Rohan sat on his cot, round-shouldered, an empty bottle overturned on the carpet and a half-empty one between his boots. There was a goblet in his hands, and he turned it around and around in some private ritual before each swallow, 5 times before drinking. Che watched this for a while, wondering if the remedy of liquor applied to Rohan's wounds would dull them for at least a little while. But when the blue eyes finally lifted to his, he knew the pain was as piercing as ever. "Sit down," Rohan said, and it was not an invitation. "This time I have to talk, and this time you'll listen to me." Che sat. He was not offered a cup and would not have accepted one. Rohan stared at him for the time it took to rotate the goblet again, 5 times, before taking another sip. His voice and his eyes were stone-cold sober. "I've told myself I'm clever and civilized. I've said that my goal is the rule of law, not that of the sword, and look what I've done. I was raised a prince to protect and nurture the land and my people." Another sip, sensitive fingers turning the goblet round and round. "I'm no better than any man who's gone before me. I've told myself I'm only doing what I have to do. But I've got a real talent for this, Che. I'm proficient in all the barbarian arts. War, rape." Rohan drank, and leaned over to refill the goblet with alarmingly steady hands. "Ajay. They've never called anyone that before, not even my father. Eltanin is going to leave the wall in rubble, and do you know why? He thinks the walls I'll build to protect the desert will be better than any stone. I'm not worthy of that kind of trust. I'm not worthy of anything except to die with a sword in my guts, the way I've killed others.
The way I'll kill again."
Not analytical by nature, still Che could discern the vast difference between these weary, nearly emotionless musings and the anger of Rohan's arrival that summer. Then he had seethed with fury and guilt, seeking refuge in words and begging Che for the negation of them that would signal forgiveness. But now he was merely resigned, a man looking at himself from outside himself, knowing there was no excuse, and not seeking any. "I enjoyed slaughtering Jastri's army. I enjoyed raping Ianthe. I'm going to love destroying Relstra. Look what that makes of me." "It makes you a man, like all the rest of us," Che said quietly. A tiny smile touched Rohan's lips. "Do you know how galling that is for someone like me?" "You don't understand," Che said, struggling to find the words. It was so important that they be the right ones. "You're like us, but unlike. Rohan, you've tried. You have the courage of your dreams, when most of us don't even know how to dream. You know this isn't the way to live, always at each other's throats. Your people trust you because they know the sword goes against your nature. It takes greater courage to live by it when it's not of my choosing. Oh, but I chose it, you know. I'm doing a very good job of living with my sword in hand. But when this is over, there's something more for you, and for everyone else. Yes, of course. I can force everyone to do things my way, and that will make me into another Relstra. Nothing better than he, in spite of my pretensions. I'd do anything to butcher him and his army, and I've done everything to secure myself a son. But there's one thing I have that he tried to get and failed. I have my very own Sunrunner, and I can use her without first binding her to me with Dranath. She's all mine, Che, just as Andrade planned she'd be." He lifted the goblet again, but this time did not drink. "What gives me the right?" Che heard emotions battling to break through the calm facade, and sent up a small whisper of thanks. A Rohan pretending detachment from himself was a Rohan who had nearly lost himself. "Power frightens you," Che murmured. "You use it, but you don't feed off of it, the way Relstra always has. And that gives me the right? The fact that I'm a coward? You're not listening to me." Che leaned forward in his chair, speaking quickly, so Rohan would not be able to withdraw again into the unfeeling shell. "With you, we've got a chance for life. You're our only hope. Do you think I enjoy seeing my son at war? Gentle goddess, he just turned 12. What makes you different is that you hate all this. You fear power, and you're scared you won't use it wisely. Sinead's power too, and she's just like you. That makes you the prince and princess we need. Do you think she's not frightened by her power?" Rohan flinched. "I saw my son in her fire. I can't deny him, no matter who his mother is. If Sinead has courage enough to take him, can't you find enough to accept him as yours and hers and not Ianthe's? Make believe he wasn't born of rape?" Rohan shook his head bitterly, blonde hair lank and dull in the lamplight. "It's not just Ianthe. I'd be raising the grandson of the High Prince. Rohan, it's a baby. What fault can there be in an innocent child? His birth." Rohan threw the goblet across the tent, and the wine made a crimson splash against the fabric, dripping down onto the carpet. "He should have been Sinead's. What makes you think he won't be? Markin is as much Lane's now as he is Tobin's and mine. Rohan, there's no two people in the world who are solely responsible for what a child becomes. Ianthe may have the bearing of him, but he'll be yours and Sinead's to raise." Rohan lay back on the cot and stared up at the tent roof, silent for a long time. At last he sighed quietly and said,
You're right about power. It terrifies me. Not the everyday kind princes have, deciding who has the better claim to grazing lands, ordering a new keep built or an old one replenished. It's this kind of power, Che. An army around me. Power at my disposal just because I'm a prince and I decide who's going to die. I'll accept it as a responsibility, but I won't believe that there's anything about me that gives me the right. I'm not wise. I'm not clever. He put an arm across his forehead. All I am is scared.
For the first time since Zahava's death, Che stopped comparing father and son to Rohan's lack. Zahava would have chosen a path and marched down it without any further thought. But the son differed from the father in constant examination for the right of things. Rohan questioned and doubted, sought deeper truths and hidden motivations. It would be the same when the High Prince's death opened paths of even greater power to him. Rohan would never stride arrogantly down them, blind to all else, never questioning his right to do as he pleased. He would always question, and this was what would make him wise. At that moment, Che ceased regretting that the son was not more like the father. He would have followed either wherever they cared to lead, but with Rohan, he knew that the path would always be the right one.
Chapter 29. This time, Sinead did not go to Farouche alone. As Ianthe's time neared, Tobin and Maita made quiet plans, which they discussed with the reluctant Osterville only when all was arranged and he could make no real objection. If he had hoped for an ending different from the one understood and unspoken all this time, that hope was now gone. Rohan and Che were bogged down in the south, and though Tiglath's fighters were now free to make an assault on Farouche, Sinead had ordered Walvis to stay in the city. The child must be taken in secret if she was to have any chance of presenting him as her own. That Ianthe would die was something equally understood, equally unspoken. One night in early winter, Tobin and Maita described to Sinead plans for the infiltration of the castle. She merely nodded. No one mentioned Ianthe's name. During the clearer days of autumn, Ianthe had often strolled the battlements of Farouche, almost as if she knew Sinead would be watching. Her sons were usually with her, and Sinead wondered bitterly why the goddess had seen fit to give such wealth to such a woman. As Ianthe's pregnancy advanced, the envy was sometimes more than Sinead could stand. But now Ianthe's burden was too heavy to permit much walking. She slept uneasily in the huge bed with its dragon tapestries, for Rohan's son rode restlessly in her womb. Envy turned to hate when Sinead caught sight of the great emerald sparkling from her finger. Ianthe was in possession of things not rightfully her own, and Sinead's need to claim what was hers became a demand that threatened to destroy her hard-won balance. For some days after plans were confirmed for the journey to Farouche, Sinead lapsed into a strange, waiting silence. Tobin understood. As her own birthing times had neared, she had grown detached, all thoughts and feelings directed inward. Sinead's womb might be empty, but she was going through pregnancy as surely as Ianthe. One early winter night, at moonrise, as clouds brushed the northern horizon, the alarm Sinead had been waiting for flushed servants out of bed at Farouche. Lingering long enough on moonlight to be sure this was no false labor, she smiled, with an odd mixture of envy and satisfaction, as Ianthe's body arched in agonized spasms. Then she returned to Stronghold and sent for Tobin and Osterville. "She's early, by 40 days," Sinead told them when they came to her rooms, sleep-rumpled and apprehensive. "I felt she might be. We leave tonight." Soon thereafter, 3 riders on Che's best horses were galloping north. Pale figures on pale horses, they rode in silence and made swift progress through the night, made dazzling by 3 full moons. Sinead alone showed no fear. Tobin, schooled over the summer and autumn by Sinead in certain Ferrari techniques, kept her mind busy reviewing what she had been taught, but could not banish the intermittent quivers that ran through her body. Ostwell clenched and unclenched his fingers around his sword hilt, unable to protest and unable to stay behind. Neither of them dared speak to the woman who rode between them, with her body straining eagerly forward, her green eyes blazing. Sinead took the lead during the day through hills where, earlier in the year, dragons had basked and battled and mated. She had used this back approach to Farouche before, but this time was sure of the path. In spring, she had mistaken the way. The dark nightmare of that lonely journey had merged into the horror of Farouche and the return to Stronghold. But though this trip also had something dreamlike about it, everything seemed outlined in bright fire like a conjure, with all the singing colors of her gifts making her lightheaded. 10 measures from Farouche, they stopped, just beyond the first sentries, to rest for a little while after the long day's fast ride. After dismounting and securing the horses, they walked the last of the road as night gathered behind them. The castle came within sight above the rocky hills, bathed in winter sun, its towers crowned by a golden glow that seeped down the walls like honey. Sinead paused for a moment to contemplate the beauty of Farouche, recalling that Rohan had promised it would be hers one day. And so it would, she told herself. This day. Sounds of revelry came from within the keep, drunken celebrations of the princess's safe delivery of her son. Sinead listened, a tiny smile touching her mouth from time to time. She was aware of Tobin and Ostwell standing behind her, waiting nervously. In her own mind, she conjured up Maita's instructions of that spring, seeing her as surely as if the warrior was with her now. There's not a castle in the desert I don't know inside and out, and more to the point, how to get inside from out. There are more secrets here at Stronghold than just this grotto passage, but we'll talk about them another time. Let me tell you about Farouche. Sinead closed her eyes, visualizing the hidden entry, the corridors carved out of the rock, the twists and turns she had memorized but had not yet used. At their end was the upper hallway leading to Ianthe's chamber. A shudder ran through her, but she was not afraid. She felt nothing. Sinead! Tobin's whisper turned her head, and she nodded slowly. Yes, it's time I finished my work here. She led them forward in the shadows, below the sunlight, out of sight of the guard post where she had been captured before. She had no worries about that this time. All of Farouche celebrated Ianthe's 4th son, and the stones outside the castle were silent. She moved around the curtain wall to the place where castle and cliff joined, a chink in the stone, a thin knife blade inserted to work the invisible catch, a moment when Ostwell's breath quickened with fear that the mechanism was too old and too long, unused to function. The slab of rough-hewn rock slid soundlessly aside. Sinead slipped through first, concentrated for an instant, and produced a finger of fire to see by. As Tobin and Ostwell moved into the narrow passage beside her, she inspected the workings of the entry. They had not been touched in goddess alone knew how long, but the builder's skill had been such that the system of weights and catches still functioned perfectly. The minuscule flame lit their way through the shoulder-wide passage, glanced off long empty sconces rusting on the walls. The floor sloped up, turned sharply, then descended, and in places rotting planks had been set over water seeping in from the underground spring that allowed Farouche to live. But there were no rats, no webs, not the slightest sign or whisper of life here. At last, there was another weighted stone door, and they emerged cautiously into a place Sinead recognized only too well. She had been held in a cell here, away from the light. A quiver chased down her backbone as the nightmare of colorlessness flickered through her memory, and she coaxed the finger flame a little higher, a little brighter. "Who's there?" Tobin caught back a gasp and exchanged a wild glance with Ostwell, who drew his sword with a sharp hiss of steel. Sinead seemed not to notice. She walked forward as the guard appeared from around a corner. He choked and blanched in the glow of Sunrunners' fire. "You!"
Yes, she murmured. I remember you, too. She pointed one long, ringless finger at him, and a new fire sprouted, a handspan from his chest. He flattened himself against the wall, eyes huge and staring, mouth open in a soundless scream. Sinead! Ostwell put a hand on her arm. She shrugged him off, smiling. There was that in her eyes that made him swallow hard. But he stepped forward and sunk his blade into the man's throat. The guard slid down the wall, still staring, dead. Sinead whirled on Ostwell, fury in her face. He wiped his blade and met her gaze without flinching. No one can know we've been here, not if this is to work. Anyone who sees us must die, and I won't let you do the killing, Ferrari. The look in her eyes frightened Tobin. She had seen it in Che's eyes this spring, that dark glitter that meant death. She gripped Sinead's hand and would not let her pull free. Ostwell is right, Sinead. We must hurry. The fire-gold head nodded once. She said nothing as she drew her fingers from Tobin's, let the fire flicker out, and started for the stairs. Tobin traded another worried glance with Ostwell, who had not put up his sword. Farouche's reputation as a castle that could not be taken had made its guards careless. The few not partaking of the wine-soaked celebrations were easy to avoid. Tobin created soft breaths of air that distracted attention by ruffling a tapestry or rattling a window. Sinead paid no attention. Confident that the guards Tobin did not distract, Ostwell would silence permanently. But the sword tasted no new blood on the way to Ianthe's chambers. Sinead paused at a high window overlooking the courtyard, light from the central bonfire down below blazing across her face. Tobin grabbed Ostwell's arm as Sinead's hands lifted slightly. "Sinead, no!" Tobin exclaimed. An unnatural light appeared beyond the windows, the gold and crimson of Sunrunners' fire. Tobin stared in horror at the outbuilding directly below, its wooden roof alight. Sparks blew onto the next roof and the next, leaping with terrible hunger. Ordinary fire would not have caught so swiftly, but Sunrunners' fire flared and grew. The screams of alarm began, the panic. Sinead smiled slightly. "Damn you!" Ostwell cried. "The balconies will catch! Sinead, you fool!" "There has to be fire," she said softly, and turned from the conflagration and the screams of drunken panic in the courtyard, heading unerringly for Ianthe's chambers. Relstra's daughter lay in her dragon-tapestried bed, weak from the birthing, sobbing for help. A cradle rocked silently in a corner, but the woman who tended the child was gone. And with reason, for the flames were clearly visible at the windows now, even so high in the tower. Stairs leading up the inner walls had caught, and a wooden balcony 3 floors below was now afire. As smoke filtered into the chamber, the baby began to cry. Ianthe's pleas for help became screams of rage. Sinead ignored her. She went to the cradle where the infant lay, blonde as sunlight. "Sweet goddess," she breathed, almost afraid to touch him. One finger, hesitant and shy, across his cheek. "Shh," she whispered. "I'm here now, little one." Ianthe pushed herself upright and shrieked, "Get away from my son!" "My son," Sinead answered softly. She lifted the boy and held him to her heart, lips caressing the golden down covering his head. He stopped whimpering and snuggled close. "My son, now and forever." "You wouldn't dare!" Ianthe struggled to rise, moaned, fell back onto her pillows. "Take your hands off him! You wouldn't dare steal him from me!" "It was you who stole this child from my husband's body." Sinead faced the princess, holding the baby closer, tucking the blanket around him. "I'm returning to him what's his and mine." "I'll have you burned in your own fire, gods!" she screamed, in a voice already hoarse from earlier cries. "Gods!" "Be quiet," Sinead murmured absently, stroking the child's plump cheek with one finger. Tobin came to her side, staring at the boy as if not quite able to comprehend his reality.
"Oh, Sinead," she whispered, "he's beautiful." "And mine." Sinead held him so Ostville could see. "Give him to me," Ostville said. "You bitch!" Ianthe howled. "I'll kill you myself, with my own hands." Sinead backed away, as Ostville reached for the child. "No, he's mine." "Did you think I'd give him back to her?" he snapped, taking the baby. Firmly and quickly, he stripped off the velvet blanket. It fell to the carpet in a splash of gold-shot violet. "No son of Rohan's wears Relstra's colours." The smoke was thicker now. Ianthe found strength in panic, rising naked from the bed. Her fingers dug into the curtains, features contorted into a mask of fury as she clung to a post for support. "You'll die for this, all of you!" Sinead walked slowly to her, pried the clawing fingers from the hangings. "You have something else that belongs to me, Ianthe." The princess tried to slap her, but Sinead was swifter and stronger. She caught a wrist and twisted it. Ianthe groaned and collapsed onto the bed, cursing as Sinead wrenched the emerald from her finger and returned it to its rightful place on her own hand. Ianthe surged up again, her eyes slits of rage. "You dare take my son, you whore! I'll butcher him while you and Rohan watch." "A mother's love," Ostville said. Ianthe swayed to her feet. "Did Rohan tell you how it was?" she shouted at Sinead. "Did he tell you how he made love to me here in this bed? He's mine now, and his son with him, the way it should have been from the first." Sinead suddenly backhanded her, and the emerald tore a gash across the perfect cheek. Ianthe fell back onto the pillows, fear in her eyes now. Sinead spent a moment enjoying it, then turned. Tobin had taken the baby and wrapped him in her tunic. The child whimpered fretfully, smoke stinging his nose. "Hush, little one," Tobin soothed, rocking him. "Little prince." "Sinead, we've got to hurry," Ostville warned. "The fire." "Yes," she said, looking at Ianthe again. "The fire." The princess spat defiantly. "You couldn't kill me before, Sunrunner, and you won't now. I am what I have to be." "Did you stay to watch your father ignite his mistress's bed, Ianthe?" Sinead slapped her again as she lurched up from the bed. "My fire is of a different kind." She held her hands out so Ianthe could watch them, the emerald a seething reflection of the flames outside the windows. Sinead smiled at the terror in Ianthe's dark eyes. Hate was a wonderful, living thing in her guts, giving her power beyond anything she had ever felt. Sweet and hot and potent, the hate wove its magic through her, with threads of blackened sunlight, stitching together her need to kill and her delight in Ianthe's mortal fear. But all at once the princess drew herself straight and looked to the child Tobin held. Sinead saw triumph in her face, laughter in her eyes. Sinead longed to strike her again, but there were better ways of killing her, and the emerald blazed in response as Sinead sought the fire within it. She gathered herself to wrap flames around the smirking, victorious princess. A lean flash of fire-shrouded steel suddenly quenched itself in Ianthe's breast. She grasped it with a cry that was more surprise than pain. A flicker of comprehension lit her eyes, before all light fled them forever, and she sank back, taking the sword with her, hands clasped feebly around its hilt. Ostville slid his sword from the dead woman and wiped the blade on a fistful of bed hangings. He met Sinead's rage without apology, his face set in stone. "It's over, Sunrunner," he said. She wanted to claw his face until the blood ran. "She was mine to kill, mine—" "No, not to kill." He sheathed the sword. "You have what you came here for, Sinead. Do you want to stay and watch the fire take her? It's over." She made a harsh animal sound and whirled, setting the bed ablaze with a single thought. Ianthe's long hair caught, and the hangings, and the tapestry dragons writhed in obscene mating dances with fire spewing from their teeth and talons. Sinead hauled at one of the bedposts, and it split apart at its joining, the burning weave cascading down onto Ianthe's corpse. Curtain rods fell, and Sinead screamed as one of them cracked across her shoulder, spat flames across her face, seared her cheekbone a finger-width from her eye. Ostval hauled her away, and she shrieked at him, tears streaming down her face. "Sinead, stop it! Do you hear me? Stop it!" His open palm cracked across her injured cheek, snapping her head around. Through the haze of smoke, she saw the empty doorway and screamed, "My son! Where is he? Where?" "Tobin took him downstairs, and if we don't follow, we're going to die here. Sinead, it's over. Ianthe's dead." She gasped for breath, struggling against his grip. Sanity was returning, and she dreaded the loss of the hate that had given her such power. "Let me go! Damn you for killing her, Ostval! She was mine to kill!" "And how did you plan to tell him that when he grows up?" he asked bitterly, pulling her from the room, where the stench of Ianthe's burning flesh swirled up into the thickening smoke. They ran down the hallway, coughing and stumbling down the stairs. Fire had invaded the lower hall, taken hold. Tapestries in flaming tatters flung sparks on the fire-born wind. They could not leave Farouche the way they had come in. The whole castle was on fire. Outside on the steps, Sinead searched frantically for Tobin's small, white-shirted figure, saw her running through the crowd toward the gates. The child was bundled close and safe against her breast. The courtyard was ablaze, outbuildings collapsing. Smoke billowed from the lower windows of the keep. By morning, Farouche would be nothing but stark, blackened stone. Someone reeled into Sinead, his clothes on fire. Her fire. She would have killed Ianthe with it, laughing, but this man was not her enemy. The inferno would take Farouche, and she could do nothing about those who might be trapped within, but this man she could save from death. Save herself from having killed him. She knocked him to the cobbles, flung herself atop him to stifle the flames. Boot heels crushed her leg, smashed the tip of one finger, and she sobbed her pain into the man's nape, begging his forgiveness, smelling his burnt flesh and her own singed hair. But he stirred beneath her, moaned, tried feebly to push her off his back. Strong hands helped her up, steadied her. "Sinead, hurry! He'll be all right! I promise you, he'll be all right!" She couldn't seem to stop crying. Even as she hauled the man to his feet and gave him a push in the direction of the gates, saw him stagger his way to and through them, the breath sobbed in her lungs, and she kept repeating, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." "I know," came Ostval's deep, sorrowing voice. His arms were around her in a hard embrace for just an instant. Then he said, "Come on, or we'll lose Tobin and the baby." She clung to him as he shoved a path for them through this furnace of her making. The main gates were a hollow ring of fire through which terrified people leaped for their lives. Sinead sucked in a shallow breath of smoke-heavy air and followed Ostval, then looked over her shoulder. Flames fountained from the castle now, fierce and deadly. Farouche was dying because of her. Perhaps people would die because of her. She dragged a sleeve across her sweaty forehead, her tearing eyes, and whimpered as the material scraped her burned cheek. But it wasn't supposed to be like this, she thought, panic tightening her chest. The mark of her own fire set into her shoulder, that she had known would happen, but in the vision she had seen scars across her brow, not one on her cheek. "Ostval, it wasn't supposed to happen this way, not like this." "What in the name of the goddess did you think would happen?" he rasped, pulling her along with him away from the burning castle walls. "Not like this." She flung away from him and stared wide-eyed at the flames, one hand to her cheek, to feel the salt sting that brought fresh tears to her eyes. "There was supposed to be fire, but not this way. Ostval, how many did I kill?" He turned her around by the shoulders and then gripped her head between his hands. "Don't start," he ordered roughly. "I won't let you take any of these deaths unto yourself. Do you hear me, Sinead?" "It was my fire. Mine, goddess, what have I done?" "Ask yourself that. Once we're safe. Sinead, I'll knock you out and carry you if I have to. Now move!" It was a long way to where they had tethered the horses. Someone had stolen them. Tobin waited for them there, walking back and forth in the shadows, trying to quiet the fretful baby. Sinead took her son into her arms, shaking with silent tears. It was Tobin who suggested the empty garrison below Farouche as shelter.
Most of the other refugees continued along the main road, through the Varesh into Prince March. The blazing castle lit up the night and the people around her, showing Sinead injuries more serious than her own. Ostval asked a servant if anyone had been caught in the flames and received a dull shrug in reply. "Not that I'm knowing. Most everybody was out in the court drinking to the princess and her new little one." The woman's face suddenly crumpled. "And now she's gone, and the baby, and the 3 other boys with her." A man walking beside her said, "When the High Prince hears of this, I wouldn't put the price of a day on the life of anyone who was there. I don't recognize you, so you must be with the Cunaxan lord that rode in a few days ago. Give my advice to your master. Disappear. That's what I'm going to do." Sinead, who had hung back slightly, listening, reached for Ostval's arm. "Leave it be," she whispered. "I'll never know for certain." She trod along in silence for a moment, then added bitterly, "With Ianthe, at least I would have known I'd killed deliberately and taken the consequences." She held the child tighter. "I wouldn't have the luxury of pretending it was an accident." They separated from the crowd soon after that, melting into the rocks at the side of the road. When the last stragglers had gone past, they emerged again and headed down the stony trail to the garrison. It was nearly dawn before they reached it. Sheltering alone within, they stood at the empty windows and watched as Farouche burned high on the cliff. Sinead rocked the frightened baby close and would not give him up to Tobin or Ostval, not even when the princess would have tended the wounds on her shoulder and cheek. "No, it doesn't hurt. Let me alone." Tobin was wise enough not to press her. Sinead sat cross-legged in the doorway, holding her son in her arms as he slept at last, and watched the castle burn. She could not think past the holding of her child. Let Tobin and Ostval worry about getting back to Stronghold. She could not. She glanced down at the emerald, back where it belonged on her hand. The cliff-top flames, plunged into its depths, gave it a life and fire of its own. Andrade had told her long ago that she could work to make a vision real if she wanted it enough. Well, she had wanted, and had worked, and now the child was here in her arms, and there was a welt across her shoulder that would leave a deep, wide scar. But there was another on her cheek that should not have been there, and it throbbed a stinging reminder that the power to make visions real did not necessarily include the wisdom to make them just. Dawn was nearly as soft as spring over River Run, and as Uravel wove its strands together, he paused to let its gentleness caress his senses. There were tender colors to the morning, rose-gray and muted greenish gold, the blue of sky as fragile as Pyrenees crystal. He traveled across Sire and Meadowlord and the Veer Hills, the colors intensifying with the stronger light of day. Yet there was still a misted, almost tentative quality about them, beautiful and shy. But the colors rising from a desert cliffside were harsh. Stark spirals of gray-black smoke stained the sky. He saw the smoldering ruin that had been the castle, and his delicate weave of winter dawn nearly snapped with the violence of his shock. Casting about for signs of life, he found none. Here and there small flames fingered a few remaining timbers, but all else was charred and dead. Ranging outside the keep, he saw groups of hollow-eyed people trudging into the western mountains. Ahead of them, by some measures, were others on horseback. 3 of those horses caught his eye, for there was no mistaking the points of Lord Chainel's breed. How would Ianthe come upon such animals, he asked himself, and then saw the distinctive blue saddle blankets of the desert. Shock again threatened his control, and he calmed himself, only to give a silent exclamation as he looked closer and found that the 3 horses were ridden by large, muscular guards, each one holding a sleeping child across his saddle. Uravel drew back, hovering in the morning stillness to quiet the turmoil of his mind. Then he returned to Farouche. He knew who those children must be, and was equally certain that their mother must be dead. Ianthe would never give over possession of her sons to anyone while she lived.
Urivel again surveyed the blackened husk of the keep, circling around it. A flicker of movement caught his attention. Pale figures against pale golden sand, the trio walked in the direction of the road to Skybowl. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, his dark head left bare to the morning sun. One of the women was coiling her heavy black hair at her nape. The other woman was taller, her hooded cloak drawn close, arms crooked to carry something against her chest. Urivel did not need to see her hair to know who she was, and he was afraid he knew what she had done. He wove the sunlight south, over the Fallain and the salt marsh of Relstra's cruel-making, and saw Rohan's encampment well into its day's work, for all that it was only a little after dawn. He was tempted to find young Markin and tell him about Farouche, but restrained himself. Andrade would have to know first, and she was busy at the moment, observing Relstra's arrangements for the battle that everyone knew must come soon. The skies had cleared over the Varesh, where the Father of Storms usually did his work, and for many measures out over the south water the air was free of clouds. Pansela would be reporting the same thing to her father that Andrade would soon tell Markin. Days of good weather lay ahead, and it was time to attack. Returning to River Run, he opened his eyes to the silent, walled garden and rested for a time before walking slowly to the bench where he had left Andrade. She sat with eyes closed and hands tightly clasped in intense concentration, the spun sunlight glowing very faintly around her, as sometimes happened with powerful master Sunrunners. Urivel kept a respectful silence, considering how he would phrase the news about Farouche, remembering the cant of Sinead's body around the small burden she carried. All at once Andrade's eyes opened, sparkling with mirth, and she laughed. "Urivel, come with me quickly, or you'll miss it." He obeyed, bewildered by her merriment that spilled over into her colors and danced around his own threads of light as she guided him. Some 40 measures from River Run, well south of Relstra's main camp, about 200 of his soldiers had established an outpost. But strict military discipline had utterly collapsed, for the fools had chosen a dragon hunting ground, and the infuriated hatchlings were on the attack. Horses stampeded in every direction as they fled sharp talons. Men and women raced about with frantic speed or huddled on the ground with their cloaks pulled over them, while the small dragons soared, wheeled, and darted down to chase the invaders from their territory. The plummeting green bronze and dark gold and russet shapes were considerably grown since summer, but most of them retained the ability to spew fire enough to singe a few backsides. It was absolute chaos, a total rout. A little gray dragon with blue underwings flailed angrily above a huge cauldron, and when the cook fled, he perched daintily on its rim and helped himself to a free breakfast. After slurping up most of the stew, he lifted his head and let out a great, fire-tinged belch. 2 hatchlings, one nearly black and the other a dappled brown, were fighting over a violet cloak. It evidently retained enough scent from the sheep that had originally worn the wool to be of interest to dragons. Some of the little beasts had latched onto horses in the wildest rides of their lives. The horses seemed to have sprouted wings, about to fly. One dragon came up with a saddle, girth straps dangling, and let out a happy shriek. But when he craned his head down to take a bite of the cured leather, he spat in distaste and dropped the saddle right on the head of a soldier who staggered, clutched at her skull, and went over like a felled tree. The detachment's commander, wearing a violet cloak with a huge rent in its embroidered back, lunged desperately for a fleeing horse and scrambled up to rally his troops. He waved a hand high in the air and nearly lost several fingers to a fierce little blue-green hatchling. Giving it up as useless, the man let the horse have its head and streaked away from the battlefield in frantic retreat, leaving the dragons in firm possession. Back again at River Run, Urivel and Andrade laughed themselves completely out of breath. "Perfect," Andrade chortled. "Oh, the little darlings. Did you see the greenish one go for that man in his underwear?" Urivel sat on the bench beside her and wiped his streaming eyes. "That's the best laugh I've had in years."
"It'll get better," Andrade assured him. "We have to get word to Rohan about this. It's an omen he can't afford to pass up. I'll send to Marken and describe the whole thing while you get us ready to move. It seems our dragon prince has allies he never even dreamed of." It was only when Urivel was nearing the gates that he remembered he had not told her about Farouche. After a moment's hesitation, he shrugged and decided not to ruin her mood. She would find out soon enough. He pushed the gates open and walked across the field to where men wearing Relstra's regimentals lolled about in the sunshine. One of them rose to greet him, smiling. "A fine day, my lord." "That it is, Carl, and we'll be on the move at last." "Ought to see?" he asked eagerly, then laughed when Urivel shuddered. "I forgot, you Sunrunners. Well, it'll be a relief to get out of the High Prince's clothes anyway." Carl plucked at the gold-embroidered tunic, freckled face screwed up in comical disgust. "How's our good friend the captain? Recovered yet from all those lies he told Relstra's messengers?" "Oh, he's become very philosophical, even about his losses at dice. Will you want him locked up with the rest of his men before we leave?" "Yes. Lady Whistler will get a shock when she comes home." Urivel grinned. "We'll take all the horses with us, so even if they do manage to escape, they won't be able to warn Relstra in time." Urivel gave his instructions and returned to the courtyard, chuckling at the memory that teased his thoughts. Relstra's captain had received quite a shock one winter morning when the gates of River Run had opened to him and Lady Andrade had signaled her readiness to be escorted back to Goddess Keep. Lane's sailors, their agility in climbing ship's riggings put to good use in scaling the back walls of the keep one night, had deprived the captain and 10 of his men of their weapons, their clothes, and their ability to warn their fellows. Others had come to investigate and been treated in like fashion. A minimum of blood had been shed before Relstra's men had been incarcerated with fine thoughtfulness in River Run's wine cellar. Andrade had reasoned that Davy wouldn't begrudge the loss of a few casks, and she hadn't wanted Relstra's men to complain of mistreatment after all. Only the captain had been allowed back outside, with several sharp-eyed sailors watching him at all times. When Relstra's couriers came, he had said all the right things, motivated by a knife held unobtrusively to his spine. Thus Andrade had waited on her terms, not Relstra's. One cage was indeed very like another, except when the guards were on one's own side and one could walk out whenever one pleased. There had been only one sour thing about the whole satisfying proceeding: Chiana. She had been locked in her room to keep her quiet during the maneuver, but had subsided only when tied to a chair with a towel stuffed halfway down her throat. It had not been a pleasant experience for anyone, and daily Urivel had expected some act of revenge. If the girl did not behave herself today, he was quite willing to tie her to her saddle with the gag back in her mouth. But he forgot about her as he directed the preparations for departure. By mid-morning all was ready, and Chiana had not been seen. Urivel had the keep searched, and emerged puzzled and impatient into the courtyard to report his lack of success to Andrade. She was stalking across the cobbles, practically spitting fire. "Do you know what Chiana's done? Cozened one of the fool grooms into giving her a horse early, and now she's gone." "Good riddance," Urivel muttered. "I hope she gets lost and falls in the river." And then, because Andrade's excellent humor had already been spoiled, he told her the bad news about Farouche. High Prince Relstra received 3 increasingly nasty shocks that day, and his daughter Pansala was in a position to observe them all. The first came when he had finished his breakfast and was taking a morning stroll through his camp. He had risen late, and Pansala was kept waiting for some time outside his tent, for he liked to have her accompany him, so the soldiers could see that they had their very own Sunrunner. Father and daughter had begun the rounds, exchanging remarks about the clear weather and the possibility of a battle soon, when a rider crested the low hill to the south and thundered down into the camp. Stragglers followed in bad order behind him. He leaped from his horse, made frantic obeisance to his prince, and started babbling about dragons.
More than ever before in the world, all of them after us. We fought them, but it was no use, your grace. That wizard, Prince Rohan, has them under his spell, him or his Sunrunner witch of a wife. There were hundreds of them, your grace. With claws like swords and breathing fire, we had to retreat, or all would have been lost. It's surely Prince Rohan's work.
Pansala watched her father gape speechlessly at the commander, who was now sucking on 3 bleeding fingers, having completed his story. The rest of the ragtag group that had once been the High Prince's finest mounted detachment galloped up in the interval and shouted out the same tale to their appalled compatriots. From them it was learned that most of the horses had fled, beyond hope of recovery, and the other troops were walking back to camp. Pansala made a quick count of the survivors, keeping stern control of her expression. Her father, not having had hard training at Goddess Keep, turned all the colors of the rainbow.
35? He roared. Out of 200, you bring me back 35? And praise your own wisdom in the loss? You credulous idiot! Dragons, as if Rohan could order them into battle!
The commander flung himself to his knees.
I beg forgiveness, your grace, but the others will tell you the fierceness of the attack. Had we stayed, there would not even be 35 left. Moron!
Relstra swung around and pointed a finger at Pansala.
You! This is your doing.
Mine, she countered, incensed. It's my fault. He's a fool. I advised you to send a detachment of horse against those Rohan is hiding in the woods to the south. I didn't advise this imbecile to camp in a dragon feeding ground, which is what it seems he did. How can this be my fault? The High Prince lashed out a booted foot and caught the prostrate commander in the ribs.
Get out of my sight, he snarled, and be grateful that I need everyone who can sit a horse.
He stormed off, and Pansala hurried along after him, keeping her distance but curious to see what he would do next. He circled the perimeter of the camp, much more quickly than at his usual regal pace. He slowed as he reached the horse pickets, but she did not catch up, wisely assuming that he was counting the mounts available to him, an exercise that could only renew his fury. Then he received his second shock of the morning. It came in the form of a small, auburn-haired girl clinging to the neck of a sweating gray pony whose lungs were heaving like bellows. Soldiers tried to snatch the girl down, but she kicked and spat in a rage no less impressive for the fact that she was so young. A real royal tantrum, Pansala told herself, a sick feeling in her stomach, for she knew her half-sister's rampages of old.
I want to see my father,
Chiana shrieked.
You don't dare touch me. I'm the daughter of the High Prince.
Relstra turned on his heel and swore. Pansala hurried to his side, and he turned a killing look on her, green eyes like a frozen sea.
Father,
she began.
Where did that brat come from? He grated.
She was with me and Andrade and Urivel.
What is that whore's spawn doing here? He shouted.
Chiana turned, gaze unerringly finding the sire she had never before seen. She leaped from the pony, eluded the soldiers, and flung her arms around Relstra's legs, lifting a pale, dirt-streaked face.
You have to listen to me, father, please. Andrade is coming, with soldiers. She can't be very far behind me. I came to warn you.
Relstra stared down at this replica of himself and his dead mistress. Then he pried Chiana from his legs, took her by the shoulders, and raised her so he could inspect her face. She flinched slightly with pain, but did not cry out.
You've the look of your mother, he said softly, dangerously. My daughter, Treason, who's spent her whole life in Andrade's keeping.
I hate her. I hate her even more than Pansala does.
Come, Treason, tell me how much.
Abruptly he loosened his grip, and Chiana tumbled to the ground. She was up instantly, proud and straight.
I've always hated her, and now I'm going to get back at her. She tricked your soldiers, father. She's coming here with Prince Lane's troops and—
Lane? They climbed the wall at night, and Urivel tied me up so I couldn't scream and warn—"
"His ships were reported off the coast," Relstra mused. "I wouldn't put it past Andrade, even to the reports that came back from River Run saying all was well."
He looked down at his youngest daughter, and a thin smile curved his lips.
"Very well, Treason. I'll choose to believe you, but only because it doesn't matter. Our dear Lady Andrade is helpless and powerless, even in her freedom. She can do nothing against me, but it's interesting to know she's loose. You were right to come to me, Treason."
The child stared him directly in the eye.
"My name is Chiana," she said flatly, "and I am a princess."
Relstra's eyes narrowed for an instant, and then he burst out laughing.
"By the Father of Storms! So it is, and so you are. You must have given Andrade a time. I always knew Palila and I should have produced a wildcat instead of those mewling kittens at Castle Crag. Very well, Princess Chiana, go with your sister and make yourself presentable." He pinched the girl's chin. "My daughters do not appear in rags and dirt."
Pansala concealed her chagrin at hearing the child so openly acknowledged. She took Chiana away to her own small tent and gave the girl water, soap, and orders to scrub herself head to heels. A servant was dispatched to find something Chiana could put on in place of her filthy dress. Then Pansala set off in search of her father again, needing to be at his side to hear his revised plans. She had just glimpsed him leaving his tent when the third, but not the final, shock of the day appeared. A scout, arrow still in his shoulder and blood staining his tunic, fell to his knees in the grass and looked up at the High Prince.
"Your Grace, the desert attacks! Now!"
Chapter 30. Rohan gathered the reins more tightly in his gauntleted hands and shifted his shoulders against the restricting battle harness. The stiff leather tunic was dyed dark blue and decorated across chest and back with brass plating that shone as if made of gold. Che was similarly attired in dark red leather, and Davi wore the turquoise of Cyrene princes. They were as gaudy as wilbirds, and that was precisely the idea, for their soldiers would be able to see them a measure distant. So would the enemy, but Rohan only shrugged. The armor was for their protection, of course, but it was more ceremonial than anything else. They would not be in the thick of the battle today. This would be no swift fight, but a pitched battle, according to all the traditional rules of war. They were to act as princes and battle commanders, not as warriors on the field. Rohan quieted the restive Pashta. Knowing the stallion was eager for a fight, he would not be allowed to join, unless Che was utterly wrong and they started to lose. Even then, a wall of swords and shields would spring up around Rohan, protecting him. Others would die, he told himself, but not him, not their dragon prince. Davi was still grinning at the news Markin had supplied a little while ago. Andrade had told him about Relstra's troops and the dragons. "What I don't understand is why they were in the south at all," he remarked, as they waited for Che's signal to begin the battle. "Some sort of flanking action, I suppose. Although why he thought we'd send soldiers there and give them a hard ride uphill to the fight, I have no idea." He chuckled in spite of himself. "A dragon feeding ground. I wish I could have seen it." "Maybe we ought to drive them down that way so your dragons can finish them off," Davi mused. "I'll settle for a nice, clean fight on an open plain, thanks, without hatchlings biting my nose. There's no guarantee the little fiends would recognize their prince." The dragons had done Rohan a prodigious favor, weakening Relstra's host both in numbers and in morale. When the story had been spread through the desert forces, the warriors had cheered their prince, completely certain now of victory. Rohan himself felt a strange excitement throbbing in his veins. Not the anticipation of battle, or even of winning the battle, though those things were part of it. He felt almost as Sinead had described her emotions when she rode the sunlight, swift, free, touched by the goddess's own colors. With the army behind them, at Che's signal, He and Davy crested a low rise overlooking Relstra's camp. Troops were spread out all over the plain, about 5 measures square of prime battleground. While no advantages would come to either side on it, neither did it present any difficulties. The routing of nearly 200 by dragons that morning had made the numbers just about equal, still tilted in Relstra's favor but acceptable to Che, for Rohan had the invaluable impact of surprise on his side. The alarm had just gone up in the camp below, and people scurried about in desperate haste. Rohan caught the nod from Che and lifted his fist. The dragon horn sounded. Suddenly, it was as if the battle maps had come alive before him. 70 riders swept down from his right, while on his left, foot soldiers marched forward in orderly ranks, framed by 50 archers on either side. The remaining 80 horse, 100 foot, and 100 archers fanned out on either side of Rohan, forming the arc of the half-circle he would tighten around Relstra. He paused while his forces moved into position, watching the gleam of harness and sword and scythe, the bright fletching clumped in shoulder-slung quivers. "This ends it," he murmured, in a voice only Che heard, as Che had been the only one to hear his promise never to kill another dragon. "My sword will rust, and I'll be glad of it." "Mine with it, my prince," Che responded quietly. Rohan glanced at him, surprised at such words from his warrior friend. "Truly?" A slight, almost wistful smile curved Che's lips. "Truly. Lord Eltanin was right, you know, about the walls."
"But no one recognized us," Tobin exclaimed again. "And even if some die, who'll take the word of those who deserted their mistress and forfeited their honor thereby? Especially when their stories are pitted against the word of 2 princesses." Sinead bent her head to the babies and tried not to listen to the argument being waged behind her. She concentrated on moving, her exhausted body crying out for rest, water, food. Ostval's voice was harsh, raspy with weariness. "You'd base the boy's life on a lie? What about when he's older and people whisper about what happened at Farouche? Who would dare? So no one's going to tell him at all, ever." "Who'd be the one to tell him? You?" Tobin challenged. Sinead stopped, swung around. "This child is mine," she said very clearly. "I waited for his coming, and I'm the one who'll raise him, and I'm the one who'll give him his name. Only a mother may name her child. This baby is mine." She looked at both of them in turn, then resumed walking. There were no more arguments. As they passed through the rock sculptures of the court of the storm god, Sinead saw nothing of its stark majesty. There were only weird, frightening shadows cast by the winter sun. The climb out of the canyon was slow work, and when she could go no farther, she sank down in the shade, closing her eyes. The infant nuzzled feebly at her breast, but she had no milk to give him. Old Myrdal knew of herbs that helped bring a new mother's milk, and they had both reasoned that these might help Sinead. She had grasped eagerly at the possibility of feeding the child with her own substance, of being the source of life for him, but the birth had come too soon, and she was unprepared. They would have to reach Sky Bowl soon, or he might die. "Poor little one," Tobin murmured, sitting beside Sinead, one finger stroking the baby's downy golden hair. "If only we hadn't lost the horses." Sinead nodded. "He'll feed tonight at Sky Bowl, and then I'll name him. I need you to be there with me, Tobin. Shouldn't you wait? Rohan will just have to forgive me. One thing more," she answered quietly. Then she looked up at Ostval. "Sooner than I'll forgive you for stealing Ianthe's death from me." He shrugged, his voice cold as he said, "Easier to never forgive me than to never forgive yourself." He glanced at the sun. "If you're rested, we should start off again." She walked beside Tobin as Ostval took the lead and tried not to think. Her mind did not oblige. She had killed. Intentionally or not, she had used her power and people had died. At the Riala years ago, at Farouche. But it was not Andrade whose forgiveness she needed.
or Ostval's, or Rohan's, or even her own. She gazed down at her sleeping son and pleaded with the goddess that she would never find condemnation in his eyes. "Davi! Behind you!" Rohan wheeled his horse around to defend his brother by marriage, and in doing so left his back unguarded. He hacked off a wrist, and the spear it carried fell just before it would have pierced Davi's spine. A quick-eyed soldier, wearing Relstra's violet, lunged up and sliced through Rohan's leather tunic, reopening the old wound in his right shoulder. He cursed and twisted around in his saddle, signaling Pashta with his heels. Rear hooves lashed out and caught the swordsman in the belly. Tilal, blood streaming down his cheek from a slice above his eye, cried out in alarm as Rohan swayed. Davi yelled at him to get the prince out of the line. Rohan wobbled, unable to defend himself with a right arm growing numb, and Tilal leaned precariously over to grab Pashta's reins. He kicked his own horse into a gallop and ignored Rohan's luridly phrased opinion of the retreat. When they were safe on the hill beneath some trees, Tilal flung himself down from his horse and shouted for a physician. Rohan glared down at him, and the boy stammered, "My lord, you're injured, and it's my duty."
"Damn your duty!"
"Shut up," came a familiar growl, and Che, his forearm bound with white cloth, reached with his good hand and hauled Rohan out of the saddle. "You'll have that tended, or I'll tie you up myself." A large goblet of strong wine and some rough ministrations later, Rohan grudgingly admitted that Tilal and Che had been right. His surly tone made Che grin tightly. "Our gracious, generous prince," he told the young squire. "Don't worry about that cut, Tilal. There won't be any scar, and you'll not lose a whit of those good looks." The boy blushed and picked at the bandage across his forehead. "It doesn't even hurt." "Well, mine does," Che said, flicking a finger at his arm. "Serves me right for not anticipating Relstra's move north. Let that be a lesson to you, Tilal." He stretched and shook his head. "I'm getting too old for this sort of thing. But it's a good fight, just the same. A pity you'll miss the rest of it, Rohan." "The hell I will." He flexed his shoulder and held back a flinch. "Once the salve gets to work and I can hold my sword again." "Oh, really? Here, catch." Che threw an empty goblet at him and blinked in surprise as Rohan caught it neatly. "All right, you win," he muttered. "Not yet, but it won't be long now." Rohan hid the pain the catch had cost him and went on. "We're doing well to the north, in spite of Relstra's charge. Davi's got the regrouping in hand, and we'll close around them like dragon claws, but they're not falling back through the center as fast as I'd like. What now, tactician?" "I'll order the south to pull back a little at a time, and that should confuse them some. We'll swing around and attack from the rear." He glanced around, picked up a long stick, and sketched the action in the dirt. "Like this, see?" Rohan committed the plan to memory and nodded. "Right. Tilal, my horse." "But your wound, my lord." "Can't feel a thing," Rohan lied cheerfully. "Let's go. It's late afternoon and I still haven't had sight of Relstra." "Signal me when you find him," Che reminded him. "I will. Goddess knows you're easy enough to spot." "Tobin finds me irresistible in this," Che informed him, eyes dancing. "She'd better find you in one piece at the end of the day." He rose and gripped Che's hand briefly. "Luck to you, and goddess blessing. And to you, my prince." As the light began to fail, Relstra's defenses failed with it. Markin had set Sunrunners' fire atop a hill that lit the near portion of the battlefield like an arena. By the eerie light, Rohan fought and killed, and was fiercely glad that circumstances had compelled him into battle himself. Had he been forced to sit watching much longer, he would have gone mad. But now his fever was of use to his soldiers, and their cheers welcoming him into the fray still rang in his ears. If this was to be the last time his sword tasted blood, then let it drink deep. Every free instant he swept his gaze in a furious search for Relstra. Had the coward quit the field early? Was he hiding? Where in all hells was he? And Pansala, what of her? Did she scan the fight on the waning sun, directing her father's armies? He would find them if it took all night and morning. All at once, Tilal cried out. Rohan saw a cluster of riders thundering up from the south, about 50 of them, skirting desert lines,
Too far away in the twilight for him to identify, he hacked his way clear of troops wearing Salmer of Isil's colors and snarled as his sword caught in a leather strap. Yanking it free, he bellowed Tilal's name. "Find Che! That might be Relstra!" "At once, my lord!" The salve had long ceased to numb his wound, and his shoulder ached abominably. He could feel sticky warmth on his back, could even smell his own blood over the stench of death around him. Rohan fought with one eye on the approaching riders, frantic lest someone else kill the High Prince before he could do it himself. And then he was free of enemy swords and spears, and Che was at his side, and they kicked their tired horses to speed across the heaped and mangled bodies. But it was not Relstra who rode to meet them in the growing gloom. It was Andrade. Her silver-blonde hair had come loose, blowing out behind her and tangling around her shoulders. She drew rein only when she was almost upon him, her eyes wild. "You've lost him!" she screamed. "He escaped past us, to the south. Damn you, Rohan, you've lost him!" "Not yet, by the goddess," he shouted back. "Che! At once, my prince." "I ride with you," Andrade stated grimly. Rohan laughed in her face. "Can't miss out on your vengeance, can you, Andrade? If you think you can keep up with me, then come, but don't interfere." He turned to Tilal. "Go to your father. Don't argue with me. Tell him where I've gone, and that he has the honor of cleaning up this battle on his home soil, just as he wanted. You and Ma can stay with him. That's an order, squire." Tilal unhappily obeyed. Che had assembled 30 riders, men and women with new determination in their battle-weary faces. The Lord of Radzin narrowed his eyes as he scanned Andrade's escort. "Lane sailors, go claim a piece of Relstra's armies for your prince." Their leader glowed with eagerness, then glanced guiltily at Andrade. She nodded. "Stay and fight, Khal," she told him. He bowed his gratitude for the release from her service, then addressed Rohan. "One favor, my lord. If it comes to it, burn our ships before Relstra can board them." "He won't get that far, I promise you." Urivel said quietly, "I'll ride with you, my lord. You'll need Sunrunners' fire to see by." He was staring at Andrade as if daring her to object. Rohan laughed again. "Scruples. You cast your lot with me the moment you brought me Sinead. Come along, aunt. Come savor the outcome of your work." Sinead knelt on the rim of Skybull's crater as the last shadows faded into night, unlit by moons. The baby lay quiet and sleepy-eyed on a blue and gold blanket, his stomach full of goat's milk, blissfully unaware of the commotion he had caused. Skybull was nearly as empty as Stronghold. Those who had gone to fight at Tiglath had not yet returned, and those few who remained accepted without murmur that the child was Sinead's own. Tobin had expected nothing less. Having kept silent about the gold for so long, they were not likely to reveal this new secret. Tobin knelt to Sinead's left, Ostvel to her right. The fourth position that should have been Rohan's was left open to the desert below the cliff. The child murmured drowsily, his body pale and perfect in the dimness, so small compared to the vastness of the desert and the infinity of the emerging stars. "Child," Sinead whispered at last, beginning the ritual, "you are a part of this world. Water will quench your thirst. Air will fill your lungs. Earth will guide your steps, and fire will warm you in winter's chill. All these are yours by right of birth, the right of every son and daughter born." As Sinead paused, Tobin remembered other namings, when the gentle ritual had been spoken over Markin and Johnny, Andri and Sorin. Ostvel's fingers were clenched on his knees, and she knew he was remembering too, the night when Sinead had presided, and Rohan had been with them as Camiguin named young Ryan. "But you are a prince," Sinead continued softly, and Ostvel looked up, as startled as Tobin at this departure from the time-honored formula. "Born of a long line of princes, sire to generations more. For